You're not restricted by the size of a hoop with these. So if you're wanting a decorative detail along the kind of the hem of a curtain or the hem of a skirt or something like that, then you can do that with these.
It's a continuous embroidery.
Exactly,
that's
yeah.
it. So which is nice. But also the nice thing about that with the NX7 as well, we can play with it all. We have memory facilities, we have elongation, mirror image.
Ooh.
So we can start creating our own designs and putting more together. So you have got a lot there to play with. You've got the alphabets built into it for name tags on there as well. Again, on the front there's a couple of the I don't know if we can see. I'm going to move it again.
Yeah,
I keep moving it, and the camera keeps following me.
Right. If you can hold it more upright, that would be brilliant.
You've got
Thank you.
nice block lettering on there. Very precise on there.
Yes.
So what we haven't
So
done,
the labels have been stitched on the machine?
Yeah, that's all been stitched on the machine as well. So again, for quilters on that, for making your own labels, designed by, made by, handmade, and all of that.
And they're good size letters, those.
It is. Again, we've done it where we've taken away, there's no directional feed systems on there.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, the machine feed moves forward and it goes backwards. It doesn't try and go sideways, it doesn't try and go diagonal, so it does its job properly on there. And with the Juki industrial technology, we have got the full box feed system in there. And again, which people are not sure at home, if they're not realising, most domestic machines have what they call elliptical feed. So therefore, well, again, the way I do it, if I just hold the instruction manual up in there, so the elliptical feed, when it comes up, it sort of touches and then comes back down again.
Okay.
So it's sort of just skipping and scanning the one part of the fabric.
Okay.
An industrial, which all industrials have, and again what we do with all of our Juki machines, they have the box feed. So when it comes up, it grips the fabric, travels the whole length of the fabric and then comes down again. So what that basically means is when you're going over lumps and bumps, it grips before and afterwards. So you're not suddenly going to get to that double, triple layer and it sticks, and you've got to try and help it and force your fabric through, which changes the stitch quality. Obviously, that's when you break needles and things like that as well. So,
there is a lot to it. What an incredible machine. And we've got an amazing deal for you. Now, on the website, you will see that we have got 5-star reviews for this. And if you are tuning in, if you've already got this machine, then I would love to hear from you. What do you love about this machine? How has it changed the way that you sew? Because quite often we will be upgrading machines, and it's some of those features that you will have on your new machine, perhaps your NX7, that you do not want to part with. I'll be asking lots of questions on your behalf, but of course you can email in and ask questions that I can put to Gary as well. But check out some of these reviews. Fantastic machine, brilliant, easy to follow. These are the kind of things that you want from a machine, because let's face it, when we come to sewing, and quite often our sewing time is valuable, you might not have as much time to sew as you might like to. You may still be working. It might be a case of that you have family commitments, so you can't necessarily sit down and sew. So it's a precious time when you have that opportunity. That's why having a feature pack sewing machine is so key, because it means the minute you sit down, you can sew, you can enjoy, and it's got all of those labour saving, time saving elements built into it. But that's the machine. We'll be talking about that in a few moments. It's not just the machine you are getting with this though. You are getting additional elements that would normally cost you £200. And these are the kind of things that you would want as time goes on. So you've got your additional feet, your speciality feet with regards to these, giving you the opportunity to do things like stitch in the ditch, which I know if you're not a quilter you won't have a clue what I'm talking about, but it's those ways of actually getting those layers of quilting together. You've also got obviously the expertise with this one, but one thing that I've noticed within the pack here, and this is important if you are a quilter, you've got your single needle plate as well. So you've got your single little hole in there, which means that you're not going to be travelling along your fabric on your seam allowance, your 1/4 inch seam allowance, and dragging your fabric into the bobbing cavity. That is going to support your fabric as you stitch. So that is something that is invaluable if you are a quilter, and that's the kind of prestige that you've got with this machine. I mean, the feet that we've got with these, Gary, I mean, when we look along, obviously we've got the bundle there, but we've got these additional feet to the side.
Absolutely.
So what are these ones?
So with the machine, you get a full range of utility feet. So you get, it actually even comes with the free motion for which you can use for ruler work as well, included within the package. The great thing about, we've got the smart dual feeding system. So the walking foot, as well also known as, is now built into the machine.
Oh, okay, right.
So unlike other walking feet built into the machine, it is a smart system.
Right.
So what that basically means is we can time the top feed as with the bottom feed.
Right.
So with a lot of the built-in systems, that's it, it's set. So the bottom, top and feed will just move together, which is what you want most of the time.
Okay.
But it's when you start using things like stretch, jersey,
right,
and people with an overlocker at home would know of a differential feed,
yes,
which allows you then to cope with all that fabric without it waving it, stretching it. That's what our smart jewel feeding system does.
Okay.
So it's again a unique feature we've developed into the machine, which we use again on an industrial. So it's not something we've just pulled out the hat and then put into a domestic machine for the sake of it. It's something that we've used for many, many years, which now we've developed for our domestic machine. So again, taking it that one step further. Fabrics are changing, the types of sewing is changing. So the machines nowadays, they've got to cope with a lot more, but also we're looking for more precision. We want that quality now, not just that will do. We want that preciseness.
Definitely.
And as you were saying about the needle plate, you have got the straight stitch needle plate on here, but what other machines have got is either then an interchangeable plate where you've got to unscrew it, screw a new one on, or you've got little switches that you can play around, so it can be quite weak that way. But what other machines definitely don't do is not just the needle plate, is that we have a straight stitch feed system as well. So we actually change the feed as well as the needle plate, because all other straight stitch, when you switch it to straight stitch, you've still got a wide feed system, so it's still quite harsh on the fabric.
Right.
So if you look at all straight stitch dedicated machines, they will have a very narrow feed system.
And that tends to be kind of from the industrial world,
from
isn't
the
it?
industrial world again,
Stitch,
exactly it. Which others over at home, the people know that we actually produce over 40% of the world's manufacturing machines.
It's true. Yeah.
So we have been in business over 80 years. We're not a new company at all on that side. But again, with developments within the domestic market. Instead of, some companies went down the embroidery route, so you can plug in embroidery systems, the feed system does everything for you, and the problem with that is obviously once you've got a machine combination and you've got it embroidering, you can't sew at the same time.
True, yeah.
Also, if you've got a machine that's trying designed to do two different jobs, it's never going to do it as well as a machine designed to do one job.
Okay.
So this is why we haven't gone down the embroidery systems. You want an embroidery machine? Buy a standalone embroidery machine, and you've got a machine, the tool to do one job, and then you've got a fabulous tool which is then going to cope with all your fabrics, in it, whether it's upholstery, whether it's quilting, patchwork, but going to your shears, your very lightweight fabrics as well. So
I love it.
You've all that all-round machine.
So the set that you're sharing with us here, are these the bonus feed, or is this what you would normally get in with the machine?
This is all what comes with it.
Okay.
Because of the smart feeding system, so even things like the patchwork foot, the straight stitch foot, you can use with the walking foot. So obviously other attachments where you're then putting a walking foot onto the machine, that's it. You can't use any other feet with it. So now we can still use our 1/4 inch feet, we can still use our precise straight stitch foot with the smart feeding system. So it takes it to that next stage. But what we did, we also, I like to sort of say with the feet, they come up with a package of feet for us, which is a sort of £200
looking at
worth of
some
feet.
of these, I mean, you've got cording foot in there, which is brilliant when you come to do your decorative sewing. Very effective.
Very effective on there. You've got nice the cording attachments, beading. You've also obviously very important invisible zip foot we put in there.
Yeah.
We've got an open toe free motion foot, which is really nice. As well. Even though you get a free motion foot with the machine, obviously the flexibility of having
and
an
there's
open
an applique foot with this as well, which is key, isn't it? Because obviously our one day special, we're talking about applique. You need that open area so as you can actually see where you are stitching. So that's why that applique presser foot that you're looking at the moment is so key to have.
It's having that open view to follow your guides.
For that. Yeah. I mean, you can be paying. I mean, usually with it, when you're looking at additional feet, I mean, what sort of price would we be looking at an additional foot? I suppose it depends on which foot it is.
It depends really on what company it is as well.
Yeah.
It does change quite a lot, and there is, with say like the clip-on feet on there, which is a 7mm, which a variety of machine companies make and produce.
So that's kind of like the swing from your needle moving left to right.
Exactly
okay,
it. So in an average, our feet will work out about £14 each on a standard clip-on foot. Obviously, they can go up a lot more than that.
I know a company where you're paying over £100 for a free motion foot.
Exactly it. But there's companies out there who, well, certainly easily double the price, but on some of them, as you say, some of their feet go up to £100.
Yeah, it's a lot to invest in.
So it's not just what the machine is, it's got the whole package with it as well. So as we know, you can go and buy something, if it, actually, it hasn't got that with it, or it hasn't got that. Before you know it, you've spent a few £100 extra on top of that as well.
I love it.
So it has got it, the whole package is there.
It certainly has, and it's such an amazing deal. And this is a thing. And as I say there, it's one of those things that I mean, there's an urgency to it because we didn't expect to be able to bring you stock of this particular machine because you'll have been doing your research. If you're looking into sewing machines, lots of people having staycations, treating themselves, upgrading their machines rather than having a holiday. And this is why this is a popular particular machine because it's got all of those features that if you're upgrading, brilliant. We'll be talking about beginner sewing as well, because of course when you're investing in a sewing machine, you want it to last you for many, many years to come. Not just mechanically, I mean, obviously that is a given, and you do get your warranty with this on, just to let you know that, but with your skill level, because you might start off just doing a little bit of straight stitching, you may be doing a little bit of zigzag, maybe throwing in a decorative stitch here and there, but then you will develop, you will find your skills going further, applique, quilting, dressmaking, all of these different things, and you've got a machine that's going to grow with those skills to give you those professional results. You've got that fabulous open area, as you heard from Gary, from the needle right the way through to kind of this area here, this throat area as we call it. You've got a big 12-inch area there, so that's going to be perfect, not just for your quilting, for your dressmaking as well. Things like your home furnishings, your curtains, turning your curtains up, and then you've got a lot of fabric. Having the extension table actually included within this, and that is a big extension table. It's giving you a big area to support your fabrics, which of course aren't pulling away on the needle because you're supporting them. They're not causing stress when you're sewing because of course it's not pulling the fabric, and that is included with this as well. You've got those feet as well. As Gary said, you've got an massive bundle of feet that come with it within the case. Looks amazing with that single needle plate, obviously the additional feed with this one as well, but you've got that bonus bundle of feet. So within here you've got things like your beading foot, you've got things like your cording foot for your decorative sewing, you've got things like your free motion foot, you've also got things like your applique in there as well. These are fundamentals. It's kind of, you're buying a whole system here. So you've got a whole system of everything that you need to do. So whether you're turning up the kids' trousers for school or mending different things that the kids have kind of damaged in the process, or whether you are creating a wedding dress, this is going to take you from those little jobs, those little first aid, fabric first aid projects, going right the way through to your design projects, your home decor, your quilting. You are going to have so much fun with this machine, and it is one of those ones. It's going to be a machine that you're going to kind of cherish and work with for many, many years to come. And I know this is the thing. I've had conversations with people that have invested in a sewing machine, and at the time it's like, oh my goodness, how much money am I invested in this machine? But 40, 50 years later, they are still using that machine because they bought wisely. That is the key thing. Invest your money in quality, and then of course it's going to be one of those machines you're going to be using for many years to come. Details on your screen there, 494-335 if you're wanting to get hold of this bundle. Obviously we're going to go back to Gary to learn more about this machine, but I want to very briefly touch on the overlocker as well, because as Gary said, quite often you'll have a machine that does what you need it to do. Sewing machine, brilliant for all those sewing features. Embroidery machine, maybe for your embroidery, again, it's a specialised machine for that department, and that's why an overlocker is important as well, because an overlocker will buddy up alongside your sewing machine. So this is going to be not necessarily just for your neatening. Quite often people will think to themselves, oh, an overlocker is just for doing your seams. Now it's true, you can use it for that, and any garment that you purchase, you will find that you will have that overlocker kind of used to reinforce and tie off those edges so you don't get fraying. But you've got the decorative features of these as well. You can take advantage of the fact that you've got 4 different threads in here. You can have different threads, so you've got a decorative edge to your fabric. When you're working with things like, it could be delicate fabrics and you want to get that really neat edge, you've got the system with this particular machine to allow you to bring out threads, to change things around, to get the results you want. And you've got the most incredible air threading system. And Gary, I'm going to bring you in at this point, because when you're talking about overlockers, yeah, it's a nemesis. For me, I have to say, overlockers, I'm like, I love the concept of them, and I have an overlocker myself, but if any of those threads ever break, it's like, oh my goodness, no.
That's it. Do I just put it in a cupboard and forget about it, or do I try and thread it again?
I can write off the next 30 minutes, because that's what it's going to take for me to re-thread it and to get the balance right with the stitch. But this has got an air system.
Full air threading system on there. Inline tensions as well. So what, again, it's about the stitch quality. That comes before anything else on there. So whether I'm using heavy weights, light weights, I haven't got a fiddle, I haven't got a play, but when I come to then change the colours, I know people who have bought second overlockers. It's because they want one light, one dark, because they don't want to thread them each time on there. With the air threading system, not just the air threading for the loopers, which then instantly threads it literally in half a second, so it can be that quick. It's got built-in needle threaders as well.
Oh, so, right, that's quite unusual for an overlocker.
Very unusual. Yeah. And also because, obviously with an overlocker, they have 2 loopers and 2 needles.
Yes.
So the loopers are threaded by air. then it has the needle threaders, which will then thread left and right needles as well. So, which is to say, is very unusual for an overlocker.
Definitely, yeah.
So we've really taken the hard work out of it to make it easier. And as we all know, as we get a little bit older, the eyesight, the hands, it saves me absolutely brilliant.
But the thing is, the joy is in the sewing. That's why we're buying any of these machines. We want to sew, we want to create. We don't want to spend hours and hours threading and getting our machines right for the situation. Now, I will let you know that we have got a quarter of the stock has gone of these already, which, because we've not come to it, we've not really spoken about it, that leads to me that somebody's been thinking about these, people have been thinking about these, thinking about the machine, looking, doing their research, realising that we've got it here available and coming back and placing their order. So that is why I think if you're wanting to think, if you're thinking about an overlocker, certainly steer towards that air threading system. It's the way forward with overlockers, isn't it?
It's an overlocker for life.
Yes.
Instead of then buying a machine, because a lot of people, the amount of people I have come into my store and I see them at exhibitions, I want a basic overlocker.
Yeah.
No such thing.
Yeah.
All overlockers do the same job.
That's true.
3-thread, 4-thread, differential feed. They will cut, seal and finish at the same time.
And it's that cut thing, isn't it? People think, oh, I'll use my sewing machine to do my overlocker. You're not. It's an overcast, isn't it?
It's an overcast stitch, and also you're using 2 threads rather than 3 or 4 threads, so it's never going to be as strong. Also, the 4 thread is really needed for stretch jerseys, fleecing, anything like that. So it's got the strength as well as the elasticity within the stitch. So
I love it.
A lot more professional. It allows you to use those awkward fabrics. Also, it cuts the time down because it's technically shaping, seaming and finishing at the same time, where normally you use a pair of scissors, straight stitch, zigzags. You've got to do 3 different jobs that it's actually doing in one go for you.
It is, and it's incredibly satisfying. When you're putting those fabrics through and you're seeing that neat finish instantly, it really is incredibly satisfying. Details on your screen. We're going to go back to the machine, the sewing machine in just a few moments, but for the time being, if you're wanting your air thread or overlocker, the details are on your screen. It's going to come with a bonus of threads, so all ready to go with these, and that is the beauty of this. You've got your flexi buy on this one again, so if you've been considering thinking about an overlocker, by all means do your research, but please don't leave it too long because we only have a few of these left and a quarter of the stock has gone of those. So do your research as quick as you possibly can, and don't forget, it's that first flexi buy. That's all you're needing to pay to date to get this machine on its way to you, and that could be delivered to your door if you're a Freedom member for just £431.66. 780142 if you're wanting this one. Now on the website you'll find lots of kind of complementary elements that are going to work alongside your machine. So fabulous threads that are going to be there as well. Multiples of threads, so if you are going for your overlocker, don't forget you need 4 threads for some of those stitches, so it gives you the opportunity to kind of get your utility threads there, your whites, your blacks, your greys. Those greys are perfect if you're looking at quilting, but then you've got colour groupings with those as well, so if you do want to go for any of those, then you can do. Any questions you've got, please do get them in. We've got Gary joining us again at 11 o'clock. I know it's very early on a Sunday morning, but I know that we do have a dedicated audience that do join us that early, especially those sewers a bit like me that do enjoy a good sew at the weekend. So tell me more about the machine.
Right, the machine. How easy is it? Who's it for? What level do I need to be? Well, the great thing about setting it up, it is very, very simple. Jam-proof, self-lubricating, auto pickup. But let me stop talking about it. Let me show you. So first of all, even just from step by step. So winding the bobbin. Completely independent bobbin winder. So we can literally wind the bobbin and sew at the same time as well. Obviously, I will then just set it up and just wind the bobbin quickly. So thread goes on. A lot of it is very conventional. So you will see there's not really a change. It's all arrowed and numbered. So it's very simple to follow through. Obviously, I'm just sort of doing a little bit awkward on top, but
well, yeah, I was going to say, it's a strange angle. I love the fact that you can continue to sew because, again, it's one of those things, although it doesn't take long to wind a bobbin, it's very frustrating. If you're having a good old sew and then you have to stop to wind a bobbin. Absolutely.
It's very frustrating that way if you haven't got any sort of pre-done, but you say, with this system on there, I can still carry on sewing if I want to. It has an automatically stop on there, so I haven't got to watch it and see if it's going to overwound and spool up underneath my bobbin.
And that's a beautifully balanced bobbin, because I think we've all experienced where you kind of get it kind of almost like a wedge on that little bobbin.
Absolutely, this is it. You've got it's either pointing to the top or pointing to the bottom.
Yeah.
And it does affect the tensions that way. If a bobbin's not wound correctly, obviously I can then just click it off when I've got enough on there as well. Or it would have automatically done that. So we've got thread trimmers, little thread trimmers all over the machine as well, just for making it convenient then. So drop-in bobbin system. As we can see, it's a deep fill bobbin as well on there. Lots of thread on there. So little arrow just pops the plate up. So there's a button there, so that just comes out. the bobbin will just drop in, nice and simple. Again, it's all arrowed and numbered. So even if you've not used a sewing machine before, it gives you step by step. So for beginners, it's great that way. So number 1, number 2, number 3, cuts off, and that's it. So once I've got that tail, it's set. I haven't got to bring the underneath bobbin thread through. I just leave that now until I start sewing. So that's the bobbin setting.
And also, mentioning the bobbin there being a deep fill bobbin, that's one of those things that once you're used to a machine that allows you to kind of put more thread on your bobbin, means you're having to stop fewer times to actually rewind a bobbin. So if you're working on a larger project, many of us kind of do what I call bobbin roulette.
Yes, indeed.
And it's like, have you got enough thread there to finish your project? Well, when you've got a lot of thread to start with, then you're going to have to stop minimal times to kind of wind your bobbin up. So yeah,
absolutely. And there, so certainly when you say you're in the middle of free motion or something like that, and you've realised halfway,
yes, you don't need to stop there.
I haven't stitched anything. But let's take it one step further on that.
Okay.
So once I wind the bobbin on the front of the machine, I've got a little button. I press that, and it's now got bobbin counter on it.
Oh, okay,
so
right.
Again, like the industrials, obviously, with that side of it, it's all to do with obviously workers' money and all that sort of things that you want to see, and obviously timings. So now what I can do, I can set the bobbin winder. So now I can then put percentage on there or yardage on there.
Oh,
so
right.
it will work out for me. It will work out when it's using, so it gives me an early indication of warning. So you know when the bobbin's getting low. So
that is
again,
brilliant.
The chance of running out when you're sewing is quite slim, or if you have run out, it's going to stop quite quickly.
That is a clever feature.
Again, it's little things like that, which is for sewers. It's very important for sewers. So
and it's one of those features that you don't realise you need until you've got it.
Exactly.
And it's one of those features that when you've got it, you wouldn't, if you're looking for another machine, I mean, you don't need to look for another machine after this one, but it's one of those, you know, when you have your tick list, so it's what you've experienced and what you know that you want next time as well.
That's it.
And that's the key thing,
It solves it for us.
Definitely.
On there. So the top threading, again, fairly conventional. Number 1, 2, 3, it's all arrowed and numbered, so nice and simple that way. 4, 5, 6. Number 7 is the needle threader.
Okay.
So, and number 8 is another little just manual thread trimmer on the side. Then lever on the side of the machine on here.
Right.
And we can see that on there.
Yeah.
You just push that down, through, threaded. So I'm not in front of it, I'm not trying to line it out, because some needle threaders you still have to do like 50% of the work.
No, Bobbin. No, Gary. Can I ask a favour? Can you unthread the machine again and show us kind of the business end?
Yes,
so
indeed.
can we actually see the needle getting threaded when you pull that lever down? Because we saw the lever come down, but we didn't see it going through the needle at the time. So if we can kind of get to the business end and see the needle, that would be fabulous.
Yep, so let's go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what I do, I actually put the foot down at this point, so it gives a little bit of viewage, more viewing space.
Thank you.
You haven't got to do that.
Okay.
So once that's through, so the lever, so if we watch this down here, comes down, twists in, little hook will grab the loop, which then pulls the loop through the eye of the needle. So therefore, that tail, just pull that through.
And that is like hair, like that little hook that passes through the eye, isn't it?
Very much so on there. And the nice thing with this, with all needle position needles, the needle position needs to be in its highest.
Okay.
Obviously, we have auto up, down on here, so we know, as long as we're not playing around with the hand wheels, which we shouldn't have to do, we can control the machine with needle up, needle down.
Perfect.
And some of the other features I've got, which I'm going to be showing you as well in a minute on there, so which is great. So a lot of people sort of computerisation on sewing machines. Ooh, do I need it? Do I want it? Is it any good? How often is it going to go wrong, etc. That way. What I would like to say, our sewing system is still 100% mechanical.
Okay.
So it's the same as what we use as our industrial. Again, I know I'm going to keep coming back to our industrial, but that's the strength. That's how we build our reliability on there. So we've got the computer control on the stitch programming.
Okay.
So the nice thing about that, we can play with the stitches on there, but also it sets it all for us as well.
Right.
So if we want to just get on and go, literally I've just switched the machine on, put my fabric under, I put my foot down, again full manual control on that, and then I have just got normal foot control. I'm going to show you the foot control in a minute, but I can just put my foot down and away I sew.
It goes.
Very smooth, very quiet, no
It
vibration.
Is, yeah.
Again, that build quality on there.
And does it automatically reset to a straight stitch when you turn it on?
As soon as I turn it on, it doesn't matter what I've previously done to it, unless I program it to something different. So I can tailor make the machine. So there's a specific. stitch on here is like 2.4 is an
Yeah.
average stitch depth, so that's his default setting.
Right.
But I don't like that.
Yeah.
And all my sewing, I want 3mm.
Yes.
I can now program the machine accordingly on
So when
there.
you turn it on, it would be 3mm.
Every time I switch it on, it'll be to the settings I want.
See, that's important because you can set your favourites. Lots of machines allow you to set your favourites, but you've got to remember to kind of press that button before you start sewing. That's the thing. If this machine does it for you, then instantly you just turn it on and then just get sewing straight away.
That's
Clever
it.
feature.
So what's wrong is tailor making the machine to your sewing,
Yes.
not an average sewing across the board, so
Okay.
which is nice. So literally all I'm doing at the moment is just say you have now got over 1,000 stitches a minute with full control. So I can actually put it down to the tortoise, put my foot flat to the floor, and it will just give me 100 stitches a minute. So again, if you're a beginner, sort of if you're again teaching youngsters to sew or something like that, where you don't necessarily want it to take off,
Yeah.
doing fragile areas, you can really control it. So I've got my foot. I'm just going to stop that and turn it.
And
again.
can I just mention something that I've noticed that your machine does, which is something that I would not be without with, the automatic foot lift when you stop.
That's exactly it.
Because this is something, and it's a tricky one to get across, because if you've not experienced, you won't realise just how valuable this is. Because quite often when you stop sewing, you have to lift a lever up so as you can move your fabric or take your fabric out. With an automatic lift, it will automatically, it can leave the needle in your fabric so you're not kind of wavering from your stitching, but it lifts off so you can pivot. It means that just it's one less thing to do all the time, and it leaves your hands free to kind of work with
That's
something
exactly.
else.
You've got both hands still controlling
Yeah.
your fabric instead of moving away. So at the moment, you say literally the pivot is switched on at the moment. I can switch that off if I want
Oh,
to
okay.
on there. So what I'm going to do is also show you what else we can do with it, because it doesn't just lift and pivot. I can actually change the height of the pivot as well.
Oh, wow,
So
okay.
as we're quilting, obviously
Yes.
I want them a higher lift.
Yeah.
If I'm using sort of obviously flat fabrics, I want a lower lift on
Yes.
there. So again, you've got that control for your type
Wow.
of sewing as
Okay.
well. So just going to put the speed up now. So my foot's flat to the floor, and I can gradually use the speed control on the front of the machine.
Wow,
So-
look at that go.
I have got that perfect control. The other way I can do it, I can actually unplug the foot control as well.
Right.
So then I have then got my start stop. So I've got the green button on the front of the
Yes.
machine. So, I touched it on the way across. Let's try that again.
There you go. You can see, obviously, when it's green, you know that it's ready to go.
That's
and
it.
this is important because if you, not everybody has dexterity in their feet, enabling them to use a foot pedal. It may be that you wanted to use it on the top, and I know people that will actually use their hand with a foot pedal on a work surface. But lots of people, like me, sometimes like to take that foot pedal out, especially if you've got animals around your feet.
Absolutely.
Because I've
yeah.
been sewing before now, or getting ready to sew, and I've had a dog sit on the foot pedal.
That's it.
And all of a sudden, it's like your machine has been possessed. It suddenly starts sewing. And obviously, if your fingers are around that needle area, that's the last thing that you want. So, yeah, it is something very much a good feature.
And then also, we say with the green light, red light system on there,
Yes.
if the presser foot is up or something like that, and say the foot control is stood on or by accident, at least you know it's not just going to knock you up and cause a lot of mess underneath your machine as well.
Good
It
point.
just will not work. So the safety features are there, which is nice. So also, what we have got on our foot control
Yeah, since we're talking about the foot control, let's have a look at it. Oh, that's a little bit interesting.
on there.
What's
So
this?
basically it's a double touch. So we've got a normal
Okay.
variable speed foot control here.
Okay.
And then we've got a side button.
Yes.
So that side button we can program to do different things on here.
Right.
We could just press it once and it will then lift the foot or raise the foot.
Okay.
I can have it so it does a single stitch. So when
Okay.
it gets obviously to the end, even though we can slow it down on here and do that
Yeah.
precise, you can also do it on there. We can have it as an underbed trimmer.
Yeah.
We can have it so it then naturally brings the needle out of the work and lifts the foot up. We
Yes.
can program it in so many different ways on here, which can all be done on the front of the machine as well. So at the moment,
All that, isn't there?
we have just left it with the auto foot lift on
Okay.
there. So on the front of there, there's a picture of a pair of scissors and a zigzag. If I
Okay.
press that, at the moment I have got it all switched off, but I can have it so it automatically ties it on at the beginning.
So that's kind of like you forward and reverse of you tying off
That's
that
it.
we might have had to do in the past, yeah.
Which generally you'd always use the reverse button. Now we can have it automatically. I can have it so that it then cuts the threads at the ends.
Again, another feature I wouldn't be without.
And then automatically lift the foot and take the needle out of the work as
Perfect.
well. So now I've set that in, and now if I then start sewing this time,
Okay.
so using the button with the
So
program.
you've gone
to go
over to the right-sided
backwards,
button.
forwards, stop, cut the threads, needle out, foot up,
And it's done all that
and I just
by
take
that
it out.
simple tap.
Literally just touch the button. But again, if I'm not using the foot control, I can still use the program button on the front of the machine, so I'm not losing it without the foot control. I've still got the best of both worlds on.
I love it. So what an incredible machine. I did tell you it was feature packed, didn't I? And it is one of those machines that we are so pleased to be able to bring back to you here at the craft store. It's one of those ones, it's a little bit of a bonus because we didn't expect to be able to have stock to bring to you, but we have, and Gary, true to his word, has brought it to us here. It's been a lot of interest. Now I'm going to head back over to Gary in a little while, but let me explain to you what you're getting within your bundle, because this is important. You're getting more than you would usually get if you can get hold of the machines in the first place. Because this is the thing, you may well have been doing your research about getting a sewing machine, upgrading your sewing machine. At the moment, it's very, very tricky for you to actually get hold of machines of this kind of quality and this quite a standard, affordably and easily. Now, affordably, we've got a fabulous price. We've got your 3 flexi buys on this one, makes it incredibly easy for you to get hold of. You can spread the cost over 3 payments, as you can see there. It's a comprehensive sewing machine. So this isn't a machine that you're going to outgrow in a couple of years' time. This is a machine that, as long as you take care of it, you look after it, you'll be using it for many years to come. And as I say, quite often at exhibitions, I will have people that will tell me about their sewing machines that they they've had 40, 50 years. Sometimes bought as a 21st birthday gift, and it's seeing them right the way through all the family life, all of the kids' clothes, all of the home furnishing, turning up the curtains, making quilts, all of these different projects, or just simple little projects as well, stitching a button back in place. It doesn't have to be a mammoth project that you're working on, but it needs to be a machine that you can put your reliability into and you know it's going to do what you want it to do. Gary's been showing us just how amazing that touch panel is with regards to your machine, but also those stitches as well. You've got a whole wealth of different stitches in here, decorative stitches, utility stitches, applique stitches, things that are already preset to get the optimum kind of result with these. So you don't need to be an accomplished sewer with this one. It is a machine that will do it for you, but equally so you can fine-tune it. So if you've got a personal preference, if you've got a particular fabric that you want to hone those different stitches for, then you can do so. You can save those features. You can even set it up so it has that saved, that personal stitch that you love to sew with the moment you turn it on. So you don't even have to think about it. The machine will do the thinking for you. That is the key thing. Beautiful stitches, as you can see here, all sorts of different occasions, but also stitches that you can program into your own kind of repetition and sequence. You've got fonts on these, you can do that personalisation, and as you saw from those little strips that Gary shared with us, good size stitches. It's all well and good having an alphabet on there, but if you can't actually read what you've stitched, then it's a bit pointless, isn't it? But with this, you will see it. So those are the stitches. You've got all the features, obviously, as Gary's showing us when we're threading up the machine. You've also got that comprehensive foot set that comes with it, including your single needle stitch plate, which has obviously the addition of that additional feed system that's going to make it easy for you to work with when you're working right up close to the edge of your fabrics with your 1/4" seam. But in addition, you are getting £200 worth of feet. You're getting this bundle that you wouldn't necessarily get anywhere else, featuring your professional feet, like your invisible zipper foot. That is something that you would definitely want to go out and get. You definitely want to be getting your free motion foot. You definitely be wanting to get your applique foot. These are fundamentals. These are things that you will do, and having the right foot the job means that you are going to get that professional result. You're not going to have to do that dreaded unpicking. It is a case you get the results first time, first hit, and that is the beauty of investing in a machine like this one. We don't have huge quantities of them, as I mentioned at the top of the hour, and it has been a busy hour for these. So if you're wanting to get hold of yours, please take advantage with regards to this one. Lots of you placed your order for these previously, and we've got some wonderful reviews, obviously showing off the accolade of this particular machine. 5-star reviews time and time again, over and over. By all means, read those ones. See what other people are thinking about this machine. These are people that have got the machine home and they've sewn with it, they've experienced it, they've perhaps done those things that you haven't had a chance to do. So obviously we love it and we cherish it when we do get those wonderful reviews, or any reviews that come through, because I know I personally look to reviews, especially when I'm investing that kind of money in something. So it is a case of it's important. So thank you to those people that have placed those reviews. Now, we've also got the overlocker on the show as well. Now, half the stock of this one has gone. I warned you at the top of the hour, we hadn't got huge quantities of these. It's another machine that we didn't know we were going to be able to have to bring to you, but it's an incredible one. It's an air threader overlocker. You've got 10,000 metres of thread coming with this one, which is a brilliant bonus, but that's not the reason you would buy it. You would buy it for the features on this one. Now, Gary, could we have a little chat about the overlocker?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you set up with the sewing machine, but with regards to, I don't want to press anything, I don't want to open anything up. So the actual system itself, can you show us on yours over there where the kind of threading system is?
So with overlockers, obviously you've got 2 threads underneath and 2 threads on top. So 2 needles are on top, which to look at, not a lot of difference from your sewing machine. Obviously you have 2 of them to thread, so 2 eyes to thread through. As I say, the needle threaders are absolutely brilliant. But if I open the machine up, so the front flap just pulls and opens up to the side, and then the side flap will open up as well.
See, that's something that you don't often have access to, that left-hand area.
No, that is it. And why do I need it? Well, clean it, blow the fluff out.
That's true, yeah, and you do need to do that.
Create a lot of fluff, as we know.
You're touching your fabric all the time, so there's bound to be those little
you're going to have a lot of lint, a lot of fibre, and also with this type of machine with an overlock as well, when you start to use, hopefully, it's things like fleeces, t-shirting, it gets very fluffy and that as well. So
it's got a really good solid look to it. I mean, there's a lot of metal involved with that area.
Full metal chassis again inside. Exactly the same production line with our overlockers we do with our sewing machines. We don't build, I'm going to use the word cheap, lightweight, because on there, we just don't see the point of that as well. As you've recognised and as you really do appreciate those people who used to, then years ago, they buy a machine, you say 21st birthday present, still using it today. And people wonder why, when they go out and buy a new machine today, it doesn't last 5 minutes. Well, 2 things for that. One thing, obviously, a machine 25 years, or I'd say years ago, may have cost you £300, £400. And people still going out and buying a new machine today thinking a £300-400 machine will be as good. But obviously
it's not the case.
It's not. 25 years ago, £300-400 was a lot higher. So when you're looking at construction and build quality, a machine at sort of £300-400 today will do a lot. It will offer you tremendous amounts on there, as in stitches, needle threaders and things like that. But what you are going to lose is performance, quality on there. So with the Juki, then full metal chassis inside. Also, if any of the actual flaps are open, it has a safety cutout feature. So the machine, as you said before, if a dog comes along and sits on your foot control and it just runs off, the last thing you want to do is have your fingers inside with moving blades and everything else in there.
And I love it. I know it's a simple feature, but I've opened up the front of the cover, the machine that I've got here. You've got your storage area where you've got your additional needles, you've got your tweezers, you've got your little screwdriver, all those different things that feature in there. But this is where you've got that air system. So usually you would have a series of different colours that you have to follow, but here you've got those simple little holes, and you literally just pop your thread in there, you press that lever down there, and it automatically almost air jets those threads through to the business end, as I keep calling it, which is over by your needle. And that is the beauty of this particular machine. Again, we don't have lots of these. Details on your screen if you're wanting to get involved with these ones. 3 flexi buys on this one if you're wanting. £431.66 is the first payment. This will get your machine dispatched to you. It's not often that you will get a machine dispatched to you for 1/3 of the price. Quite often you might be making that as a down payment, you might be saving that and then coming and getting the machine at a later stage, but it will be on its way to you for that first flexi-buy payment on your screen there, 780142. There's so much that I want to share with you during this hour, but we can come back to you, Gary, with regards to the NX7. Are we talking about the NX7 again now? Yeah, we are, sorry. Yeah,
right.
Just carry on.
Get some sewing on there. So we've basically said how quick and easy it is to set it up. We say the jam-proof system, the drop-in bobbin, the thread counter, built in the needle threader. So literally no hassles at all, just to get on and go. But obviously sewing every day, cottons and sort of utility fabrics on there, sort of polyesters, nothing with any stretch, something with a bit of body on it. Any machine's going to cope with. But obviously, what I like to do is bring out all those awkward, horrible fabrics, or fabrics that people try and avoid sometimes.
That's
because
true,
their machines just don't like it.
Yeah.
Obviously, one of those is velvet. Obviously, quite heavy. It slips, it moves, the piles all over the place on there. So, all I'm going to do now is engage the smart feeding system. So, at the back of the machine, I don't know how well we're going to see this on camera at all, but it literally just comes down.
Oh, we can see that,
It just lifts into place and it then just locks. And it would then
kind of hooks under the back of the foot.
Like so, it clips in. Again, because of the feet, if I show you on this foot here, if we can see on this one, you can see it's got a cutout at the back of the foot.
Yeah.
So this is where the walking foot slots into there. So it gives you that perfect moving. So the jewel feeder, they say it's not an attachment you have to try and worry about screw on at all. It literally just hooks into the back of the foot on there.
Very clever.
So I'm not going to touch anything else at all. So now the walking foot's on, I'm just going to now sew the seam down on the velvet. As you can see, obviously I'm not in front of the machine, I'm not controlling it at all, I'm not holding it, I'm not going to push it through, I'm just going to let the machine do the work for me. So again, we've got the auto tie on, so it's stitched forwards and back to tie my stitch on. And I just sew.
Look how that's smoothly going through there.
I'm not guiding it, I'm not pulling it, I'm just letting the machine do its thing.
And there's no bouncing around, you're not chasing it around the table.
There's no vibrations through, and then when I get to the end, I just press the button, obviously next to the foot control, then it will then forwards, back, tie off, stop, cut the threads, needle out, foot up, and then I can just take that out.
And that is such an amazing feature.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, it's something you'd use every time you sew.
Yeah.
We've not put gimmicky bits in there which you might use a one-off, or you try it out when you first get a new sewing machine and never use it again. No, it is stuff we use every time.
And you're not wasting your thread, because
sew.
if you were cutting your thread with a traditional method, maybe you are pulling it around the side and using your thread cutter, you're wasting such a lot of thread.
A good quality thread is so expensive
Yeah,
nowadays on there, so it's literally. If you are then doing short seams, and from the needle to the thread cutter, you're wasting 12 inches of thread each time on. That soon mounts up. I know it doesn't sound a lot, but it does soon mount up on there.
Can I ask a question? It's kind of deviating a little bit from what you're doing,
Yeah.
but it's something that I found very useful when I've been sewing. If you're doing repeat sewing, so say if you're doing patches for a quilt, and your first piece, you might need to do, I don't know, a 3-inch seam to put your 3-inch squares together.
That's it, yeah.
Can you set the machine up to run for that period of time?
It doesn't have a stitch count that way.
Right,
no,
okay.
Because also with even on sort of the industrials, what we call the AMS machines, the auto stitching machines on there, they have to have special clamping systems on there.
Oh, I see, right.
Otherwise, because as you know, you speed up, you slow down. Not
Yeah.
every time it's going to come out exactly the same length on there.
Okay.
So it is something we looked into.
I wasn't sure if it was something you could do in the sequence of your stitching or anything like that.
No, again, we can pretty much change everything else on there, but we can't programming an actual total length of a stitch
Fair
on
enough.
there.
No, that's
So obviously within the patterning, we can actually build patterns to whatever length we want, but as then the actual straight stitch and that, I'm a last no.
Fair enough. No, that's okay.
So, but worth an asking. There's a reason we don't do it.
Yeah,
as
no,
well,
that's fair enough. But obviously, like you said, the sequencing, you can set it up. So that's
absolutely do it
you
that
want.
way.
Yeah. Okay.
So if we just look now on the velvet on there, so we just stitched it, so all I've done is open the seam, and you can see there is absolutely no movement, there is no puckering.
That is beautiful.
It just gives you that perfect seam on there. What
colour thread are you stitching with?
And on there I've got a mauvey colour thread at the moment on there.
Because you can't see the thread at all.
Which, this is lovely to hear, because you shouldn't be able to hear
exactly,
the thread.
yeah.
That's the great
it's pretty
thing
obvious, really.
There
you
is,
don't want to see it.
no, I can see why you do it, because so many people say, I can't believe it. I said, well, if you can see the thread, your tensions are not right, obviously, because you're pulling it apart on there. So, no, again, I do like to hear that. It's just one of those things, because it just shows whether I'm then using velvet, and then I can move straight on. Crystal organza.
Oh my goodness, these are poles apart.
Still very slippery, still moves all over the place, so it's not solid, but I completely say poles apart to what I've just used on there. So I'm not going to touch anything at all, so even though I'm using completely different types of fabric, I'm just going to pop that under, foot down, and again I'm just going to sew the seam down on this one.
And this is a fabric that if this was going to out you for your bad sewing, then this certainly would do, because you've got the shimmer, the shine, the light hits that fabric. You very easily would get the puckering with this, but look at that. Such a smooth stitch.
And this is what we say about use good for everybody. So if you're a beginner, you haven't got to fiddle with tensions, you haven't got to play. Also, you're not going to be scared, you're not going to be put off. Because we find it, certainly with beginners as well, it could be the slightest little things, think, oh, I just can't sew, or I'm not, a sewing machine's not for me. But it might not be the user. It could be just the machine they've got.
So,
look
at that.
So if I show on, I'll put it on the purple one here, because it will stand up better. So even with the mauve thread, obviously you can see it hasn't pulled it, there's no gathering, there's no puckering, but if again the seam is what I need to open up. So even on crystal organza, How flat is that?
Beautiful. And again, that isn't, you've not used the right thread for that fabric. No. It's the wrong colour, but you can't see it coming through at all.
And it's that perfectly balanced. So whether I'm going through sort of heavier weight velvet with a pile, absolutely no pile, crystal organza, no problems at all there as well.
Amazing.
Absolutely amazing. Awkward fabrics on there which people do try and avoid, or they try it once and it's chewed it up and say, right, never going to use that again.
Yeah.
So again, I haven't got to fiddle with the machine, I haven't got to play, it will just do the job for me.
And you didn't have to alter the stitch length, you didn't have to alter the tension or anything at all?
No playing around at all, and it's the same as even if I wanted to use going into soft furnishings, upholstery.
Okay, upholstery, yeah, really, that's a good weight, yeah.
Very heavyweight fabrics
nice
on
fabric.
there. So, but I mean, this is what a lot of people are doing. Bag making is very big at the moment. People are loving bag making, but obviously since we've all been home, I think a lot of us have been doing a bit more soft furnishing, home deck and things like that. And it's something like making curtains on there.
Well, moving house, I mean, you might want to take your curtains with you, but you're very fortunate if your windows are the same size at the new house than they were at the old house. So it's one of those things that even if it's a case of you're going to plan to change everything, just initially to actually get everything to fit perfectly is brilliant. So that's why turning up curtains and things is something, and it's not that tricky to do. You might think, oh no, I couldn't possibly do it. There's so many tutorials out there on the internet that you can follow that will help you with regards to these ones as well. Lots of people joining us. Obviously, it's early on a Sunday morning, so we appreciate your company. And we're talking about this fabulous Juki sewing machine. Gary has been with us since 7 o'clock this morning talking about this one. If you have just joined us, we are going to be reviewing this one and going back to it at 11 o'clock. So by all means, do rejoin us at that point. But we have got the details up on the screen should you want to go for this in the meantime. Lots of you have been taking advantage of it, and Gary's just teaching us how to make curtains now.
Trying to remembering all myself on that, but what we have got, and again we've got the heavyweight sort of fabric on there, so probably even a little bit too heavy for curtains sometimes, but I'm going to interline it.
Okay, yeah.
And obviously then we've got our heading tape.
That's true, yeah, all those, yeah.
Really over the layers there, because it's quite bulky indeed, and a lot of machines when they start sewing it, obviously it realises it's going to struggle a little bit, or that's where the stitch is not even. Obviously you would normally have all of this pinned, which makes life easier. So I'm setting it up like we would normally do and making a top of curtains, etc. there. So I'm just going to pop that under. So I'm not going to, again...
So it's now going through the heading tape, it's going through your interlining, it's going through multiple layers of that upholstery fabric as well, because of course it's been turned over to neaten the edge. So it's not like it's just going through 1 or 2 layers, you're actually going through probably about 4 layers and some really substantial layers with that as well.
That's it, but that is a true way of
it's what a situation that you do,
that's exactly it. So
real life.
And it's not worth just sort of showing, oh, there you go, it would do 1 layer, 2 layers, because when you actually then come to put it into real life, real practice, you find, hang on a minute, it doesn't quite do what it should do.
No, fabulous. Can't wait to see this.
This is what we like to do at Juki, to prove it does the job it says it's going to do. So again, it's not banging, I'm not helping, so even though the extra thicknesses and the toughness on there, it just glides straight through it, absolutely no problems at all.
Look at that. Plain sailing through all those layers like a hot knife through butter. Absolutely beautiful.
And again, the auto tie off, cut, foot lift, finish. And as you say, no pulling threads, no wasting threads, straight out.
And there you go.
If we have a look at that, so we've got the multiple layers, so the thicknesses, interlinings, etc. that way. But if we look at the top, as you can say, with a lot of time when you've got the multiple layers, you end up with pleating or gathering along the stitch line. Absolutely perfect again.
Now I know my sewing. I'm going to put you under scrutiny here.
Excellent,
so
yeah.
If you want, can you turn that round to the camera so as we can see that top stitch, and I'm going to get you to flip it over so we can see the underlying thread as well, because this is where I would be outing Gary now. If you didn't have confidence in this machine, you'd be deviating from showing us this. But look at that, perfectly balanced, perfectly straight.
So if you look at this again, the true feed system is then the distance between the stitches. Every one of them is exactly the same. I know you set your stitch length, but as you speed up, slow down, the stitches can change, or it slips or it sticks because of the feed system on there. But you just say, I'll show you the back.
What about the other side? Because this is the one, the bobbin.
Can you even see the stitches on there?
Where are they?
There is that mauve line just under the black line, just there.
But look at that, there's no bunching, there's no bird's nesting, there's no jumpy stitches in there.
And then obviously at the beginning and end,
confidence.
where it did it automatically, so this is where it automatically tied it off. There's no birds nesting. It's
That's
just cut
usually
the
where it
threads.
happens,
That's
yeah.
exactly
Yeah.
it. So yeah, it's very strong because it's giving you that auto tie on. Obviously we haven't dragged threads, we haven't wasted threads
Yeah.
at all. We haven't got to tie anything in. So yeah, so
Perfect.
literally soft furnishing, curtaining, interlining, velvets. Absolutely no problem.
Right the way down to your Saturday
Right down
night
to
wear.
Exactly, yeah, absolutely you're in there. So whether
Gary.
we're having a night out or whether we're staying and doing the house, no problems at all.
Gary,
there.
thank you so much.
It's
Looking forward to
wonderful.
seeing more at 11 o'clock. So there you go. I mean, it is an incredible machine. You've seen Gary put it through its paces there. There's so much more that you can do with this. And now it just is not long enough for Gary to show you all the features that you've got. But what we can confidently tell you is we've got the most amazing deal on your screen, giving you the ability for this to be dispatched to you for that first flexi-buy payment. It's an interest-free opportunity for you to spread the cost over 3 payments. It's a considered purchase, so if you want to do your research, by all means, please do. But as I said, lots of people joined us during this out and have placed their order for these because they have already got to that point. They've already seen this machine when Gary was here, and it's one of those machines that we didn't think we were going to be able to bring to you because it's such a rarity to be able to bring them to you, and it's an amazing deal. So your machine is coming to you with that 12-inch throat space, perfect for your quilts, perfect for your king-size quilts, your large curtains, your home furnishings, your dressmaking, all of those. Feature packed, as we mentioned there, you've got that integrated dual feed with this one as well. You've got the additional elements with regards to your accessories, so whether you're quilting, whether you're doing any of those projects, applique. If you're into your applique, please stay tuned. We've got the one-day special coming up, and you will definitely need that applique for those. But what an amazing machine. Now, we're back at 11 o'clock, so if you want to do your research, please do. If you've got any questions that you're thinking of, then do come back to us. Join us at 11 o'clock. Send those questions through to us and we will get them answered live on air with Gary and myself. But don't forget the overlocker, we've got that as well. Gary, thank you.
Thank you very much. Brilliant. Nice to be back again.
Definitely.
Great to see you.
Yeah, learned a lot. And yeah, make sure you're checking out your baskets, and I will see you at the other side of this. See you in a few moments. I will indeed. So now you've got your machine sorted, you want some projects to work on. Well, we can help you with that in the next hour. Then Nicola's here with Daisy and Grace, and then we are back with Family Favourites.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well. On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zora Designs. Zora Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zora Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zora excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Hello there and welcome back, and our fabulous Sunday morning continues with a wonderful hour dedicated to our current one-day special. And what a one-day special it is. Jam-packed full of creativity. You are going to have so much fun with this one. Now, lots of you got involved with this one already. We were busy last night at launch, again at 8 o'clock last night, and right the way through the night, many of you have been placing your orders. So much so that we join you this morning with half of the stock having gone. So it's one of those ones that if you like the look of it, you need to get involved, because a one-day special launched at 6 o'clock in the evening is designed to last 24 hours if stock permits. Now, sadly, if the stock goes before we get to the end of that 24 hours, we have to say goodbye to it. And when we're looking at a halfway situation with regards to stock, then potentially you could miss out on this one. It's a fabulous bundle of goodies, but it's going to help you create some amazing applique projects, which we'll share with you in a few moments. But I'm not here by myself. I've got the lovely Sarah. Good morning, Sarah. How are you?
I'm really well. Yeah, yourself?
I'm very well.
Good.
And I have to say, I love this because I don't think I've come across on a show basis working with you your applique pieces, but you do this so well.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we've been doing it for a little while now. It started literally a customer came into the shop and she's like, I can't find an applique template.
Okay.
Will you draw one for me? So I did one, and then people were like, oh, can you do another? Can you do another? And before we know it, we had set A and then set B and set C, and now we're launching set D.
Well,
so
this
yeah.
is it. And they are amazing. Now, as I say, applique designs open up all sorts of creativity and lots of different sewing techniques, which we will talk about with a little bit later on. But we've got set D, potentially adding to your collection. Might be your first starting point. It might be that you kind of do things in reverse order. It doesn't matter. You can do. But look at these amazing designs. I love these. These are so cute. So this one is set D. 16 unique designs, as you can see there. Now, alongside it, you've got some fabulous Christmas projects. Now, I know it's still June, and I know it's one of those situations that sometimes we don't want to think about Christmas, but when you're thinking about Christmas in the sewing world, you do really need to get ahead of yourself. You've got, again, 13 unique projects with this one, and you've got your alphabets for personalisation. So this is a phenomenal bundle. It doesn't stop there. You're getting your fabrics as well. 10 fat 8s, and these are perfect for applique.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
so we've put a little collection together which gives you, just enough well, not just enough, more than enough fabric to have a play around with the templates. So yeah, there's a nice little bit there.
There is a good range of colours there, perfect for all those different characters in there, and a perfect opportunity maybe for you to try a little bit of applique. Now, £39.97 will get you your bundle on its way to. In fact, you only have to spread the cost over 2 payments and pay £19.99 if you're wanting. But what are you going to be able to create with these? Well, you have got some amazing projects, absolutely brilliant. Now, set D will bring you these pieces. We're bringing a little ray of sunshine into your sewing world. These are adorable.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's
and some of these, you're only using the tiniest amounts of fabric.
Yeah, you really are. I mean, you can raid your scrap buckets and pull out all
Very
sorts
easily.
of little tiny little bits, because sometimes you only need like an inch square of fabric for some of the pieces. So yeah, there's lots and lots of different designs there. You can mix and match them with the other sets.
Good point.
So things like the little lobster, we've got other nautical ones in the other set. So if you wanted to do a whole ocean-themed quilt, you could.
Good point.
I really like. I think the parrot's my favourite.
I just looked at the parrot and thought, how adorable is that parrot?
I really enjoyed drawing him.
Very much. And of course, the beauty is, within applique, you can kind of flip that design over. So if you wanted 2 parrots kind of facing each other, you can do that very easy. I must admit, I'm a bit partial to the alien as well, because it's kind of cute.
Yeah, I did the alien because, again, we did in set C, we did a spaceman and the rocket ship.
Okay.
And somebody came into the shop and was like, oh, can you do me an alien to go with the, because she was doing her grandson a space quilt. So yeah, I did an alien for her.
That's a happy little alien, isn't it? Look at that little cheery face. Now, of course, set D is bringing you all those wonderful pieces that we've just been looking at, but of course, alongside it, you are going to get your Christmas pieces. And these are really good size pieces. So you could be using these in all sorts of different scenarios.
Yeah, definitely. So I've just done that as a little, like a door hanging, you know, just to cover a door and bring a little bit of Christmas. And we've done it like a shadow quilt type effect. but you could use them for cushions. You can use them for red work, all sorts of things.
Definitely.
Yeah, you could decorate stockings. A front of if you're doing a
advent calendar. I mean, they're a good size, aren't they? Yeah. Absolutely brilliant, and that would be an advent calendar you'd be using for years and years to come, isn't it? But I love the thing that you touched on there about that it doesn't have to be applique. I mean, red work, obviously this is blue, I know, but it kind of originates from red work. But laying out those designs and just stitching them.
Yeah. So they can be used for that. They can be used. We were talking last night about the fact you can use them for papercraft. You can use them for decoupage and things as well. They don't have to be stitched. You can just fuse them. If you're not necessarily a sewer,
you
could, but you want to have a play with fabric. They can just be fused.
And you know what? Papercrafters, you could be using these easily, couldn't you?
Yeah,
you don't have to necessarily be using them with fabrics. I mean, you've got so much scope with these, all those little pieces. You could literally be tracing out and cutting with your scissors and using in your paper crafting projects. Brilliant bundle. You're getting your 2 sets of your applique and you're getting all those gorgeous fabrics. 10 fat 8s. All coming to you with an incredible £8 saving, bringing the price down to just £39.97. 496-476. Now, the bundle that you're looking at there, as is the case with fabrics, sometimes they can deviate. They can kind of change a little with regards to the finish, because it's a bit like yarns. You have lot numbers with regards to fabrics as well. Some of these may be slightly different when you actually receive them, but you're keeping it as close as you can to the palette that we're looking at here, Sarah.
Yes, but there might be some variations, but it's all. Most of it's the same.
I love it. There you go. So if you want to get involved, then you can do. Now, of course, we are here in the midst of our Family Favourites event, and as we mentioned, we have got additional elements going into our prize draw. We're adding another couple of little goodies. Well, I say little goodies. There's a lot in here. This is very generous, I have to say. I wouldn't mind winning these myself. Now, beautiful fabrics.
Yeah, I love the Mill Creek range.
Yes.
It's just such a beautiful colour range, and I thought, with the other ones are a grunge, which is all the creams, which are perfect blenders, so really useful together to make a nice quilt.
Now, I can't tempt you with these ones, but they're in the prize draw. So if you're placing an order for anything else, then they're going to go in with our bundle. Have you seen it? Oh, it's huge. There's things being added to it every single live hour during our event, right the way through until tomorrow evening, 5:45 in the evening, when one name will be picked out, and that person will have placed an order during our event, and that's how you get involved. You just simply need to place an order, and the more orders you place, the more opportunities you open up for you to actually win that bundle. So perhaps the one-day special is the way that you're going to get involved. 496-476 is the item number, and you've got your 2 flexi buys on this one. And again, we are busy with this one. I love this one. Looking forward to seeing it in action. But we've got other things to share with you as well. And this is the beauty. When we see White Gecko here, we know that we've got an amazing range of different kind of themes and ideas. And this is brilliant because you've got a project here and you've got all the elements in here. Now, tell me about this, because this has got a wide zip on it.
It has. So it's got one of the June Taylor zippity-doo done zips in it. And it's a really, really easy way of adding a zip in. You're literally just going to slot the fabric in, and I can show you maybe later in a demo.
That sounds
slot
good
the
to
fabric
me.
in, and it's 2 lines of stitching, and the zip's
clever.
inserted. It's so clever, so easy. So if you've always been a little bit scared of zips, because some people are, I mean, it requires a little bit of practice, but if you've been a bit wary of zips, not putting them in, this is the easiest thing you can do.
I
if
love
you can sew a straight line, you can do this.
Definitely, and this is brilliant. And you're going to make the most incredible project. I mean, have a look at this. This is beautiful. The fabrics, I love.
Yeah.
Good choice of fabrics with these, Sarah.
Yeah, I love those red ones. I really, really enjoy those. It's fab.
Now, the project that we've got in the middle here, this is a different style of applique. So what have we got here?
So that's reverse applique.
Okay.
We did a little demo on the 8 PM show, actually. So showing you exactly how to do that. But it's a form of applique, but it's reversed, so it sits behind an aperture rather than being stuck on top.
Clever.
So it's another little technique to have a play with.
And there you go, you can see that zip, and I love that because it's such a striking colour that you've got with this one. Obviously within the bundle we've just been showing you the white one of these, so just bear that in mind, and when you are ordering this one, if it does change, it's still going to coordinate beautifully with your project. £21.99. Once the stock has gone of this, that's it. So make sure you get in nice and early. It's been a popular one, and you've got kind of 2 options with this particular one. You've got your hearts and your floral. The hearts one, 40% of the stock has gone. Obviously, it comes with comprehensive instruction, and it is comprehensive. It's like a booklet that you're getting with this one. It's not just a sheet. So you're getting everything that you need in there. You just need to add your thread in and your little bit of time. The other one that we've got, and this is lovely, the florals. I mean, look at the fabrics that have been used with this one. Absolutely beautiful and a really lovely, fun project.
Yeah, so that's the Moda Homestead fabrics
Ooh,
using in
nice.
those ones, and they are really lovely, really pretty and floral. But you get both templates in the pattern, so
I
doesn't matter which
see.
colour colour you buy, you can choose whether you do a heart or a star on the front.
I
So you
see,
get both
right.
templates in there.
Oh, there you go. That's a bit of a bonus, isn't it? So you could do this one with these fabrics, but put the heart instead. And likewise, you could do it the other way around with the other one. So there you go. Again, a popular one approaching 40% on this one. And they're both on the same item number. So if you really can't choose, and you're a bit greedy like me and you want both of them, then you can do. £21.99. Comprehensive. You've got your wadding in there, you've got all your fabrics, that fabulous zip. I think that's such a clever idea. I've not seen these before, but that is ingenious. Love it. All included for that price there. So 523976 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Now another project that we've got that once it's gone, is this next one that you've got, and this is beautiful. Brush cotton. I love brush cotton.
Yeah, it's so nice.
You
to
just
work
want to hug
with.
it for every stitch that you sew, really, don't you? Now, what have we got in here then?
So it's a Benetex brush cotton layer cake. So you've got 42 10-inch squares.
Wow.
In a most beautiful range of fabrics. It's called winter wool. So it's got that sort of slightly wool look texture to it. It's sort of self-textured. But they feel amazing.
Absolutely beautiful. And this is one of those that the more you wash it, the more you use it, the softer and the most adorable comfort fabric is.
I mean, that's the thing with the rag quilt. The more you wash it, pop it in the
yeah.
tumble dryer, the more you do it, the fluffier and lovelier it gets. You know, when you first make it, it looks a bit odd and you think, oh, that's not worked. But then you wash it and tumble dry it and it just, oh, it's lovely. And it's so sort of cutchy and cuddly. It's lovely.
And perfect to do a plique with, as you can see. Now, over a third of the stock has gone of this one. It's beautifully soft. You are going to love creating with this one. Of course, if you've got some of the characters from the applique pattern, then you can work with those in this one. And I love this because you're actually getting some instructions. So the instructions that we've got with this one, didn't fold that one very well at all, did I? You've got a lovely project there, as you can see, the quilt that I just shared with you. So the designs that we've got of the applique, they included in this as well?
Yes,
oh,
you've
wow.
got 6 applique templates in there as well.
But you could interchange them if you wanted
definitely,
to.
Yeah.
And of course, once you've got those applique projects, you can use them on other things. And we've got a fabulous little bag kit that we'll share with you in a little while. So you could be appliquing those. So cute, adorable. £38.99. It could be the first time that you've created a quilt, and oh my goodness, you're going to be creating a cracking quilt with these ones. 040372 if you're wanting to get involved. And it's just so, it's like a proper little comfort quilt, that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you go. So if you fancy that one, pop it into your basket. But fabrics, we've got loads of fabrics to share with you. And do look on the website as well, because there's loads more there as well. Here we've got a lovely choice. So we're looking at Moda again. Now we did have 4 originally. We have had a sellout with regards to these ones. So here you've got what we have left, and they are beautiful. And these ones, is it a case of when they've gone with these as well?
Yeah.
Ooh, look at those. Now this particular option that we've got here is called thatched. You can kind of see that little kind of thatch effect on that one. 40% of the stock has gone of that particular one. Next one we've got, and I love this one, it's kind of got like a foiled splatter on there.
Yeah, it's from a designer called Ruby Star. It's who designs for Moda. They're Moda fabrics. And that's her speckled range, which is her blender range, and it's a really sort of slightly more modern, slightly more up-to-date blender, and I love the metallics on it.
It's a nice alternative, isn't it, to
really
your standard blenders with that little kind of accent of your metallics in there. It's rapidly approaching limited stock, that one, by the way, so if you're wanting that one, you need to be really quick. The grunge spots down at the bottom, those large foiled spots, half the stock has gone of this one. Some gorgeous rich tones in this one. It's got a very luxurious look to it, this one. I like it.
It has, they're like really jewel toned, aren't they? Lovely. The turquoise and I think the turquoise and the purple are my favourites. Yeah. They're really good colours, really strong, sort of vibrance.
It's almost got like an Asian feel to it. I love it. Absolutely beautiful. So there you go. Those are your choices that you've got left. £12.99, my goodness. So you're going to get 5 fat quarters in each of those, whichever you choose to go for. There are 3 different options on the same item number. If you want to go for multiples, you can do. More importantly, if you're going for multiples of things like the speckled, you need to get your order checked out as soon as you possibly can, because you're potentially missing out on those. 081537. Now, strip rolls. These are brilliant for you to work with. And I love these because we've got 2 options, and these are incredibly incredibly useful. Now, they're what we call junior jelly rolls, and is that down to the quantity of strips that we've got within these?
So normally there's 42 strips in a jelly roll, in a full jelly roll, but the juniors have got 21. So it's half a jelly roll. It's a baby jelly roll.
I love it. But you can still do a lot with it because you can create things using gorgeous effects with regards to this one. So this particular one, this is a Bargello quilt that we've got as a different setup,
so
isn't it?
Is that the jelly roll that we've got coming up next?
Oh, I see. Fair enough then. So yeah, but it's this kind of thing that you use
absolutely.
using strips to get this effect. So it's a very popular effect, Bargello. We've got the actual fabrics for that exact same quilt in just a few moments. But if you're liking the look of these, and this is lovely because you've got that gradient of colour, which of course is so important if you're working with Bargello.
Yeah. I mean, you could do the Bargello quilt in those, and you'd get that lovely ombre effect through. Because it starts with the stitch pink one. Those lovely pale pinks right the way through to sort of a real rich sort of claret colour.
Beautiful.
And it'd give a lovely 3D effect.
Certainly can. And the greys, I mean, greys is a perfect one to blend with any fabric. Works so well. It's nice as well if you're wanting to do something that's almost got that drop shadow look, that three-dimensional look. Grey is a perfect one for that one. So again, whichever of those you're choosing to go for, you are investing in quality because you're looking at Moda and you're looking at £19.99. But be quick because when they've gone, they've gone. There's no more stock of these. So 898 676 if you are wanting either or both of those. And do keep your ribbon because they do the most amazing ribbons to wrap them in, so you don't want to get rid of that. But of course, attempted to do that Bargello quilt, didn't I? If you want to create it, just as you can see there, well, we have got the ability for you to get hold of this, and this is such a fabulous technique. It looks way more complicated than it actually is, doesn't it?
It is, yeah. You kind of look like you've spent hours and hours cutting all these tiny little pieces out, but you really haven't. It's all done with strip sets, which you cut into and sew back together, and it's actually a lot easier than people think it is.
It is, yeah.
It gives a really lovely effect.
Yeah, so even if you are a novice quilter, then please don't look at this and think, oh, I couldn't possibly get that effect. It's a lovely contemporary look, and it's something that you can achieve very easily. So invest in this one. You've got the tuition with the instructions. What was the update on this one, sorry, Katie? 40% of the stock has gone. Beautiful. Now, obviously, you're going to get your fabric. So, when it's gone as well with this one. So you need to be quick. You're going to get your instructions with for creating the Bargello quilt, as you can see here, and you've got the most incredible strips. Now, of course, you don't have to use them together. So if you like the look of the Bargello but you're wanting to do it, maybe you could choose one of the other jelly rolls that we've got, then you can do that and then savour these ones and use them in another project. But they do lend themselves so well to that pattern that Sarah's sharing with us because you've got those gradients of colour, but you've also got the patterns going through these as well. It's got a lovely batik feel to this one. Absolutely beautiful. Good. I love batiks. I think it's one of my favourite kind of prints.
Yeah. It's my colleague Sarah Jane, it's her favourite as well.
It's beautiful.
She's mad for batiks.
And it's lovely because you kind of got that original, you kind of got the variance within here, which is very forgiving if you are a novice sewer as well. So it's non-directional, so you don't even have to think about that either. And you've got the most incredible range of colours going through this one, from your darkest, deepest tones of blues there, right the way to those lighter colours. Absolutely gorgeous, as you can see. £38.99. That is a lovely set there. You're going to have a lot of pleasure with that one, but you need to be quick. So 358 688 if you want in that particular one. Now, pick a mix. Oh, I do love a pick a mix. And this one is a brilliant one because you've got so much choice with it, frankly. Mind you, that's not always a good thing with a pick a mix because it means you might need to go in a couple of times to get those first. Now, we have had a sellout with regards to one of the options, but we still have some beautiful ones available for you. Some of these we didn't start with the original same level of stock, so you need to be quick. So one of the ones, which one is it that we're looking at? Sorry, the Urban Farmhouse. Oh, I'm not sure which one.
The grey one. The grey.
Oh, this one here.
Yeah.
There you go. So that particular one, if that is the one that you're thinking of getting, oh gosh, this is a bit like a. Oh, very vulnerable, this particular one. So very limited in stock. Some beautiful grey tones in there. Again, it's a wonderful blender to work with any colours that you've got that you're working with. So if you fancy that one, you need to make sure you're placing your order sooner rather than later. Absolutely. Oh, look at that. They just look amazing just like that, don't they?
You don't want to open them up when they're like that, do you?
Exactly,
Sort of look at them, that whole shelf of it.
Savour that, because the minute that you unwrap it, you will never get that look again. Two flexi buys are £32.99, but you're choosing two. Those two together look amazing, don't they? They're gorgeous greys as well. And which ones are also vulnerable? That one there, yeah, I think lots of you are going for those two together because they do work really well. Again, now this looks familiar. Is this the one that we were just looking at a few moments ago?
No, so that's called Malibu Batik. The one we were looking at a minute ago is from Benetex, where this is a Moda jelly roll.
It's beautiful.
So yeah, it's a rainbow batik jelly roll, but not very slightly, quite different in the patterns actually. When you open them up, it's different.
I love it, absolutely gorgeous. So whichever of those you're choosing to go for, we've got some little ideas of things that you could be creating with these. Now the details of how to create this bag, you have got the pattern in with this one as well. So are you going to choose the pattern as well, or?
No, you get 2 patterns.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah, so with the pick and mix, you get the braided bag pattern, which is what you're showing there, and you also get a half log cabin pattern.
That's beautiful. Look at that, amazing. Again, using those strip rolls. And again, if it's a quilt that you're wanting to create, then this is the way that you could be putting those fabrics together. Absolutely beautiful. Lovely table runner coming together there. It's almost got like that plaited, braided look, isn't it? Very, very clever. 2 flexi buys will get you these on their way to you. £65.98 otherwise, but 960370. Don't forget, if you are wanting the grey or the red that you're looking at there, those ones are vulnerable, but the other ones are very, very popular as well. So it doesn't matter which ones you going for, you need to check your baskets out really. Now I promised you a little project earlier on, and we've got a fabulous project with the next set. Now we did sell out of this one last night, but we have got more of the stock on extended. But just to warn you with regards to this one, once it's gone, I think it's gone with regards to what's left of this stock. So this is the Josie cross bag. Now you did see this a little bit earlier on with the applique that I tempted you with, but what a lovely bag. This is a useful pattern to have.
It is, yeah. And then you can change it once you've got the pattern. You've made the kit. Obviously, use the pattern again and again to make other ones, and change up your fabrics. You've got a little internal pocket as well as a back pocket as well.
Oh yeah.
It is all with Liberty fabric, so you've got a denim chambray, but then the lining and the fabric for the flap is Liberty. So
gorgeous. Got all the findings that you need, and it's the findings that really do make the difference, especially when you're working with quality fabric. You don't want to scrimp on those, and you are getting the quality included with there. And of course, as you saw, you could go on and create other designs using the same pattern. So that's the pattern that's been used, and you've got that kind of flap in the back there as well. So if you want some easy access next to your body, car keys, it could be your phone going in there, you've got plenty of room, as well as the internal pocket on that one as well. If you fancy this particular kit, then that is the one that you're going to be able to create, but 70% of the restocked stock has gone, and that will be it. After that has gone, we'll be saying goodbye to it. 932023 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now any of these goodies that we've been sharing with you are on the website. It's always a good place to shop, and you can see certain elements have been broken down. Don't forget though, look at the bundles. That's where you're going to get those savings. That's where you're going to get your flexi buy. And incidentally, if you are buying anything that's on flexi buy, then you can spread the cost of that one item, but also anything else that you're adding into your basket as well. So do look at some of those previous rollouts of the applique, because there are certainly some that I know that you'll want to add into your stash if you don't already have those. So yeah, pop those into your basket as soon as you possibly can, but then make sure you are rejoining us, because of course we've got the lovely Sarah here from White Gecko, who's going to be taking us through some wonderful demonstrations. Any questions that you've got to ask, then do get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com. We'll try and get those answered as soon as we can. So yeah, get involved, get in touch. So Sarah, what did you want to show us first?
I thought I'd show you do some more with the applique templates. But,
Lovely.
We did some fused applique last night.
Okay.
So I thought we'd do some needle turn today.
Oh,
so a
okay.
little bit of gentleness on a Sunday morning.
Oh, that sounds like a nice way to start your sewing
no
day.
noisy sewing machines. We're going to do some nice little hand sewing.
Lovely.
But it also shows that they can be used for lots of different things as well. You know, you don't always, if you don't particularly like fused applique and you're a hand sewer, you can use them for these. All the templates come with a really nice instruction sheet on the front cover, which give you exactly how to do the fused applique. If you've done needle turn before, you'll probably know this, but I thought I'd take you through how you do it. Where we use Bonder Web for fused applique, we're actually going to use freezer paper for the needle turn. And freezer paper, it's actually it's like a greaseproof paper. You've got paper one side and then it's wax on the other, and what we're going to do is use this to transfer the pattern to the fabric. Because that wax will just stick to the fabric slightly, it means that it will sort of hold it all in place really nice and neatly as you draw around it. So I'm going to pop wax side down. We're going to just have a little go at this gingerbread man, who's a nice easy one. He's got very little pieces in him, so he's a nice easy one for people to have a little go at.
Now, I don't know if we've got this paper on the show. If not, if you do a little search for applique paper,
yeah,
something like that, I'm sure we'll have some on the website.
Yeah, I think we've got some on the website, which is if you look for freezer paper, I'm sure.
Freezer paper, lovely.
Yeah. I'm sure somebody said that there was some on there. I know there's definitely Bonder web on there, so I know you'll be able to get Bonder web if you want to do fused. But this is freezer paper, which you know, you can kind of get away with greaseproof paper sometimes, but it does need to be quite a good quality.
Yes,
it needs to be quite thick to do it. So.
And that kind of waxiness is so useful because it does mean that you can use it over and over.
Absolutely, yeah. You will get quite a few uses out of this. So I'm now going to, once I've traced that one out, this is the difference between needle turn and fused. So with fused, we'd cut this out bigger. But because I want to transfer this exact shape to the fabric, I want to cut this out on the drawn line. So it's just nice and easy, follow line, and I've just realised, ultimate sin, these are my fabric scissors. I picked up the wrong ones.
Oh, my eyes are burning, I can't look.
No,
I can't look. Let me distract our viewers.
It's terrible.
It's traumatic, it's traumatic. Let me distract
making me feel ill using my fabric scissors.
You'll be sat on that naughty step before the hour
really
is
will.
out. Now, Josie bag that we were talking to you earlier on, I warned you about the stock availability of this one. Sold out previously, we've got it back again on extended delivery, but that stock that we've got is the end of the stock and it is now limited in stock. Of course, a couple of different variations, whether you're making it with your stripes, whether you're making it with squares, and of course don't forget you've got the pattern, and it's an incredibly useful pattern because it's a really good size bag. Adjustable handles, you're going to learn how to create those, but of course you can use some of your applique designs maybe from your one day special to make a different style of this one. But of course if you're wanting to make the one that we saw earlier on, you need to be quick. £22.99 for that kit. 932023. Has it gone? Oh, sorry, has it gone now? Sold out? Oh, okay. I didn't expect it to go as quickly as that. I just mentioned it again and then it's gone. Have you finished cutting, Sarah? Can I look back again?
Okay. Yeah, you can look now.
It's like a horror film,
it was.
isn't it? I almost picked up a cushion and hid behind it.
It's all right, it's an excuse for a new pair of scissors now.
Oh, I like your style.
They won't possibly be fine for fabric now. I can have new scissors. So when you're doing needle turn, you can actually put the template on the right side of the fabric, where like when we were doing the fused, it goes on the back. This goes on the right side of the fabric. So what I'm going to do is pop that right down there with the wax side touching the right side, and then just very gently iron that on, and that will just melts the wax just a little bit. It won't affect your fabric or anything, but it just melts it just enough to hold that in place. You can then peel that off and use it again and again. You probably get about 4 or 5 times out of one template. You know, so if you're doing like a whole little family of gingerbread men, you can, you know, in different colours, I can peel that template off and use it over and over. I'm going to now, because I'm using slightly dark fabric here, so I'm using this sort of, it's like a brown linen texture actually.
Lovely.
I'm going to use I thought it was kind of gingerbread. Well, it's a slightly burnt gingerbread man, but you know.
That's how I make them. Is there another colour then?
Well, apparently so, but
okay, fair enough,
not in my house. I'm just going to use a chalk pencil just to draw around that template, because this is all you're doing for needle turn, is just to transfer that shape onto the fabric. Okay, so we're just going to go down here like this.
I love this. We've got a huge debate going on in my ear. I've got 2 non-sewers in my ear talking about cutting fabric or using your fabric scissors for paper, and why can't you just go and get them sharpened and things? Well, you can if you can find somebody who can actually sharpen your scissors in the first place.
Yeah, it's actually quite difficult to find people that will do scissor sharpening now.
True. Yeah.
And it's like, you know, even my kids know nobody touched mum's fabric scissors, so I can't
They
believe
get
I
the
just
look,
did that without
don't they?
thinking. You feel sick.
Well, they're your scissors. You can use them whichever way you like.
There we go. So I've just drawn all the way around that template, and what that does is just transfer that shape.
Oh wow!
Over.
Look at that.
Okay.
It does look like there's been some sort of accident, and this is where they found the gingerbread man just lying on the floor with a chalk line round him.
Well, you know, do his arms and legs out, funny shape, funny angles. Okay. What we want to do now is cut this out with about 1/8 of an inch seam allowance all the way round.
Okay.
Okay. So, because we're going to be hand sewing, you want enough to tuck under, but you don't want too much bulk. Okay. So we're just going to cut him out with about 1/8 of an inch is okay. You can go a little bit bigger if you want to. If you're sort of new to needle turn, you can go a weeny bit bigger, but I wouldn't go much bigger than that, because you don't want sort of bulky seams and things.
Okay.
So I'm not going to cut him.
Is it important to consider the type of fabric that you're working with when you do needle turn?
No, you can use anything really. You know, the needle. I mean, I've needle turned with velvet's difficult because of the plush, but
Yes.
I have done it. Like Liberty lawn and stuff works really
Okay,
well.
yeah.
I mean, if you were an absolute beginner, I would definitely stick with a good quilting weight cotton.
Okay.
And I would starch my fabrics really, really well first.
Good tip,
The more
yes.
starch that you can get into the fabric for needle turn, the better. So I've, like this little scrap piece, I've used my starch savvy like 3 or 4 times to get a really nice sort of crisp finish to it.
Lovely.
It'll turn nicer when you're turning it under. You get a much neater finish.
So all these are all little tips that make it a little bit easier
Yeah.
along the way. And it's these tips that make it easier and make us enjoy it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Because if it's a bit of a struggle to get those results, it's something that you may have tried in the past, but with these tips making it easier, you'll try it again.
So now I've already thread a needle, so I don't have
Okay.
to thread a needle live on it.
That's a bit traumatic in its own
It
right,
is
isn't
sometimes,
it?
absolutely. So I've just got a little piece of background fabric here. I'm going to pop him right in the centre. I'm just going to pop a couple of little pins in just to hold him in place. Okay, you don't need many. Just going to put a couple in just to hold him down.
Lovely.
You could use a spot of fabric glue right
Oh,
in the
that's a good
centre if you
tip,
wanted
yeah.
to, just to hold it, you know, like one of the fabric glue pens. That would work. Now, normally with needle turn, we would match our thread to the fabric that you're appliquing. You don't match it to the background fabric. You do it to the colour, whatever
Oh,
colour,
okay,
as
yeah.
near as you can to that, and your
Right.
stitches will be really nice and, you know, almost invisible then. I'm deliberately doing it in a bright pink so that hopefully you'll be able to see where I'm going.
No,
Because
thank
if
you
I
for
do it in brown, you're not going to be able to see this at all. So we're going to start it doesn't matter where you start. I'm going to pull this back and we're just going to do a couple of little back stitches behind the fabric,
Okay.
just to fasten off that thread. Okay, so I'm using an applique needle. I really like the tulip ones. The finer the better for needle turn.
Okay.
As fine as you can handle. Okay, and they're quite nice and long as well, because you're actually going to be using the needle to turn under the fabric.
Okay. And what about the length of your thread? This is something that I often ask people. I
Yeah.
mean, what sort of length should you have that
So
at?
they do say you shouldn't be longer from your fingers to your elbow.
Oh, right, okay.
So if you keep it sort of that sort of length, you'll get less tangling and stuff. You know, if you have
Right.
really long lengths of thread, I know you might be able to get round more, but you'll spend more time like unknotting it and untangling it.
I am, guilty of that one, I have to say.
But yeah, needle to length of elbow is a rough guide.
Okay.
So once you've kind of fastened that off, I always cheat to get started. Okay, rather than trying to use the needle to get myself started, I'm going to pinch that fabric on that drawn line and just finger crease it. And this is why the starch actually helps as well.
Okay, right.
Just finger crease it to get it started. It will make your life a little bit easier. We're then going to turn that underneath, and you want to bring your needle right up in that crease. So you're going to pop your needle up through exactly where you've creased that fabric. We're going to bring the thread through, and then we're going to drop it down just behind the applique and come up again through that crease. And then as you get to sort of this excess fabric here, use your needle to turn under.
Hence
And that's where the
needle
needle turn.
turn.
So you're going to use your needle to
Okay,
turn
yeah.
under. It's quite helpful if you've got a decent thumbnail.
Fair enough.
I do tend to clamp down quite a lot using my thumbnail. And then we're going to go behind and pull up like that, right in that crease. So it's like an invisible slip stitch that we're doing, but it's ever so simple, the actual sewing. There's nothing complicated with the hand sewing.
And I love this because, I mean, you can see all that Sarah's got is the piece that she's cut out, the
Yeah.
piece that she's stitched into, a couple of little pins, and then some thread and cotton. So incredibly portable.
Yeah, really, really good travel projects. You know, something you could do on a plane if we're ever allowed on a plane again.
True, yeah.
You know, in the car if you're
Yeah.
waiting for the kids, picking them up, or the grandkids, you know, from school and stuff. It's one of those projects you could have, you know, in the glove box type thing. Nice little bag, and it's done.
love it.
Okay,
And you can
so
see-
you can see here that because I've used a pink thread, you can really see those stitches. Now, if I'd have used a coordinating thread, those would almost be completely invisible.
Yes, yeah.
But I thought, yeah, if I do them in brown, you're never going to see it.
Now I'm going to let you continue
yeah.
stitching that one. I just got a little bit of news for you guys at home. Delayed giving you the information, so hopefully you have still be able to get hold of it. But one of those fabulous fat quarter bundles that we're looking at, the speckled one, the Ruby Star Speckled, this particular one is now limited in stock. So it's $12.99. You're going to get your fabulous 5 fat quarters in there. Once it's gone, and it is beautiful. I love that one because you've got your pink, but you've also got almost like a terracotta in there. You've got a blue featuring in there as well, and even a little tiny kind of almost like a champagne gold, a very pale gold speckle going through, and that speckle is kind of echoed through all of the different designs. So you could quite easily use these fabrics together to create a project if you wanted to, but they make the most interesting alternative perhaps to your regular blenders that you've used in the past. So if you use what I call a flatter blender where you haven't got any features within the fabrics, then these are kind of a nice alternative to add a little bit of interest to your project. But if you're liking this particular one, you need to be quick because, as I say, it is limited in stock. We have lost options with regards to these ones, so it wouldn't be the first sellout when it does happen, but we have got 2 others that you might like to consider that are also under the same item number, and again £12.99 for those. And of course, having those kind of background fabrics, just like the fabric that Sarah's working with, is key when you are doing your applique, but you don't want anything to detract too much potentially from the design that you're creating. And in your one day special, you've got loads of designs featuring in here. You've also got some fabrics that are going to get you started. So just as Sarah's working with there, she's using that fabulous kind of brown tone that you've got within there. It could be the burgundy you're using, it could be the, well, any of those colours that you're using for your different characters. But within the one day special, you've got a bumper bundle. You've got 2 sets. You've got set letter D, which is one that we've previously had. Yeah, not previously had, it's the first time that we've had this particular one, but obviously you've got A through to D, so do look at those ones. But these are the designs that you're going to get in set D. Incredibly useful, lots of personality, lots of character, and ones that you'll be going to time and time again. And I love this. Sarah does such a fabulous design when it comes to applique, and all of those are included. We've also got the Christmas ones that you can see to the side there, and of course that's where you'll get your gingerbread man from, or lady, or person, whatever you want to call them. But you also get stockings, Christmas stockings, Santa, Rudolph, the tree, absolutely beautiful. Plenty of time for you to get those projects together, because this is a key thing. If you're sewing for Christmas, then you have to get in nice and early, because it takes quite a while to get those projects together. So all of that coming to you for an incredible price of £39.97. You've got 2 flexi buys with regards to this one, and rapidly approaching 60% of the stock has gone. It's been a popular one. We've got another 2 shows yet. I hope we've got enough stock to see us through. 496 476 if you're wanting to get hold of this one. But of course, we're working with the gingerbread person at the moment. And how are you getting on over there, Sarah?
Yeah, so obviously I'm not going to stitch the whole thing today for you, but I thought if I just come down to this little, where you've got this little internal curve, if you just snip into that curve there, okay, just allows to just freeze it. Obviously, don't go too far. You don't want to go too close to your line.
Okay.
But you just want to clip into that curve, and that way, when we carry on stitching, it will allow the fabric just to flip under nice and neatly. Okay, and then I'd carry on stitching down there, and then that would then flip under like that.
That's useful to know.
Otherwise, you get a really nasty little pucker going on there. So just snip into any sort of internal curve before you carry on stitching. And needle turn really is as simple as that. You know, it's nice and gentle. It's one of those real mindful sewing things. I enjoy it because it's one of those things, and you can, you haven't got to get your sewing machine out. If you haven't got lucky enough to have a sewing room, you have to keep getting your sewing machine in and out. If you just want to sit in front of the telly and do a little bit of sewing.
I can't just sit and do nothing when I'm watching telly.
Oh, no.
I have to have something to kind of concentrate my mind. I'll watch a film, obviously I'll sit and watch the craft store, but it's nice to have something, because I feel that sometimes it can be wasted time when you just sat there watching the telly.
I've
There's
always
so
got
much you could be doing.
a bit of hand sewing or some crochet or something on the go, because can't sit still for long enough.
You're not having to sit, you're not having to follow a pattern, you're not having to count, you're not having to concentrate too much with this one. You can quite easily just sit there and leisurely stitch along. Something you can take out into the garden, into the conservatory, take it on your holidays if you're wanting to, and it's just a nice little project that you can do very, very easily. I love it.
Yeah, and you would literally just carry on following that round. So if on some of the others, if you want to do them this way, it would be exactly the same. You would just applique each piece on, like with the Christmas tree.
Okay.
You would cut out that bottom piece first. So they're all number systemed, and you'd applique them in exactly the same way as we've done the gingerbread, but in layers.
Oh,
so it would just build up.
And then you've got the number system to help you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Couldn't be simpler, could it? But of course, you don't have to do them in as applique if you don't want to. I showed you earlier on this fabulous cushion here with a little bit of hand stitch embroidery on there, traditionally known as red work, but of course it doesn't have to be red. But you can see here the characters could be traced out and just created using your stitch line, which I think is a really nice way to show those off. Again, don't just use them for your sewing, use them with your papercraft as well, because of course those templates could quite easily be traced over onto your cardstock, so you can actually be creating with these with your papers as well. well, and maybe making a Christmas card to go alongside the project that you've created as well.
Yeah. And we're happy for people to scan them into the computer, make them bigger or smaller. So if you wanted to make like a Christmas card, with a smaller Christmas tree on it, scan away and do that and all. Yeah, so make them bigger and smaller as you like.
I love it. Fabulous, there you go. Oh, well, now that opens up all sorts of possibilities, doesn't it? Thank you, Sarah. So there you go. You can see just how useful that one day special is going to be. If you fancy popping this one into your basket, you've got 2 flexi buys of £19.99. Very affordable way for you to get hold of a lot of applique patterns with these. They're absolutely beautiful. You've got Macawa fabric with this one, so you've got quality with this one. Absolutely beautiful range of colours. They may vary slightly because obviously with regards to these, sometimes it can be down to the dye lot, and it may be a case of there might be substitutions, but the colour palette will be very, very similar to what you're looking at here. So you can see gradients of colour going from your lightest tones right the way through to your darker tones, and you're only going to use the tiniest of pieces for many of these projects because it might be little eyes, it might be the little rays of the sunshine, as you can see there, but it's utilising not only every element of the fabric that you get within this one, but also think about your scraps at home as well. Do not throw anything away. When it comes to applique, you need it all, even the tiniest pieces. Now, 60% of the stock has gone. Stepped away from Sarah, she's just getting herself ready for her next demo. So now is the perfect time for you to be placing your order. That way you can assure yourself that you have got these kits, you've got these fabulous fabrics, you've got these wonderful patterns, but please do consider looking at the other patterns if you've not already got them in your stash, because they interchange so beautifully. Similar sort of sizes with many of these projects. So if you're doing a larger quilt on a particular theme, we were talking about space themes with aliens, animal themes we've spoken of as well. It could be that you're building up these characters, of course, with the alphabet that we've got here. Maybe you're going to do kind of like an alphabet quilt. Could do quite easy. And then you'll need your D for dog. I've always wanted to call a dog that, D for dog. But you've got your lobster, so if you've gone for any of the previous sets that have got that nautical theme, that would be perfect. Again, M is for moped. All of these things, you could be using that alphabet. Absolutely beautiful. B is for beaver. I think we've got a bit. I love those. Strong teeth. That's what you got with a beaver. And you can see all these different. I am with Sarah though. I do love the little parrot. Absolutely adorable. So yes, these are all included within that set. So I think it's 16 different designs within this particular one. Of course, you've got the additional ones with regards to your Christmas. So there's another 10 with the Christmas, giving you 26 designs, 26 applique designs. Absolutely incredible. And of course, you've got the fabrics to get started the moment that they arrive. You're going to have so much fun with these. You're going to love them. You really are. And you will certainly look at those other sets as well. So if you're wanting your one day special, 496 476. Don't forget additional fabrics that you're adding in. You can spread the cost of those as well. And don't forget, some of those fabrics are incredibly vulnerable, especially if you're going for those speckled ones we were talking about earlier on. So, Sarah, what we're doing next?
I thought I'd show you how easy the zippity-doo-dah zip is.
Oh, okay, right.
It's obviously on the back of the project wallet.
It is.
And I've always, when I first started sewing, it was a bit like, oh, zips, that is a bit scary. But these from June Taylor, and they're absolutely brilliant. They're so easy to use. I love them. I love them. And they're also, you can use things like decorative stitching on them as well. You don't just have to be, because it's fabric, you can do all sorts of bits and pieces on them. But I thought I'd show you really quickly on how to make the back of the project wallet. And how easy this is to do. So you get a piece of vinyl for the back of your wallet, and I'm using some of the fabric. You've got more than enough fabric in there to use this for the back as well.
That's a happy fabric.
It is, isn't it? It's lovely and bright. I love it. So you'd cut it to size, okay? So this one is actually slightly longer than the zip, so I'm going to just cut this one down just a weeny bit. Okay. The project wallets come out at 15.5 inches. So you would cut this down to 15.5 inches by 7.5. Okay.
And I love the fact you can include in both of the patterns within this set, so you can choose whether you want hearts or stars.
You might want the star in the red or the heart in the florals. So you've got both templates in there. You can play around, and once you've got them, obviously you can make more.
You can indeed.
The joy of the zippity-doo-dah zip is it's on bias tape, so it's already attached to this bias. Okay. All we're going to do is literally stick this little piece of fabric. So this is going to be the back of my wallet, and tuck that in between the two pieces of the bias. Tuck it right up against the zip,
So you don't need to neaten the edge of the fabric or anything?
No,
oh, wow.
No, not at all. No, because it's all going to be tucked away in that bias and you're not going to need to worry about it at all.
And to be honest, it's very forgiving. So if you haven't cut it straight in the first point, then
Which that one isn't cut very straight, to be honest, because I've just hacked it off with the scissors. So.
That's surprising, you're cutting your paper with it all the time.
I can't believe I did that. I'm going to be in so much trouble. There we go. So, and I'm just going to pop a couple of pins in, like that. I'm just going to pop one line of stitching all the way down there, like a top stitch, so about 1/8 of an inch away. But you could use your decorative stitches, you know, play around. You could add ribbon or something to this as well. You know,
pom-poms and things like that.
absolutely.
Yeah, pom-pom braid.
You could put some pom-pom trim under there, you know, and then just stitch this down so you've got a lovely line of pom. I like that.
I love a
pom-pom
pom-pom. I love a pom-pom braid. Makes all the difference. It's a perfect one for the summer. Now, just as Sarah's stitching that one, let me show you the two projects that you're choosing from when your pattern comes. You've got two options with regards to the colour. Obviously, the beautiful florals that Sarah's working with, but it might be that you're choosing the heart reverse applique to do your design. Obviously, Sarah's working on the back panel here with regards to the fabrics, and of course, your clear PVC is coming with this one. Half the stock has gone of the red option, so if that's the one that you're wanting to go for. Of course, Sarah's working with those beautiful fabrics. You're using that you could be doing the style with them. Or, of course, you can use the same fabrics that you can see here, but with the heart if you're wanting to. So with regards to the fabrics that Sarah's working with, what was the update on that one, sorry? Rapidly approaching half the stock. Beautiful. And again, both of them have got that wide zip on there with the zippity-doo done zip. It's going to take a little while for me to get my teeth round.
It is, yeah. It's one of those like,
you want to go and start singing?
Yeah. So that's now attached in. One line of stitching. You don't need to do any more than that if you don't want to. You can do, obviously, and really decorate them up. Some rickrack or something.
You don't need a zipper foot.
No, you don't need a zipper foot as well. You don't need to change, you know, because I don't know about you, but sometimes I really hate changing the feet. Yeah. It's like, oh, no, I've got backwards and forwards. But now you don't need to do it with these.
Okay.
The other nice thing about this is like working with vinyl and stuff can be quite difficult sometimes. It's very slippy, it sticks to the feed dogs and stuff. But with the zippity-doo and zips, I can pop that in there just exactly the same as way I did the fabric. Just sandwich that in between, tucking it right up against the zip like that. Now, I wouldn't use pins for this. I would use some binding clips, because you want as few holes as possible in the vinyl, to keep it intact. You know, make sure it doesn't ladder or anything. I would just pop a couple of binding clips on, just on the very edge, like that, just to hold it in. I've also as well put a non-stick foot onto my sewing machine. Okay. Now, you don't need to use a non-stick foot, but it will go through with your normal foot. But if your machine's got one, why not use it? Yes.
Good opportunity.
Again, if it's there and it came with your machine, go for it.
Definitely.
So I'm just going to pop this down again, and we're just going to do exactly the same. One line of stitching.
Now, when we're stitching with PVC, do we need to know anything about changing the stitch or changing the tension or anything like that?
No, to be honest, because it's encased inside the bias binding, and that's a cotton, I just use a normal universal needle, one that's appropriate for my thread. So because I've got a moon thread on at the moment, I've got a 9014 universal needle in there. Make sure it's I would put a new needle in for this project, because you do want it to be quite sharp, so it really pierces through that vinyl.
Wonderful.
A blunt needle might sort of snag it and tear it, but you know, we're all terrible at changing our needle. Well, I know I am.
I mean, obviously we change it when a needle breaks, but we tend to forget to change it in between projects, don't we?
And it makes such a difference putting a new needle in. You start sewing, you think,
But how easy is that? I mean, look at that. If you struggled with zips in the past, or maybe been terrified of working with strips, couldn't be a simpler way for you to actually be putting that zip in place.
2 lines of stitching. They're really, really clever idea. Okay, and that's my zip in. Okay, you can see, obviously, make sure you don't pull off too far on the end, because there's no stopper at the moment.
Okay, fair enough.
So when you sew this onto the front of your wallet, that would obviously then create the stopper for your zip. But that zip is now in, and it's all done. I'm not going to pull too much just because of the ends.
I often, when I'm working with zips like this, put a little safety pin in the end just until you're ready, because I forget and I'll just get overzealous with things as well.
Suddenly the pulls off the end.
Exactly.
You've got to start all over again.
And of course, just to show you, that's where those ends get encapsulated, obviously, when you come to your side seams there. But what a lovely project. And you can see there how easy that was to put in place. Oh, where's the puller? I've got it the wrong way around. But there you go, opening up that area. It's a very practical case, this one, isn't it?
I mean, you can get a lot in there as well. You know, I use them all the time. I've got whole projects in there, whole quilt projects in there. You know, I've got one under here that I use loads. You know, and this, you can see, you've got.
Oh, that's
I've got
nice.
absolutely.
I recognise that one.
I think this because we've done the project wallets before with the June Taylor project products, and I think this was one of the samples that came home with me. But you can get lots and lots in there, you know.
Definitely,
and they're not just for crafting as well. You can take them on holiday, you know. And
exactly,
use them as shoe bags if you don't want to put, your undies or something in there in your suitcase, you know.
And I love the idea of it being a project. I mean, if you're working on quilt blocks, it could be that you're making these to actually put your quilt blocks in as you're putting them together. So you can see there with regards to these ones, you've got your 2 options with regards to the colours of your fabrics. Don't worry about hearts and stars at the moment. You're going to get the patterns and the instructions for both of these. So you can decide when you get the fabric. Sometimes you need to see the fabrics before you decide on that final project. But both of them have got that fabulous zip system in there. And again, it's just down to choosing your fabrics. If you wanted to go for the hearts, just be aware that that particular one rapidly approaching 60% of the stock. But I have to say the other fabric is beautiful as well. I'd probably be a bit frugal though. I'd incorporate some of my plains with this one so as I can really maximise the quantity of using those beautiful fabrics. And these are brilliant. The actual one that you've got with the kind of florals in there, you've got some really cute fabrics in there. Looking at them closer, you've got your different vegetables featuring in here as well. So it could be that you're creating this one for, I don't know, it might be, well, you might want to use this fabric for something else or use it in with this particular project if you want. I mean, they work beautifully together, as you can see. They're side by side, absolutely gorgeous. And it's that fabulous zipper system. If you have just joined us, this is ingenious because you're going to secure your fabrics into that little kind of lip that you've got there on the buyer's tape. So it makes it simple. It's a confidence builder. And I think sometimes that's something that we need. And a speedy project as well. It's not just about confidence, is it? Even if you're the most accomplished. Sometimes you don't have a lot of time to sew. So there you go, £21.99, whichever of those 2 options you're going for, you are going to have loads of fun with those. Quicker update, the brush cotton, which is making that fabulous snuggly quilt, as I called it, over half the stock has gone. And this is one of those ones that's, again, it's a really easy one to work with. You've got the gorgeous applique designs that are included within this one. But of course, you could be substituting them if you're wanting to. Going for the one-day special, you might want to use some of the pieces from there. But I love these. The little bear is simply adorable. And you can see the bear being used there on the little bag. That, of course, we sold out of that bag kit earlier on. But you have got the pattern if you did go for that one. Now, you're getting your layer cake with this one. It's quite unusual to see a layer cake in these kind of fabrics.
It is, yeah. You don't often get a layer cake in the flannels, which is really nice actually, because all the hard work's done for you.
It is indeed.
With, like a rag quilt, which is something an absolute beginner can do. You know, we teach this to people who really want to start quilting.
So if you've got a young sewer, because this is the thing, if you've got young people who often want to get into quilting, but they want to do a grown-up project.
Yes.
They don't want to make the dolls' clothes and do those sort of things. So a young quilter could get involved with this?
Definitely.
Okay.
Because it really, again, I'm going to, that's what my next demo is going to be. We're going to have a little look at this. It really is very, very simple quilting. There's nothing complicated. It's straight lines, and you can draw the lines, so it means you can follow along. If you've got a youngster starting out, really nice and easy.
Wonderful. So let me give you those details because you'll need to add this into your basket, won't you? 040372 £38.99. You are getting all of those gorgeous fabrics in there, which come together to make the most incredible quilt. And we're going to see this in action next with Sarah. So make sure you get it into your basket, but make sure you're getting those baskets checked out. So what do we need to know about working with these?
I thought I'd show you just really quickly on how to actually sandwich these up and join them. And we were saying a moment ago, really simple to do. You're going to choose any 2 of your layer cakes, and once you've done one of these, you can obviously do them with other layer cakes. And you don't have to do them in the brushed cotton. They can be done in they can be done in normal cotton as well.
Okay.
They do fluff up nicer with the flannel though.
Can I ask a personal question? Not personal question about you, but personal question because for my own information. If I'm a frugal quilter, which I am, I'll hold my hand up. Could I actually use a different fabric on the back of this if I wanted to?
I would do it the other way round.
Okay, right.
Because of how it fluffs up, I would use the flannel on the front,
okay.
on the back, sorry,
right.
and then maybe use a nice fabric, then a patterned fabric on there, and when the fluff comes up from the back, that's when you'll get that lovely effect.
And you kind of got the coziness next to your skin then, haven't you?
Yeah, when it's over you then, definitely.
Love it, thank you.
First thing we're going to do is we're going to make some markings on this square. So it's a 10-inch square, and you just want to, again, I'm just going to use a little chalk pen, just mark round 1/2 inch all the way round. Okay, and these are going to be some sewing lines. So I'm just going to pop these down on both sides like that. And again that side. And we do this before we start quilting just because it's easy, because it's nice and flat.
Okay.
Because the amount of times I've forgotten to do this, and then I've got wadding in there and I'm trying to get a straight line. Doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. Okay, like that. And on the other side. You could use any sort of marker for this, just because it's a slightly darker fabric. I'm using the chalk pen, but on the lighter ones, use your iron-offable pens or your washable markers.
Okay.
Okay, like that. We're then going to, based on a piece of, not on that one, sorry, on this one.
Okay.
On the wrong side, we're going to baste a piece of wadding. So these are 10-inch squares where my wadding is 9 inches.
Okay.
Because you don't want the wadding to be in the sort of fluffy, that frilled, ragged edge. Okay. So I'm going to choose a little bit of basting spray.
This is a nice project with your offcuts of your wadding as well, isn't it? Sometimes you've got those bits left over.
Yeah, you've got those bits off the other projects that you never know what to do. So you just cut out your squares and keep them for when you want to do a rag quilt. Okay, so I'm just going to add a little bit of basting spray on there. And then we're going to sort of centralise this up. You don't need to be overly accurate with it. Again, brilliant for newbies and kids and stuff. You just want approximately 1/2 inch all the way round. Okay. Then we're going to do the same again. So we're going to put some basting spray onto there, and then we're going to line up this one on the top. So
now, just to give you a time check, so we've got about 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. There we go. So I'm going to pop it like that, and then you can see on this one here, I've just gone corner to corner with a line of quilting. Okay, so I just drew a line across there and across there. Okay, won't do that bit now, so I can show you how to join them.
Okay.
You're then going to put them with the backs touching.
Right.
Like that. Okay, and we're going to stitch from that point there with those lines crossed to this point here. So basically along the edge of the wadding.
Okay.
So, but if your wadding's moved a little bit, you've got that line there to sort of, keep an eye on.
So we've got another show with you a little bit later on, haven't we?
Yeah, 12 o'clock, and then again at 4.
It's one day special, so that means 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock.
You were going to be so bored of me by the end of the day.
Not at all. I love it. Looking forward to it. So yeah, plenty of opportunity for you to see the one day special in action. Obviously, if you wanted to go for that, the details are at the bottom of your screen. We're working with the layer cake at the moment, which is at the top. Absolutely beautiful fabrics. You're going to love this one. And of course, you could be using some of the characters from the one day special over on that quilt that we've been chatting about. And again, there, I mean, Sarah, you can see how beautifully those are stitched together.
Yeah, so you can see they stitch really, really nicely. I've just gone down that 1/2 inch line. This is actually the front, so you want those edges on the front, and then you're just going to clip into them. You're just going to clip down to almost hitting your stitches, all the way down.
I love
like
it.
that.
And it's creating that kind of rough look, as you can see there. As time goes on, as you wash and use this, you'll see this will become more tatty, more soft, and really add to the essence of this one. We're down to the last 15 seconds or so,
There we go.
Sarah. There you go, she's done it. Love it. Sarah, thank you so much.
That's
See
okay.
you at 12 o'clock.
Okay.
Now, if you've got anything in your basket, you need to be checking your baskets out. We're about to get busy again, straight after the break, so make sure you're placing your order now. Oh, we've got a triple morning this morning. We've got more sewing coming up after the break with Daisy and Grace. Then we're heading over to work with, again, another family favourite there, as you can see. And then we've got Juki back again a little bit later on.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company, and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows.
Here at the Craft Store, we pride ourselves on our ethos towards the family-run boutique companies that offer the variety that we know you love and appreciate. Following such a positive response over the past few years, we are proud to introduce you to even more of your family favourites. Tune in from Thursday the 24th of June at 6 p.m. to Monday the 28th of June at 6 p.m. to support loads of your favourite family-run businesses. Plus, this year we also have a very exciting prize draw. If you place an order for any item featured within any live show during this event, you will automatically be entered into our amazing Family Favourites Mega Prize Draw. Prizes will be added within each live show, with the final prize totaling a minimum value of £1,500. So join us from 6 p.m. on the 24th of June for your Family Favourites event.
I am Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting.
Wow, hello everybody and a warm welcome. So we got Daisy and Grace up this hour, but we just wanted to show you our massive prize draw for the Family Favourites event. It's only going to get bigger. Look at the amount we've already added into the draw. All of it. It's like winning a craft shop. Somebody is going to win all of this. We've got clarity papers in there, indigo blue, dreamies, fabrics, cardstock. There is just so much wool down there as well. Look, everything down here as well. This is just a ridiculous draw. Let me explain, because Family Favourites, it launched at 6 p.m. on the 24th. It's going to run until, we're going to close the draw at 5:45 on Monday, and we'll announce a winner just after that. To get your entry and your chance to win everything, and somebody will win this. One of our viewers, it really could be you, could be taking this all home. So the way it works, on any Family Favourites event, if you make a purchase, your name goes into a hat. If you make 2 purchases, you get 2 entries. So you can enter as many times as you like. So every purchase gives you an entry. And somebody, as I say, is going to be winning this. Now, because we've got Daisy and Grace this hour, we'll be adding another prize to the draw. Take a look at this. This is your Quilt As You Go bag panel set. So we're going to be giving you that. That's in the prize draw, and it's just one of, well, you can see how much we've added into this. We're already getting busy for our Daisy and Grace. So enough from here. This is our prize draw for our Family Favourites event. I can't believe how much we've got going on here. But there are more competitions at the Craft Store. Now, this is a good one on Facebook. It is well worth following us on Facebook just to get updates on what's coming up. And also, we've got cheeky giveaways like this competition. These pictures are amazing. So you have to guess who all of these cuties are. So our fabulous guests here at the Craft Store have sent in pictures, baby pics, and you need to guess who the baby pics are. The first person to guess correctly will win the prize. So I think that's how it works. But you can see full T's and C's on our website. Have a little look. I love seeing baby pictures.
I know, they're cute.
They are very cute. Let me introduce you to the lovely Nicola. How are you doing?
I'm really well, thank you, Yanis. How are you?
It has been ages since we worked together.
I know. I've seen you around.
Yeah, we just not ships in the night.
I know. What's it like?
How have you been?
I've been fantastic.
Been busy?
I've been very busy. I'm always busy.
Well, I've noticed as well that you've got a fan page on Facebook.
Yeah, a Daisy and Grace Quilters.
Yeah, and it's getting bigger and bigger.
It is.
And a lot of people were very excited about the show.
They were.
Yeah.
One of them, I think, started buying things on Friday.
Oh, there you go. Now, I have to say...
Thank you.
Very savvy shopper, because one thing I need to point out, everything that we have on the show today, it's while stocks last. So we're not going to be adding any additional stock to anything. Once it's gone, it has gone. But don't forget that any purchase you make also gets your name in the hat for that monster draw in our Family Favourites event as well. Should we start getting into things, Nicola?
Let's do it.
Now, tell us about the quilt as a go. So what are we getting here?
So this is a new bundle I've put together. So you're getting 5 templates that all work together to create the star in the hexagon with straight sides. On 2 edges. So you got the extra triangle and the half hexagon. So it's a really good bundle. And plus you can use all the templates on their own to create quilts as well. So it's a really good way of getting your hands on a lot of quilt as you go templates to create designs. 5
templates. I have to say, you're getting a lot for your money here. You have got the 2 flexi payments, and if we just show you the quilt that we've used these templates on, it looks phenomenal.
I know. I mean, this is the one showing now is the 1 3/4 one. And there's a little story on this quilt, because you know what I'm like with my little stories. This quilt has got more air miles than I have over the last couple of years.
Been around, where's it gone?
Well, it went off to America, to Missouri Star.
What?
Because it's the quilt that Jenny saw and fell in love with, and then they wanted it out in Missouri, so it flew out to Missouri.
Well-travelled quilt.
For a photo shoot and things.
Did you get to fly with it?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. You should have said, I'm sorry, wherever my quilt goes, I have to accompany it.
Oh, I'll be going there soon.
Okay, good. So that gives you, and I would imagine that's the tip of the iceberg of what you can achieve with your templates.
Yeah, and the templates, because you can get double-sided quilts, there's so much fun you can have. I mean, I've been doing quilts you go for donkey's years now, and I'm still not bored. And I get bored really easy.
Well, that is a good sign. And actually, I have to say, fantastic value for money. For 5 templates, you are saving £9. You've got 2 flexi payments there as well. So £30 today, you get everything. So you've got your 1 3/4 template, your 3 1/2 template. You've also got your diamond, your triangle, and your hexagon. And it's a half.
Hexagon.
Half hexagon as well. 153563 item. You're getting so much, we couldn't fit it all onto your screens. Okay, we're going to move on to another bundle. So
this is a baby. Oh, sorry, I interrupted.
No, you didn't
I'm
interrupt
really
me at all.
good at interrupting.
I was actually just going to hand over to you. So tell us a little bit about this.
This is the baby version.
Yeah.
So this is the 1 1/4. So you're getting the same templates, all work together, but in the 1 1/4 version.
So I'm kind of, you're at home and you're umming and ahhing which set to go for. Which situation would you maybe go for this option?
If you like cute little diddly cuteness,
okay,
then I'd go for the littles. But if you like something a bit bigger, well, we've got 3 options actually: the 2 new bundles and an old bundle.
Okay.
But if you like little cute things, then I'd go for the 1 1/4.
Well, we'll just show you an example. By the way, it looks amazing behind you, all your work. Let's just have a look, because we've got another example, beautiful quilt, using this bundle, so the smaller bundle, or variants, and that looks really good.
That's combining the bigs as well. I forgot that's got the 5-inch triangle in it.
So you can mix the 2 together?
On some of them, because it's all geometry, so it depends on your length of your sides. So the 1 1/4 has a 2 1/2-inch diamond round the edge. So 2 2 1/2s are 5-inch. So you can use a 5-inch triangle.
Maths.
Learning.
Learning. £49.99 is your price, saving £6.50. 281329 your item number. Now, we mentioned the bigs. We're just going to show you as a further option you can get hold of. So if you do want to go for the bigs, details are there on your screen now. £70.45 is your price, saving £13. And you have got flexi payments on there as well. 996760 your item number. What I would say, especially with the templates, wait to see them in action with Nicola, because I think anyone maybe not familiar with the templates, if you haven't worked with templates before, just looking at the template and seeing one of the examples, you get an inkling of the potential, but when you see Nicola working with it, it's like a eureka moment. It will just click. Okay, now we've got, this is really good, our big project set, because as sewers, we will have our projects, and I would imagine here, you can put all your fabric in there, your templates, your patterns, everything.
You can, and give you the plastic, which isn't any old plastic.
No.
It's not like normal bog standard plastic. It's buttery soft.
You're absolutely right. That is a nice plastic.
And it's really lovely to work with as well. I know it's weird, isn't it, to say, oh, it's such a lovely plastic.
But it is. No, wait a second. $11.99.
Yeah.
We're getting the pattern. We're getting the plastic. We're getting the zip. So the only thing we really need to.
And ribbon.
And ribbon. Sorry, and ribbon. All we need to do, and what I love about this is the perfect stash buster. So any little bits of fabric you have left over and you're wondering what to do, use them in your pocket. That is a very good price.
A fat quarter will make a pocket. So if you're like me and I go to shows and I see fabrics and I think, oh, I love that one, and I buy it, and then it just stays in my stash and it doesn't go with anything else, make a project pocket.
Make a project. Now, I've got to tell you, the blue and red option is very busy. 20% of the stock has gone there. So you are getting your zip, you're getting your plastic, and it's, see, this is something that, and you're absolutely right, the only way, when you get this home, you'll know what Nicola was describing as so soft. It's not like, sometimes plastic can feel quite firm and a bit
crunchy.
Not very, crunchy, not very tactile. Beautifully soft. It's more like fabric. It's like a fabric plastic. And there, you're also getting your zips, your ribbon, your pattern, and then you decide the fabrics you want to use. Very busy on this. $11.99 is your price. You were going to say something, Nicola. What were you going to say?
I was going to say that depending how you put your sandwiches together for your project, you can either do them with really stiff interlining to make them firm, which are really good to keep your quilt as you go templates in, or if you just use wadding, they're soft, so you can put anything in them. And then on one of my project pockets, which I think is the pink dot one, Yanis, if you see on the back, I've put wadding, double layer of wadding on the back, so that you can put your pieces, when you're sewing, you can place all your pieces to work out what goes where.
That's clever.
So just doing a double layer of wadding at the back.
That's very clever, Nicola. That's brilliant. So for a plique, you can lay out all your pieces and do your design.
And I like tiny little bits, so that's perfect size for me.
Nice. Got to tell you, we're approaching 10% of the stock on the purple and green. We've also got the white and pink option and the blue and red. $11.99. Just think about this, though. For something you are going to use, and you will absolutely, as sewers, I promise you, you will use this. $11.99, and you're also getting to get your name into the draw. I'm going to be mentioning, because our Family Favourites event is going to be finishing tomorrow, and we've got a lot of fantastic shows today. I'm going to be mentioning this a lot, and the fact that you get multiple entries, so if you were to buy again, you'd get another entry. I want to stress, don't just buy to get into the draw, but I would see it as an a huge added bonus. To get your name into the hat, somebody's got to win it. See it like that. $11.99 is your price. The blue and red, over a third of the stock. It is just absolutely evaporating. Got to stress, like everything on the show today, once it has gone, that is it. We are not bringing anything back on extended delivery. $11.99 your price, $692,615 your item number. Okay. Now, so we've got some bags for you with, I mean, it's a beautiful bag pattern, and the actual fabric you've coupled with this. Nicola, you've done a good job.
I have. I don't use any old rubbish.
You really don't?
I love a good bit of fabric.
Well, the fabric we're talking about, you've got Moda, you've got Riley Blake, and you've also got, this is interesting because new one to me, the Ruby Stars is Moda.
Yeah, Ruby Stars Society is like a young Moda.
Okay.
So it's a new branch of Moda. So it's the same quality as Moda.
Now, I want to tell you, give you an idea of how popular we are. The pink and the navy, 20% of the stock's gone here already.
Oh my
We haven't
word.
even seen it, Nicola. 34, and we've got another show later on?
Yeah.
Actually, no, seriously, I'm a little bit worried.
Will I still be here?
Yeah, if we carry on going at this rate, I don't know, because we are busy. So, let me break it down for you. I'll give you the options. Here we have the Riley and Blake. Am I saying that? No, Moda.
Oh, look at that. That's got really creased up. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
That was my prototype, and I didn't put 2 layers of interlining in that one, which I should have done, which you do get enough for 2 layers.
And we're getting the zip in there as well, so you do get the zip, you get the fabric and the wadding.
And that's Moda.
Sorry, yeah, that's right.
That one's Moda.
So there's your Moda. I mean, beautiful. And they'll get white zip with this one.
And,
then,
and the linings are lush.
Should we open it up?
Yeah.
Look at this. They're so handy as bags. I mean, what would you be using this for? Everything,
Yanis. So they fit the project, the extra large project pockets. Isn't that stunning?
That's nice. That contrasts beautifully. Just that brighter sort of
all
green.
of them have got nice linings. So I like a good lining on a bag.
Now, we're going to talk about the Riley Blake as well.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm interrupting you then. Just going to say, this is the Riley and Blake.
Yeah. And that's just a lovely geometric pattern again. I've gone for geometrics this time. I don't know why. But isn't that lovely? And that's like my star in a hexagon. Well, it is my star in a hexagon, really.
It is. And I'll
well, not mine, personal star in a hexagon.
Your design. Let's just show you. And all right, that's my favourite.
And in the pattern, I show you a way that you've got no seam allowances showing inside the bag.
Oh, perfect.
So you could turn it inside out.
Reversible bag.
You can't because the zip wouldn't close.
Oh, okay.
But it's that good that you could turn it in. There's no seams.
You could, but you wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
Okay.
But it's nice to know.
Nice finish.
You know how cool it is inside.
That's your Riley and Blake. And then we have our Ruby Stars Society. So it's a branch of Moda. You're getting the Moda quality. 30% of the stock's gone here. A lot of people enjoying the navy. You know, we're 14 minutes into the show. Got to stress, and let me just go through this, because you're deciding which option you want to go for. If it's the Ruby Star Society, so that branch of Moda, if you wanted to go for your Moda, classic Moda, or if you wanted to go for your Riley Blake. Then, within that, you'll get your wadding. Oops. You will get the zips that fall on the floor. The zips will... Let me explain, because you're getting, with the navy, you'll get the blue zip, so everything's designed to complement. So blue zip with that navy, it's the Ruby Star Society. And then we have white for your green, and that's your Moda, and obviously the pink goes with the Riley Blake, which I've dropped on the floor. You're also getting, now what's this?
Oh, that's your interlining for your straps, your handles, sorry, not straps, the handles.
So, you get, and that gives they're good firm handles.
Yeah, well, I put my laptop in mine as well, because it's a good size for laptop. You can just put anything in it, honestly. It's just a really nice little carry-all.
Lovely
Put your
bag.
shoes and your lunch in there if you're going to work, like we're all going back to work.
They're a good size to it. You've got the depth of the bag, so you can fit a lot in here. Beautiful fabric. 40% of the navy option has gone, and once that's gone, it's gone. 315-613 your item number, and every purchase you make on the live show today will give you an entry into our prize draw for the big giveaway Family Favourites. I don't know if I should be saying this, but if it was me at home, if I was going to get multiple things, because every entry gets you entry into our prize draw, don't just clump it all into one purchase. I would maybe get the bags and get something else. It's just me, and I'll probably get told off for saying that. Okay, let's have a little look.
I'll tell you off, Yanis.
Tell me.
Slap your wrist if there wasn't social distancing.
But $26.99 is our next option. I'll keep my wrists away from you, Nicola. Now, tell us a little bit about this, because this is a great bundle.
Yeah, these are my little sewing books, mini sewing books, and they're just so useful, because you can just chuck them in your bag. I shouldn't say chuck, but you can place them in your bag. And you've got all your little accoutrement in there.
Accoutrement?
Yeah, you've got your a place for your scissors, your pins, your needles, and your thread. So if you want to do a little bit of sewing while you're going to the hospital or we're going out and about more now. When we're going out, it just fits in your bag. But with this one, you get my star in a hexagon stencil.
And I'm going to hold this up, because this is a template. Is this the one? Yeah.
No, that's my template.
Oh, sorry, the template. The stencil, this is what we're talking about. Here we go.
So this allows you to do the English paper piecing on the front.
Yeah.
But the stencil also allows you to paint or stencil through it. You can applique and you can embroider. Wow. So this is new today, the stencil.
Now, this is cool. This is really cool. The amount you're getting, you've got two different options. The option you have on your screen right now, you also get the template, and I will just hold up the template to show you. You can get another option without the template. So it's everything that you see in front of you, barring the template. But this template is really cool.
Yeah, that's my 2.5-inch hexagon, and that just is so versatile. You can make bags, you can make quilts, you can make table runners, you can make this, you can make, it's just lovely. So,
you think about how much, I have to say, Daisy and Grace and Nicola pricing is very competitive, I mean very good. Because I've seen like templates, you can buy a template and spend a fortune on just like a template of that size, you could easily pay just that price just for that template.
But then you're getting the stencil, you're getting all the fabrics, you're getting the freezer paper, you're getting the ribbons, the elastic, you're getting everything.
See, and that's why we love Nicola and Daisy Grace, because it's value for money, but also everything's so personal to you. Now, I've got to show you options because they are flying. So this option here, that's your purple, and I'll just show you the finished one. Just look at, come on, look at this.
If you open the ribbon up, Yanis.
Give that an open. I love the little touch. The ribbon's even got the
little tape measure. I had to get Ryan to tie it back up again. Yeah, it's good. It's upside down.
Oh, there we go.
That's why I put the ribbon to secure your scissors so that they don't fall out in your bag.
But it's such a lovely thing. So it really is a great way to go. And could you use that then as a little tape measure? I suppose those bits are not really.
It's not accurate. It's just a ribbon.
Just decorative.
It's decorative. But once you've made one, you can make them to sell. I have an angel policy. As long as you don't sell my pattern or my stencils, you can, whatever you make, you can sell.
Yeah.
Gift them to friends. So if you've got lots of sewing friends,
perfect
gift them.
Perfect gift. Okay, purple is popular. Is it 10% purple? Oh, sorry, turquoise. We're going to go on to turquoise now. Turquoise, 10% of the stock has gone here. And the amount, I'm just moving around to show you. So you're getting your template up here. We're going to get the stencil, which I know Nicola has absolutely fallen in love with her stencil. Look at all the fabric you're getting, the ribbon. Then we've got interfacing, our wadding, our freezer paper, all of that in one bundle for £26.99. 036938, your item number. Finally, the final option is your blue. Oh, I like it. I'm struggling to pick. Blue is standing out to me at the moment, but maybe it's because I've got it in my hand. Let's open this up.
And they're all, by the way, Yanis, they're all Moda or Macawa fabrics in those. So they're good fabrics.
I tell you what, you only work with beautiful stuff, don't you? So let me pop that down. We are busy for this. Now, if you wanted to go for the options without the template, so you're getting the stencil, you're getting all the fabrics, you say Moda, Macau, I have to say these are busy and they look like they're vulnerable to go. The purple already limited. So a lot of you just going for the bundle without the, so this one, so you're not getting the template. Once that has gone, that's gone. So limited stock on the purple, it is about to go. Purple has now technically sold out and blue and turquoise are not far behind. So if you want to go for that option, great one for £13.99. That is a really, really good price. 127132, your item number there. Okay, we're going to jump onto the website as we head to demonstration. Lots to discover. We are busy for everything at the moment, so please don't miss out. Those big project books, packs rather, they are proving very popular. Then once anything you're seeing on your screen on the live show, once it has gone, it's gone. Also the bags as well. The bags with the Moda, the Riley Blake and the Ruby Star Society, very, very busy for that as well. Nicola, I think we are going to get to demonstration. What would you like to share with us?
I'd like to do the mini sewing book as they are selling so well. I want to get it in quickly.
Let's do it, yeah.
So I'm going to just start and carry on until you tell me to stop.
Okay, so just to let you know that the purple and the turquoise without the template have sold out. You can still get them though with the template, and it's a great, with the template is very good value.
Yeah, and even if you have, the reason I did the packs without the template is because I know a lot of you have got some of my templates, so you might not want to duplicate on the template. But the template comes in its own packaging, so if you do buy it, you can gift the template to a sewing friend.
There you go.
And keep the kit. So if they have sold out individually, like without the template, don't panic. If you've already got the template, you can gift that.
I like your style. We sold out, without the template, we sold out the purple, we sold out the turquoise, and blue has now just sold out as well. So all those options have gone. The only way you can get all the options is with the template, and do make sure to check out your basket if you have got blue. If any do bounce back, we'll let you know.
Okie dokie. Well, in the kit, you're getting your stencil, and it won't be dirty like my one, because I've been using it a lot. I've been painting and all sorts and stenciling, so mine's a bit mucky. Yours will be brand new. Okay. You'll get a piece of freezer paper in there. Nice. And you'll get all your bits. So we'll start with the stencil, and you put it on your freezer paper.
So what's the if anyone's not worked with the freezer paper, what's that for? Freezer
paper is a non-permanent adhesion to fabric, so you can iron it onto fabric, and then I use it for English paper piecing, which this star in the hexagon I'm doing as English paper piecing. So you put it on the fabric and it will peel off, and then you can reuse it, so it just adheres temporarily to the fabric.
Gotcha.
So great for English paper piecing. So what I've done, I've placed the stencil on fabric, and all I'm doing, you could be a bit more economical with your freezer paper, but all I was going to do, or have done, is drawn round to create my shapes. So little Blue Peter moment, I've drawn it all round there. Okay. Then all I'm going to do, you could just place them next door to each other and get more on the piece of paper, but I've just done it like that. So I am going to, then you just cut out your shapes. So I just cut one out for you, because this is what we're going to use on the fabric. Like that. And then you take your fabric, and I've got some prepared earlier, and all you need to do is place that on your fabric, and you just iron it on.
Is this similar technique to English paper piecing, or am I way off with that?
No, I'm doing English paper piecing.
So it is English paper piecing?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm doing English paper piecing on this one. So all you need to do is then cut one of your shapes out. Yeah. And I just trim off the edges. Now the important edge is this one, because this is going into the star and hexagon. This is the outside edge which you're going to trim off. Yeah. So I just need 1/4 of an inch around there. Right. And then I'll take a needle and thread, and all I'm going to, I've done it the wrong, see Yanis, I'm too busy talking.
Live
I'll just
TV.
do a 1/4 inch all the way round. Yes, I had the wrong edge, but never mind. And then all you're going to do is fold, you use your paper as a guide to fold your fabric over the paper. So, and then we just take a needle and thread, any old thread, and tack round. Now there's different ways you can do English paper piecing. This is the way I like to do it, and actually stitch through the paper. Oh, okay. So you're folding the fabric over the paper, and then big old tacking stitches to secure. You're folding the edges over as you go. And tacking. Just as we're doing this, I've got to give you some updates, because purple is really busy. So 1/4 of the stock's gone. You're getting everything here. So the stencil, all the fabric, the wadding, the interfacing, the freezer paper, the ribbon, and the template. Purple, we're at 40% of the purple 1/4 of the stock. Turquoise, 40% of the stock. Now, like the individual options, so without the template, when these do go, they go. Every purchase you make today is going to get your name into the hat for our fantastic prize draw. And I was actually shocked, as the first time physically I've stood by all the prizes, and they will blow you away, the amount that you're getting for our Family Favourites event. So fingers crossed for that. I didn't prepare myself, Yanis, and I've just threaded a needle, because I'm going to just show you how I join my pieces. I haven't done all of my sections, but I've created a little jewel, and I've done a hexagon, and I've got a couple of the, well, it's part diamond for the outside edge. So when I join my English paper piecing, I put right sides together with my seam here.
Yeah.
These are tiddly tiny pieces, so I've put a knot in the end of my thread, and all I'm doing is over sewing with very tiny stitches.
Right.
And that's all I do to do the English paper piecing.
Okay.
So I won't bore you to death with that. I just thought I would just show you a little bit of it.
It's nice to see. You'd never bore us, Nicola.
Oh, thank you.
Nice to see.
I'm normally just a little bit bonkers.
You enjoy your crafting, and that's
do.
what it should be. You know,
I know,
that's
it's
why we
meant to be
craft.
fun, and don't get too hung up. It's a bit of fabric, after all.
I like
What's
that.
going to happen?
So I think we do get sort of stuck on maybe if we've gone a little wrong at places, but the fabric police, don't worry about that. No one's going to come around to your house and complain.
You know what, Yanis? I have made lots of mistakes in these samples, but you know what? I'm not going to point them out.
No.
Who will notice?
That's it.
So look, I've done that over sewing. You can see my stitches on just there, tiny, tiny little stitches on there. If I turn it over, you can't see the stitches.
Oh, that's perfect.
There. So that's how you do it. And this is a lovely little project to take on the go with you. So if you do all your freezer paper shapes, you can cut and tack and sew. I actually made one in the car coming here. I wasn't driving. I hasten to add, I wasn't driving and sewing at the same time, but I made one of these in the car coming here. So it's a nice little thing to do on the go. So once you've made that, I'm going to prepare I've just grabbed the extra bits, if that's okay.
I'll let you do that. At some point this hour as well, I'd love to, because I know we're getting new viewers, so at some point this hour maybe we'll go back across and have a look at all the prizes, because I'm my eyes gravitating towards that. I want you to see what you can win. Family Favourites event, it's coming to a crescendo. It's going to finish at 5:45. Entries will close tomorrow, and then we're going to announce a winner. But if you see everything that you are getting as part of this prize draw, it's going to blow you away. Look at all of this. We've got indigo blue in there. There's dreamies, there's clarity, we've got fabrics, we've got so much in one. There's wool. Look, there is an awful lot in this prize draw. It is like winning a mini craft shop. I'm excited for whoever wins this. When this arrives at home, the amount that you're going to get from one prize draw, it's going to be one. Any purchase you make in the live show will get you an entry, and you're not restricted to one entry. So if you make multiple purchases, so if you say have bought one of the pockets and then you come back and you go and buy a bag, that's another entry for you. And that's why I was saying earlier on, if it was me and I knew I was going to get a couple of things, buy one thing and then buy another. I'm sorry, Nick. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to help. I'm trying to be the people's champion. Right. So let's go through some updates here. Now, with regard to the purple, over a third of the stock's gone with the purple. I'll just hold this up. So you're getting everything here. What I'll do, just with the purple, I'll show you what you're getting. I won't do it for the others because it's the same principle. But you're going to be getting your stencil, which you're seeing here. You're going to be getting beautiful fabrics. And the fabrics you were saying, Nicola, these fabrics, it's Macao and Moda.
Yeah, so the Prince flower and the lilac plain and Macao, but the grey with the number, that grey is gorgeous.
Nice.
Is from Moda.
Lovely. Then you've got your interfacing in there, so you will be getting your interfacing, you're getting your wadding and your freezer paper and your ribbon, and of course you're getting Nicola's a big fan of this template, the 2.5-inch hexagon template, so you will be getting the template in there as well. All of that for $26.99 is ridiculous value for money, but also, and because the pricing is so good with Daisy and Grace, but I really want to stress this, and any regular viewers will know I'll never say this unless I 100% believe it, your quality is so good. It really is very, very good. No, I mean that. Okay, so that's your purple. Turquoise, over half the stock has gone for our turquoise option. At the moment, turquoise is just in the lead from the other options. Half the stock, and once it's gone, it's gone. So that's your turquoise. And then finally, we've got blue. A quarter of the stock has gone for the blue. Okay, so those are your options with regard to all the kits. How are we getting on?
Well, I've got myself organised. Thank you for that, Yanis. I was a little bit, yeah, I'm all over the shop today. I got very excited about this show and stuff, but hey ho. So I've got my scissor case, and I've stitched it 1/4 of an inch. I don't know if you can see my stitching around there. I've left a little gap here for turning through, but I just wanted to show you a little trick. So you need to trim your seam allowance off this pointed edge. So can you see I cut that corner and then I trimmed it. So I've got a little bit of seam allowance. Don't cut your stitches.
No.
And then do the same on this corner. So I cut across and then I trim there. And this one's a little bit easier because you only got one side, and then I trim like that. So I've made a nice mess. That'll all be going on the floor. Sorry, Ryan. Lots to tidy up. And then I'm going to just poke through that hole. I'm going to turn my case through. And then I'm going to hopefully turn it through. It's a little bit fiddly, but it's not too bad.
That's a fine pokey tool you have there.
I know, this was made by my father-in-law.
Oh, really?
Isn't it lovely?
I tell you what, he's a crafter. That's
Isn't
good.
it? And you can flatten your ends down and...
Clever. What a nice gift as well.
Isn't it lovely?
Yeah, lovely.
And it's perfect for this because the point's not too sharp, so you don't want to push too hard in your corners.
That's right.
Otherwise, it goes straight through.
Sometimes we're tempted to use scissors. What's your father-in-law's name? We've got to give him a mention.
Chris.
Chris. You're a very talented guy. I'm impressed by that.
I think he might be watching because my mother-in-law is a quilter, so...
What, she must have been over the moon then to get you as a daughter-in-law.
I don't know. I'd have to...
I'm sure she is.
I'm sure she is. We have lots in common.
Yeah, that's good.
So I've just turned that... I was just chatting and didn't really pay attention to what I was doing and tell you what I was doing.
No, it's me. I was talking.
So I turned it through, poked my corners, and I've given that a press. And can you see my opening is still there? But when you take your template and you take your backing fabric and you place that over the
We like
top.
our template. That's your 2.5 inch template. You're getting these with the bundle.
Oh, actually, sorry, I forgot to do something. See, I told you I was all over the shop today.
All right.
I'm just going to finger press down there, and I'm going to finger press that there. I don't want to do it with the iron because I only want to see where that line is.
Okay, just to gauge.
Yeah, I put that template back on, and this will be the inside of your sewing book. So, if I place that there and line up my 2 press lines, hey presto, it's in the right place.
How beautiful is that? You can imagine, this is a turquoise option, having that as a little pocket for your scissors. Turquoise is the most popular at the moment. It's in the lead, and it is busy. They're all busy.
And then all you need to do, here's one I made earlier, is top stitch that on.
Could you use your sewing machine if you didn't want to top stitch? Yeah.
Oh, that was done by that was done by a sewing machine. I just did this off there.
That's okay.
And you can see it sealed up my little hole that I had for turning through.
Yeah.
You don't have to hand sew that. That's all concealed in that stitch. So now and we sew some ribbon on. So I'll take some ribbon. And the measurements are in the pattern, but I'm just guessing.
Nicola, sorry, can I just really quickly, because I don't want to be caught off guard and them sell out before we get a chance. So last time we were talking about purple, we were saying it was about 20-30% of the stock. It's jumped to 70% of the stock for your purple, 70% of your stock for your turquoise. Blue, not far behind, it's 1/3 of the stock there. So when you consider these two rapidly, the jump we've had in the last few minutes for the whole bundles, I don't think it's going to be long before they follow the same suit as the bundle without the template and disappear. So you have been warned.
Okie dokie, I better hurry up then. So you just sew your ribbon and just sew it across there. I've pinned that in place, but I'm going to take that off because I want to show you how easy it is to lay up your hexagon. So I've turned it over so I got the wrong side facing. I put the template back on. Now the beauty of my templates is, you can cut them with a rotary cutter, so that's perfect, or you could use scissors if you wanted to. But it's this opening that gives you the perfect binding. So you're basically making a mini quilt. So this is going to be the scissor case. The scissor case is on the front hexagon. So I'm going to take my wadding. Which
would be the inside.
No, the scissor case will be on the side, so I'm doing the outside. So I placed my wadding in there. I didn't cut any of the stiff doodad, the interlining, so I'm not going to put this in this one because I forgot. Interfacing, is it? Interfacing? Yes. Yeah. Okay. I forgot to cut that.
Oh, that's all right.
But you know what? You put.
Sorry, Nicola, I'm just going to tell you, turquoise has just gone limited, so turquoise is about to go. We're not bringing anything back on extended delivery. Okay.
No. Sorry. Yeah, no, and I'm really sorry I couldn't do any extended delivery. I was just limited on the fabrics. I thought I'd got enough, Yanis.
Well, this is really worrying, Nicola, because it's our first show. We've got another show coming up later on.
I know. What am I going to do?
I don't know. Don't know.
We'll come up with something. Me and Hayley, we'll be fine. But I hadn't made an English paper pieced one of these. Here we go. I didn't make one of these English paper pieced ones, and Steph had a pliqued one, so I'm using this because I was a bit unprepared, really. All right. So that goes on the top there, and you pin that in place, and then you can remove your template. And then I'm going to just move all this out of the way. I'm going to move this on here, and I'm going to show you how I do the bindings. Okay. So it's really easy. You first fold so that your edge meets the edge of the inner hexagon. Okay. And then fold again. That's nice and easy, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, even Dave can make these.
Wow. If anyone can make this, then that's good.
If Dave can make one, anyway, he can't even sew, Yanis, and he's managed. He actually, when we're at shows, well, when we used to be at shows, he used to show people how this was done.
Really?
And he can't even sew, and he can do it.
Wow, that's ringing endorsement then. So
I know.
Is this your benchmark? If Dave can do it, anyone can do it.
It's easy.
I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
Sorry, Dave. But then all you do, as you go around, as you're turning, because the hexagon, it creates mitres.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Because you're putting it, because it's in exactly the right place, it creates, my pin's bent, that one.
And we are busy on our phone lines. Nicola, I'm going to give you a little time check, because I know you want to show the pockets.
As well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so
I'm just letting you know. I don't want to force you to
what I will do, I'll just put this pin in and just show you how I stitch the edge, okay? Is that all right?
Yeah, and just let you know, turquoise is technically sold out now, so the only options you can get available are the purple or the blue. If you have got turquoise in your basket, please make sure to check out. And with purple, we have just gone limited.
Oh,
so
wow.
all round, busy.
Busy, busy, busy. So I've just pressed, because I'm going to do this by sewing machine, I've just pressed those seams in place. And then I'm going to take this to the sewing machine, and you just want to top about 1/8 of an inch away from the seam. And I'm using black thread so that you can see what I'm doing. And then
15 minutes.
15 minutes?
15 minutes.
Wow. Okay, this is really super quick, and then I can start the next demo. There we go. I'll stop there. And all you have to do is stitch around there. Yeah. And see how, even in black thread, that looks neat,
It does look neat. I love these.
I'm impressed.
Nicola, I've got to do a quick update on everything. No, don't apologise. I just want to, I know that you were keen to show the pockets as well, so make sure you get a chance.
I'll get ready for the pockets.
And we have got another show coming up. So, okay, just to let you know, we're busy. We are very busy. So thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to have a look at our templates. So starting here, the template bundle, you're getting 5 templates. The value for money, I think, is really good. with regards to templates, but also the fact of what you can do with these, seeing all the different designs and possibilities that you're getting with the quilt as you go. So this is your Daisy and Grace quilt as you go. You've got your 1 3/4 template set. All of these different shapes, different templates in one bundle, 2 flexi payments of £30, 153563, your item number there. Same shapes, different size here. So slightly smaller size. Now you could mix the two together if you liked as well. This gives you a little bit more dainty finish. £49.99 is your price here, £76.50, 281329, your item number there. Now we've also got our the biggies, just taking a look here. So with regard to the bigs, been very popular this hour, £70.45 your price, saving £13. I'm just so conscious of the fact that with the templates, when you see Nicola using them, you will have that moment where it just clicks and you're like, oh, I get it, I love them. So they will allow you to quilt as you go, and we'll maybe in the next hour, I think we're going to be seeing more of this, because I think everything else will be gone. Okay, let's just have a look at the pockets. Now, the pockets have been immensely busy this hour, and I get why, because as a sewer, as a crafter, these are so practical. So what you've got are your pockets where you can put your patterns in there, you can put your templates, you can put your fabrics, you can put your zips, your ribbons, whatever it might be. You're able to make 2 pockets. So whichever option you go for, you'll be able to make 2. The fabric is up to you. So whatever fabric you have in your stash you'll use. You just need a fat quarter to make a pocket. Is that 1 pocket or the 2? 1 pocket.
Sorry, a fat quarter will make 1 of the pockets.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So within this, though, what Nicola has done, you're using your stash as a stash buster, but Nicola sourced you the elements that you might struggle with. I mean, you might have zips, but she's given you some beautiful ribbon. It's this plastic, and it's more like a fabric. I haven't actually felt plastic like this before, because sometimes traditionally plastic, it is quite
stubbly, isn't it?
It's so soft.
I know.
Traditionally plastic is
Look at that.
You wouldn't be able to do that with a plastic, would you? It'd be quite crunkly and crimply.
It's just so tactile. It's really is buttery soft.
It's very nice to work with.
So nice. It is plastic though, so when I do the demo, I'll explain a bit more about it.
And we're going to see it in action. So that's your pink option. With regard to your blue and red, over 50% of the stock's gone for our blue and red. A lot of you going for this option. You'll be making 2. You will get ribbon gone on the floor. And then we've got our green approaching 40% of the stock. I love this ribbon.
Oh, I love a bit of rainbow, Yanis.
Well, you brighten up everyone's day, Nicholas. So those are your options. You can either go for your green and your purple, your red and your blue, or your pink. And those are options to go for. £11.99 your price makes 2 of these project wallets. And you'll absolutely use these. I promise you will use these and find them really handy. Very quickly, Nicola added some wadding on the back here, so doubled up. So then what you could do, and this is very, very clever on Nicola's part, is then put your applique on there to line it up and get it set.
Yeah, or just decide how you want something to go. I know it's only a small panel, but I like little.
It's a nice touch.
I like little things, and I just thought that's handy.
Yeah, I think so too. 692615 your item number, and £11.99 will also. You're going to get your project wallets. You're getting entry into our drawer as well. It's amazing. Right, we're going to take a look.
Yeah, well, on some of the kits, I had some longer zips, so I've given you the longer ones if I've got them.
Perfect.
Or a 9-inch zip, but you can see this is my piece of plastic and that's my zip. It's much longer, and the reason I like a longer zip, it's easier to put in, because my machine's a bit temperamental and it doesn't go over the slider very well.
Okay.
So I'm going to just show you how to put the plastic in. Now on plastic, once you sew it, those holes will never disappear. So you have to be really...
It's not like fabric. Yeah.
It's not like fabric. But don't panic, because it's not so difficult.
Scary,
Glue pen. This is my saviour, you see.
Okay.
And what I do, I put the glue along the zipper tape there, and then where the slider stops at this end is where I really want to sort of start my plastic. So all I do is press my plastic onto my zipper teeth like that, and that's glued in place. because this is live on TV and it won't dry, I just have to wing it a bit, Yanis.
That's okay.
And then I've got my ribbon. Oh, I've already cut that. That was good, wasn't it? Bit more prepared.
You've chosen some very pretty ribbons.
I know. I love a bit of ribbon.
Yeah.
I love bright colours and I love pretty ribbons. And all I'm doing is I've glued that again and I'm placing that ribbon and I'm putting that up against the teeth as well. So like that. Oh, I've got too much ribbon. We're just...
Now, I don't normally say this, but on this occasion, because we are so busy and we're losing options, I would say if there's something you really want, do check out your basket. I know sometimes we like to leave stuff in our basket. Only reason I'm saying that is when we are losing options, we cannot bring anything back on extended delivery. So if there is something in your basket that you love, you want to go for, do make sure to check out. And add a bonus, I'm going to keep on saying it, you get entry into that draw.
Good job we got social distancing, Yanis.
Yes.
I would slap your wrist.
I'm going to be running out the studio. I'm scared what's going to happen after the show.
Look, I'm not going nowhere near anyone.
Okay.
I'm in my little zone. So I've just made a little sandwich. So we've got the zipper tape at the back, we've got the plastic in between, and the ribbon on top. And then I've got my zipper foot on my machine. I've still got my black thread in because it just show you how easy this is. Normally with plastic it gets stuck to your machine, but because you've got that sandwiched in between your ribbon and your zip, it's not a problem. So I'm just sewing along there. And I've come to where my plastic ends, so I don't need to go any further. But what I'm going to do is just swivel my machine, sew down to the other edge. Now this side, oh, didn't mean to do that. I wasn't concentrating, I put my foot back on the pedal. This side is part zipper tape. Yeah. And part plastic. Right. So this side might be a little bit more... No, look, it's not a problem. It still goes through nice and smoothly, doesn't get stuck.
Right. You haven't had to change your foot or anything like that?
Well, I've just got my zipper foot on, but I haven't got...
sometimes I know Teflon feet or something.
Teflon, I couldn't think of the word then, Yanis, well done.
Okay.
I was thinking silicone, but it's not silicone, is it? It's Teflon. I haven't got a Teflon foot on there, no, just my normal zipper foot. So there you go. Look, how easy was that? And that was on the telly box, Yanis.
Wow.
But then, I'm going to pull the zip together and we're going to do the same on the other side. So a bit of glue. A bit of glue along there.
And just so we're gluing that down to give you a little update on where we stand with our options. So pink and white, a third of the stock's gone of our pink and white project pockets. Remember, you're making two. Blue and red, most popular at the moment. We are approaching 70% of the stock, so it looks like this is not going to be around for Nicola's second hour. And then we've got our pink and green, which is 50% of the stock. You decide on the fabric, so think about what fabrics you have in your stash. You just need it's a good stash buster. A fat quarter will make one of the pockets. That's your purple and green option, 50% of the stock there.
So my glue's not sticking, Yanis, but I'm going to just wing it.
Okay, that's all right.
You know what I'm like, I'm just winging it.
Go for it.
I'm just having fun. Who doesn't like a bit of sewing on a Sunday? Oh, I've gone really bonkers on that one. I'll move that over a bit. Who doesn't like a bit of sewing on a Sunday?
So, Nicola, I'm just looking back. You were here right at the beginning.
Nearly, yeah. Right, yeah. Nearly, yeah. And I'm as old as Hochanda. Oh, sorry, the craft store.
Well, the craft store. I was showing how long you've been. There's a company.
As a company, I'm a week older than the craft store.
Oh, wow.
How cool is that?
I think we're very fortunate to have you on.
Thank you. Do you know why it's called Daisy and Grace, Yanis?
Remind me.
Because it's the family doodads. Yeah. What's it this weekend? Family favourites.
Yeah.
Well, My two nannies were Daisy and Grace.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's lovely.
And I couldn't have children.
Yeah.
And I would have called my little girls Daisy and Grace.
Oh, Nicola,
and I couldn't. So this is my baby. This is my saviour,
Nicola,
Daisy and Grace.
Such a nice, what a story for a name. That's very meaningful.
It's very meaningful, and especially on the family favourites.
Yeah. Oh. Well, you couldn't have picked a better time to tell us that story.
Yeah, I thought it's. Yeah. I don't tell it all the time.
No, that's nice.
But look at that. That's done, and it looks a bit messy, but it won't be. Oh, I've caught me threads in the back. There we go.
Lovely.
Yeah, I've done me.
Threads caught.
Thread.
Okay.
You see, that's why you should cut all your threads off, Yanis.
Look, live TV, and we were rushing you. How good does that look? And then you decide which fabrics. Look into your stash and think, what fabrics are we going to add?
Look what I've got. Look what I've got.
Oh, yeah.
I've got a bit of Paris going on because we can't travel. That goes on there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a gap from the top to the bottom.
Yeah.
And that is on purpose because you want as much of that ribbon showing as possible when you've done your binding. Mm-hmm. So when you look at my instructions and you put your plastic on and you've got that gap, you might think, she's made a mistake. I have not.
Okay.
That's so that your binding will go over and you'll get a nice chunk of your ribbon showing.
Lovely.
Okay, and this one I'm doing for me, I've got my double layer of wadding. So
then
I
you can do it on the back.
Yeah, and that will be the back. How are we doing for time?
We've got 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Well, here's a Blue Peter version
Okay.
that I made yesterday.
Yeah.
And so I've put my zip on, and I normally just glue my plastic on, but I knew the glue wouldn't stay till today, so I just ran a stitch along.
Uh-huh.
If you want to do a stitch and you haven't got a Teflon foot, you can put a piece of paper over the top and then pull the paper off.
I've actually seen that done, yeah.
Yeah. So this is ready to go, and then I just take my binding, and I can't find my binding.
Just let everyone know, with regard to our red and blue option, 80% of the stock has gone there. So there's a very real possibility when Nicola's back later on, I don't think we're going to have stock here. So we'll see.
Oh. So I'm using a normal shop bought binding this time, and because I've sewn this, now I can trim my zip down. So I'm just going to turn it to the back side and trim that flush, and I've pulled the zip across.
Okay.
Don't trim it if you zip.
No, pull it across.
You've mucked up then, and you know I said it's only a bit of fabric.
Yeah.
You've mucked it up then.
Yeah, don't do that.
You've wasted your money on that one.
So that's
we don't want that.
Check it first before snipping.
Okay, yeah. So snip, and then you can put your binding on. So I'm using a shop bought bind. How are we doing?
Oh, time's gone, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. But hey.
I'm back.
We're back later on. So you're back at, remind me again?
What?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Thank you. I was with Hayley. Thank you, Hayley. Hayley knows.
Thank you, Hayley.
I'll tell you, Hayley knows it all. Thanks, Hayley. So you will be back at 1 o'clock with Hayley. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it.
So fun. Great fun.
Don't forget to check out your baskets. And the only reason I'm saying that is we are extremely busy. And if you were to let something jump out your basket and think, well, I'll tune back in at 1 o'clock with Hayley and Nicola, might not have it. I know that the blue and red option is seriously under threat. I think that's going to go. Thank you, Nicola.
Thank
been
you,
fun.
Yanis.
I hope we get to work together again soon.
Perfect.
Don't go anywhere. Plenty more coming up. So, Scarlet Rose up next. It's going to be a great hour. After that, Juki will be here for some sewing machine action. And then we got White Gecko, our one-day special. What an afternoon. Morning.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Are you struggling for ideas or need a little extra creative inspiration as you start your crafty preparations for Christmas 2021? From Thursday the 1st of July at 6 p.m. to Tuesday the 6th of July at 6 p.m, we'll be bringing you the Craft Store's festive Flextravaganza event. Tune in and be inspired by a fantastic selection of your favourite crafty experts who are guaranteed to get you in the crafty Christmas spirit. Also, as an early Christmas treat from us to you, if you add at least £5 worth of any items to your shopping basket during the event, either online or on the phone, you will qualify for our festive Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offer. This means you can spread the cost of your entire order over 2 equal monthly Flexi Buy payments, offering you a more cost-effective way of shopping with us. Flexi payments for everyone. So get ready for Christmas 2021 by tuning in to our festive Flextravaganza event from the 1st of July at 6 p.m.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the Craft Store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Sorry about that, but there was a reason for us showing you that, because we've got an amazing deal with this first item, which is brand new to us, but you have got a Freedom Members discounted price on this one as well. So that's why we want to get that in nice and early. Details on your screen, obviously, for that first item, but I am not by myself. I have the lovely Julie alongside me. How are you doing, Julie?
Very well, thank you.
Yes, very well indeed. Now, just to let you know, we are here with regards to our family favourite events. Obviously, we've got Scarlet Rose that we're going to be sharing with you in the next hour. But can I show you the item that we are going to be adding into our prize hamper? I say a hamper, it's absolutely huge. It's way bigger than a hamper could possibly be. It's almost like a craft room that we're giving away here. There's everything that you could possibly wish for in there. You've got papers, you've got fabrics in there, you've got some absolutely incredible yarn yarn in there as well. And every single hour when we are bringing you a family favourites show, we are adding an additional gift into that particular bundle. And this one here, we're looking at filigree flutters. Now with regards to these, you've got an A5 set of stamps, so you can see they're beautifully decorated there, as you can see that stamp set with some lovely sentiments there. You've also got a beautiful overlay that you can work with these, or an underlay, whichever way around you're wanting to work with them. But these are adhesive as well, so you're going to get all of those added into that bundle, and they are absolutely beautiful. So that is the way that you, well, how do you get involved? Let me explain that to you. You just place an order basically during this hour for any of the goodies that we have for you. I do urge you to jump ahead because we have got lots to share with you on the website as well. So there's absolutely loads. You've got shelves of that gift prize there as well. There's also sewing bags and all sorts in there. So anyway, the details are on your screen for your first item that we're going to be sharing with you. This is a brand new kit of dies, and it is brilliant. Freedom members discounted price is on your screen now. So if you're not a Freedom member already, then make sure you do get involved with regards to this. You're getting 31 dies. Brand new concept to share with you. And of course, Julie will be taking these through their paces in a few moments. But these are absolutely beautiful. I mean, here I've got just a couple of finished samples that I've got here just to show you these.
I know the amount of things that you can do with this frame. Well, as I say, as I walk through all through, you see just how many things you can
Beautiful.
do from what first looks as just a basic frame.
Isn't it gorgeous? But you can see here you've got that overlay. So when you're opening up these, and there's a variety of different ways you'll be able to see with regards to these. Obviously, you've got your different dies. You're using them in different ways with regards to these. So you've got the aperture, but you've got the heart attached to the aperture as well. But then you can cut the heart out itself if you're wanting to. The overlay, that can be put on top, as you can see here. All the decorative edge around here. But then you have the opportunity, if you're wanting to make it into a more of a see-through open card, and this is just scratching the surface, to be honest. You'll see so much more with regards to these, and there you go, you can see it opened up there. Absolutely beautiful. So if you wanted to get involved already, then the details are there on your screen. Freedom members, you've got a discounted price, and if you're not a Freedom member already, you can just tick the box as you're checking out your order. 139345 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now on the website you'll find all the other things that Julie has bought with her. Some beautiful elements, papers, you've got your boxes you can be putting your projects into as well, so everything is there, and you've got some beautiful 5-star reviews, so do check those out while you are there. But we are busy with regards to the dies, so if you're wanting to get hold of those, make sure you get involved very, very early on. We've also got brand new 7-day savers, so these kicked off at 8 o'clock this morning. If you've not had a chance to check them out yet, they are there, and you can add those in with your order alongside anything else you're choosing to. And any questions that you've got to ask, then please do so during this hour. Got another show with Julie later on at 2 o'clock, but for this hour, if you want to email in your questions, it's studio@thecraftstore.com. So, Julie, take us all through what we've got.
Okay, so as we said, we brought you a brand new set of dies today, 31 dies. However, some of these dies cut more than one. So I've done you a sample board, and this actually shows you what this set will actually cut out above and beyond that 31. So we've got our solid frame with a suspended heart. We have 2 separate frames to layer on top. We have 2 lacy hearts. We have 2 hearts that cut out from the middle of that. We've got 2 border bars. We've got a fancy flourishy type border with its backing, and a wire that cuts out at the same time as that backing. That can be used if you let's just say you wanted to do black on black to make it look embossed. Then you'd cut it out, say in gold, take your little gold wire and put that round the edge, so you'd have your embossed black look with the little gold edging, or whatever colour it is you want to use. We've got another 2 filigree hearts there. We've got another solid heart. We've got a keyhole and the lock. We've got a key, and then we've got the backing for the key and the wire that it cuts out. We've got 1, 2, 3 scalloped frames and the oval dropouts that come from it. You've got 3 separate oval dies, which actually are slightly bigger than the dropouts, so all of these can be layered on all of them. We've got our flower with its frame again, a smaller flower with its frame. We've got 2 sizes of star flower. We've got 2 sizes of open star flower. The petals that drop out, we've actually got them to put an embossing line on. So when you paper piece it back in, there's an embossed line there, or you could use them as leaves. We've got a solid leaf. We've got an open leaf. We've got another solid leaf and we've got a little tab bit. So our 31's turned into, we said, around 36, 38 dies, because as we said, one die will cut out more than one. So if I take you through to the actual dies themselves, and I'll try and show you everything that we thought of that you can do with it. But obviously, we know what you like. You get hold of it and you find even more, and you send emails in, oh, I've done it this and I've done it that way. But let's start at the beginning. So you've got your solid die here. It gives you 2 embossing lines there, cuts out all your spaces and your solid heart in the middle. Now these scored lines are where you start to play around with how you make these frames together. The 2 embossing lines here, you can choose to work with the outer line or the inner line. So that will give you a card 21 by 17 1/4 or 20 by 17 1/4, depending on the style of card you're doing. So you may choose to cut one side off and have a side opener. You may choose to split it down the middle and make a gatefold. You may choose to take them all off and just leave yourself a frame. So if I move this to one side, and I'll bring in what we're doing, and it will all make sense to you. Hopefully it'll make sense to you. So what I've done for the back piece, now it just depends whether you want to make it as a see-through card or you want to put a backing on it, but let's say I'm going to do the backing with a see-through heart. I'll then cut my piece to match. Now I've gone for the inner line, so that was 20 by 17 1/4, so there's a backed piece there. On this one I've removed the side, and then all you'll do then is score on the line, fold it round. There we go. These glass mats are really slippy, aren't they? With your nails, you can't get in. So all I've done there is score it round to the back, and I've made myself an open front and a backed piece. If you want to make it see-through, obviously, when you've scored that round, you can see that piece there. Do you want to get rid of that? So all I did was mark through, and I'll cut this on here for you so that you can see. And all I'll do now is I will cut that away.
Oh, as simple as that.
Simple as that. And hopefully my glue's going to work. There we go. Oh, yay. Normally these are all bunged up, aren't they? You can't.
Now, there's a couple of things I forgot to mention at the top of the show, so very, very quickly, just as Julie's adding that piece to there. Just to mention, extended delivery, you've probably spied it on your screen. We're looking at the 2nd of July with regards to dispatch of these. It's not too long to wait, to be honest, only about 5 days or so. But also something that's very important is with the stock of this, once it's gone, it's gone. So you need to get in nice and early with regards to these. And obviously the details are all on your screen there. As Julie showed you, all of those fabulous dies and the possibilities are pretty much endless with these. There's loads of ways you can work with them. We are very busy for them though, and I hope you're becoming Freedom members to take advantage of that additional discount. It's a why not deal, so make sure you are taking advantage. Okay. So Julie.
So all I did while Harry was chatting was I just folded it round to the back and glued it down, and because I've trimmed that off, now you don't see that bit overhanging. So now we've got the start of our base. You can, as I said, you could have put a backing behind it, had an open front and a filled in back. You could put another piece in like that, and you could go solid front and back, or you could have just done that on its own, just onto a solid back. So there's 3 choices. I'll leave it open for now. So this is where we start to play. So here's just one of the frames, so we could pop a frame on there.
Isn't that lacy?
It's lovely, isn't it? And all these little hearts here drop out, and I've put them into a little pot, so I've got confetti. Just pop them over your pot.
Clever.
So there's a little freebie there. So we've got our frame. If I bring in, we've got a flourishy type heart, so colour on colour makes it look embossed. We've got our open frame there. We've got, and I'll bring it in because my fingers can never grab these little bits. We can then fill it back in there with your heart. We can do a solid heart. We can put our lacy on top of our heart, so you can see it's growing and growing and growing. We've got, for the back piece that you glued down, if you want to hide that, it's all hooking on each other, there we go. You can put one down the side of there, or we could put, I know this is a different pattern, but we've got, you can go either side there. So we're starting to really, really build. We've got a flourishy piece there. We can go down the side, one side, or we can do one on both sides, or we can go on the top, So you can see every time you lay a piece down, it looks different. This has got a solid piece, so we could do, if I get the right way around, am I going? There I am.
It's very versatile set.
So again, we've got our solid piece. So you can see every time you layer this down, it looks slightly different every time. So there's just our open one. So let's move that to one side there. And let's bring in other things that we can do. So we've got our frame. You can take that out and it's really easy. I mean, look, it's only attached there, three little you can fussy cut that away, really easy. So now we've got our backing that you can use separately. So we've achieved a backing again. So again, that looks different. We've got another option of send it through, put your heart die on again, send it through again, and because it's slightly smaller, it now cuts out a frame. So then if we do different colours, we can then nip that one back in there.
Oh, it fits perfectly.
So there's something else that we can play with. So that's another option. So let's move these out the way too.
So many different possibilities with these.
It's like, I mean, even though we designed it, once we actually physically got the metal dies, we were sort of like, oh, I can do this, and I can do that, and I can do this, and I can do that. So going back to the frames, if we look here, when you cut that out, it actually leaves you with a lovely notelet sized piece of card, which I've made these out of here. Can you see that on the overhead? Yep. And this is just that snipped, and then I coloured it in with my alcohol pearls and then put a twinkle pen
Isn't that pretty?
over the top. So these little notelets to somebody, or just a little gift wallet or something. And that was just out the middle of what you've already cut.
And they're nice because if you buy gift cards, you don't really get anything to put them in, do you? So it's nice to make something like that.
You don't. So if we go back to our frames, the let's bring this one in here. So this is our, what I call, not lacy, not chunky. I've got to think of a word for this, but sort of a little bit thicker, modern type frame. So, because not everybody wants to make lacy cards.
That's true.
Well, hearts tend to go with like your steampunk and your mixed media type. You might throw a heart into that, but you don't actually want a lacy, fluffy edge with it. So we thought, let's try something a bit different. So what we've done, I don't know whether the camera can pick this up on the glass mat, but there's quite a lot of thicker areas.
Oh, bear with. I think we're getting in close with that one.
Coming in close.
There we go.
A little piece of, let's bring a piece of purple card in, because what's happening is you're not, she says, in my vestibule of drawers.
Oh, I tell you what, while you're looking, oh, you've got it there.
There you
go.
There we go. You might see it a bit better there. There we go.
Oh, that's helpful. Thank you.
Better, isn't it? So now we can see there's lots of thicker areas with the colour shining through. So why we did that was, it gives you the opportunity to use those holes as placements for your pearls.
Oh, okay.
Like that. Also, use it as a starting point, and then you've got the thicker areas below it, so now we can extend it from just one pearl. We can go down those thicker areas.
Okay.
So it's giving you the opportunity to move across and change the shape of that frame again. I'll show you this on the actual border. Use your dot work. So it's giving you the areas for dot work.
Beautiful.
Also, I mean, I love it, but I haven't tried it yet. You know your Zentangle?
Oh, yes, yeah.
So you could change.
Always popular.
You could change with your little
like your own little
Zentangles,
detail, yeah.
or little tiny, if you've got lovely writing, you could write in love.
Aww.
And you.
Oh,
so you've got
cute.
areas to actually write into, like little hidden messages in your frames.
I love it. Now, we are busy with regards to these. Don't forget, it's the first time that we've seen these. And I think the fact that you can only get them while you can get them, I think that's the key thing. If you want to get hold of these, you're not going to get a second opportunity. We have got another show with Julie later on, but whether we'll have enough stock to see us through to that one, I don't know, because already 20% of the stock has gone. You're looking at a price of £69.99 to get you your 31 dies, but that's the starting point. As Julie's been showing us, you can use these in so many other ways that you can really maximise the use of those. Even with her board, she was showing between 36 and 38 different ways that you can actually work with those dies in the fall away. But you've got a fabulous deal. You've got a Freedom Members discounted price on this one as well. So very quickly going to mention that one to you, because you've got a discount on this one if you're a Freedom member. Now, if you're not a Freedom member already, then the saving that you're getting through becoming a Freedom member far exceeds the cost of becoming a Freedom member. It's what we call a why not deal. So when you're checking your basket out with this one, whether it's online or whether you're speaking to our call centre, they can get you set up as a Freedom member, and it means instantly you are saving on the post and packing. You won't have to pay that, and straight away those flexi-buy payments will come down if you are spreading the cost. If not, you're looking at £35 for your initial payment on this one, but everything gets sent to you on the 2nd of July. It's going to be dispatched from us here, and the moment it arrives you will have loads of fun, but that payment comes down to £31.50 if you are a Freedom member. But don't forget, once it's gone, it has gone, so please do not miss out on this. 139345. But we literally just scratched the surface so far.
Well, if I go back to the frames, because the other thing you can do with these frames, because it's not a mirror imaged pattern all the way around, you can change it again. So there's the start. I'll do it with black first. There we go. And then that's your match. But if you turn it 180 and layer it down again, can you see that the black is shining through
those little apertures?
And then again, if you put it on top of a third colour, which would be your base card now, can you see you've got 3 colours showing through there? So if I bring a card in just to show you that, if we can see here, I've just used nothing on there but the little heart in the middle and my lock and keys. And I've used stenciling, and I've dyed, like softened it off with dye and stamps on top. But of course then if I bring that up to camera like that, which one we on?
Look at this, through the keyhole, so to
that
speak.
you can actually see through, so that gives you see there's a hole
Oh,
there?
yes.
So that gives you the effect then. And I open him up like that.
That lovely
and that's
open
the reverse
area.
of it. So that's just that's just the frames, and that's just what we've done. So if I can just bring in a couple of samples while we've got that camera up there.
Oh, thank you.
So if we open like this, so I've done a solid back. I've backed this one this time. Put that on the inside, and if you notice, and where the camera can pick it up, the little hearts are the dropouts from this one.
Oh.
And I've added them to the thick areas. So I've changed that and made it look again, and then popped a few on the back and then up the border. Again, I'll bring that up to camera so you can see the effect of when it stands upright.
Look at that. What a pretty card.
So they look very different every time you do it. Now, I'll bring that one in again. So this is all your lattice work with your heart in the middle. But what I've done with this one, look, I've cut the middles out, so now we've got
look at that
scalloped frame as well.
Yes.
And all I did was got a craft knife and just started it off like that, and then got my scissors in and cut it out, and it really easy cuts it out, either with a little border frame or open and roughed up on the edge. And that looks like netting or stocking. I mean, that could go into your steampunk, and that could go into any mixed media type. So you've made sort of a different shape again. So these have come out of that. So that's even more.
And you don't throw those away.
No, you don't. And again, I said to the guys on the camera, I'm going to keep standing them up because, as you can see, this is see-through from front to back. So
of course,
it gives you that lovely effect. So, talking about using them separately, look.
Oh, that's nice.
So that is like how I would use that separately again. So I don't have to use my frame. I've just one out, snip the middles out, and just and again. Beautiful. They're going to love me. I keep saying down, up, down, up.
That's it, yes. I love it.
So that gives you an idea how that's going to look.
It certainly does. We are so busy, so much so that a quarter of the whole of the stock has gone. I warned you that you needed to get involved with this one nice and early, so now is your perfect opportunity for you to get involved. Details are on your screen. You've got everything that you need there. 139345. Don't forget, you're going to be able to create some absolutely incredible cards. I mean, we just scratched the surface with Julie, but just to show you a couple of the little illustrations of it that I've got got here. The wonderful frame with that open area, as you can see, but then of course you've got the back area that can be decorated. Again, so much interest with regards to these. The beautiful frames we've already seen, those in action as well. And then of course you've got the ability that you can use your scores and folds and all those different folding techniques that you've got to really maximise those 31 dies that you've got within the set there. And this is as pretty on the back as it is on the front. 139345. A couple of other things that you might need to add into your basket, because of course when you created these you need to be able to send them to the person, the recipient, and have them presented in the right way, because you don't, the last thing that you want is for anything like this to get damaged. So we've got the perfect situation for you to work with these. So if you're wanting to go for your fabulous pearly pages with regards to your boxes, then here you go. These ones are your extra large. Now they're ready cut pieces, and you've got your 10 bases and you've got 10 lids. They're cut to different sizes, and then you decide where you're going to put that score line. And of course where you put the score line depicts how the overall box is going to look. So if you're going to keep it as a shallow kind of fold line, then that means that you're going to make a much larger box than if you are working where you've got the deeper depth with these. But you can go right the way through from, as you can see there, you've almost got, I think it's about an inch that you've got with that. You can actually go to half an inch. We've got one here, as you can see there, with an aperture, giving you the largest size overall if you're looking at the surface area. But then the possibilities, so many different possibilities, because this one's actually being scored at 6 centimetres, which means you've got the depth of that one. And you could potentially go even further with those. £12.99, brilliant value for money, again on extended delivery, again the 2nd of July, and again a brilliant price, £12.99 for all 10 of those. And that's 10 boxes, 10 lids and bases pairing together under that item number 660076. But what about the possibilities it could create even more so? So with these ones, we're looking at square. Now, with regard to square, again, you can make them to whatever size you like. And these ones are your quick boxes. They're ready cut, so you don't have to worry about that. You've got your little finger lift edge, so you've got your little semicircles cut out. And again, with these, you've got your 10 bases, your 10 lids, and also your 10 tags. Similar sort of scenario, if you're wanting to turn these into box bases and lids, then you can do, obviously separating them up. But of course, you've got the possibilities of playing around with those. And those little kind of holes that you've got there are perfect for you to literally lift the lid on these if you're wanting to. And again, there you've got that big aperture area where you're going to be able to pop your project in there. £12.99, 750458. Perfect to work with those fabulous frames that we were looking at just a few moments ago, especially if you're working on some of those smaller projects. Now, need to mention something to you, which is a brand new configuration. And I know these papers are always popular. So you may have purchased these in the past, and in the past it's been a bit of a lucky dip as to which of those insert plates you're going to get, and you'll know exactly what I mean when we show you these different designs. So you can see you've got your hearts, you've got your snowdrop, you've also got your little tulip. We've got 3 different item numbers with regards to these now, because you can decide which of those plates you're going to get dependent on the item number that you use. So if you're wanting the tulip, which is the one sitting in the centre there, the details are on your screen, 407314. Now with each one of these, it's a case of when they've gone, they've gone. So if you like the look of one of these, or you're wanting to add to your collection because you've already got some of these, then you need to be quick. You can change those item numbers around, because the heart comes with a different item number. £22.49, again, brilliant price. 226723 if you're wanting this one. And your third and final option with regard to this one is that beautiful little snowdrop there. Very delicate design, I'm sure you'll agree, absolutely beautiful. So, £22.49, different item number again, 616100. I mean, these are beautiful, Julie.
They are, aren't they? I mean, they're double-sided, as you see. You've got your more vibrant at the front and your soft muted at the back. They're landscape, so if you do happen to have our pearly pages set of dies, when you put the die on, it cuts it out landscape all in one go. But you can just score them in half or make gatefolds, and they're all ready to go. Just pop a topper on, it's a quick card done. But there's around, and we counted with the designer around 60 layers that have been layered onto that.
Oh, to create designs?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're just so nice. The more you look into it, I mean, on screen you just see a quick snapshot of it, but when you can sit and look at all the images that are down and the depth of all those images on that card when you actually get it home.
Beautiful. There you go. Now you're going to get all of those. Yours won't come ring bound, yours will come loose, and of course they are beautiful to work alongside the brand new dies that we're sharing with you today as well. So 616100, you're going to get that vintage chic card pack with all of those different item numbers that I just shared with you. But if you're wanting the snowdrops, then the details are on your screen. Hearts at the bottom of the screen, and of course if you want the tulip, you'll find that one on the website. But when the stock has gone, that is it. You've run out of opportunities and you'll have to choose a different plate. Heading back over to Julie now then. So what we've got next?
So what I'll do, I'll leave the base cards for a moment and we'll start to look at some construction cards that you can make from this. So I'll start off with this one that I made, and then I'll show you the whopper that Mum's made. So I need to get to that one. So here we have what we call like a little booklet type card. So we've gone purple onto purple to make it look embossed. And then we've got the first page there. And what I've done is I've cut one out separately and in half. And that's where you can put your little tags and your ephemera. So I've put those little side border bars on there. Open it again. We've got a centre one. Now, I don't like throwing anything away.
Okay.
So when this bit cut out, I thought, I've got to be able to do something with that. I thought, pocket. And all that is one left as it is. And then the other one, just score, I'm on camera, score down there and score down there. And then just fold it over. And then pop it on top, glue it, side and side, side and side. And you've got 2 pockets. And that's something made out of that I was just going to throw away. You could actually, I mean, if you've got these on a card, reframe them, and you're going to make yourself a frame, aren't you? So don't throw these bits away either. And there's our back one again, opened like that. Again, here we go, lads, up to camera. So that gives us a view of how that's going to look when it's given. So we've got all the pages like
look
that.
at that.
So from every angle, even from the back, when they look at that card on the mantelpiece or in the window, it's going to look, well, we think it looks beautiful.
So what's the maximum number of those frames that you can put together?
Well, I'll just bring it in before I show it. Look at the size of that whopper.
Wow.
I mean, that's Barbara's whopper.
Oh, that's
and I'll open that up and show you in a
That's
sec.
beautiful.
We've got time for this. Is all I wanted to bring this in because she's worked really hard on that. Every time I find her, where are you? I'm doing my book. Where are you? I'm doing my book. She just kept adding the pages, and it just kept going and going. So
well, when you're enjoying working with something.
Honestly, you start, I'll just add a bit of this and I'll just add a bit of, oh, no, I've got that photo. Anyway. So let's just start. And it is easy. It really is. So we've cut our first piece out and I've took the 2 side tabs off. Now, again, you may decide to put a back on it. And I'll say that I've put a back on this one. Okay. And then all you do then is you take and score along the outside or the inside line, depending on how wide or not you want to make it. And literally, all I've done, and I'm doing this with double-sided tape, but I would prefer, on mine I've done wet glue.
Okay.
It dries firmer. So all you'll do then is line it up and stick it to the page before. And that's your first one done. So it's literally
as easy
as that. So all you're doing is scoring on the one side, layering it over the page before.
You just keep going.
And you just keep going however many you want. And then, as you say, that's when you start to play again. You put your frames over in between.
Can you mix them up? So if you don't want them to be open, can you do them like you showed us the card before?
Yes, of course you can. I mean, there's no rules with any of this. I mean, the difference with this was, because, and just something simple that I did, to make the purple frame, when I cut the edge off here, because I'd got that showing over, I fit it back. Oh, that doesn't make sense. But because it would have been like purple, coloured, I took the bit that I cut off and put the coloured bit back on.
Right.
So it gave me the coloured frame again. So the bit that you cut off, stick back on again.
Okay.
So that keeps you purple instead of having like a purple flash.
Yeah.
I know what I mean. I'm sure everybody else knows what I mean. So literally, just build them up now. Let's bring Barbara's whopper dopper in. Otherwise, I'll sort of get shot when I get home. You didn't show my card. Right, so we'll start overhead. So what we've done here, she's done a little journaling tag there.
Oh, that's
opens
clever.
up, look, on a little brad. And then we open him up like that. So that's our first front layer.
Oh, it's breathtaking.
It's lovely, isn't it? So that's the first one. Now, she's done, if I keep bringing them up, that's, we've got to come and look, see?
Oh.
So that is tied on the back. We've tied
okay.
that very well. But that's how she's done it. I mean, you don't have to. And then we've got a magnet in there to shut that there.
That's clever, yeah.
So here's our second page. And inside we've got an open heart, look.
Oh, clever.
With little pockets. And all that is, before we move on, It's one of our hearts, 2 of our hearts I should say. Score them down the middle, stick them on that spine that you've created, cut another one in half on the spine, stick it over, stick the sides, you've got 2 pockets there, and then your top piece, we found it lays flatter if you trim it rather than fold it. But if you want to fold it, you can. And that's another one that can either be all stuck down or left open, so it's like a band. So you've got a band and a pocket.
Good idea.
So that's all that is. So we've got that layer there. We've got another layer here, and this, look, give it a bit of a shake. That's all your confettis mixed with beads that you've put in there. We've got another open one here with an open layer in there. We've got a tab at the top because all we've done then on the layering frame, we've stuck all the sides down but left the top open. So you can, look at this, she's even put a band across with an open book without putting the pockets on. So there's another idea you've got, and all your little danglers. There's another one, they're all your laces with your top openers again. And there's another one again. I mean, she's really, as you can see, gone to town. I'm going to stand it up. I mean, you might choose to actually tie the bows back up again, but that just gives you...
Doesn't that look beautiful?
I mean, honestly, she's really, really
amazing. And that just shows you how much fun you can have with this. Yeah. We are so busy, my goodness, Julie, I have to tell you, 40% of the stock has gone. Don't forget, with regards to the stock, this is it. We haven't got any more beyond what we've got loaded on. This is all our stock. This is all the opportunities that you have to get hold of these. You're looking at a fabulous deal. Freedom members, you've got that additional discount, bringing it down to £62.99. Julie's just getting herself set up for her next little explanation. So the details are on your screen if you're wanting to get involved. You're not missing anything at this point. The details are there, 139345. What you are going to get is your 31 physical dies, as you can see here. But the opportunities, the fall away, the elements that you're going to use are going to give you way more than those 31 elements that we're speaking of. You've got borders in here, you've got embellishments, you've got the fabulous hearts, you've got lots of snippability with regards to these as well, so you can kind of go in and take out elements that you're wanting. Beautiful scallop detail, beautiful lace detail with these, and the elements that you're going to use cross-pollinating onto other things that you've got. The little flowers, the foliage, they're going to be your go-tos, and I love the idea of the little heart there and the lock and the key there and the little kind of lock that you've got to go in the heart as well to make it into a little locket. 2 flexi buys are £31.50 if you're a Freedom member. That's all you need to pay for your first payment, and then it will be dispatched on the 2nd of July. It's got slightly extended delivery with this one. To be honest, it's only about 5 days, so not too long to wait at all. But 139345 is that all-important item number. And of course, the beauty is if you have spread the cost over 2 payments, why not add in other things as well? Don't forget your boxes, because you're going to need those to present these. These aren't the kind of cards that you squeeze into an envelope. You display these, you present them beautifully, because they are absolute work of art, as you can see with regards to those. So just got a couple to show with you. That wonderful open frame with the open area that Julie's referred to, and then on this one you've got the open area and the closed area, because it's all about choices of how you're putting your project together. Whether you work with that overlay, whether you use a little heart in the centre there, whether you're just cutting out your pretty papers and snipping them so as you've got those as a centre panel. Absolutely beautiful through and through, and it can be yours for that first payment of £31.50 on its way to you. Second payment's in a month's time if you're a Freedom member, and do become a Freedom member at the same time, because of course you will be placed in our prize draw. Well, everybody's placed in the prize draw, to be honest, but as a Freedom member you will get that additional discount that we've been speaking of. 139345 if you're wanting yours. Back over to Julie.
Okay, so we'll go back to a couple of base cards again. So let's go to our frame. And the 2 crease lines there, if you crease them both and fold them over, it gives you like a box front. You've also, obviously, you could go wider and make it even deeper, but if we just work with the 2 lines that we've already given you, if we look overhead there, can you see that that's slightly raised?
Mm-hmm.
If I can, no, I never get this right. There we go. Oh, I nearly did it. There we go. And if I turn it sideways, you can see
the depth that you've got with
so
that. Beautiful.
You can close the siding. Okay, lads, we're going to go up right.
Look at that, with all those beautiful
so that gives
flowers.
you like that little bit of depth you can see.
Are those flowers being cut with the dies that you get in the set? Wow,
yes, I'll
they're
only use the
pretty.
flowers that you get with. So you've got the open flowers, you've got the solid flowers. You can use them on their own singularly, or you can build them up and make your multi-layered flowers.
Actually, Julie, because we're a little over halfway through the show, if we've got new people that have tuned in at this stage, they won't have seen all of the dies to start with cut out. So do you want to do your board again?
I will, yeah. So I'll bring that board back up. So as we said, it's 31 dies, but some of the dies cut more than one item.
Okay.
So the board is set out that's everything that it cuts out, as well as confetti dropouts. So you've got your main frame, which you can take the middle out, which I showed you. You've got your lacy frames, you've got your lacy inserts, the heart drop out the middle of there as an actual second die piece. You've got two borders, we've got a tab, solid leaf, open veined leaf, open leaf again, two open star flowers. The petals that drop out will have an embossing line down them, so they can be used as leaves or backing as paper
And we
pieces.
saw on that last card, they're so useful.
There. We've got two star flowers. We've got two solid flowers of sizes and the wires, so this is where it cuts out too. You'll notice there's two cutting lines.
Okay.
And two of these drop out, so you might want to do, as we said, a black flower on a base, but we want a little gold outline, so if you cut it twice, you can put the gold, little tiny fine outline on the edge of that. We've got our key and we've got our base and wire again, so there's your second out of one. We've got three scallop frames, and these perfect ovals drop out. These are actual dies, and then these are smaller than those, so they fit on top of them, so we can layer up 6 layers there. We've got our flourish, we've got our base, but that also cuts out the wire, so as we said, you could do black on black to make it like it looks as if it's been embossed, put your gilding wax over the top, but then you've done another one in gold, kept the flourish to one side, and then took the gold wire and put it right on the edge of the base, so now it looks a gold edged. Fancy hearts, solid heart, lock and key.
Fabulous.
And all of that.
Thank you. I'm so glad that you did that, because we are so busy now. So many of you are adding them into your baskets now, so much so that now we're actually looking at half the stock having gone. Of course, before Julie took us through that, we were looking at, I think, only 40% of the stock having gone. So we've seen a real surge. Now you're realising just how you can utilise these and how many possibilities you've got with those 31 dies. Don't forget, once it's gone, it's gone. We've got another show coming up later on at 2 o'clock, so make sure you get in early. There'll be lots of people that will be out and about this morning, maybe coming and joining us at 2 o'clock, but you can get ahead of the rest by getting your order on the system, 139345, if you're needing those details. Freedom members, you've got a discounted price. Everybody can spread the cost over 2 payments, but if you're wanting to take advantage of the discount, then it will bring that price down to £62.99, and your 2 flexi buys will be £31.50 each. Just need to mention extended delivery, 2nd of July, that this will be dispatched, but it's not too long at all, is it? Okie dokie, Julie, coming back to you.
So, talking about having a play, we looked at that and I thought, I wonder if I can make a base card out of that. So, did my A4 folded in half and put it over the edge. Now this is a 250 GSM, so I thought, well, we'll give it a go on the thick card first. Sent it through and it cut out. And yes, it cut out perfectly through the first one, but what it did, it cut into but not through the lower edge. And I thought, well, that looks a really nice effect. So that's on your 250 GSM. So then I popped another one on the back. And then this second one here, oh, I'll go back to my base first, sorry. I scored across to give me my fold.
Yes.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an easel card. So I put a couple together with a bow on, put my heart on the back so that it was showing through. And then all we do, and I'm only going to do this quickly, obviously you will take a lot more time than me. Do you know what it's like? You're trying to get everything in. And layer that on the top there like that. And hopefully that'll dry. And then I use my hearts to make the little stepper. And I just realised I put that all the way through and I didn't need to. It'll probably stick to the desk now. But hey-ho. So, put that over the top of that heart there. And what I've done is I've made a heart easel card.
Clever.
And that's out of your base. Which we didn't design it to make base cards, but I thought, well, I'll have a play. So that was on the 250 GSM. But then I thought, well, if I use a thinner one, it should cut all the way through. And it did. So this is only somewhere around 150, 180, too floppy to use on its own, but it served the purpose that I wanted it to. Like I said, in half, cut it out, and this time it did cut all the way through. So I've got lacy both sides. But what that gave me then was the lacy base that I wanted. So now you start to obviously strengthen it. I would put another piece on top there and another piece on the bottom just to strengthen that. Score it through like I showed you before, she says. Go back to my, I've actually done these. Oh, thought I'm going to glue this on screen. So I've put a stopper there like I showed you. I've done all pearls on the flourishy areas, scored across like I showed you on the previous one. And now we have a completely see-through lacy one.
Oh, isn't that pretty? I mean, that's a work of art.
I mean,
Isn't
you could.
gorgeous?
I mean, it depends where you want it to put it. I mean, you could higher that up and make it stand up even higher. But that, this is just a quick show to the camera how you can get a completely see-through one and a solid one.
And of course, you've got the different finishes with those. You can see there, you've got your flourishes on one, more of a lacy detail on the other.
What I said was, what about if you were having a wedding or an 18th and you wanted place settings?
Okay.
Put your numbers in there.
Clever.
And they could be, because that's a beautiful tables number.
Yes,
setting.
yeah.
So that was just something that came to us, and that was just through playing. And we know what our customers are like. They get hold of our stuff, and I think, right, what did I do?
Well,
And
this
what
is
can
the
I
thing.
see?
Now, I would ask you normally for photographs of things that you created, but of course these are brand new dies. You haven't had a chance to use these. When we see them again at some point in the future, then obviously you can send your pictures in. But these are brand new, a wonderful collection. You've got 31 dies in total with these. So you've got your base dies down at the front there. You can see those frameworks that you've got with the hearts set into these. Now you can obviously cut out those hearts separately if you wanted to. You can snip around those hearts. You can do all sorts of different little kind of snips and tucks with these, which I know that you will do. But the hearts and the frames themselves, absolutely beautiful as they are. Then you've got your borders, your bands that are going to work down the side, and of course your inset hearts that can sit right in the centre of those. And Julie was using those as the stoppers on her easel cards. Then you've got your florals, you've got your foliage, you've got your ovals, you've got your padlock, and you've also got your keys, as well as the wires that will allow you to create those additional elements that of course all come together, even to give you that faux embossed look. 139,345, all of that coming to you potentially for that first flexi buy of £31.50. And of course second payment's in a month's time, and that is a discounted price beyond the price that we bought to you previously, but everybody can take advantage. So you're saving £7. It turns it into a why not deal, because you can save with your post and packing as well on this one. So it is definitely worth going for. 139,345. We are very, very busy. Stepping away from Julie, lots of you taking the opportunity to place your orders, get those things in your baskets and get those orders checked out. So much so that, what was the update, sorry Katie? All rapidly approaching 60% of the stock has gone. This is a little bit worrying because we've got another hour at 2 o'clock, but we're only at the moment got 40% of the stock left. So yeah, in between the shows, lots of you will place your orders as well. So yeah, get yours while you've got the opportunity. I think that's the key thing. Back over to you, Julie.
Okay, so let's go for gatefolds. So let's go overhead and we have a look there, look. Put the frame on. There's our gatefold. Now, there's our middle. So you can choose to leave it plain. That's where you could stamp your sentiment. Or again, we can start layering and popping our little bits in and building it up. So again, okay lads, camera, action.
Oh, there we
go.
Oh,
so there's our gatefold.
Pretty.
If I don't show you the back. So those are a couple of bars just to show. And I'm going to show you how to put this together because we've just about got time, I think.
Wonderful.
Here's another version where I've snipped away all of that heart, look, around the, frame, around the side of that heart, and made it open like that.
Oh.
So again, when it's upright, you can see it looks like that.
Gorgeous.
So that's another one. So let's get this done quickly for you. So, frame, open, and I'm going to stick it very quickly.
Wonderful. We've had a question emailed through as well from Pam asking about the angel policy. Can these be made and sold?
Of course you can. That's what it's all about, isn't it? And now our craft shows and things are going to be open again. You can really get going. I mean, we've still got time to do all that. I mean, imagine these as wedding cards.
Oh, beautiful.
Cards,
yeah.
You know. So
anything love themed.
Of course. So I've just stuck a back on there. Not completely straight, but we are against the clock. So what I would do then is I would take away the one side. Let's move that away. One side there, score down the middle, and what we're doing is we're folding it over to give that extra strength. And there's your flap there to go round, and I'll do exactly the same with the frame, and I will slip that over the top there, and I'll do exactly the same with my heart, and all this is giving strength to your card.
That's a good point.
Okay, so let's do that here.
And that's clever because you've got those flaps there, which mean that you can kind of attach it all together.
Yeah.
Clever.
I mean, there we go. I mean, this is very, very quick. But you can see, I mean, I'm doing it up against it all, but you can see how quick that you can actually get these together.
Actually, what time have we got left on the show?
How long have we got?
Oh, we've got just shy of 10 minutes, 9 minutes left.
Oh, there we go. Right, okie dokie. So, there is just your basic wonky because I've rushed it, but we get the gist. There we've got our open.
That's gorgeous.
Just our normal open there. Now, I've got time, and this is where I will get kerfuddled, but you'll get it. So, to do that other one, you've got your back as normal, but what I would have done here is score it down the middle, like we said, cut away here, so I've loosened it there, and I've loosened it there, just on those two areas, so that when I fold it back, it's left me that. Remove this if you want it see-through, or back it so you don't see through that little bit that you folded over. But then I thought, well, you could leave it like that, but then I thought, well, how about if I fold it again? So you can leave it like that, or you can fold it back again, which is what I did on the one that I showed you. I know it's upside down to camera, but you can see. And then all I did then was I just removed that just as an extra piece. And that is what gave me, and I'll put him back up to the camera again.
Oh, beautiful.
So that's what gave me that, without getting rid of that frame there. So that's what gave me that second shape. Going on to our boxes, as we said, these were designed for our pearly pages.
Yes.
But we've always said one size fits all. So I had a play with a little tab that's in there. It's only a little piece of metal. And what I've done is, this isn't the base, but pretend that's the base. It fits in, but you've got gaps either side.
Yes.
Which is fine. It doesn't matter if it rolls around, you could put tissue paper in there. However, I thought, hold on a minute. Now I've got this, are these in shot? There we are. Can we see these here? I've left one loose. These are the little tab, which she says...
Oh, I think I've got one on the board here.
It's gone walk
It's
about.
on here. It's on the side there, that little one. I didn't know what that was for.
There we go. And that's got embossing lines. And what you'll do with that, if I bring that up to camera like that, all we'll do with that is we'll fold it in half and back on itself to make a little W. Okay. Then stick one down in each four corners, so they'll all be loose like that. I'll turn it around so I can see what I'm doing. So all those are glued, and then what you do is you put your card in, put a bit of glue on that loose bit, and then as you lay it down and you put your card in and press your card, does that make sense?
Keeps it, yes.
So what it's done now, look, it doesn't move about. So you've made like little buffers inside, so that's how you can use that little tab piece that's in there. So that's being able to use.
I wondered what that was for.
Yeah, well, you can use it as on the sample that you showed. We used it as a label, like a little tag.
Oh,
so it's just a
right.
little piece, a little bit of piece of spare metal that we thought, I know, we just because we've used a tab like that before in one of our other sets, and we used it as upstands with our bow dies and everything. So it's just another little piece of metal that you'll find uses for.
Okay.
So that's that. Oh, let me just lean across here. All right, let's bring these in. If you want to make a top opener, like this, and I'll bring it up to camera so you can see this style. It's on a glass mat, so I'm sorry it's slipping, but I'll hold it. Okay, so
Very
we've got our
pretty,
opener with
yeah.
all our keys and all our flowers and everything shining through. All you do with that is, on your back piece, take all the tabs off and cut them down to 1 centimetre all the way around.
Yeah.
It's obvious, really. I mean, everybody will be able to work this one out. And on your top, second piece, all the way down to 1 centimetre, leave the top, score that to 1 centimetre, and then just fold it over and glue it down.
Ah,
And
yes.
it's to sit, I mean, literally. And then I've nicked those out again, so they look different again.
Yes, very.
So that gives you your opener like that.
Beautiful.
And I think I might have done all the demos. I can show some lovely samples if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
To show some more samples. So, again, these are Barbara's. I take no credit for these. She's been sitting in that office. That's where she should stay. Right, so let's have a look at these star cards.
Isn't that beautiful?
And all
look
that
at
is,
that.
and I think we know how to, in half,
Yes,
score them all in
yeah.
half and stick them page to page to page to page. As many as you want. I mean, you could do more. If I bring that down flat, it goes
wow,
flat.
look at that. So
Then
that
it
would
will
fit
go-
in a box.
It will now go flat into a box. Barbara's put a couple of these side flourishes on, front and back, to make that really sturdy. And that's our pad.
Oh, that we were looking at earlier,
Yeah.
yes.
So that's the pad. And here's all the flowers. Look in the layers. There's our pad
Beautiful.
again. This little ephemera isn't ours. That's
Okay.
part of our stash, obviously, like everybody. But it mixes and matches with our pad.
Yeah.
And turn that back over again like that. So
Gorgeous.
there's a star card. Again, she's done another one. And she's bound. Now, I'm not a bookbinder.
Okay.
And people who do bookbinding will know about this cloth that you put on the edge.
Yes.
But with the big one that Barbara made, I'll just bring the side of that one in again. Again, that's been the cloth on the side.
Ah, okay.
But you might be able to stitch through.
That's a good
They
point,
know
yeah.
how to. I mean, as I say, I'm not a bookbinder, but I know you can stitch the spines. So as you get bigger with these books, but this is just a smaller version. Now she's used all her little. I don't know what you call this sort of embroidery lace. I don't know. Is there a word for that? Guiper?
Oh, I don't know.
Somewhere- I'll look it up.
Okay.
Guiper, it's a French word. Anybody who knows
right.
what this is knows I'm saying it completely wrong. But this is a solid one that if.
Oh,
And I can
nice.
quite easily do that because we've done several layers and made it more chipboardy.
okay.
Left the top open so that you've got your tag to go in and out the top there. And there's all the insides, like that. As I say, if I stand that up, that is...
Oh my goodness, that's solid.
That is really sturdy. So when you start layering them up, you can really make
Don't they
quite,
look
you know,
amazing?
that could be a picture frame.
It's beautiful.
Take the heart out the front,
Yeah.
put the picture behind that, or onto the heart, and have all your extras added to it.
Loads
So
of
that's
possibilities.
that. And then she's done plain again. Again, this isn't our pad. This is our Rosa Moore card, but these are just ephemera that she had. Put a little stud on it with the two flourishes behind the front. Let's pop it open and...
Oh, ooh, look at that.
Like a puff ball in the middle.
Isn't that beautiful?
I mean, you could really go crazy with pearls and ribbons and all sorts going
Yes.
through that. And again, if you did that all the way around and hung it off a ribbon,
Yeah.
you'd have a solid bauble or a gift for somebody.
Yeah.
So there's just another option. So,
Oh, anybody receiving that is going to be absolutely
Yeah.
thrilled to bits. We're coming to the end of the hour, and you've probably noticed at the bottom of your screen we've got queues on the phone lines. Regularly happens at the end of the hour. Lots of you finalising your purchases, getting all those goodies on your shopping list, and you're giving us a call to place your order. Well, if that is the case, brilliant. You've chose a perfect opportunity to do so, but you need to be quick. If you're kind of hovering and hovering and you're not too sure, I wouldn't leave it too long because it's in a very, very popular bundle, and we're looking at 31 dies. Loads and loads of possibilities. Julie's been showing us lots of ideas and she'll be sharing more of those ideas with us a little bit later on at 2 o'clock. But do take advantage of this deal while you have it, because it's one of those situations when the stock has gone, that is it. We're looking at a situation where 60% of the stock has gone. My goodness, we are very, very busy. We've got another show later on, but I know lots of you will choose to place your order after the show, before our next show starts, or perhaps before the 2 o'clock show. Might be that you're out and about and you just come back in and you're catching this on rewind. If that's the case, don't leave it too long before you're getting hold of yours. Now, if you're not a Freedom member already, you will want to get hold of this item, if nothing else, because you've got an additional discount. Now, the saving on this one and the fact that your postal packing is covered with your Freedom membership turns it into a why not deal, which means that you are saving more than you're spending to become a Freedom member. You only need to become a Freedom member for that first calendar month and take advantage of the discount that we've got, and then you can just let us know and we will draw that to a close. You don't have to continue with it. But of course, while you are a Freedom member, all your post and packing is covered, and of course you're going to get discounts, as you will do with this very first purchase. 2 flexi buys of £31.50. If you are a Freedom member, we'll get these on on their way to you. Extended delivery means it's going to be dispatched on the 2nd of July, but when it arrives, you are going to be able to create the most incredible projects. Whether it's going to be like this gorgeous see-through project that you've got, where you can see, obviously, the opening of this one, you're going to see all those beautiful hearts coming into play. You decide how elaborate you're wanting to make these, and of course, as Julie's quite rightly showed us, she's shown us all the different possibilities. Julie, thank you so much.
Very, very welcome.
I love it. I'm going to see more from you with Yanis. Yanis is going to love these.
I know.
Yeah, he will do, because he loves that intricate detail that you're getting with your dies as well. So, yeah, I know he's going to enjoy that hour. So, yeah, if you're wanting yours, now is your decision time, really. 139345. Don't forget, placing your order for this item will get you in the prize draw. So give you the possibility of getting hold of these on Monday evening, 5:45. That's when we draw the name. I will see you later. So another fabulous hour coming up with Gary and Juki. Yanis is keeping him company for the hour. Then I'm back with our lovely Sarah and the white gecko one day special, should I say. And then I'm back with Nicola.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, the world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper, and they're now absolutely renowned for it. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies. I'm Kathy. And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. On our shows, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Well, hello everybody. So we have got a show for you. We're going to be focusing on the Juki. We've also got an incredible Juki overlocker as well. This is the NX7. But just to remind you that we have our fantastic Family Favourites event currently running, and we're going to add some more prizes into the pool. So this hour, we're putting this incredible book from Debbie Shaw, the lovely Debbie Shaw, Love to Sew. This is all about quilting, covers and cozies. We're also going to have a look at quilting on the go. We're going to add that into the mix, and we've got our nautical quilts. We're adding that into the prize draw, and we've also got this fabulous little thimble. Well, I say little, it's a giant thimble. It's a giant thimble storage as well. I mean, it's made from my hands. Big hand, no, sorry, it's just storage. Okay, so we're getting all of that. We're going to add that into the prize draw. Let's have a look at the prize draw as it stands. It keeps on getting bigger. It's a prize that keeps on giving. So the way to enter into our draw, if you make any purchase during a live show featured in our Family Favourites event, this is a live hour Family Favourites event, make any purchase, your name goes into a hat. You're not restricted to 1 entry per person. So if you bought earlier on, say I had a lovely show with Nicola, if you purchase on Nicola's show, you've got an entry. If you purchase on this show, you're going to get another entry in there. I'm not alone. I am joined by the very talented and extremely knowledgeable Gary. Hello.
Thank you for that. Hello. How are we doing?
Very well. Very well. Good. We've got, once we get into, because we've got the NX7, we're going to look at this in more detail, because we're going to start with the overlock and we're going to come back to this. And when we do, I'm going to tell you a story from one of our viewers who purchased this. Wonderful. And they were singing your praises. So that's coming up.
Excellent.
I'm going to tease you
wait
with
for that one.
NX7 is a fabulous machine, and we have got such a good bundle here. So things to point out. As a sewing machine goes, this is... Do you know what I look out for? How many of our guests come in with the NX7, they've got no affiliation to Juki, they've just bought the machine, and that to me is a huge endorsement. Andy, Craft UK is one that springs to mind.
Absolutely, yes. Well, I'm going to say hello to Andy, but I must say hello to Jo, actually, his wife, because she uses the machines as well. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. Again, as you say, they're not connected to us at all. No. I see them at the exhibitions, obviously we see them here, so we know each other for a long time. Mm-hmm. They've got obviously open options to buy whatever machines they have, and to be fair, yes, they've got a few different machines as well. But I will say, from their first Juki, they now do have a little bit of a collection of Jukis. So, because once you go into, and I think we've talked before about having a machine that does everything is not always good. No. So you don't want it to be sort of 3 machines in one, an overlocker, an embroidery machine, a sewing machine. A tool that tries to do too many jobs, it just doesn't always give you that quality when you need it.
Well, sometimes you fall into the trap of being jack of all trades, master of none, whereas the Juki, what it does do, it excels at. This machine has got a lot of features you'll find in industry that is now put into this machine for the home domestic market in there. We are going to get into this in more depth, just things I want to point out. Do your own research. This is a considered purchase, and I do not expect anybody to be channel hopping right now or tuning in today, never thought about buying a sewing machine, and then instantly just like, oh, I'm going to purchase this. I understand that it is a considered purchase, but I also know that a lot of sewers out there have aspired to the Juki. So if this is the right time for you to get it into your basket, the joy of the craft store is the fact we have got the flexi payment, so you can spread the costs over 3 months, $931.66 today. And we've also got a bonus set of feet worth £200. And Gary, you've played a big part in the feet that you've added into this as a bonus, and all of them are ones we're going to use.
Well, it's a lot of times when gifts are given, and a lot of them can be gimmicky, and some of them you think, well, okay, do I really want that? Do I not want that? They come up with a selection of feet, well, through Juki head office this was, and sort of when I start looking at it, I think, well, when I do all the exhibitions and obviously within the retail side and the shops as well, I get to see what people want. I know the common things that people buy. Also, you can see what people really just don't use or don't know how to use. So what's the use of us giving things away that I know is going to sit in a box, people can look at it, maybe try it once and think, well, I don't want to use that, I don't. So I find it very important to put the attachments that I know customers, the end user, are going to want there, i.e. invisible zip feet. There are sort of samples that we've got on here, which actually I'll show you shortly on there when we actually get to the machine, and then roll hem feet. So there is a huge amount of attachment that actually comes with the machine, but there's certain attachments I know I get asked for every single day. So yeah, I've sorted out a nice package of feet, bonus package on that.
We are going to be looking at this in more depth in just a moment. What I would say is, if this is on your radar, if you think about getting this machine, we're going to see it in action shortly. Have a look at the reviews, go onto our website, see the reviews of the Juki, and I say we're very proud to be able to offer this machine to you. 494335, your item number there. We're going to move over to our overlocker as well, and the overlocker, it's something in so many sewers, this is our growth. So we have a sewing machine, and then you kind of want to develop and grow to an overlocker. Now, because it's Juki, my goodness, when you bring us a machine, you really bring us a machine. I watched your earlier hour with Hayley. The overlocker, this is such a good overlocker.
Thank you. Yeah, again, it's nothing gimmicky, nothing over the top. You won't find bells and whistles on there which are not going to be used on there. It is a high performance overlocker. So as I hope we're going to show you shortly, it will just go through any types of fabric, give you a professional finish, but also that you don't have to fiddle, you don't have to play. But one of the key things, which everybody at home would know with overlockers, the threading, the setting it up. Jet air threading system, built-in needle threaders, absolutely brilliant.
Everything that we would want, and you're also getting 1,000 metres, a bonus 10,000
metres,
10,000 metres of thread. 10,000
yeah.
metres of thread there as well. You've got your 3 flexi payments. This is a machine that is built to last. It's a machine that you'll be able to use very, very easily, and it has a beautiful finish to it. I think the best way to do this is to see it in action.
Absolutely.
So where would we start? I know you're saying the big one is the threading.
That's it. So let's start at the threading. Yeah, absolutely. So, well, obviously, I was here at 7 o'clock this morning. We do a lot of time concentrating on the sewing machine side, which is brilliant. We'll get that soon. But the overlocker side, again, I've just taken it out the box. How quickly, how easy is it to set up?
Looks great. Gary, just before we get in, I'm so sorry. I was remiss to say that we were extremely busy for this earlier on. 50% of the stock has gone. So we've already, and we cannot get hold of any more. We had this chat in our meeting. Once it's gone, it's gone. We sold a lot of these machines. 50%'s gone, and if we do sell out this hour, that is it. We cannot bring back any more. Sorry.
No, please. That's excellent, because again, as we sort of talked before, that even at 7 o'clock this morning, I didn't get time around to really using it. We chatted about it. 50% of stock has sort of gone already. So this is why I want to sort of show through the people who've already bought it, got it in their baskets as well, how easy it really is, and it's not just us saying things. So just taking it out of the box on there. First of all, you've got a catch tray on the front. That just comes off. Nice big catch area on there as well, so as standard for all your trimmings.
Right.
Front flap opens. And the nice thing about this, as soon as you open any of the flaps, whether it's the front or the side, so it completely opens up as well. So for maintenance, cleaning, it's easy just to blow the fluff through.
Nice.
So it's very simple. But once any of the flaps are open, the machine will not work. Again, we put safety features. Obviously, within trade, we need safety, but also we put lots of these into schools, colleges. So safety for us is paramount as well. So the quality, the reliability, but the safety aspect is absolutely brilliant.
I'm looking at the mechanism and keeping your machine sort of well maintained. All right, I'm dredging from my memory bank, but does this self-lubricate?
That's the sewing machine side.
Oh, okay.
But because on the looper shafts on here, it is all metal on metal on metal, so it's very, very strong.
Brilliant.
And with an overlocker, and people who've used any type of overlocker would know, it creates fluff. Obviously, it's constantly cutting. So inside any overlocker, if it is of the quality metal on there, because of the fluff build up inside, once you brush it out, obviously it's going to soak up any oil or anything like that. So every now and then, there's 2 places, which is clearly marked as well, literally just for a drop of oil, and you'll find that's just smoothly keeping running that way.
And you know, if you are brushing it, because it's so well made and sturdy, we're not going to be causing any damage just brushing it.
Oh, absolutely. No, it's very much all safe inside there. It's very, very solid. You can see full metal chassis inside.
See, this is the thing I'd be looking for, Gary, in a machine. I love the fact no plastic in there, all metal. Juki build machines that last.
That's it. Again, we talked about this earlier, where people they've got 30, 50-year-old machines. That's a big jump, I know that, but in that sort of region, you've got it for your 21st birthday, and you're still using it now. And I get so many people who've been out and bought a new machine, they come to me and say, why don't they make machines like they used to? They do. If you pay for the machines, because if you go back 30, 40 years ago and you'd have bought a top quality machine for £300-400, people were still expecting now to say £300-400, still a lot of money, but £300-400 25, 30 years ago was a lot of money. Now £300-400 on the sewing machine is mid-bottom range of sewing machines on there. So if you want that performance, quality, just that longevity in a machine.
So those machines are going to last, you hear, like 20, 30, 40 years. You know, that's the kind of quality you get with these machines. And it does hark back, because I think we've fallen into sort of disposable culture.
That's right.
And things last 5, 6 years, and then you're buying another one. You don't have to with Juki.
Certainly with something like sewing machines and overlockers, because you personally use it, you feel it, you're part of it on there. And if you don't enjoy, or it sounds wrong, or you have to fiddle when you're playing, it puts you off, yes, you are more likely to change it quicker, because you've not found your right one yet. And then, but on the other side of it, where if you look at technology, telephones. I think we've talked about this before, and which have a very short average lifespan, and people are paying £1,000 for a telephone and getting rid of them in 2 years' time because they want to upgrade them. But £1,000, £1,500 for an overlocker, then 20 years later, surely that's much better value on there, because within domestic overlockers have been on the market now about 60 years. So they're not new on there. And when they first came out, they were generally a 3-thread overlocker. But now, certainly for the last 50 years, 4-thread overlockers have been the complete staple. It hasn't changed really. And realistically, even though I'm part of the, I like the part of the technology and part of the involvement, I do like to get involved in with what's behind the scenes, what's coming out, what can we redevelop. It's one of those, it's not broke, don't fix it. There's, on the actual sewing side, unlike sewing machines have changed direction, whether you want bits of quilting, freehand and things like that, an overlocker is still an overlocker. So it's not like you start with a basic sewing machine, you can move up over time and then you eventually aspire to that one that you want to live with for the rest of your life type of thing. Once you get an overlocker, there's 2 ways of doing it. If you buy a cheap one, doesn't mean it's basic. There's no such thing as really as a basic overlocker. It's either really good or bad, and that's all the price point comes into it as well.
You're talking about the threading, and this is the bit that a lot of viewers, especially if you're investing in overlocker, this is what you'd want to see. And when you see it in action as well, you're going to be really impressed. How do we go for the threading? Because you're saying it's air threading, right?
So full air threading system on there. So first of all, I'm just going to take the cone holders. So you're using the large reels of cones. That's just what those are on for.
We are getting the 10,000 bonus meters.
That's it on there. And it is then selection of 1,000-metre ones. So we're just going to pop those on. A lot of people sort of ask, well, it uses 4 reels of thread and it does this, it does that. Well, yes, it does, but technically it's not really using much more thread than you would do on your sewing machine. So 4 reels of thread, obviously it's sewing at the same time, so it's giving you a seam, but also it's giving you the overlock. So on a sewing machine, if you use to zigzag your edges, you're using 2 threads. But then you have to seam it afterwards, so you're using another 2 threads. So you're actually using 4 threads still, but you're doing it in separate operations. On a sewing machine, you really need to use higher quality threads if you want better quality of stitch, or you don't want it to fluff up your machines. Overlocker thread, very different on there. So buy some nice quality overlocker threads. You can get 1,000-metre reels now for just over £1.
Wow.
So the combination of 4 is giving you much higher strength, but a lot cheaper. So so it's not really using a lot more than what your sewing machine would do. So setting the machine up with a lot of conventional manual threading overlockers, big problem is you have to thread them in the correct order. So if the thread breaks or if it runs out, you just want to change it. Generally you have to unthread the machine, re-thread the machine back up again just to do that. With the air threading system as well on here, it doesn't matter what order I thread it in, so I can just change one thread should I want to. So how easy, how quick is it? So setting the machine up for air threading, first of all, it's just this lever here. So I'm going to flick this into position, and then when I turn the hand wheel round, there'll be tubes in here. I'm just going to take the tweezers out, which is in nice and handy in front of the machine. So screwdriver, spare needles, cleaning brush.
All your tools come with it?
All there, all come with it, and it's just nice and handy there, so you're not losing it or somewhere tucked away.
It's the attention detail and quality you get with the Juki.
Well, again, it's something you do every time you sew. So they recognise it's important to have it there. So if we just watch now where I'm pointing now with the tweezers on there. So when I turn it over by hand, it's going to be very quick and it's going to be a little bit difficult to see. It will now just put tubes across. So it's adding now into the threading system. A big question, certainly when we first come out and developed then the air threading, the automatic air threading, because there are manual where you have to pump systems through and things like that. Often people sort of say, well, how reliable is it? How often does it go wrong? What do I need to do to it? With all the pump systems and that, you've got a lot of moving parts in there. There are no moving parts. It's air. And it takes it straight from the motor. So the actual threading system, there's no moving parts in it.
So nothing to break or go wrong?
Nothing to break or go wrong. Obviously, you can get fluff and thread caught, which is easy enough just to poke out and clean. But apart from that, no. It's very, very reliable on that side of it. And that's why the air threading system now we've had for near on 10 years and we have no need to change it whatsoever. Again, get it right the first time. you live with it. And this is a nice thing with Juki. It takes us longer to develop machines, and this is why you will never see us bring out a machine every single year, or not even every sort of 3 or 4 years, because it takes us a long time to develop a new machine to get it right, rather than just changing a couple of little colours or gimmicky things. It's a machine that we build to last on there. So right, so back to the threading. So I'm going to take my first thread, literally it's because it's next to me, then in through the tension. What I'm also going to do now is just lift the presser foot up. So like your sewing machine, when the presser foot's up, it opens the tension discs up. So the thread will just lay in, because a lot of overlockers don't have tension release. So when you're threading, you have to make sure you pull it in, and just little things you have to more concentrate on. But the Juki one, you don't have to do that. So through the guide, behind the guide, and then they're all colour coded as well. So this one is the pink colour. So pink dot, straight underneath there is then the pink dot as well for the threading. Okay. So all I'm going to do, obviously just make sure it's like a clean end, and then about sort of a centimetre, sort of just under ½ inch, I'm now just going to poke the end into the first hole, like so. So just poke that in there, and then if we watch here, I'm just going to press this button for a second or so. Done. I can't actually slow that down, but that's it threaded. So that's your first one threaded.
Gary, are you kidding me? That's it. That's how we thread.
That's your upper looper now done. So,
and we don't have to
your
worry.
Lower looper, sorry, that one was.
We don't have to worry about going in order or anything like that.
No, because they cross. It actually feeds it through the machine itself. So instead of you manually having to cross the threads, it takes it in the right direction.
This has actually made threading fun.
Well, this is the thing. People are now, they're happy to change the colour, change the threads, instead of just sticking to the same colour all the time. But also, the machine will do 2 thread, it will do 3 thread, it will do 4 thread, it will do 2 thread roll hem and 3 thread roll hem. So you're more likely to play with it and get the true advantage of the machine as well. So that's the great thing there. So then the second thread, then this time it's the blue triangle. So just above the hole.
So do not blink.
And then we're just going to poke again about a centimetre, just under ½ inch into there. Okay. And again, this time for the upper loop, it will fly out of here. So this time I'm going to press it again for a second or so. Done.
Wow.
And that's then your 2 loopers. And we know how many people get very frustrated with that. Obviously, we do have classrooms around as well, and even during lockdown, where people who haven't got then the air threading overlockers they would give me a ring and say, can I arrange to come down where I can then sit, show them the threading again, run through the threading again, or can I even just thread it for them, which obviously we're here to do. We're here to help with the backup service. But we want you to learn obviously yourself on there, which makes life a lot easier. But with this system, what's there to learn? It just does it for you.
That's simple. So we're threading up, and then if we could just see it in action, and we'll go on to the NX7. Is that
so
okay?
what we're going to do, I'm going to stop talking for a while because we need to do the 2 needles as well. So I'm going to take the threading system off. I'm going to put the needles in the highest position because again on the overlocker we've got built-in needle threaders which will thread both left and right needle. So I'm just going to take it this time. It's the green through the guide across. This one's fairly conventional like a sewing machine. So it's manual round through colour code, then you've got little pigtail guides above the needle. So I'm going to have to bend in front of the overlocker to start off with. Okay. And there. So then needle threader is the lever here. So that goes from left to right. So depending on obviously what one we're doing. So we're going to do the right to start off with. Click it into position, lock the needle position, hook the thread onto the threader, done. So that's your needle threaded, or the right hand needle threaded. And then if we are obviously using it as 3 thread, that's job done. But this time we are going to set it up as a 4 thread. So I'm just going to take my last thread round through. This time it's the beige, down, underneath, over the top, through the guide. Again above the needle, just a little pigtail guide, just wrap it in. And then
we're going to go the other
left
side.
hand needle on the needle threader, click it into position, hook, thread through, done. So that is now the whole overlocker threaded. So
lovely.
That is obviously which a lot of people will find quite frustrating and they try and avoid.
Yeah.
So once that's done, so I'm going to pop the flap up, I'm going to put the foot down, I'm just going to wind it over a couple of times to my hand, always turn the hand wheel towards us. So it just locks those stitches into place. And then what I can now do with this one, all those tails, I'm just going to snip up very close to the needles, literally about a centimetre away from the needles. The threads won't pull out, they won't sort of chew themselves up to start with. Basically, I've got rid of all of those tails, so it's not going to end up sewing itself in. So that's half the job, or I'd say really 3/4 of the job, because once you've got it threaded, then you can really appreciate what an overlocker can do. It allows you to use all those awkward fabrics, stretch, jerseys, fleeces, which a lot of sewing machines don't like. But then the other advantage is knowing whatever piece of fabric I pick up, it's just going to cope with. So in front of me, just so I've got a nice selection of fabric. So calico, 100% cotton, can't do anything wrong, or really any machine you shouldn't be able to do anything wrong with that. So your cutting point is here, so anything past that plate is going to remove. So
this is the beauty of an overlocker, the fact that it stitches and cuts all at once.
So it's giving you 3 operations. So the 2 needles are giving you a very strong seam. Obviously it's cutting, and we can shape at the same time as well. So that's just going through calico. Now we've got some nice craft cotton. Again, I'm not going to touch anything at all. And you can see the machine doesn't vibrate, it doesn't move. Very, very strong chassis, full metal chassis inside. So from there, now we're going to go on to start using some awkward fabric, so moleskin fabric. So a little bit sticky, it sort of grips to itself, moves in. It's quite a bit tougher fabric as well. So again, we're just going to pop that through. So straight from one to the other. Again, I'm not going to touch tensions at all. I'm not going to play with pressures. Then from one to the other there. Lycra, 2-way stretch nylon lycra. So again, something you really find it very difficult to do on any sewing machine. So straight the way through.
Look at that.
Again, from one to the other there. Even tough fabrics, upholstery, vinyls. I know this doesn't fray, but things like bag making, that very big at the moment. So construction with fabrics like this. Again, we're not going to alter anything.
We've gone from very different fabrics, not having to change anything.
That's
it.
it.
So smooth.
Real crystal organza.
Well, you could. I mean, you've gone from that very heavy vinyl to the lightest fabric in the organza.
Completely different types of fabric contrast. Now what we're going to do, I'm just going to run that through, and then just bring it round, cut off the thread, and then we have our overlock bunting. So this is just give an idea. So as we can see from stitch to stitch, let me just see where the camera on there. So we've got the 4-thread, very fine, again perfect stitch on there, crystal organza. Upholstery fabric, so going into real strong vinyls, really nice seam, cuts it very cleanly, so a completely different type of fabric.
The finish is incredible. Moving
on to the lycra, so again perfect tensions, again no problems there. Full stretch elasticity within the seam. So again, that's absolutely ideal for that type of fabric. The moleskin, again, as people who sew this, they know it sticks, it's not particularly nice to sew, and it creeps and moves on the inside. If you look, perfectly flat seam, not a single bit of gathering at all, and as we know, as you expect, the tension is perfect on the edge there as well. Cotton, so again for quilters, patchworkers, not a problem at all. It doesn't pucker, it doesn't pull. So again, it's sort of, a lot of people say, well, is it just for dressmaking? Patchwork is absolutely brilliant. If you're sort of more of a purist, which people say, oh, you can't use an overlocker, but all I say, if you're a purist, you should be doing it by hand anyway, not by machine, if you're going to go that far back. But quarter inch seam allowance is the thing, 7mm or thereabouts, what people go for. But with quilting and patchwork, it doesn't have to be 1/4 inch.
No.
All you need is all the seams to be exactly the same. And an overlocker, you're guaranteed to be the same because there's no width control. You can't alter the width of an overlock stitch. You can change it from 3-thread to 4-thread. So for patchwork and quilting, it can do it so much quicker. And every single seam will be the exact seam allowance rather than you relying either on your feed or your eyes on there. So
it's such a good machine. All right, so our overlocker, we were immensely busy for this earlier on. If it is to sell out this hour, we cannot get hold of any more stock. All I will say is overlocker as a machine, this is the machine as sewers we kind of aspire to. You might have a sewing machine, but rather than getting, and I know a lot of sewers do have second machines, third machines, rather than getting a second sewing machine, add an overlocker into your craft room and it will change the way you work. It genuinely will. And what you're doing effectively is adding that professional industrial finish. We have got the 3 flexi payments as well, so $431.66 today. You get this fantastic overlocker. You saw how easy it was to thread, being air threaded, and you're also getting the quality of Juki, that full metal mechanism in there as well. It is a machine that is absolutely built to last. 780142 item number there. And just to remind you, you are getting 10,000 meters of bonus thread thrown into the machine as well. It is very good, and that's staple with Juki. So that's our overlocker. We will keep you updated on stock there. It's starting to get very busy, and I think a lot of you are waiting for the demonstration. Now we're going to get onto the NX. So the NX7, as a machine, the Juki is such a good machine. I've been very fortunate to have done a lot of shows with the NX7. I was going to tell you a story. So Margaret, actually she's been on air in the past, Margaret, but she's a viewer, a regular viewer and a fan of the craft store, and she's an incredible crafter as well. So lovely lady Margaret, and she messaged me and she was saying that she watched a show with her husband John, who's a great guy as well, and they were watching Gary talking about the NX7. And they thought, this is a great machine. And John's a keeper. Listen to this. So John turned to Margaret and he said to her, you need this machine. So it was actually her husband that was saying, you need to get this machine. And then he said to Margaret, would you like me to get you this machine for our anniversary? And Margaret said, yes, please. And she got the machine and she absolutely loves it. It is a genuinely good machine. It's a machine built to last once we start going through it. So things to point out and the reasons why. It's another one where you might be aspiring to get this machine. You've maybe been sewing for a while and this machine you've had your eyes on, and you've been waiting for the right opportunity. We've got the 3 flexi payments here at the craft store, which means you're able to spread the cost over 3 months as opposed to having to go onto the high street and just pay it all in one go. There are so many features within this. You are getting £200 worth of feet. With the feet, and this is really important as well, Gary played a big part in choosing the feet that he incorporated within the machine. And the reason that he chose the feet is they're feet that often that customers will come in and ask for or purchase separately. And he thought, well, that's what I want to give here. So there's no feet, random feet that you're like, oh, I'm not going to use. You'll use all of them. And you are getting a machine that will grow with you as a crafter. So many reviews. Actually, if we go onto our website, and these are all honest reviews on our website, they're all 5-star reviews, so let's just take a moment to soak these in. Fantastic machine, brilliant, easy to follow instructions, great results every time. I love my machine. Excellent for the work I want to do. Fantastic machine, does everything and more. Still getting to grips with all of the capabilities. I love it. In the past, when Gary and I have done shows with the Juki, we've had viewers emailing in, and we had, this is just me remembering from previous shows, but one viewer emailed in and said that they wish the NX7 was their first machine because they bought a couple of other machines and now the NX7 is the only machine they use. So if you've got the NX7 and if you purchased it in the past and you want to share your thoughts, we would love to hear from you. Genuinely, it's really helpful for anyone who's thinking about going for this machine. Please email in and let us know what you think of yours. studio@thecraftstore.com. Got a question for you, Gary. Yeah. We haven't done it this way before the show, so don't want to put you on the spot.
Please do.
But
yeah.
This is what I'd be thinking. If I'm going to invest in a machine at this price point,
yeah,
what are the features? Because you're very knowledgeable. You yourself, if you're buying a sewing machine, what do you look for?
Well, when basically everybody comes into the shop on that, I can guarantee 90% of the customers, first thing they look at is stitches on there. So straight away they come in, oh, how many stitches it does. And usually the second thing they say, oh, I don't want that many.
Yeah.
So, okay. What I say, these are free. You don't pay for stitches because I can put 10 stitches in this machine and it will cost me exactly the same, or I can put 250 stitches in there, and it's just a different program on there.
Okay.
To me, and it's sewing machines, whether it's overlockers, first thing, anything mechanical, anything I've got to sit and use and hold and feel, my ears. I always use my ears first because the sound will tell me everything. It will tell me how it's running, the gears, the feed, but also it's how it echoes. Has it got a chassis inside? Is it just two pieces of plastic stuck together? So all this I can just tell by sound.
Okay, could we do that? Could we see it in action just to hear the machine?
So obviously we was on this morning and we were playing around, so we went through the basics, all the threading up and things like that. We did sort of take a lot of time, so I ended up keep running out of time doing things. So
well, I tell you what you do, if you want to see that, just so Gary can fit in more this hour, if you go to the rewind option on our website at 7 AM, you'll be able to see Gary explains at length how easy, and it is very easy to thread up and set up your machine. So have a look at that.
So what we're going to do is sort of just that sound and feeling on how it copes with. So at the moment, I've got the built-in dual feeding system. It's got a smart feed system, so I've got that engaged, and that's just a lever you pull down from the back. Again, the machine will recognise this, so it will restrict some things that it can do. But what again we can do, so crystal organza, again, is one of those things that I always pick this up because it moves all over the place, it slips. We do sell this in our retail as well, and we know it's the sort of thing customers are coming, my machine's chewing this up, it doesn't like it. Obviously not our machine, but different makes and models on there. So the machine itself is literally just been switched on. I'm not going to touch anything at all. I'm just going to pick up one of the slipperiest, slidiest piece of fabrics I can find, pop that under, put the foot down on there. One thing, again, this is where we are quite proud. We do get involved, myself personally as well, very much in the construction, the build, what customers want with these machines. And with manufacturers, there's a lot of manufacturers, they just want to put more and more features. Oh, people will look at a machine if it does this, if it does that. And a lot of features companies are now putting in. You might look at it and think, okay, that's nice, but when will I actually use it? So on the sewing system, it's one thing we're very, very proud to keep is the whole sewing system is mechanical. There's no computerisation on the foot lifts, the feed system. It's an industrial style box feed system, DC motor. The pressure system as well is fully automatic, but I can, if I want to go to extremes, I can still then override everything if I want to as well. But as a get on and go machine, so I can use it with or without the foot control. I've got my speed control on here, that's green, it's happy. So I've got it programmed at the moment, so it goes backwards 3, forwards 3. So it's giving my auto tie-on facility.
Just adjusting by hand the speed control.
And then I can control it by hand as well. So nice thing about it, even on fast speed as well, it's over 1,000 stitches a minute. There's still no extra vibration, there's no sound, it's solid. Obviously I'm not helping anything through at all on there.
With organza, that is incredible, and that is a really, really, really good example of the quality that you get with the Juki. And did you hear the smoothness of it? It's one thing actually I pay attention to here at the craft store, because we do hear a lot of clunking, sometimes different machines coming through. But we've gone from organza. True test though, Gary, is
on there
with, like, when you get bulk.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is you need to see this, because this is where the Juki separates and distinguishes itself from other machines, because typically, and especially if you're clothes making or make something with a lot of bulk, and that's where you really hear a machine struggle.
And that as also, this is where you see people sitting at the machine and they're trying to push their fabrics under, or when they get to that double seam, they're trying to help it. As soon as you start to do that, technically, the machine doesn't want to do it, so you could then cause it lots of damage.
Forcing it,
But as soon as you're forcing or helping something, the stitch quality is never going to be even. It's because you're changing the feed motion on there. So what I'm going to do, something that's is also, which a lot of people don't recognise, it's not just the fabric, it's the threads as well. Crystal organza, again, absolutely perfect tension, hasn't puckered it, doesn't pull it. I'm in at the moment on there, impressive. I've got a 60 thickness thread, so really nice quality. It's, well, I can chuck a name out as Gutermann, which everybody does know, so it's not a problem. Really nice quality thread there. So, but it is a 60 thickness, so I'm going to take that out, and obviously I want to do heavier weight now, so doing jeans and things like that, where you're using much stronger, heavier fabric. Certainly with something like jeans, you want the stitches to stand out more. So I'm going to have a nice yellow thread here, which a lot of jeans do have. This is now a 40 weight. So I've gone from 60 to 40. I'm not going to adjust any tensions. I'm going to let the machine do its thing. So drop-in bobbin. Here's a bobbin I wound earlier. So we pop that in. It's all arrowed and numbered for setting the bobbin in. So number 1, 2, round, 3, cuts off underneath, and that's then set.
Yeah.
Pop the plate over. And then just top threading quickly. Again, pretty conventional from any machine, 1, 2, all our own numbered, so it's simple to follow. Through, underneath, over the top.
Right. Just let everyone know we are getting very busy on our NX7, and the beauty of doing these shows is, for me, I don't have to sell this as a machine, because so many of you are coming to the show because you want the NX7. You've done your research. You're not going into this blind. You know this is a machine that you've aspired to. You've waited for the right opportunity. Have got your flexi payments. It's a great bundle. You're also getting your bonus feet, but it's the quality. And honestly, wait till you see this, because I've seen the machine do this before. And should we push it, Gary? I mean, when you say folding,
yep.
Rather than just, because I know you've done this in the past, rather than just like once over, you can really show that bulk.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to do, first of all, is just 3 layers.
Okay.
Don't go, there's obviously nothing inside, but most machines should cope with that quite easy.
Yeah.
But the reason I'm doing that is like a side seam of a pair of jeans.
Okay.
So that's running
Which
down
is
the leg.
something we would do at home.
Something we would do at home, and to be fair, your sort of most machines at home would cope with this as well. So that's right. I'm just going to plug the foot control in, because I keep leaning in front of the machine. So.
And you can work both ways. So you can either have the foot controller or not. We've got this in the basket. Well, we've got a few actually NX7s in baskets right now. What I will say is, okay, we'll borrow that. It's fine. On shows like this, and I have been fortunate enough to work with Gary on a few occasions, or a lot of occasions. Please get in touch if you've got any questions, if there's anything on your mind, any hesitations whatsoever. Gary is here. He's the guy. He's the guy, if you were to go in store, you'd be chatting to. So please message us, and we'll be happy to answer any questions. It's just studio@thecraft.store. Okay. I mean,
so all
Gary,
I'm doing,
that sounds so smooth.
And that's it. And that's through 3 layers of denim. And so there's no difference in sound, whether I'm going through lightweight, heavyweight. And again, to me as an engineer, that's the sound I want to hear. I don't want to hear change. I don't want somebody hear
whirring,
banging or clonking or anything like that, because that is, we know then problems are going to occur. Okay. So I'm just going to cut that. So I'm going to lift it up there. So this is now just giving us our seam of a pair of jeans on there. But what we want to do is, obviously where most people then is the hems of jeans and things like that. So as we go through a hem of a jean, well, a lot of people then they just fold it up and then give you that hem. That is not a jeans hem. A jeans hem is a double fold on that.
Right.
So then we're going from 3, 9, 10 layers back down to 3 again. Okay. So on there.
So 3 to 10 to 3.
Yeah.
All right.
And obviously this is a heavyweight denim. I'm not using a jambray or anything like that. It's about, so I think this is about a 6-ounce denim. So
I think this is such a powerful demonstration. If you want to hear, and this is what we started off the show by saying, that Gary advises, if you're going to buy a machine, listen to the machine, and we'll listen to this.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hold it flat, but I'm not going to push it, I'm not going to feed it. I'm just going to let the machine run it through. So when it gets to the bump on there, I'm just going to make sure it sits underneath the foot, so I'm holding it flat under the foot. And then I'm going to let the machine itself, so it'll take it through. Again, going through even the thick bit, it doesn't bang, it's not murmuring, it's feeding it constantly as well.
So
obviously I'm not pushing it, I'm not holding it. Like so.
Perfect.
And then, I don't know if we can look here, just the thickness, that's how thick it is. Obviously from beginning the seam and after the seam. There's no skip stitching, there's no miss stitching.
So smooth.
And that is, I say, a very, very solid piece of fabric there.
So what it does exceptionally well. And I just want to speak right now to those of you who've got the NX7 in your basket right now. So you were in for an absolute treat, because there is another aspect to the Juki NX7 that, for me, when I saw this, was a game changer. Because, Gary, what we can do is set up our NX7 to how we work.
That's it.
So there are principles where the NX7, you effectively set up a pattern, and then every time you work, it knows this is what you want to do. Could we just show that?
There, so what we can do on here, at the moment we've got complete manual control on there. So we can go into it. So we can then program in a stitch length, a required stitch length if you want to on there. So if the default setting at the moment is like 2.4, but we never use that. And so every time we switch the machine on, we want the default to say 2.8, we can program it to do that. Okay. We can also program, so at the moment we've had manual control where where then I've cut the threads myself, I've lifted the foot myself, I've completely changed all of that. I can now go into the machine, so I can say, right, I want it to lift the foot automatically when I finish. I want it to cut the threads automatically when I've finished. Also, I want it to tie the stitch on at the beginning and on at the end as well.
Brilliant.
So again, it's not gimmicky, because every time you sew, you reverse at the start, you reverse at the end, you have to lift the foot to take your thread out, you have to cut the thread.
These are features.
So it's features you will use exactly every day. So what I'm going to do, I've actually got some vinyl here, some nice heavyweight vinyl, and so at the moment bag making that very big at the moment. This is the sort of thing you would generally only see on big, I'm going to call it ASM machines, automatic stitching machines, which clamp these into places to do patterns like this, because a lot of machines just will not cope with it. So I'm going to pop the jewel feeder on. So again, that just literally slips in at the back like so. So once that's on, then I am going to sew a few lines on here, so it's just going to take me a little bit just to get it in. So pop the foot down. So, okay, upper feed. So I changed the stitch. So let's cancel that. Take that up. Change. So I didn't OK with the settings. I did. So I'm going to OK the settings now. I did. Put on the normal stitch. Let's pop the jewel feeder back in again. So as you recognise there, it didn't allow me to do anything wrong. So if it's not happy with something, it will just keep prompting me to get it correct on there. So again, heavyweight vinyl.
And listen to the smoothness, and dealing with a heavyweight vinyl, we've set up our parameters. So when you're working with this, now your Juki machine knows your preferred way of sewing, and it will follow that every time.
So then tie off, press the single button, so it's stitching now, tying it on, stops, lifts the foot, forward, back, and then cut the threads for me. So that's just one row, so I'm going to just do several rows of stitching on here to show you, obviously, the actual pattern itself creating.
You're doing well, because I know you're doing this upside down.
It's a little bit of an awkward angle, but let's go for it. So let's put it on full speed as well. So even going through this on full speed, it's happy, it doesn't murmur at all.
As we're doing that, I mean, you can see the finish. Gary, I've got to just let everyone know, we are very busy for our NX7. It's such a good machine. Please do your own research. Type in. See, our prices, we feel our price is extremely competitive. We're also giving you that £200 worth of bonus feet that you will absolutely use. These feet, Gary has actually hand-chosen to put with this bundle. They're feet that often customers come into the shop and ask for, so he's put them into the bundle with this. You've also got, within a machine, I always find when I do shows like this, questions I'd be asking. So inside, and that's something that we can't appreciate, but in the structure of the machine, it's got a full metal chassis, so no plastic in there to break or fail. It's a full mechanism as well, so it's a mechanical mechanism. The Juki is built to last, but the features in this, if you're a quilter, you'll notice the arm here, you've got so much space in the arm so you can roll over your quilt, so it's absolutely perfect for quilting. Actually, and I'm just dredging my memory bank, but I remember in previous shows we've had viewers message in and saying that it really has changed the way they quilt, so it's made a huge difference to their quilting. So if you're a quilter, fantastic. You have got your table as well. So your extension table to work with. You've got your cover, and the cover is the best of both worlds because it's got hard aspect to it, but it also folds down in there. Everything about this machine excels. Please do your research. Just type in right now, if you've got this machine in your basket, type in reviews. It doesn't have to be our reviews, but we've got full 5-star reviews there. Have a look anywhere online and see what people say about the NX7. Everybody raves about the NX7. We see it, guests coming here at the craft store. So many guests will be working. Have a look at it for yourself. If you see guests coming in, look out for the NX7 because it's a machine a lot of guests work with as well. We have got 3 flexi payments, and that's, for me, a big factor. because it's interest-free and it means you can spread the cost over 3 months. So as opposed to going onto your high street and having to pay everything right now, here at the craft store, we can pay our first flexi payment, £931.66. We send everything out to you. Everything here we will send out to you, and then you've across the 3 months you pay your 2 more respective payments. Should we just see what you've done there, Gary?
Yeah. So again, it looks very simple. We've obviously only done a few lines as well.
Yeah.
But basically, if you sort of look on this, at things like car interiors and sort of obviously re-upholstering, repadding, bag making, but the diamond stamp print on here completely stitched in on there, so it gives you that raised effect in there as well. On the back, so it's absolutely perfect as well. It doesn't loop, it doesn't skip stitches at all. Obviously, I know we've got this hard to see on the drawn lines, but obviously the key thing is when it comes through to the other side, as you can see, the actual vinyl itself, it doesn't pull, it doesn't mark at all. It gives you that perfect effect on there. Because of the dual feeding system, it doesn't slip, it doesn't move, and it's a smart feed system, so it times it correctly with the bottom feed.
This, to me, it's got the qualities you would traditionally have seen on an industrial machine, and it's nice that it's now opened those up to the domestic market.
Well, we have certainly found certainly during lockdown as well, where there's a lot of new people coming onto the sewing train. It's been fantastic, the amount of new people who have contacted us. Obviously, well, we're thinking about starting sewing, or there was a sort of a generation that missed sewing. Schools stopped doing it and that for a while, and we have noticed as well during lockdown where fair enough, mum and dad might still be out working, but the grandparents obviously have had the children off school and things, and maybe be babysitting, and they've brought crafts into their life. Where schools have stopped it, they've actually reinvigorated the business again into a certain way, because a new generation coming in.
True.
And because of that, sewing have changed. Where before, dressmaking now, it's still big on there, but for a lot of youngsters coming in, they want to do things like creative crafts, bag making, making accessories. They don't so much want a garment make so much. Let's alter a pair of jeans we've got. Let's change a pair of the jacket we've got. So they're using much tougher fabrics. They're using heavier weight, leather jackets and things like that. But then at home, we're doing a lot more soft furnishings and redecorating, so I think let's try it ourselves. So people are coming up with heavyweight piping and curtains, and they're finding their machines are struggling and just not coping with it at all.
It's the power of the Juki. Now, I've got a quick question for you. This is from, actually, we've got a couple, we've got another one here.
Brilliant.
It's from Sue. Sue was asking, so she missed the earlier show.
Yep.
She just wanted to ask how much space there is for quilting. It was something we were talking about with the arm. And is there a walking foot attached?
Excellent. Hello, Sue. Yep, that's good questions on there. It's brilliant. So it's a 12-inch arm, 30 centimetres on there, with extra high clearance. So with a lot of machines where they're getting longer and longer here, but they are getting lower because there's sort of too much gubbins within the top of the machine. So obviously it's a nicer rolling area. And the one thing I will say as well, which hopefully you sort of recognise again with the quiet and the smoothness, arms are getting longer, and the reason I do point out is a solid reinforced chassis inside is because there's no vibration with the over the needle area, because the longer the arm, obviously technically the weaker it is at the needle ends. So
much light coming underneath as well.
We have a quadruple lighting system on here, so double light across the needle and then double light on the arm, so there's no shadowing.
Nice.
I can also alter the light as well, so depending what room I'm in, whether I'm near a window, I can then change the brightness on there, so I can play with my eyesight, etc. that way.
Perfect. And just having a look, just going back to Sue, your question, and I know the answer to this because we've had quilters, a lot of quilters. We always get this question whenever we feature the NX7 because a lot of quilters asking about that. You've got plenty of room with that arm, the gap, to turn over your quilts inside.
Absolutely.
As well.
To roll it, to turn it, to move it, to pivot, and obviously included is the nice large extension table as well.
Makes a difference.
So it takes all the weight, so you're not dragging at all. So and that obviously all comes part.
And it comes with the walking foot. That was another question.
So and then going on to the walking foot side. Right, there's two ways of answering this. No, it doesn't come with a walking foot because it has a built-in smart dual feeding system, so it's not needed. A walking foot is an attachment that you would then add to your machine and you would screw it on. Some of them are good, some of them, if you don't buy the specific one for your actual make and model of machine, not just make, then if the teeth don't line up, you might as well not bother using a walking foot. And there's some people out, there's like a third-party walking foot, and they're guaranteed not to line up with your feed, so you've got to be careful on that side of it. But because of the smart feed system actually built into it, which acts like same as the walking foot, but this is how an industrial would be set up.
So it's got all the properties of a walking foot. It's just not called a walking foot.
It's just not called a walking foot on there because it's not a foot that actually then walks. It's actually it's a feed system that's timed with the bottom feed, so it actually dual, so they actually work together.
Well, we saw that with the organza
on there.
I mean, the organza was a great illustration of the fact. So it has got the properties of a walking foot. It's just not called a walking foot. It's more what industry use. So it ticks all your boxes. So yes, you have got a walking foot. It's just not called a walking foot. You've got plenty of space for quilting as well. Got another question in from Maureen. Thank you for getting in touch, Maureen. And Maureen was asking, she just wanted to know the size of the needle. Size of the needle? Oh, that you're using. What size needle do you use?
Right. Needles are quite important. Actually, needles are very important, really. And I have got a size 80 or 12. Maybe it's imperial metric, same size on there. There's two ways of looking at needles. You can change your needle, and then you've got ballpoint needles, stretch needles. You can go twin needle. You can use heavyweight needles, lightweight needles, etc. that way. I find the most important thing with needles is to have a sharp needle rather than necessarily the right needle. Because a blunt right needle will not be as good as a sharp, necessarily wrong needle. I know it's on there. With all of the sewing I've done here, and I've gone, say, from thick to thin, I say use a size 80 on everything. But I will change that needle quite regular.
After 8 hours?
Well, I change it after the show. Because I'm sewing through plastic, I'm sewing through fabric, I'm sewing through everything. So if I was sitting here sewing cotton all day, then I leave it in for a couple of days. It's not a problem because it is cotton. But as soon as you start going to man-made fibres, nylons, vinyls, it will blunt them a lot quicker on there. And just going back to the walking foot or the dual feeding system, the difference again with a walking foot being an attachment you add onto your machine, you can only use it as a walking foot. With the built-in dual feeding system, with a selection of the feet that we all get with the machine, so whether it's the straight stitch foot, whether it's the 1/4 inch patchwork foot on here, I can actually work them with the dual feeding system. So they actually work into the back of the foot, so I can use my 1/4 inch foot with a dual feeder.
Gary, that is such a big point. That's something I don't think I've ever mentioned. It's massive.
It's a big difference on there.
If it was just a walking foot, you put the walking foot on, use it, and then change it for the other feet. But here, all the feet that you're getting in the bundle effectively become walking feet.
Not all.
Okay.
Because some of them don't need it because of the type of sewing it is, but the main ones that do have it.
Great. Now, I've got another question. This is from Angela. Slightly different, but this is great. So saying she has a different model of Juki. So this is Juki HZL G120.
Oh, the G120, lovely.
And she's saying she loves it, but could you tell her if it would be beneficial for her to buy a walking foot? So I thought it was fitting that we were talking about walking foot.
Absolutely.
So would she benefit from buying a walking foot for that?
Again, the G150, or the G120, sorry, is the starting of the heavy-duty Juki machines. Proper box feed system, heavy chassis. You've got a great working machine, but it is our basic, so it's our introduction into that quality level on there. So it hasn't got the dual feeding system. So a walking foot, certainly when patchwork and quilters, yes, for some reasons, for some sewing, it will make a difference on there. But I would always say, once you've got a Juki with a box feed system, try it without it, because you'd be surprised how many of the different fabrics it will just cope with no walking foot at all. Even for quilters and patchwork, because of the travel of the motion of the box feed, they are not using walking feet. So
give it a go. Genuinely give it a go. But all I say with the NX7, you don't have to worry about it. It's such a good machine. I am so pleased how busy we are. And I wish I could tell you how busy we are with these shows, and we always are with Gary. Just got to point out, though, I'm looking at time, I think we'll be okay, but we wouldn't have been able to get a hold of any more stock, but I think we will be okay. Now, we have got a lot on our website. We've got some additional thread that's proved popular, so if you do need any more thread, have a look at this. So we will just show you, well, you can find those on the website. The overlocker, we've got to talk about the overlocker. So the overlocker was immensely busy earlier on. We have got some stock still left on the show. You're getting an overlocker that's built to last. So it is that metal mechanism, the chassis that you're working with, the fact that the threading, so it's an air threader as well, which makes the threading up so much easier. Overlocker is a machine that a lot of viewers and especially sewers will aspire to. So you might start off with a sewing machine and love your sewing machine, but then adding an overlocker into your craft room makes a huge difference. It's the finish, the quality, the fact that it does so much with that finish. So it cuts for you. You're working on the full needles in there as well. £1,294.99. But today you can break that up into 3 payments. You pay your first flexi payment, which is £431.66. 780142, your item number. Let's jump up to the website, and you can see the threads that we just mentioned, the 5-star reviews. Great. What? $10.99 on those threads. That is very good and perfect for your overlocker. So lots of threads to discover. It's been a fantastic show. Unfortunately, as always, time's about. I'm sorry,
I did
Gary.
not even realise what the time was.
I'm so sorry, because I saw Gary getting set up to show us.
something now.
Can you just tell us,
Yeah.
we won't have time to see it, we've literally got a minute left, but can you just tell us, because you are getting this in the bundle, how easy that is to use?
This is the buttonhole attachment. Yeah. Very, very simple, and it looks a lot worse than it actually is. You pop the button in the back, it would engage the size of the button for you, to be fair, which a lot of buttonhole attachments now do. But this is, again, being Dukey, it's got the industrial style. So it's not a 4-stage buttonhole, it's a 7-stage buttonhole. So it's like a tailored buttonhole, so it reinforces the beads underneath, which is great for stretch jersey fabrics to keep it in shape. But for tailoring, it makes it stand out a little bit more as well. And also, it gauges the thickness of fabric. So when we're going over even double seams, it won't miss stitches on there.
Gary, I'm so sorry.
No, brilliant. No, it's been fantastic as usual.
Absolute pleasure. And Sue, thank you very much. Sue got back in touch.
Thank you, Sue.
She's so excited, said her heart's fluttering. She's ordered it. So
excellent, brilliant.
Gary,
enjoy.
Thank you so much. And thank you. I can guarantee anyone who's ordered this machine, it will change the way you work. You will love it, and I really do mean that. Thank you for your company. We got a lovely show coming up. White Gecko will be here, the one-day special. After that, Sewing with Daisy and Grace. And then Family Favourites return with Scarlet Rose. So lots to enjoy here at the craft store.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Good afternoon. Of course, we have, of course, another look at the one-day special, the fabulous white gecko one-day special. The first one here at the craft store is a fabulous set, but you can see it here. But shall we say, well, first of all, hello to Sarah. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
I'm very, very good. I love your one-day special, but also I love that to celebrate family favorites, well, we have another addition to that amazing giveaway. Now, this is 3 shopper totes that is going to go into that amazing giveaway. Now, they are worth £28.98, and of course that's going to go into that massive giveaway that we are building every single hour, or a family favorites. We are adding more and more. Now, you are thinking, how can I win it? Well, you can win it by just checking out your baskets during those live hours, during the family favorites. Now, of course, the end of this event is tomorrow during the 5 p.m. show. And so towards the end, we will announce the winner of that massive giveaway, which is worth more than £1,000. Now, maybe it's going to be the one-day special. I would suggest to check out your baskets, because approaching 2/3 of the stock has already gone. Now, Sarah, you are renowned for your applique templates, right? So this is the latest edition, isn't it?
It is, yes. So this is we've done set A, B, and C before, and now we're on to set D. So I hand draw all the images, and then they get all sort of graphicized and all. My brother-in-law's amazing, and he does all this magic with them to turn them into the template.
The magic that happens in the computer. And I love as well that you are giving us, of course, those brand new. It's 26, isn't it, in total?
Yes, so you've got 16 in set D, and then you've got 10 Christmas ones and an alphabet as well.
So you have got that extra elements in there, so you can see the alphabet. Now, and of course, we can see that the alphabet is reversed, is that, or mirrored. Why is it that?
Because when you use a fused applique, you're going to put it onto the back of your fabric with letters. Obviously, because you put it onto the back, when you then flip it over onto the front, so the front of the fabric is showing, you need it reversed, otherwise they all end up backwards.
So you have thought about those little things
done it all
that
for
are
you.
important, absolutely. And of course, the Christmas one features the nutcracker, the Christmas cracker there, you can see there as well. Look at that. And I can say, I mean, I know I asked you the same question, but for those new viewers, no, every piece is numbered.
Yes.
Why is that?
So that you know which order to put them down in. So very often with sort of slightly more complex appliques, things that got more than 1 or 2 pieces, you need to know where they're sort of laying on top of each other. So we did this little number system, so you're literally going to start with number 1 and work your way through on the templates.
That is phenomenal, because I love that guidance that you are giving us. Now, of course, you are getting the full alphabet, and it's 10 templates in the Christmas, but also set D, which has 16 different templates in here as well. So you have got the sun. I mean, even the tiny little eyes in the sun in there. I love that. Is this we have some guidance as well to do some stitching or embroidery?
Yeah, so anything that's pink on the templates, that's where you're going to embroider into them. So you're going to do some simple back stitching. But if you're more experienced, you can do extra embroidery. You could do some stem stitch or French knots, all sorts of things in there to like make them unique and make them your own.
I absolutely love it. I love the way that you can give us some extra elements so we can embellish it even further. And of course, you can see in there as well. Look at the goat. I'm sold. I'm Capricorn, so I love a goat. And of course, you have the cards as well. But that's not all. You are also getting 10 fat 8s of Macao fabric, right?
Yes, you've got Macao fabrics in there,
And I love the selection of colors, but also the finish. Like, it's that sort of tone on tone that adds a little bit of texture, doesn't it?
Yeah, so some of them are linen textures, some of them are spray time. The bundles may vary very slightly but they'll be similar colours, but you might get a linen texture in one and a spray time in another, and vice versa in a different bundle. But yeah, they will.
Yeah, it's kind of the same sorts of colours, the same sorts of.
It's all the same quality and everything.
Absolutely gorgeous. I love them. I love them because, of course, ones that you're using for applique, you still can see perfectly every shape, but it has a little bit of texture.
It's got something a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, you have an £8 savings because it's the one-day special, and also you have that flexi buy option to spread the cost in interest-free. If you don't want to spread the cost, well, £39 £29.97, one-off payment, and of course if you're a Freedom member you don't pay PMP. But remember, approaching two-thirds of the stock has already gone. If you want yours, do check out your baskets, and that could be your entry into that massive giveaway from Family Favorites. Now that's the one that's special, but we have got some news for you. Now the brushed cotton layer cake is now a technical sellout. This is the one. So if you have it in your baskets, you please do check out your baskets, because you will get it, because once it's gone, it's gone. And this is not just one side, it's double-sided as well, and it's that beautiful layer cake brushed cotton. I think it's the first time that I see a brushed cotton layer cake. Now of course do check out your baskets. This could be your entry as well to, of course, to that giveaway. We are having such a busy show right now, so please make sure to check out your baskets. And then we have, of course, that was it. Now we have got the jelly rolls in here. Now this, we have got two different options. Now we have got, it's the Celtic Cavern pattern, but then you have the Whisper, which is this one, which is the softer colors in here, or the Dual, which is a little bit more contrasting in color. Now, whichever option you're going to go, you are going to get the Celtic roll pattern in here. The Celtic. Let's rewind. Celtic Cavern pattern. That's it. That's it. Yeah. Right, and of course, and now this is something I had never seen. The Celtic Cavern. Can you tell us a little bit about the story behind it?
Yeah. So my son actually named this one. So it's quite a traditional block, which I then turned on point. And it's sort of kind of like a log cabin. It's kind of like a Celtic cross. And we were like, right, and he's like, well, it's a Celtic cabin then, Mum, isn't it? And kind of just like really like nonchalantly. So that's how it got named.
I think it's a very descriptive, because it's kind of like, the symbiosis between the Celtic and the cabin. That's really good. Now, of course, we have got, as I mentioned, the two different options. Now, what else do we need aside from a jelly roll? Do we need
No, so you can see, you've got two samples up there, which are made entirely out of the jelly roll.
So to make a quilt top, that's all you need?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
And the binding as well. We got the binding out of them too. So
wow.
The Whispers one, what I've done is you can see that one. That's what they call a low volume, which is really on trend at the moment. It gives this very, very subtle look to your quilting. So if you've got somebody you're making for that's maybe a little bit more minimalist, they don't like lots of bright colour in their house and stuff. My sister would love this because her whole house is grey, so it would go perfectly in there.
It's very shabby chic. It's a sort of the country chic, and then as well, like you were saying, minimalist.
Yeah, so that very, very, what they call low volume. So tonal value is very, very low. And then you've got Dwell, which is the other one, which is the really beautiful sort of corals and greys. You've got a little bit of mustard and gold metallic in there. So it's the same pattern, exactly the same quilt, same pattern. One I sashed and the other one our lovely Dawn made for us. And she did that one without any sashing, so you could see the difference.
Love that. And now I was looking at the pattern, and I thought you had done some extra work, but it's actually a pattern from the butterflies or moths that you have got in here.
Yeah, so it looks like there's extra curves in there, but it's not. It's just the fabric.
It does add like that extra Celtic element into it. It's super cool. Now, all you have to do is to choose whether it's the Dwell, which is the one with the more contrast, or the Whispers, which is that low volume that Sarah so beautifully described. Now you are going to get the pattern whichever option you go for. I love that you can do a quilt design as a spectacular at that with just jelly rolls. Therefore, it makes sense to go for that Celtic Cavern block pattern. 617757 is your item number. Now, a favorite from the show is, of course, the project wallet kit that comes with the Zippity Doo Don. Yes, I got it. It's one of those ones that you worry about. Now, you have got two different options. The heart which is approaching 80% of the stock. Once it's gone, so make sure to check out your baskets. You have the heart, the red one, and then we have got the floral, which is this one, which is 60% of the stock. I'm going to turn them over so you can see to me, the genius of this project wallet. Do you use it for project quilts, quilts that are on the go and things like that?
So I use them to store blocks in, because they're 15.5 inches square, so you can get a good size quilt block. If I'm making blocks ready to do a quilt, I keep them all nice and safe in there. You can get a whole quilt project in there. But you can use them for all sorts of things. Derek was saying last night, paper crafters, you could make them and keep your 12 by 12 papers in them. You can use them, in the bathroom, all around the house and stuff.
Yeah, because you could like kind of, those the hangers that have got like clips, so you could have that behind the door, and you have got the extra bits in there, and it's really lovely as well in there. It's a hidden, also in the home. This could be a hidden kind of element because you have it hanging like that, and nobody knows what is behind.
Yeah. So if we're allowed to go on holiday, when we're allowed to go on holiday, if you took it with you, you could then put it on a hanger and put a t-shirt over it and put your valuables in it, and put it in the wardrobe, and nobody would know, like a little closet safe type thing,
that's a good idea.
It would be completely hidden because you could just put it on a hanger.
And also the other thing, Molly, our producer, is saying also for the beach you can have your somewhere in there. It could be a cushion, and of course it's protected because no more sand will get into it. Also, I always remember my mom. She likes to always, for years and years and years, whenever she goes in a walk, she likes to take a little cushion with her. But this could be like something that she takes in, like a little pad inside it, and then of course because you have that, you can put other elements because you have got a zipper, so it's kind of almost like a bag.
Definitely.
I love this. Now of course you have got the hearts. Remember, the floral. You are getting the pattern for both the heart and the star on both. So you are basically choosing the color of the fabric. Once they are gone, they are gone. Each of them come with that zipper, which is the easiest zipper to put in.
It really is. It's the zippity-doo-duns. We did a little demo with Hayley earlier, and it literally is 2 lines of sewing. You can fancy it up and do decorative stitching if you want, but 2 lines of sewing and it's done.
I mean, it's quick. Just brilliant. And also, not only it's easy, but it just looks so professional. It just looks so good. I just love it in here. £21.99 is your price. 523976 is your item number. Now, the Fiesta Batik jelly roll with the cushion and Bargello quilt patterns are here. We are over half the stock. Once it's gone, it's gone. I love batiks. I think they are just phenomenal. It's just every inch is different, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And because most batiks are hand dyed as well, you've got the most beautiful patterns on there, so they are all unique. And there isn't really a right or a wrong side to batik either because of how it's dyed. So you haven't got to kind of worry about whether you've put it in the right way or not, because the amount of times I've unpicked because I've sewn things not right sides together. I've managed to flip it somehow. The joy of batiks is there isn't a right and a wrong side.
I love those ones as well, and the quality is beautifully, because sometimes batiks can be a little bit,
they can be quite stiff actually sometimes, and not overly pleasant to work with. But the Benetex one there is stunning,
it's
really lovely.
All right, if you want your Fiesta Batik jelly roll, we have got them here. Bargello quilt patterns as well included in the kit. 358688 is your item number. £38.99. Now, if you're making your Bargello quilt, you might want it to go for the quilter's starter set. Now, this bundle, Sarah, you have put it together, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you have even designed the ruler.
Yeah, so the ruler's a 12.5 by 6.5 inch ruler with like lots of really, really useful markings. It's the size ruler that I use the most. I've got a really old one here that is made by somebody else, and if I lost this, I'd be devastated because it's the one I use more than anything. So I wanted to have a ruler that was the right size. It's a really useful size, because the really long ones, you can't really take them to classes and stuff because you can't carry them around and things, they get broken. So yeah, the lovely Andy from Crafty UK produced these for us.
And I love they have got the anti-slip rings as well there.
Yeah, they're really good because they don't slip anywhere. If you're going to be doing squaring up and stuff, for like half square triangles, you've got that really nice 45-degree angle on there. So yeah, it's a lovely set.
They are absolutely. Now, of course, you are not only getting this, you are getting the rotary cutter as well. You are getting also, is it a 45mm?
45mm rotary cutter, and there's a
extra blade.
There's some machine needles and thread in there as well, so you real get started.
Yeah. And it's Coats Moon, isn't it? Which is one of the ones that you always use, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And of course, and I love that you have given us the white and then that soft grey.
Yeah, I use that pale grey a lot for almost all of my piecing because it almost goes invisible on any colour.
Yeah.
It kind of melts into the fabric somehow.
That's true, actually. Right, if you want yours, your bundle, this is a starter kit, or it could be also an extended kit. £38.99 is your price. 525709 is your item number. Now you will find this bundle as well as many more on the website, thecraftstore.com, and there you will find it, lots of different items. Many of them have sold out, including of course the Josie bag, the brush cotton layer cake, the Moda fat quarters have also sold out, a couple of them. We have got still the grunge spots, which is limited stock. We have got the Thatch one, I believe. No. Oh, grunge spots. Ruby Star speckle is limited. Apologies for that. And then we have got the grunge spot is still available, as well as the Thatch one. Whichever one you go to, they are absolutely phenomenal. They are Moda fabrics. They are of course fat quarters, and you are getting 5 of them for just $12.99. Ruby speckles is just like Ruby Star speckles is just absolutely, they're single figures apparently. So you please make sure to check out your baskets. This is the metallic grunge spots. I love them. Anyway, do check out the website for those ones. They are gorgeous.
It's lovely, yeah. Really, really like that. I love those spots. The distressed finish on them is fab.
It's just fabulous, isn't it? Right, Sarah, what are you going to show us?
I thought we'd have a little go at the puppy dog today in a different colourway.
That is so lovely.
Yeah, I really like him. He's really cute. So I've popped him this time on this lovely sort of green grass background, so that he looks like he's outside playing. All of the plique templates all come with a really nice instruction leaflet on there, which breaks down what I'm going to do. And I thought I'd show you just a couple of little tricks that I do to kind of help with the applique process. So I'm just going to add, I've already stuck him down because there's quite a lot of pieces there, but I thought we'd just do the little ball. And what I want to do is you're going to just trace out with some Bond web or heat and bond, whichever you use, rough side down like that. And I'm going to trace round. I can't get my words out. Trace round the outside of the ball, like that. But then I also want to do this little piece here, just so he's got a two-coloured tennis ball to play with. Okay, so I'm going to do that one as well. So you're going to give yourself just a little bit of space in between.
So that's much easier than doing the two-side ones, smaller ones, right?
Yes, yeah, because that's going to lay on top of that, and you haven't got any sort of overlap or anything.
That makes a lot of sense to do that.
So I'm just going to cut these bits out, and you just want to cut them out slightly bigger. Okay, and we did talk about this a little bit yesterday, but about laying up some of the smaller pieces before you add them to your actual applique. That way, it's you're not dealing with lots and lots of tiny little pieces all over your desk. So I'm going to do the middle section there in the red, and you can see you only need tiny. In fact, if I'm even more frugal and get rid of more of that Bonder web, you can actually get that in that way then, and I'm using even less fabric. Tiny little pieces for these appliques. You can really sort of raid your scrap boxes and and properly use up all those bits and pieces that you think, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but you don't want to get rid of it because it's really pretty fabric, but you've got these little tiny bits.
I know. I was thinking, this is like this one day special. It's like a stash buster, because it's to use all the things that you have. That's such a good idea. And if we could, do you do that? Did you put all the scraps, the smaller scraps, into a box? So then it's like ready for the application.
Boxes and boxes. Yeah.
Do you classify them by colour or?
Oh, I wish I had time for that. No, it all just gets shoved in a box and a lid goes on.
I see.
And then I have to find the bits that I want. I wish I was that organised. We're then going to cut them out now on the pencil line. Okay, and by doing that, you're just fusing that Bonder web through the fibres of the fabric, and the pressure of the scissors cutting kind of stops the fraying and stuff as well. Then, so there's the main bit of his ball, like that, and then we're going to do that centre section. Okay, and then what we're going to do, before we actually try and stick these on, again, because these are little pieces, we're going to stick these two together. And it also gives you, it means that, if somebody opens a window or you sneeze or something, all your little pieces aren't flying everywhere. You can do them like section by section. Okay, so I'm going to take the backing paper off this one. Again, we're just going to score that just a little bit so that it lifts from the middle. I can peel that off quite nicely. And then I'm going to line this up on the section of it, the centre of the ball, like that. Okay.
So that's perfect, yeah.
There we go, get that in just there. Come on, there we go, like that. And iron that down. Now, because I've left the paper on the yellow one, it's not going to go anywhere. you know, it's not going to stick to my ironing board. And then I can just trim off anything excess where my tracing, you know, the thickness of the pencil or something has changed a little bit. You can just trim off that excess, and you've got a really nice, perfect fit then. Okay, that then can be added to.
And I love your top tip of scratching the paper with the needle.
Yeah, it just means it lifts nice and easily, and you're not picking away at the edges then. And I'm going to lift that paper off, and then we can decide, pop him on here, let's get rid of all those bits. Which side do we want to put this ball on this one? So I'm going to have him over there, so he can, he's just gone to play fetch.
Yeah.
And then I can add that on. But I've already got that lovely, nice, sort of neat finish by just doing that little bit of trimming before I add it onto the applique. And I did that as well with things like his tongue. So you've got two pieces in his tongue. So I added the pink to the dark grey.
Yeah.
And exactly in that method, and trimmed it all before I then added it on.
It makes
and it just makes everything nice and neat.
It does.
Once you get it to, you know, I could add extra balls and all in, so he's, you know, playing with lots of things. You can give him all sorts of different personalities and all, you know, you can change his eyes and stuff. You can see on the template as well, these little pink lines here are where we would back stitch in some of the details. So you could leave him just like that. You don't need to back stitch, but it just adds that little extra element of detail to it. You can, if you're not going to like wash it or use it a lot, you know, if we were talking about making like journal covers and stuff like that, you can leave it just like this. You don't need to stitch into it. But if you're going to make it into a quilt or say a pillow or a reading cushion or something like that for a child, and it's going to be washed lots, I would absolutely stitch into this. Okay, I prefer blanket stitch, which is what I'm going to just very quickly go through now with you. And just move that little iron out of the way. There we go. So have a check on your machine. We were talking about this in a previous show about the width of your blanket stitch. On mine, it's sort of the default setting is 3.5. But when you get to like the small, which is fine like on his body and stuff, but when you get round to like the little tiny pieces like his nose or his tail,
they overlap too much.
They overlap too much. It looks really messy. So you might want to like have a little play around with your machine and check like that stitch width. So it's the zigzag one. You want to reduce that so that it doesn't bounce into the fabric too much. However, we're just going to have a little go at this one. The other thing as well is that every machine is completely different.
It is, yeah.
So like for my machine, it's a 5-step blanket stitch. And it's really important to learn that rhythm of your blanket stitch for your own machine. You're on a piece of scrap fabric, just kind of go for it and see how it's going. And then you can sort of like work out. So I know that you want to finish at the end of stitch. So I know that I'm going to stop before I pivot on that number 5. So learn your rhythm. So I'm just going to do a little bit for you. Just go down here. Oh, no, I'm not, because that's not on the right stitch. I did this yesterday. I pressed the wrong button.
Can I
Here we go.
remind everybody of the Grunge jelly rolls? Well, we'll not remind. We haven't even seen them in this hour. We have got 2 different options. We have got the gorgeous reds and pinks, so stitch pink or silver lining. Either or, they are absolutely amazing. 42 jelly. Is it 42? Yeah, 42.
So they're junior jelly rolls, so it's 21.
21, that's what
strips,
I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, it's because of course that's what I thought. I thought 42 was the regular jelly rolls.
Yeah,
and then,
that's right.
I was like, and then but if you go for both, you will get 42. This is what I would do. This is where our Molly was. £19.99 is the price for either of 898-676 is your item number. Now, because of the way that the patterns are, maybe you could even use some of these jelly rolls with some of even the letters. The letters would work as well. Yeah. So over 2/3 of the one-day special has gone already. And remember, you are getting 26 templates plus the full alphabet, plus those 10 fat 8s from Macaur with those beautiful colors and textures as well in there that printed in there. Remember, you can Flexify it and you save £8 whether you Flexify it or one-off payment, £4.97. 096 476 is your item number. Back to you, Sarah.
That's okay. So now I've got it on the right stitch. What you want to do is kind of really, like I said, have a play on some scrap fabric, but learn that rhythm of your machine. Okay, so I know that mine is going to jump forward and backwards and then into the machine, into the fabric, and you want to stop. So when you want to pivot, you want to make sure that you stop at the end of a stitch. So for me, that's when it jumps back out of the fabric, because otherwise when you turn your fabric to go down another curve, it may jump out in the wrong direction.
Right.
So you really want to have a think. So for me, it goes sort of out and back in, and then forward, backwards, and then out, and then in. And you want to make sure I stop when it goes back in at the end of that. And that way you get really nice, neat finish around your blanket stitch. Now, I've still got white in this, so I'm not sure whether you're going to be able to see this. But you can see that blanket stitch, so the straight stitches of it, you want to run along the edge of your fabric, because that's what will stop the fraying. And then you can change that width on how far it jumps in. Okay.
Right. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we can see it there. Perfect. There. Yeah. We can see
sorry.
it.
There we go. Get my hand out of the way.
We got that, yeah.
So you want to try and get that straight stitch running right around the edge. That'll stop the fraying.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is really lovely little thing. And of course, we'll let you reset. And of course, you are going to show us the Celtic cabin pattern, aren't you?
Yeah. We're going to have a little go at some quilting.
Stay tuned for that one. We'll let you get ready, Sarah. Thank you for that one. Very busy for the one-day special. Approaching 70% of the stock has gone. Approaching 70%. Now, of course, what you are getting is those gorgeous templates that allow you to create the perfect applique. This is the latest of the collection from White Gecko. Now you are getting 10 of the Christmas plus the full alphabet ready reverse. And one of the things that Sarah very kindly has given permission for you to do is for personal use. You can scan them on your computer and reduce them in size should you wish to do so. They will work even expanded or reduced in size. And of course, I would say just be careful with the little pieces, because if you reduce that one, the buttons will be fine. Could we use real buttons instead?
On the sample we've used real buttons, little tiny doll buttons, like so on the toys, on the Tin Soldier, on the Nutcracker, and on the Gingerbread Man, on the door hanging that we've done. I actually use little buttons.
So there is lots of different possibilities there as well. And the angel, the Christmas angel, and of course the stocking in there. And then you have got Rudolph, and of course you have got the gorgeous Santa in there. So the Christmas pudding, and then you get also the snowman. Now these ones are the 10 Christmas templates plus the alphabet, but you also are getting, I love this one, you are getting, like is it, how do you call it, a moped? Kind of a moped, yeah, it is. Now then you are getting also the card, and what I really would like to do is put maybe this, reduce the squirrel, the beaver, and of course you put them in here. What is the squirrel? There is a squirrel, isn't it?
It's a beaver.
It's a beaver.
It could be a squirrel. Just curve his, if you curve his tail a little bit more.
I don't know that. I don't know my beavers from my squirrels.
However, you could quite easily make him a squirrel if you wanted to.
Oh well, a little bit of an embarrassing moment there. Anyway, right. So we have. I seriously now. It's one of those moments that I wish. Tierra trágame. It means basically, earth swallow me. Anyway, we have got the carrot.
Stop it, because I'll start giggling again. I've just stopped.
I parrot now, carrot. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Can you tell us the Highland cow? A bear?
Panda.
A panda bear.
But if you didn't do them in two colours, he could quite easily be a bear.
An alien. Alien. Did I get it? Yeah. Lobster. I know that one. Yeah, I love it. And a zebra? Yes, you got it right.
But
Teapot?
again, with the zebra without the stripes, you can make a really little cute horse or a unicorn.
Oh, apparently this is not a teapot, it's a cat. Oh, no.
No, it's a teapot. You were right.
Monkey?
Yeah.
And then a goat. At least I got my star sign right. And the beaver. Right? Please check out your baskets. You are loving them. Please check out your baskets. Remember, if you go for this or any other item, you will be eligible to win that big, massive giveaway. But you also are going to get the 10 fad courses. Now, very busy. 70% of the stock has gone of the one-day special. You're loving the animals, whether they're beavers or squirrels. You know, they're gorgeous. It's just, I do apologize sometimes, you know, my animals. And 496-476 is your item number. And now, something that we haven't seen this hour yet is, of course, the tiny, lovely, I love the mini charm packs, because this is one of the things that when I first started sewing, it was the first thing that I bought, because I thought, well, this is for, you know, it's really... I wasn't afraid of to use, you know. Yeah. But they are also such a beautiful little charms, because little fabrics, because they are Moda quality, aren't they?
Yeah, they're Moda, they're all collated, so they're all from the same design range. You know that they're going to go together, just the same as a jelly roll or a layer cake. People do actually collect them as well. We have some people that buy them from us, and they never use them. They've just got like all of these different little mini charms, because it's like a little reminder of like favourite fabrics and stuff.
Now, that's a very good point. It's like almost like a collector, like a swatch of different ones. Now, I believe there is two different options. So you have got flowers from Freya, and of course you are getting the whispers in metallic. You can see the, oh, gorgeous. Or your cranberry and cream with this one, which is cider. Now, both options, 2/3 of the stock has gone. And you are getting, of course, the disappearing 9-patch pattern, which we have over, I think, over there. So it's absolutely gorgeous. The cushion. Shall I bring it over? Oh, Sarah is there.
Go, we'll swap it that way.
You know. Now, of course, you can see there as well. Oh, I love these.
It's very, very simple to do as well, a disappearing 9-patch. A really good one for a beginner to have a go at, because it looks like you've done lots and lots of work, but it really isn't. It's a simple 9-patch that you cut in half twice and sew back together.
That is gorgeous. Love this one. If you want yours, at 940-275 is your item number. $11.99 is your price. Now, we have more Moda, and remember, Moda projects, Moda bundles, once they're gone, they're gone. We have already had quite a few sellouts. So if you want the jelly rolls, now this one comes in with the amazing Celtic cabin pattern. Now you have got the dual, and of course the whispers, which the whispers is the
low volume.
I love that. I love, because it's just such a subtle kind of colouring, and of course that would mean that once you make it, it could fit into anybody's home as well. Now, whichever one you go for, that Celtic cabin pattern is absolutely stunning, and it comes with it. Whispers is in the lead, that low volume. You are liking it. £35.99 is your price. 617757 is your item number. Now, of course, we have our reverse applique kit, of course, the project wallet with the zippy-doo done. And we have, of course, the floral option, which refers to the fabric you are going to get in here. It's Moda fabric, so again, once it's gone, it's gone. And you have not only the pattern to create the star, but also to create the heart. Now, if you want to go for this color option, of course, is the heart, which is 80% of the stock has gone, and 2/3, I believe, of the floral has gone. So remember, the options are regarding the fabric, the patterns you are getting in both of them, and you also are getting the pattern for instance, in the star on the heart. To do the stripes, so you can do the checkered or you can do the stripes in here, so it's your choice. And on the back you can see there is the zippity-doo done. Of course, that will be easier, and you also are getting the lino, which is the clear plastic, so you can see exactly your contents in there. £21.99 is your price. 523976 is your item number. Then we have the Fiesta Batik rolls in here. Now, if you want yours, do go for them. They are absolutely phenomenal. £38.99. You are getting all the rainbow of beautiful batiks. Remember, hand dyed and reversible as well, so you have got always two sides to choose from. £38.99 is your price. 60% of the stock has gone. 358688 is your item number, and look at the beautiful colors in here, the beautiful patterns as well. $38.99, and of course you are getting the cushion and bargella quilt patterns there as well. Right, grab yours, check out your baskets, even if it's this. Remember, as many times as you enter, as many times as you know, you have got a chance for that big giveaway on the big, you know. Ooh. Oh, with the pick and mix. Oh, we have had another sellout on the pick and mix. Urban Sandhouse. Oh, okay, let me think. Okay, so this, I would think.
It's the grey. It's the grey one.
It's the grey one. This one. Okay, let me check. Yeah, Urban Farmhouse, that one has gone. Technical sellout. So if you want, sorry, I didn't. I did believe you, but it's just like kind of, I didn't believe myself that I heard it right, so just double checking. Now, of course, we have the 5 different options. You are picking any 2. And, of course, they are Moda fabric that we are talking about. Even Malibu batiks are from Moda, so you can see the gorgeous there as well. So you have got the jelly rolls. You have the gorgeous, I love the Rosaline. Sarah, Moda does red beautifully, doesn't it?
Yeah, they really do. It's actually known as Moda Red. It's very hard to match, but Moda use the same dye throughout a lot of their red ranges. So you know, if you buy Moda fabrics, you know that they're always going to go together. So yeah, but it is beautiful.
This one, of course, is Rosaline, and then we have, of course, fakes and shirtings in here as well, with those beautiful reds as well, and the oranges and black and more colors. Then we have one that must be the favorite of many, because this one is Moody Bloom, and it has metallics as well.
Yeah,
absolutely glorious picture. Look at this. Oh, I love that. That's gorgeous. And then finally, the last option that we have got for you is Winky Pop with, oh, this might be my favorite, you know.
I really like that. It's got that sort of 50s feel to it. That's really sort of slightly graphic, you know, florals. Yeah, I really like it. It's
love
really cool.
that.
It's very funky.
£65.98. Remember, you choose whichever 2 you want. While there's a stock of them, you are saving £6, and also your flexi buy option as well there. So £6 saving, £32.99. If you're a Freedom member, that's all you would pay today, and then the same amount next month. Now we had, you remember those mini charm packs that we have 2 options? Well, we have them, but we have got the update. Now, cranberries and cream and cider is a technical sellout, which means if you have it in your basket and you check that right now, you will get them. Otherwise, you will miss out. We still have the Whispers Metallic and Flowers for Freya, but over 2/3 of the stock has gone. 940275 is your item number. $11.99 is your price. Now, if you want to go for the fat quarters from Moda, we have the Grunge Metallic. We have lost it, but of course we have the spots, the Grunge spots. We still have got the one, but Ruby Starks, there is literally less than a couple. So if you want it now, please get it. You know, it's a beautiful collection. And then we have got the Thatch one. 081537 is your item number. So do check out your basket. $12.99. And remember, even if it's $12.99, if you check out during your life hours, you will be entered into that competition to win the massive giveaway, the fabric family favorites. I believe the total, it will be about, I think somebody has added up, our Kirsty added up, and it was over £1,000 worth of everything. That's how much she said it was worth. I mean, I'm cutting the yeah, I mean, it is, because £29 here, 29 here, 30 here, you know, it adds up. I mean, every single hour putting elements in there from the family favorites. Now we have got the White Gecko Moda Jelly Roll with the Celtic Kevin pattern. I believe, Sarah, you have got the demo for this.
Yeah, I thought I'd show you actually how to make the block. It's one of those blocks, again, that once it's broken down into little pieces is very simple to do. Looks really effective when it's all put together. So from your jelly rolls, what I've done is for each block, you're going to make 4 of these little sections. You need a 2.5 by 6.5 inch piece, a 2.5 by 4.5 inch piece, and then a 2.5 by 2.5 inch square. and you would need 4 in a background fabric. Now, if you want to make a bigger quilt, use a different background fabric. I'm just using the leftover bits from the jelly roll here. But if you added in some extra fabric, you could use all these then actually in the quilt and make more blocks. I've got 4 2.5 by 2.5 inch squares in a background. Okay, really nice and simply, we're going to put these right sides together on the end of each of these pieces that we just cut, and with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, we're going to stitch those together. Okay, so I'm going to pop over to the machine. And it's really nice because you can do some chain piecing here. You could lay all these up, and just then sort of whiz through and chain piece away. So I'm going to add that one in, and there's my next size. So that's the 4.5. Pop that one through, and then I'm going to do the 6.5. And this is really, really quick block to do, particularly if you do all like your prep work beforehand. If you do all your cutting and have it all laid out, you can just keep sewing and sewing. It's very mindful. What we're going to do now is we're going to iron them out towards the coloured fabric rather than the background squares. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to roll that out that way. So if you hold the piece that you want it to in the direction you want it to go, your seam will roll that way. And then we're going to do this last little one here, like that. Now you need to add another square onto this little 2.5 inch square, which is going to go onto this side here, like that. Okay. So I'm going to put those right sides together. I'm going to line up that bottom edge, and you'll see that you've got just a little overlap into that background, which is what you want. Right. Okay, you want that little tiny overlap that will come into play later on.
Sarah, can I say something about the disappearing in night patch with the mini charms pack from Moda? The only option left is now limited stock, which of course is I believe these are metallic whispers and flowers for Freya. If you want it now, please make sure to check out your baskets. It is limited stock now. That means 90% of the stock has gone. Back to you, Sarah. Sorry,
that's okay. So I'm just going to we're going to do a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Oh, there we go, like that. So that we've created like a little, it's almost like a little heart shape. Yeah. Looks like a little heart. I'm going to pop that one like that.
It's a heart.
It is, isn't it? It's like a little squared off heart.
I love that, yeah.
We're then going to just lie these out. So we're going to do them in ascending order, like that. Okay, so I'm going to line up these bottom edges. I'm going to sew this one to this one, and then this one to this one. Okay. So it really is nice and easy. Nothing here is more than a straight line in sewing.
And I love that it's based on a jelly roll. Yeah. So therefore we kind of, I love that, a jelly roll and produces a quilt top. One thing, and, you know, and even the binding you have managed to get out of
absolutely.
it.
Yeah, absolutely. You do a scrappy binding, but yeah, you can get pretty much the whole thing out of all you need is your wadding and your backing fabric.
So it means that once I would go for this bundle, remember you have got 2 options, the whispers and dwell. Dwell being the more contrasty one, which is the one that you are using.
Yeah.
Now we could replicate it with our other, jelly rolls.
Yeah,
for instance.
definitely. I mean, if you've gone for the like the little junior jelly rolls, actually those 2 colours together, the greys and the pinks, in this pattern would be beautiful. You'd get like you could like ombre them, so like your longest piece would be darkest,
so each
going
of them,
down.
£19 and 99
greys.
Yeah, that would be amazing. I love
really
that.
Pretty.
Now £19 and 99 pence are either for the the stitch pinks or the silver linings. So if we added them both of them up, as well as the Celtic pattern, then what we could do is we could flexify it.
Yes.
So that when we only pay for half of it today, and then we have got 2 quilt tops.
Yeah. Definitely.
That's fabulous.
Yeah, and that would look really, really stunning. It'd be really modern looking, and with like a teenager's bedroom maybe, or something, that pink and grey, but with an ombre effect. You could do all your pale ones at the top, and then like gradually work your way down to the darker ones. It'd be
very
lovely.
white gecko. Very white gecko, of course. And we are
See, I've got ideas for quilts now.
No, I have got some update. We are technically sold out on the last option of the disappearing 9 patch. And remember, once it's gone, they're gone. They're not coming back. Remember to check out your baskets. Right. Back to you, Sarah.
Yeah, that's okay. So I'm just going to add on that little 2.5 inch heart piece that we were doing. So that's now like that. And you would repeat that another 3 times. So you've got like 4 pieces that look like this. Okay, so I've already done those ones. And you turn them. All you're going to do is just turn them, each one,
so that this long piece is in towards the centre. Let me just move that eye in a second. There we go. So you can see I've got that's the 6.5, that's running all the way along. Now, I don't want those two greys together, so I'm going to flip that one, I think, like that. And this is where you can kind of play around with them a little bit and decide what you want.
Do you do, for this, well, like usually in quilting, I believe you do every block at a time, right? So would you do the same here, or you would...
I personally, with a block like this, because it's so repetitive, I would cut everything and then cut all my background 2.5s, and then I would put a good film on with a cup of tea and just chain piece everything, and then I would iron it all out, and then I would lay out lots of blocks, maybe lay out 6 at a time and go, right, okay, I like those colours together, I like, don't like that. Yeah, so rather than do, I mean, you can do one at a time and just put that away, or, you know, but I would maybe do 6 or 7 at a time, and I can really make sure that I've got a good sort of spread of colour all the way through the quilt then. So we're going to put these ones together, and we're just going to treat this like a 4 patch. So I'm going to stitch this one to this one, like that, and then this one to this one, and then we're going to join them together, and I want to show you how to cut them to get it onto point if we've got time. So I'm going to just whiz through this little bit.
Absolutely. And I love that because it was funny, because I had the question about, like, usually I was when you were moving around, I was thinking I would do the same, like I would have the 6 blocks and like undone, like kind of, and play around how they look and then sew them together.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and if you were using something like those little junior jelly rolls, you might want to make sure that you've got, you know, sort of like the right sort of selection of pinks in one bit and greys in another and stuff. So yeah, but I would cut it all to start with, and then we're going to pop those two together like that.
Because I love the idea of, I just so want to do that one now, because one of the things I love about jelly rolls is also they kind of allow you to do lots of sewing in a very, you know, in a very pleasurable way. You know what I mean?
It takes all the pre-cuts, you know, charm packs, layer cakes, jelly rolls. It takes that hard work out of it. There's very little cutting. You can lay up your jelly roll strips and cut lots of 4.5s and 6.5s in one go. So just going to very quickly press those to one side, there and there, and then we're going to add these together. So I'm just going to nest that centre seam, make sure that they're going opposite directions, so I've got nice neat points. And I don't pin a lot. I'm very lazy with my pinning, as a lot of my people who follow our 1 o'clocks will know. I don't do pinning, but I will put one in the centre there just to hold it all together. If you want to pin, that's absolutely fine. And I'm just going to whiz down this final long edge like that. And then I want to show you, hopefully, how we're going to trim it all up to turn this into a block. There we go. So and you can see that was, I mean, it's really quick sewing. There's nothing overly complicated. It does look like you've spent hours and hours sewing lots and lots of little bits together, but it comes together really, really quickly. So you can give that a very quick press. Normally I'd give that a bit of starch savvy as well at this point, just to make everything lie flat.
Yeah. We have in the show as well. That you can see.
I'm just going to flip that over for my cutting board. And then what you want to do is you want to cut these down so they end up at 11 3/4 inches. But you want to make sure that you don't use your points. So the first cut I'm going to make, I'm going to line up on my ruler on my 1/4 inch line along those edges there. So I'm just going to put the 1/4 inch line on the very edge of the coloured fabrics, like that, and move it around so that I can I don't know if you can see through, but I've got those points now lined up, and then make my first cut like that, and then we're going to work our way round. And now it's gone from being sort of all raggedy on the end as you go round. So we're going to go again, line up that 1/4 inch. Also put the edge that you've just cut, line it up on one of the horizontal lines on your ruler as well, and you've got that like double check then. By doing that right along the bottom, along a horizontal, and the 1/4 inch, it's like a double check.
I was trying to figure out what you were going to sew onto the raggedy edges, basically. And I was like,
no, we're going to trim off, and then you put that into your crumb quilting, or you use it for little eyes and stuff in your appliques.
Absolutely.
I used to be terrible and used to throw throw bits like that away, be like, oh, I'm never going to use that, I'm never going to use that. Now I keep like so many little bits, it's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, between you, Haley West, who actually also told me to, and of course Jenny Raymond and others, you know, like for the monkeys and that with chain piecing as well, to use them, those ones. Haley West uses these bits as well to fill cushions, so you kind of, you know,
brilliant
so
idea.
is there so many, like, we don't throw anything away?
I do a lot of crumb quilting where you literally just sew mindlessly, you don't think about it, you just sew, you have a little box of all these tiny little pieces and you just sew them all together and then sew those together again until you make new fabric.
Called?
Crumb quilting.
Crumb,
yeah, like breadcrumbs.
Like crumb.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. I think I did that when I started because I just wanted to sew and I was like sewing anything randomly. You know, and I love that crumbs. Oh, of course, look at that.
There you go. And then you've got your block all done. Okay, and you just make then as many as you like. It's really, really simple to do. With this, particularly with the jelly roll, because you've got very, very little cutting. And then you've got
that. And of course, if you want to do that, you can. We have got two different options for the fabric itself. We have got Whispers, which is the low volume, that gorgeous grey, soft tones in there as well. And you can see in here that it's pattern throughout, but of course a lot softer pattern there. And then you have got the Whispers, which is of course the one that Sarah was using. And Dwell is the one that that Sarah was using. 617757 is your item number. £35.99 is your price. You are getting, of course, that pattern, the Celtic carving pattern in there with all those instructions, and that is, of course, the Dwell. Oh, I don't know why I get confused. Right, of course, you have the men. Remember, the one-day special though is the start of the show. Because very busy for them. Remember, you are getting the latest in templates. You are getting the set number set D. What's wrong with me yesterday today? And of course you are getting the beaver, not the squirrel. You're getting the beaver. And you're getting the goat and the zebra. They're making so much fun of me, and I hope you are at home as well, because it was one of my biggest faux passes, calling a beaver a squirrel. Had no nuts. I should have known. Now, of course, you have the templates as well for Christmas, and of course, you have the alphabet as well for that amazing in the Christmas one. So you can spell any words, not just Christmas, not just happy, not just New Year, but any word that you can see. Now, of course, you are getting the 10 fat 8s as well, which are Macawa, so you know the quality quilting cotton. And those glorious colors with that texture printed onto them. That means that you will be able to use them for your applique. The textures printed onto them might vary between the colors, but of course you are going to get a rainbow fat 8, so perfect sizes for your applique techniques as well that are included in the one-day special. £39.97. Over 70% now of the stock has gone. 496, 476, and remember that you have got that flexi-buy option to spread the cost into 2 interest-free payments. Now, we have mentioned that this is the latest in the collection of white gecko patterns, applique patterns, but you have already found, of course, the previous sets A, B, and C. Now in here, now you are getting 16 templates in each of them, those books, and here you can see the set, and let's have a look at it. I know, it's a unicorn, right? No, we have, yeah, there it is, the squirrel with the nuts. I told you, I realized that. There was a squirrel.
There was a squirrel.
I feel justified now, finally. Now, of course, we have, let's get it, a hedgehog. And the frog.
Hedgehog and the frog, yeah.
And then we have, of course, let's kind of a look. We have the fox. Look at it, cute. It's the fox. And the dragonfly. We were talking about dragonflies last night. Look at the bear and the astronaut. You know what? You can put the face of the bear inside of the astronaut helmet.
Yeah. You could put the face of the alien on it, so it's like he was a reflection, so it looked like he was looking at the
That's true. You
looking
have
at the alien.
The sheep in here. You have got the seahorse. And then we have, so this is just the sea one, the spaceship, and then you have got the giraffe, and then we have got the dinosaur and the dragon. And you can make it into a proper Welsh dragon,
yes,
you know?
Yeah, I think he is actually on the, just, I don't know if you can see it just behind me, there's the red Welsh dragon just here.
That's good. Yeah, that is. And of course, that's just set C. So remember, this is options of, sorry, I kind of, and then we have, of course, set B. How many oopsies in my first hour? One is looking at me and thinking, oh. We have got the bee, the plane in hills, and then we have the birds, the cacti, and then we have got the crab, we have got the sandcastle. This is a fabulous. We have got the cupcake, the jellyfish, the nautical, the moth as well. Sloth, not moth.
You've got moths on the brain now because of the Dwell jelly roll.
That said A, you have got the dolphin or the whale. Well. Sorry. What's wrong with me today? We have got the Scotty dog, the snail. I do apologise. I don't know what's... then we have got the owl, and we have got the penguin.
Yeah.
And then we have the helicopter this way. Yeah. And then we have the cockerel there.
This is like a test, isn't it? Test Paola on her animals.
Definitely not. I fell. I clearly have failed. No, we have got the fish. Is that right?
It is a fish, yes.
As they are saying in my ear, David Attenborough has nothing to fear from me. And then we have, of course, the duck in here. And then we have the flower. We have got another dinosaur in here. Oh, that's gorgeous. And we missed Sharna, which is studying. Then we have, let me do it the right way. We have the cat. This one I recognize. We have got the camper van as well. And then we have the a butterfly. And then we have the house. And finally, we have got the elephant. So it's like, yeah, the animals and me, that makes up. 611079 is your item number. You choose whichever three of them. I love animals, it's just that I don't know their names. £15.99 is your price. You have a very quick demo, I believe.
Yeah, I just thought I'd show you a little bit of satin stitch, which is a different way of sort of putting your, what's the word, stitch in. I couldn't think of the word stitch in there. No, it's not. It's one of those days, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you are doing much better than I am. I mean,
how can I forget the word stitch in?
So we've got about a minute left.
Oh, okay, we'll just do this really quickly. Yeah. So a satin stitch is just a very close zigzag. So you could just zigzag across these and that would work fine. But a satin stitch, by reducing your stitch length, makes that zigzag really close, which gives a really nice finish. And it just, so I reduce my stitch length down to about 0.2, 0.3. You could get away with 0.4 as well. Okay. And then what you do with that is you've got a little mark, or I have on my foot, right in the very centre where my needle is.
We have got seconds to go.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah. And then we're going to very quickly, that's going to jump either side, like that, all the way round. And then I'm going to get rid of that for you, and then that will do it.
Oh,
you might just
amazing.
be able to see
you will
this.
Be back, of
there
course,
we go. We'll do that on the next one.
Thank you so much, Sarah. You will be back at 4 p.m. Do check out your baskets. Remember, you will be eligible to enter that massive giveaway. Stay tuned. Well, sewing with Daisy and Grace with much graceful presenter Hayley West. And of course, then we have got a Scarlet Rose with family favorites, and then funky fossils at 3.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company, and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me. They're made in the UK. Most important was at Picture This. and we have so much more to bring you.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting's all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time. At Clarity Stamp we bring you a wide range of products from stamps, stencils, groovy and pergamano. And the great thing about that is that it covers crafters from all different aspects. So whether you're into stamping, stenciling, parchment craft, we've got it covered at Clarity Stamp.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting.
Hello there and welcome back. Oh, I am very much in a happy place. I know I'm in for a treat this next hour because I saw earlier on what an amazing show Yanis had with our lovely Nicola earlier on today, and she's back again. How you doing, Nicola? It's been too long.
I know, it's been far too long, Heidi.
Oh, I love working with you, and you bring us such incredible products. And I have to say, from personal experience, they are incredible because I've got some of these myself and I do craft with them. But loads and loads of inspiration.
I know. I just don't stop with these templates. My head just goes on and on. And so, yeah, some of a lot of them you've had before, but it's just so much you can do with them.
Definitely, yeah, and that is the key thing. Now, we had a very busy hour earlier on, lots of sellouts during that hour, so kind of words of wisdom. If you see something you like the look of it, then make sure you're placing your order and checking your baskets out, because everything that we're sharing with you, once it's gone, it has gone. So that is the key thing. That's the first thing I have to make sure that you're aware of. Second thing I need to make you aware of is we are in our event still, our family favourites. I mean, Nicola is here. She's always a favourite of ours, and it's brilliant that she's got involved. And you have created, this is an amazing bundle of fat quarters. This is very generous of you.
I know, I'm a fool, aren't I? But you're so lovely. Why wouldn't I be as generous? You're all so great.
Oh, bless you.
I got inspired by my project pockets.
Okay.
So some
yes,
of the fabrics are in my project pockets, and then I put a little sister one to go with it.
I love it.
So you can make some lovely.
And it's brilliant because you've got the greens and the pinks there. Obviously, you can see your cerise pinks in there, some gorgeous blues in there. That is adorable, that fabric with the little ladybirds on there. Beautiful florals coming through as well, and your darker tones with regards to these. So that is going into our prize draw. It is getting rather big. I think we need a considerably bigger table to put it on because we're literally on several tiers now with regards to this. Now, every single one of our family favourite shows, an additional item has been added to that hamper. My goodness, look at it, it's fit to burst. There is so much in there, and one lucky viewer who's placed an order during our event will win it all. Incidentally, you don't get the table, just to let you know. That never fit through your letterbox. But it's an amazing bundle, and all you simply need to do is place an order. That's it. You don't need any code, you don't need to fill out any questionnaires. Simply placing an order during one of our family favourite hours means that you are in that prize draw. But it gets even better. If you place multiple orders, then you will get multiple entries to that prize draw. So you're maximising your opportunity of winning it all. And the winner will be announced on Monday evening at 6:15. So if you have been placing in your orders, then certainly make sure you are watching at that time, because you could have won all of it How amazing is that? But we're all winning in this hour because we've got some fabulous templates to share with you and some brilliant ones. Now, this is a set that I am familiar with.
Yes.
Because it's a brilliant idea. And I've had mine, oh gosh, I must have had mine a couple of years, and I will hold my hands up. I haven't got very far because what I actually do is I took it on holiday with me, and it was a holiday project. And of course, not having gone on holiday, I haven't got to sit on the balcony and do my little bit of sewing that I was doing with those pieces. But I'm going to change all that as time goes on. But anyway, that's a different story. This is a brilliant set.
Yeah, it is. And before, I just had the star in the hexagon.
Yes.
But I didn't have the 2 extra
you
bits.
You didn't? No, I didn't get these. Yeah.
So it's got the triangle and the half hexagon,
brilliant,
which gives you 2 straight edges on your quilt.
Love it. That's the one I've got with the star in the hexagon.
And this is the one that launched me with Missouri Star Quilt Company.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, because Jenny saw the quilt not behind me.
This one over here?
No, that's the new one.
Oh, is it? Oh, we'll talk about
the
that.
middle one.
Of course, the middle one,
And she saw that and she fell in love with that.
Isn't that beautiful?
That's kick-started my adventures with Missouri Star Quilt Company.
And it's brilliant because you can see, obviously, you can see your jewels, which are the petals, in effect, when you're looking at those flowers. The hexagon's in the centre. But, of course, it depends on which way you put your fabrics as to how you see them. But down the edge, that's where you've got the triangles, because, obviously, at some point, you need to finish off that quilt, hopefully with a straight edge, although it doesn't have to have a straight edge. No. But there you go. You can see how those triangles come together to create those additional elements to finish off your quilt down the edge. So yes, certainly does make sense to go for it as a set. Very affordable. You've got all of your pieces there. You've got your innies and your outies, and we'll chat about how these all come together as the hour progresses. But if you're wanting to get hold of yours, the details are on your screen. 153563. 2 flexi-buy payments getting you all of those, saving £9, and you will have an incredible amount of fun utilising those in loads of different ways. But we've got more for you. Next bundle, what have we got with this one then?
This is the smaller one, so this is the 1.25 inch, so same principle, but the smallest hexagon. So same pieces, and I bought one of my quilts, and that's at the far end.
Lovely.
But that's got the 5-inch triangle in it as well, which is in this next set along. So
I love it.
They all sort of can work together and mishmash together.
And you can see how you kind of got your star within stars when you're looking at this one. So very clever design, this one. It's not appliqued on, it's actually stitched in with that design, so it looks amazing.
Yeah, each little piece is a quilt, basically.
Yes, that's true, actually, when you look at it. Yeah.
Every single piece is a little quilt, and you put them together. So I like the fact that you've never got a UFO, because you've always got a quilt.
This is it, every single piece you complete. That's so true. It is so true. And one of the other benefits is that you're actually making the front of your quilt at the same time as the back of your quilt, and obviously your sandwich in the middle being your wadding, because it's what they call quilt as you go, which is in the title there. So you can see they're absolutely amazing quilts all around us, and we'll look at those in closer detail. Now, we're busy for this one, so you can see there, £25 saving, 2 payments, not £25 saving, should I say, £25. I've had peeps, and I'm just, I shouldn't have had it, because I'm not going to lie, I could do with a little sleep now, but I'm not going to get my sleep because I'm going to have fun. So
I was going to say, I'm going to keep you going, Hayley. We're not
2 flexi-buys, £25 each. It's all this coziness with the quilts that's doing it. You're saving £6.50, but more importantly, when they've gone, they have gone. So get them while you can, 281328. And if you can stretch to both sets, then please do, because you've seen just how they work so well together. Absolutely brilliantly so. Now, returning favourite for you, and this is a lovely one. Now, here you've got, again, tools, and they are tools, because you'll use them over and again. Yeah, definitely.
And you can make quilts with all of the individual elements. So you can make the star in the hexagon, but the jewel, you can make beautiful heart quilts. I didn't have enough space to display everything, Hayley. I got like a mountain of quilts with me. They didn't get up, but each of the elements you can make quilts from, the half hexagons, the diamonds, the triangles and the jewels.
Yes,
all make quilts.
And this is it, and they kind of intersect. So when you're looking at a hexagon, and hexagons are fabulous shapes. Everybody loves it. Well, most of the people I know like working with them. But when you start dissecting it up, you get different shapes that make that hexagon. So your diamond is 1/3 of a hexagon. Is that right with your diamond? You take 3 of those and make your hexagon.
3 makes a hexagon.
Your jewel is going to sit on the edge of that and create a fabulous petal. So all of these different elements that you've got within this set all work closely together, because mathematically They make up hexagons in different formations. So the half hexagons, you've got kind of 2 different styles of half hexagons, but they are included in here as well. So there's loads. Now, if you are creating with your hexes, you might be making something like a bag. Here you go. Now, Karen's emailed this in. That's a nice look, isn't it?
Yeah, that's lovely.
I love that, and I love the dark fabric with the pink.
I put that set of templates in the prize giveaway.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, is that earlier on this morning?
Yes, so that's
Ooh.
already in the prize giveaway.
Oh, I say, and you've got the fabric here that's going in as well, so maybe you could be making your own. Thank you so much for sending that picture in, Karen. Absolutely amazing, I loved it. So this is a bumper bundle. You've got everything that you need in there, all those elements working together in a whole host of different combinations. Again, you've got your innies and your outies. We'll talk about that as the hour goes on. But 996760, if you've seen these before or seen the concept before, then you'll definitely want to be adding these into the basket, especially with that £13 saving. It's a must-have, certainly is, so make sure you do take advantage of it. Now, what else can we share with you? Now, this is something new to me. I've not seen these before from our lovely Nicola. You've got a stencil in here, but I mean, I love the fabrics. But tell me about this. What's this here?
So I like English paper piecing. That was my first love.
That's
and
true,
then
yeah.
I went into the quilt as you go and things. So I thought, wouldn't it be cute to make a small star in a hexagon?
Okay.
But I like my products to do more than one thing, and I like to create lots of things. So I thought if I had it as a stencil, I could print fabric, I could do embroidery, I could do applique, I could do English paper piecing. So it's got 4 for the price of one, Heidi.
Okay.
4 for the price of one.
Wow. 4 for the price of one, and you're paying £10.49 for that one. In fact, that is covering the cost of your freezer paper with this one and your fabric that's included. So with the stencil, is the stencil giving you kind of like a seam allowance to wrap your fabric around, or is it doing the paper size?
I'm hoping that I can get to show you later.
Fabulous.
But if you draw in the centre of the hexagon, that will give you your shape to fold your fabric over for English paper piecing.
Lovely.
And the inside of each of those shapes joins together to make the star in the hexagon. So I've done the work for you.
Got you.
So that it all joins together. But if you do the internal shapes, you can also applique them.
Good points.
And with it being a stencil, you can print. So
That's a
I've
good
got some
point,
fabric I've printed, and I've got lots of bits to show you. And I've even done a stained glass window effect, which
have you?
I'm absolutely in love with.
Stained glass window. Very effective.
So, the pieces you're holding, Hayley, that is what you can make out of the 7 strips of Moda fabric I've given you.
All of these?
All 7 of...
I'm obviously adding in some of the white to these.
No,
these ones that I've got here?
The 7 that are complete.
Okay.
Steph made those out of the 7 strips of
right.
fabric.
Got
so
you.
you get quite a few from those 7 strips.
You do indeed. I mean, I'm trying to arrange it so you can see them
Too
all. I did a
many.
very bad job of it. But these are amazing because the fabrics are brilliant. You can see how these obviously have got the papers in there, but then obviously you're stitching them together to make your larger quilts if you're wanting to, put them in whatever configuration you like. But aren't they beautiful? So neat. Absolutely gorgeous. But it's not just about the hexagons, because there are other things you can be doing with these. Look at these. Little mini pieces. This is clever.
Just using some of the pieces from the stencil, you can do other things. So they're appliqued.
Very clever.
Just to play.
Beautiful.
It gives you the ability to play and create some lovely things.
And I love this
That's
piece.
Embroidered. Isn't that
Yes.
beautiful? That, again, there's lovely Steph did that for me.
Gorgeous.
Isn't it nice? So she's just picked up the elements on the backing of the fabric and just embroidered over the top of the fabric.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. £10.49. This is what, it's almost like a try-me price, isn't it? Or a bit of embroidery. Oh, this is a clever idea as well.
She's used the stencil to mark out the designs and then quilted. So you can use it for quilting as well. I forgot to say quilting as well.
Now, I will warn you, I was chatting, and I mean, I was just blown away with that, and I was getting little updates in my ear, and then all of a sudden I thought, I heard, oh my goodness, okay, right, and then I've heard limited stock. So, apologies for all the updates through that. It's one of those situations when it's gone, and it is literally that quick that those updates, I could be firing them out to you so quickly. Try not to do that because I know how irritating it is, but also sometimes I need to tell you that it is approaching limited stock before we actually get there. We're down to single figures. This is going to sell out. If you've got it in your basket, then you need to be checking your basket out. So yeah, technically sold out. Thank you to everybody that got involved with those ones, but that's kind of how the show is going to go. So you've been warned. Keep a note of the item number, because at some point we may get it in the future, but we certainly haven't got any more of those for this particular hour. But we've got other things that you can tempt you with. And boy, are you going to be tempted, because this next one is beautiful and it's practical as well. And I think this is a brilliant project, maybe if you're just getting started.
Yeah.
Because it's a practical thing. It's a needle case.
And but it's a little travel sewing book, because you've got a place in there for your scissors.
Okay.
And you've got a place for your thread, and then you've got your needles and pins. So it's a chuck in your bag, and you can sew on the go. And I just think it's so cute.
Isn't it adorable? Absolutely.
So
I need to bring this up so I can have a closer look at it. I love that spot. That is such a clever idea, the bobbin thread going in there. Brilliant. Right, let's have a little look at this one, because again, it's practical. Again, you'll recognise that fabulous little star there that's been hand stitched together. You've got your ribbon, so when we open this up, and obviously you're creating the outer parameters as well. But what you're doing is you're creating one side at the same time as the other. Oh my goodness. Nicola, this is brilliant.
Isn't it cute?
I love it. You've got somewhere to keep your scissors, you've got somewhere to keep your pins and your needles, and you've even got somewhere where you can store your thread in the spine there. That is ingenious. And that's a brilliant gift to make for somebody as well.
Isn't it? And if you've got sewing friends, and they're not that hard to do, the little, the star and hexagon English paper piecing, I did one of those coming up in the car this morning.
Wow.
I mean,
hasten to add, she wasn't driving at the time.
No,
she was a passenger.
It was a 2-hour journey, and I did a lot of chatting. But
no, you chatting?
Me, never. What am I known for, Hayley? You can't shut me up.
I love it.
I need
Wouldn't
a little
have any
on-off
different.
button, don't I?
Not at all. Not at all. Now, I need to make you aware that there are two options with this one, your purple and your blue. You'll notice your purple has gone green, if that makes sense. Actually, technically sold. Is it technically sold out now? Oh, so your purple's gone green and now it's gone red. Very clever purple. There you go. The blue is still. I love the blue. I absolutely love the blue.
And the turquoise sold out earlier, I think.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, you're down to one option with those. Don't forget that that works beautifully with the previous set that we looked at just a few moments ago. So if you've gone for the blue, you'll have those gorgeous stars, which are echoed in that previous design as well. I would be tempted to go for both of those at the same time. But 70% of the stock has gone of this particular one, so you're going to have to be quick. This is your last opportunity. Don't forget, you're getting your fabrics included for your first project, but you've got your pattern and your instructions, which means you can go on and create many more of these in whatever colourway you like. So make sure you are getting involved. And £26.99, brilliant value for money. 036 983 if you're wanting this particular one, but please be quick. We've had sellouts during this hour and lots of sellouts earlier on. That's why it's a good idea to jump on the website and you'll find everything. There's loads of items that are on Flexi Buy, and of course what that means is you can spread the cost of other things that you pop into your Flexi order. So you might be going for one of these items. Do have a little look at some of the others. There's those little banners on there which show you which ones you can spread the cost of. But of course, if you're adding items into your basket that exceed £60 or more, then automatically you can spread the cost over 2 payments. Now, if you like a little bit of inspiration via a book, well, here you go. We can help you with that as well. And of course, if you want to save on your post and packing, then why not become a Freedom member at the same time? Do check out the 7-day savers. Brand new ones launched at 8 o'clock this morning. Some very useful ones there as well. Oh, nice little rotary. Oh, let's have a little look. Oh, okay, right. Oh, noted, like that one. So yeah, there's always different kind of crafts covered with our 7-day savers, so it's always worth having a little look at those. So Nicola, we're going to come over to you next, if that's okay.
Lovely, and I'm going to show you some quilts as you go. So
Okay.
I know a lot of you have seen this, but a lot of you haven't, and a few more tips and hints and things. And what I'm going to do, I've got a brand new quilt, which is...
Oh, the one by here. Can I show everybody this? I know we're coming to the demo, but let me just move that down. This is beautiful.
So we had the first side up on the first hour.
Yeah, I'm going to show this because you've got a flip side with these, haven't you?
And that I've done tumbling blocks, and it's pretty amazing, I think, anyway. It's my quilt, so I've got to...
Beautiful.
If I don't like it... Why would anybody else?
It.
So that's one side, and then the other side, look, I've put little stars in hexagons in
fabulous.
Stars in a hexagon.
And this is one of those situations that as you're making the front, the back is evolving automatically.
Yeah, and it's quite nice to think about it when you're doing it, because I knew I wanted to do two totally separate quilts. So you have to design the back first and then design the front and then work it all out.
Love it.
Because some pieces are right side up, some are wrong. So it's very tricky. But I had a spare piece, because I made it as a quilt and then I had a spare piece. So I thought, what am I going to do? And I thought I'd make a table topper, and I've left a section out. So that's the front, and that's, you see, it's totally different.
Oh, wow.
So I'm going to do some diamonds and possibly some triangles to fill in to make it more. That'll come up on the...
Ooh, exciting.
I'll do that on Facebook when I get there.
Okay.
So we need to do the diamonds.
Perfect.
So I have cut out one backing, which is the large...
that's like your outie.
My outie diamond. And then I have cut from the inner diamond, which is upside down, a wadding and a piece of fabric. So what we do is we lay the outer hexagon onto the fabric, and the fabric is wrong side up, so that you've got the wrong side facing you and your template on top, and then you take your wadding. And because we've got this recess here, this sets it perfectly in the middle so that you can actually do your bindings, and your bindings are all equal. So we use that little space in there to pop our wadding in. Check that I've just moved it a little bit, pop that in, and then you take your fabric and you pop that on top, and I'll take a couple of pins and I'll pin that
all together. Now, just as you're pinning that all together, Nicola, can I just mention to you guys at home, you know that fabulous little needle case? Well, we've had 2 sellouts with regards to these, with purple and turquoise earlier on this morning. The blue is now limited in stock, so if you are wanting to get hold of it, you're going to have to make your decision pretty quickly. It's 20 minutes past 1 o'clock. We've only got the rest of this hour with Nicola. I don't think these are going to last. In fact, I pretty much know that, because the rate that everything is flying out. So if you're wanting yours, you need to be quick. The thing is, it's while you've got the opportunity, it's while stocks last, so please don't think, oh yeah, I'll catch it later on, I'll watch a rewind and I'll pop it in my basket then. You'll be too late with regards to that. You need to be getting it now if you're wanting it, otherwise somebody else will buy it and you'll miss out on it. So details there if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Now the big bundle that we're working with as well, this has been a popular one as well. We've only just started to see this in action, my goodness, and already 40% of the stock has gone. My goodness.
I had loads, Hayley.
Oh my goodness.
There's a lot. I thought I had enough.
It was never enough by the sounds of it though, Nicola.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you're wanting this one, do make sure you're getting hold of it. Don't miss out. Once it's gone, it's gone. That £13 saving will disappear along with the stock. So make sure you are getting yours. 996760. Wow. Sorry, Nicola, but I think it's important.
On the little sewing kit as well, don't forget you're getting your 2.5-inch hexagon template.
Of course, yes. Yeah.
And you're getting the star in hexagon stencil.
Yes.
So you're getting 2 things plus all your fabrics.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, I've never thought of it that way, but it's
double whammy.
Definitely. I love a double whammy.
Oh, I like value for money. I like a lot of everything. So, I suppose I better hurry up with this as well, haven't I? I don't know what I'm going to do for the rest of the hour, Hayley. We'll just have a little chat.
We
could wrap ourselves up in quilts and have a little...
Happy there. That would just put, like, gone to lunch on the door or something.
Just like, keep yourselves amused, do some sewing. Anyway, I better carry on while we can.
That's fine.
So pin that in place, and what I'm going to do is you take that outside edge and you fold that so that it meets the inside edge of your hexagon, and I'm just finger pressing that down a bit.
Okay.
And then you fold it over again, and can you see that has created your little quilt binding?
Can indeed.
And I'm just popping some pins in there. If I was going to hand sew this, I would just hand sew to a point here, turn it and then do the next edge. But I'm going to do this on the sewing machine, so I'm going to keep on going, and I want to show you how to do these pesky points.
Pesky point, I love that phrase.
Well, they're not pesky once you get the hang of them.
This is true. And I must admit, I do not hand sew, but Nicola's got me hand sewing with these because, as I say, it's just a project. And I've actually got one of my little grab and go bags. I've got my templates in there, and I've got my little takeaway containers with my pieces in there, all pre-cut. And literally, I just take that with me, and that's when I sit and stitch. Now, now that we've got kind of plans to get away a little bit more often, I think I'll get the opportunity to use it more. Sorry, Katie, you told me something then, and I completely ignored you. Oh, the mini sewing book. See, this is what happens when me and Nicola get together. Technically, it's sold out. So if you've got it, brilliant news. If you haven't, not such good news. But 036983. If it's in your basket, please check your basket out. You are not going to be disappointed. Absolutely adorable. You're going to love it.
So I've done this edge, and can you see this on the diamond? It's similar to the hexagon, and when you fold over your bindings, it automatically gives you a mitered corner.
Yes. Yeah.
And don't think you have to sew down that mitered corner, because you don't. There's nothing that's going to come out of that miter.
Just hold its own, doesn't it? Really?
It stays there on its own. So once you've sewn along here, don't worry about this section. Now, the point, the pesky point. I'm going to keep saying that, and then I'm going to slip up and say something.
Well, the screen will go black, don't worry.
Yeah, naughty or rude. I don't mean to. So I fingered press that binding down that edge.
Okay.
And then I'm going to fold over this edge.
Right.
And I'm going to finger press that down like so. And then roll it again. And then you're going to see where this pesky point comes in. So we're going to put a pin there.
What are we going to call the point when it's not pesky anymore?
A point. How's that?
That sounds good.
It's just a point.
Just a point.
So we've got these gubbins going on, and that's not very pointy, is it?
Yeah, it's not pretty.
It's got a tail.
Okay.
So what we need to do, what I tend to do, is fold that over.
Right.
So, that would be nice there, wouldn't it? But we've still got all this fabric going on. But I finger press that line there.
Yeah.
Turn it under.
Okay. Oh, it's popping out.
Yeah, turn it under. Done.
Perfect.
Put a pin in there, and before I machine stitch it, I'll give this whole press. So if I'm going to carry on going round, and and I'll do that pesky point again, and then I will take it to the sewing machine. I'll show you how I sew those points as well.
I love it. I mean, it's a fabulous project, whether you are working with larger pieces of fabric and following a pattern, following a design, or whether you're using your scraps as well, because sometimes we've got sizable scraps that are too small to do larger little projects with. So maybe they're a misshape, they're not necessarily big enough that you could do a little purse with or something like that, but they're still fabrics that you've invested in and fabrics that you love. You bought them for a reason, because you like the fabric, so keep them, and even do kind of little random quilts with these.
Yeah, well, the can't show you at the moment, but the 1 3/4, the greys with the pops of colour.
Oh yes,
that was all scraps.
Oh, was it really? So it's like a bonus quilt.
It
then.
is,
yeah.
And you know all the. I've dropped my point, so it's flinged out again. We'll come back to that. But you know the edges of your quilts, when you lay up a big quilt and you have extra wadding.
Yes.
I don't have any of that extra wadding anymore, because they've gone into these quilts.
That's a good point.
So all those bits that you save, because if you're a quilter like me, I don't throw anything away, because everything's useful. You'll end up using it all on your quilt as you go.
That's a really good point. Do you see what I did there?
A point, not a pesky one.
Not a pesky one.
So this pesky one popped out. A pesky point popped out.
Oh,
it's like Peter Piper.
Yeah, and all that.
One. So again, I just tuck that point under. Oh, and I pop.
It's a persistent pesky point.
Oh, you're brave. And I popped a pin in that point. How many pins
can you get in one sentence? That's a question, isn't it?
Yeah, I won't go there. So I'm going to take this over to my ironing board, and I'm just, before I sew that, I'm going to give that a little press. I'm going to give that a little press. It just makes it a little bit more easy when you come to sew it under the sewing machine. And if I bring this here, with my point of my scissors, I'll show you how I'm going to stitch.
Okay.
So I tend to, my machine doesn't like this bulky part.
Okay.
So it's just my machine, but I think some of you might have the
They
same.
have personalities, don't they?
They do. So I'm going to start on this edge and work all the way down here.
Okay.
All the way up to here.
Yeah.
And I'm going to catch a stitch on this binding, and I've still got, I'm so silly, I've still got black thread on my machine, and really I should have put white on, shouldn't I? And then I'm going to go down this edge and then along. Could I quickly change my thread to white?
Well, shall I show everybody what they're getting in the bundle?
And then I'll change it to white, and then you might be able to see.
We can all meet up then, can't we?
Yeah, we can see what I'm doing then.
So we are very, very busy. I'm glad that we've been able to break away, because over half the stock has gone now with regards to these. You are getting all of these. They are brilliant because they all work independently, but equally so they work together. And that's the beauty of this. It gives you that design capability. And I love that how Nicola has kind of given us the ingredients for us to create a quilt. But having quality ingredients is key, because it means that that overall finish that you're going to get is absolutely beautiful. Now, Nicola is here. It's the second show today, but over the course of the 2 shows, we've had 7 sellouts. Can you believe that? Well, yes, I can, to be honest, because she always brings us quality. She always brings us some amazing design. She's got a beautiful eye for colour, as you can see from the quilts that we've got around here, so it's no surprising. But she likes to be able to teach and show you easy ways of getting incredible results, like the results that we've got behind us. So don't forget, this is the start of the story with Missouri Quilts. This is a beautiful quilt, utilising those fabulous colours. But when you look at it, you'll see that you've got lots of different styles of fabric featuring in here. You haven't had to get metres and metres of exactly the same fabrics. Just put them into colour groupings so you can see where you've got essences of green, reds, blues, purples. It doesn't matter if they don't match up, because it's the overall look that you are going for. Even the centres, I mean, again, you might have fabric that will allow you to have 3 centres that match up and all the others don't. It doesn't matter, as long as you've got the essence of the darker tones, the lighter tones, the reds, the greens and so on, then you are going to be able to create something incredible out of nothing. Bear in mind, these are scraps. These are pieces that you maybe trimmed away from other projects, other bags, other quilts. The wadding, make sure you're keeping all those offcuts of wadding, because you don't need big pieces when you're working with these templates. It means that you're turning them into something beautiful. It's almost half the fun of it, because you don't know how it's going to end up. You don't know how it's going to work, because you're making each of those segments, and then you'll lay all the segments out in the pattern that you want and then bring them together at that point. And it means that you've got something very manageable, very sizable. You can literally just take it with you in your handbag, off to work, stitch on the train, stitch on the bus if you're wanting to, or stitch if you're a passenger on a car journey. So here you have got the most incredible set. All of them coming together, large pieces, as you can see, so it's going to grow quickly with regards to these. So you're looking at your 5-inch diamond with this one, your 2.5-inch hexagon, your half hexagon and your jewel, all coming together. So the components, you've got your large hexagon, obviously, as you can see here, but all of the components all come together to work with that hexagon. That is the thing. The hexagon is a very, very useful shape, because it can be dissected in a variety of different ways, which means you can get some incredible results. But with this one, you're potentially using it as the centre of your project, and then kind of having those petals emulating from it, if you choose that you want to do it that way. It might be that you're doing tumbling blocks with this, because you can do, you've got your diamond in there. There's so much opportunity within this bundle, but you need to be quick. The price of this bundle that we've got here means that when the stock has gone, the stock has gone, and rapidly approaching 60% of the stock has gone. So it's kind of make your decision time, really, with regards to this one. I'm hoping that we've got enough to see us through to the end of the hour, and I'm certainly hoping that if you're watching on repeat and you've not placed your order yet, that you do still have the opportunity, but I can't guarantee that. Other than saying, if you're placing your order at this moment, I can guarantee that you will get it with that phenomenal deal. Details on your screen there, 996760. 2 flexi buys are £35 and 23 pence. We'll get this on its way to you and ready to go. So it could be that you're sitting and stitching with this in no time at all. So, have you got on with your thread, Nicola? Are you all stitched
I'm all over to white, just to show you, because I think it would have been a bit tricky to show you if I'd done it with black thread.
Okay.
So I'm going to start going, and then I will show you what so I start in on my first edge, and I'm sewing about 1/8 of an inch from the edge of the binding.
Okay.
and I'm not going too fast. And what I want to do when I get to that, don't sew over your pins as well. I'm very good at sewing over pins, and that's not so good for your machine.
It's not, no.
So I've put my needle in so that I can pivot that round, and that is on my mitered corner.
Lovely.
So we'll go again.
So again, the stitches that you're doing are keeping that mitered corner in place?
Yeah, there's nothing's going to come out of that mitered corner. The only thing you might, when you go to join your diamonds, is that pesky tail sometimes.
Oh, pesky tail as well.
The pesky point tail might pop out, but when you join them, that's sealed. But if it's on an outside edge, that pesky tail might be. It's never happened to me, but I'm sure it will happen at some point. But you could just slip stitch that. Ooh, gone too far, Hayley. Like what? Like that's totally me, isn't it? Always going too far.
Now, fabrics-wise, when we're working with these, do we have to be mindful of the type of fabric that we're working with, Nicola?
Well, no.
Okay, that's a quick answer.
I use quilting cotton because obviously I stock the cotton, but quilting started from necessity.
Yes.
And I'm a great believer, if you've got something, use it.
Yes, yeah.
Because otherwise, yeah, no.
Well, I'm thinking of things like memory quilts. I mean, a lot of people will save baby clothes, won't they? And obviously they're not that big. You're not going to get huge pieces of fabric, but something like this would be a brilliant idea.
Well, there's something coming.
Oh,
not just yet a while, but there is something in the pipeline with my nanny Grace.
Nanny Grace.
Nanny Grace. I saved lots of things from her.
Wow.
Little hankies and clothes and things that aren't all cotton.
Yeah, okay.
But they are going in a memory quilt.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I've got all prickles and lovely. I love it. But this is the thing. Lots of you may be thinking that, sadly, a relative or a friend has passed on, and you're thinking, I've been left with these beautiful items that I want to keep as a memory project, but terrified to cut into them to start with. I mean, this is something that is so easy to do. Nicola's been showing you. Simply taking those fabrics, adding your wadding, adding your backing, wrapping it around, hand stitching if you so choose, or if you prefer, you can go straight with your machine. It's just straight lines. That's all that you're doing with these. Now, obviously, Nicola's working with a lighter thread, so you can see the stitching, but when you are working, you're working with a darker thread, or in keeping with the fabric that you're working with, incredibly forgiving. So please don't think you have to be years of experience. This could be your first ever quilt. This could be the one that ignites the passion for future quilts that you're going to be able to create. And it's just so manageable because each time you are just making one small piece that comes together to make an amazing quilt. And the beauty is you're making the front at the same time as making the back because you've got both pieces of fabric coming together there, Nicola.
Exactly. I had you know, I'm one for stories. Can I tell a little story?
Oh, go on, I love your stories.
So there was a lovely young girl that at Christmas I did a raffly type draw freebie giveaway thing, and she won one of the prizes, and she said, I've actually got your jewel template and I'm making a quilt for my mum.
Wow.
Well, a few months later, oh, excuse me, she sent me a photograph. It's actually on one of my Facebook pages from months ago. And she made her mum a quilt with the jewel, and she said, I never thought I could quilt. I didn't think I was good enough or could make a quilt.
Yeah.
But you can. I mean, my Dave has made a hexagon. He can't sew.
Well, he can if he's made a hexagon.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's practice and it's the joy of the sewing and the practicing. And it's not going to be all star-spangled banners the first, but it's just practice.
But and you know what?
And we've been sewing for years, Hayley, so you're not going to maybe be as good as us.
I love the lumpy bits, because the lumpy bits and the odd seams and the quirky bits that you're kind of putting together, that's all part of the journey, that's all part of the story. And it gives, exactly as Nicola said, that it gives it that personality, it's your personal touch. We've had a lovely email apparently in as well from Kim. And Kim was saying that you've inspired her to have a go. Again, she didn't think that she'd be able to do it, but she's found it so easy, and that how helpful you are as well. And you mentioned social media, so how do we find you on social media?
So I have take my goggles off. I have a Facebook page. That's Daisy and Grace has a Facebook page. There's also a Daisy and Grace Quilters.
Oh, okay.
But you have to ask permission to join, and it is just a forum for any queries you've got on Daisy and Grace, to share your day. Oh, there's some you've got to join, just see what these people out there are doing.
Some amazing work from people, yeah.
Oh my goodness, I scroll through and go, I'm using my template.
And this must be so flattering for you to see that these kind of things have evolved.
It's thrilling. It is absolutely thrilling. I get gobsmacked, and I just think, oh wow, it's all been all the struggles of setting up the business, and it's just worth it.
And can I ask, I just noticed the bunting behind you as well.
Yeah.
Has that been created using the templates?
That's the triangles.
Wow.
And that Steph made me that.
Because again, we all love a bit of bunting, don't we?
But the houses make great bunting, the triangles make the hexagons make great bunting, the jewels make great
That's a really good point, yeah. I love it all coming together.
It's so exciting.
And the thing is, it's the same technique time and time again. As Nicola showed us in the beginning, it's that layer, your outer fabric cut to the outer parameter of your largest template. Then you've got this inset one that you're going to use to cut out your fabrics. It's going to be the front of your quilt and your wadding. And then you just bring it all together. And it's the same technique, whether it's a diamond, whether it's a half hexagon, whether it's a full hexagon, whether it's a jewel, it makes no difference. It's the same technique. So that is the beauty of this. And when you start crafting with this, you really will add in all of those because they all work so well together. Now, details are on your screen for this bumper bundle where you are getting all of these. Now, I need to give it. Oh, Katie's got her serious voice on. She said, Hayley, we need to give an update. Okay, she's being serious now. Okay. No way. Honestly, oh my goodness. Over 70% of the stock has gone of this one now. Oh my goodness. And we had really good quantities of these because we knew it was going to be a popular one. But again, I will reiterate, when it's gone, it's gone. This saving of £13 is a phenomenal saving. You're getting all of these beautiful templates coming together, but they're templates that are made with quality that you can be able to use them over and over again. And they are huge. I mean, some of these ones, that's your triangle. Not your triangle, no, you can't see it there. It's actually, well, you can't really see it actually.
No,
I'm holding it up at this perspex. I was probably better off staring you when it was lay flat. But you've got a large piece, as you can see it. Here you go. If I stand like that, you can see it better. There you go.
Or do you want this? If I throw this your way?
That's okay. No, I think we're all right with it. I think we've got it now. That's it. You can see that shape there. That's a big piece. So if you imagine you are going to be cutting those out and creating, in no time at all, you are going to be able to create that quilt. So if you've been thinking about doing a quilt and you're thinking, it's just so much work involved with it, it's going to take me so long, I don't have a sewing machine, it's going to take forever. It doesn't. When you've got the right tools, and this is a very manageable sized piece of fabric, nothing too fiddly, so again, if dexterity is an issue, you're going to be able to stitch with this easily, even if you are the most novice of quilters. And even if your stitches are all lumpy, bumpy, and they're not equal, and you can see them where you don't necessarily want to see them, it doesn't matter. It adds personality, and it gives that quilt that little feeling that you've put into it, and that's the thing that I love about it most. It's almost the essence of you included within this quilt, which I think is fabulous. Details on your screen there, 996760. Be quick. If you're wanting them, the details are there on your screen. Do not miss out on this deal. That is amazing. So as simple as that, you've made that piece.
I've done that, and can I just, if we can go close up, I can show you where I've stitched. So I started here, went all the way down, along, stopped in this corner, went down, and then came back on myself to this mitre, back down, finish. Perfect. So it's only one bit that you go back on yourself on one of the corners. That's it.
But isn't that neat?
If you did that in navy or black thread, you wouldn't
know it was there. No, you wouldn't.
And
know.
you can hand sew that.
You can, yeah, and you can because I've done it. I know. Yeah.
And when you were talking, because you've made this section, I could make this section. Say it's for a baby quilt.
Yes.
When they get to a child,
I know what you're going to say.
You can add borders. You can make it bigger.
It's never finished, really, is it?
And then when they get married, you can do a king size.
Oh, what a lovely idea! Yeah.
Start off little, and then just get bigger and bigger and bigger.
So it's not just quilt as you go; it's quilt as you grow as well, really.
Quilt as you live.
I love it. That's a really clever idea because, like you say, there it never really finishes, does it?
Because
That's
it's always finished.
Yeah.
It just keeps going.
I love it.
And table runners and cushion. Oh, it's just,
I love it. And the passion that you will have when you start stitching this way. And as I say, even if you are not a hand stitcher, do give it a go as hand stitching, because I find it so relaxing. The only problem is, and this is honestly a problem that I found, is you sit there and you start stitching, you think, oh, I'll just finish this one. And I'll just make the next one, and then it's like, oh, I'll just finish this one.
I wondered what you were going to say.
Before you know it, your dinner's burnt, the ironing hasn't been done for a week, and all these different things happen because you are enjoying yourself so much. But it's a lovely way of having a restful time, just sitting down, taking a little bit of time for yourself. Take it out into the garden if you're wanting to, because you're only taking the smallest amount of elements. Don't forget, you could cut out your fabrics and have those all ready in a bag to take. You don't have to cut them and stitch them at the same time. You can do it in stages, get all your fabrics, cut all your scraps even, and then sit there choosing which fabrics are going to come together while you're sitting there sewing. I love it. Nicola, I'm going to let you get ready for your next demo, if that's okay.
Okay.
We're going to do a very quick recap.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, okay. Well, you better think about it quickly. We've got about 12 minutes left or so. But I'm going to give you a little bit of recap, so you've got a little while to think about it. So, now, what do I need to talk about next? Sorry. Oh, we're going down the counter. Sorry. I'm forgetting that I'm working. I'm having such a lovely time. I'm forgetting I'm actually meant to be doing a job while I'm here. Oh, now with these fabulous project books, these are brilliant. Now these fabrics you will recognise, because these fabrics have been donated to our fabulous, our lucky winner, shall we say? Because one person is going to win these fabrics. So some of these fabrics you will recognise because they are featuring within the pocket. So let me bring the pockets in to show you what you can be able to create. Now you've got different choices and options with these, but what you're going to be able to do is create a pocket that you've got a zip on. Absolutely brilliant. And then this one here, I mean, look at that as a fabric. That is beautiful, isn't it? So whichever side you are choosing to be your fabric for your gorgeous design, or whether you wanted it to see through, as you can see there, it's a really useful project. So with this one, you are going to get so much. So let me talk you around what you're going to get within your kit, because first and foremost, you're going to get your elements that work with these. So you've got your pink set. Now your pink and your whites, you're going to get your 2 zips, because you've got zips on each side of them. You've also got the fabulous grosgrain ribbon. So again, choosing any of those colours, we've got different options, but this one is your pink and your white, as you can see. You've also got your instructions, and that's the key thing, your key instructions that are going to tell you how you put it all together. But then you have got, and this is brilliant because this is like a very kind of fluid type of, well, it's not like a PVC, I mean, it is a plastic film, but it's incredibly fluid. I mean, look at that, that's going to be a dream to stitch with. So you're getting all of these elements in here. Brilliant value for me. I mean, the instructions are absolutely incredible. They're thumbing through there as well. So you've got different options. So that one is your pink and white. Next one we've got is your blue and red, and this is the one that's featuring the little ladybird fabric that I pointed out in the fat quarters. Now you're liking this one, it's almost like red, white and blue, this one, isn't it? So if you're wanting this particular one, really, really pretty. Now again, you're going to add your fabrics to this one, don't forget, you're going to add your fabrics, but maybe if you have gone for some of those fabrics, or you win the fabrics, if you're the winner of our prize draw, you could be making it up just like so. So you're going to get your 2 zips, red and blue with this set, your polka dot ribbon, you're also going to get that gorgeous floral ribbon, again in those colour themes of your red, your blue, and then of course you're going to get that well, what do we call it, Nicola, this plastic that we've got within here? Has it got a fancy name?
No, it hasn't. It's just
okay. Never come across it before.
It's so buttery soft.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's just so tactile. It's almost like a rubber, but it isn't.
Yeah, it's a very difficult one to explain to you how it is, but it's not
just
like PVC that you may have stitched with before. I mean, I've seen plastic being used in kits before, like your PVC, but it's got a really fluid feel to it, which, like you say, it's really, buttery soft is a really good phrase, actually. So that particular one you're going to get with these. Now, when we're looking at adding fabrics into these, Nicola, do we need a lot of fabrics for these?
No, the big ones, fat quarter.
Oh, is that all?
Fat quarter.
Oh, that's easy enough to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Love it.
So, yeah, each one is a fat quarter.
Perfect.
If you want to do a pocket on the back, you might need to add, you could use offcuts of the fat quarter and add some other fabric in it.
Good point, yeah.
Or
Nice
you could
and
make
easy.
something different as a pocket.
Definitely.
But for the 2 sides. Or if you're going to do actually the pink one in front of you, Hayley.
Yeah. I noticed this is a bit different.
Yeah, on the back,
Yeah.
I've done 2 layers of wadding.
Okay.
So you can adhere your fabric pieces when you're working out.
Oh, so it's like a planning base almost. Yeah.
I thought that I like little projects.
Yes.
And so I thought if I put my fabrics on there, they'll stay while I...
That is a clever idea, yeah.
So on that one, you could get 2 out of a fat quilter.
Definitely, yeah.
Because you're only using it on the front.
Clever idea. So, yeah, there one is your pink and white. You've got your red and your blue, which is, again, one of the ones that's most popular. And then the gorgeous rainbow with the green featuring in there, that rainbow grown grain. And, again, a purple zip featuring in that one as well. And, again, you're going to add your fabric into this one too. So, 692 615 1199. Incredibly affordable and brilliant projects to work with. So, Nicola, we're going to come back to you. We've got about 8 minutes or so left.
Oh, crikey. It's been
quickly, hasn't it?
It has been fabulous. I just want to show you the half hexagon because, again, that's got a different corner on it.
Oh, okay.
A pesky point again. A slightly different point. But I just wanted to show you... Oh, I've moved my needle out the way. I'm so messy, Hayley. I don't work tidily. So I'm just going to show you... Again, we layer it up, we pop that in, pop the pin in, one stage done. So there's my, then we turn it over, fold it over again. Look, I'm all prepared. Here's another one. And then I start sewing. This is done by hand. So all I'm doing is catching the edge, and I've left a thread, but I'm going to start a new one. And I want to show you this pesky point. So again, if we fold that over, let's move that bit of thread over. We just fold that point under, like so, and you get a point. I'll pop a pin in, and then I'll pop another pin in, and I'll just show you how I stitch by hand. As we've done it by machine, I'll show you how I stitch by hand.
Okay.
So I just pop that. I'll pop that needle through there and catch it on that very corner and pull that through, and I put a knot in the end of that thread, and I've used white thread so hopefully you can see it. So I'm going to catch that corner by over sewing and then just go through the layers, but I'm not going through the underside of the... Hayley, I'm going to chop that bit of thread off. That's annoying me.
I can tell.
I know. I was getting all irate. I was like, whoa, that's... Yeah. So just catching through the main fabric and the binding. It's like you would do on a normal quilt.
Yes.
The normal quilt binding. So by catching the top fabric and the wadding, that's all you need to secure all that in place.
So just make sure you don't go right the way through, because obviously you'll see the stitches on the back fabric.
But if you're a really good stitcher...
Well, that's true, actually. It could be
you
a benefit,
could go through. So look, shall we try it? If I
Let's do it.
I'm not a very good stitcher, but I've gone all the way through to the back, and then I'm going to come up. We've got to make sure our stitches are fairly even, and then we'll go through. I don't know if this is going to work.
Oh, I love it. Live life on the edge. Who'd have thought that a little bit of sewing could be so exciting?
Well, it's not really, is it? But, you know, we can pretend. And let's see. Oh, if this looks like a dog's dinner...
Well, we won't look at it then. You have a sneaky peek. Well, I'll keep them distracted, so I'll talk about something. I'll give them an update, and you can check out to see if it looks okay.
It's not doing too bad,
Oh, good.
I'll do a little bit more so you can see it, and then...
Okay.
We're getting there. Let's do the last one, and then I'm going to be brave. And so you can't see it on the top.
Okay.
Da, da, da.
You could do the drum knot. Oh, that I like that.
It's like quilting.
It's like, yeah, it is like hand stitching, isn't it?
I know, it's a bit wonky donkey, but
I love
you know.
It's personality, that's what it is.
But you could do that.
You could, quite easy.
And embroidery stitches on sewing machines are really good to go along, and gives you different options.
I need to give you guys an update. We have been very busy with regards to this. And this is the thing, you need to be getting this while you can. Now 80% of the stock has gone. Now obviously it's an investment of anybody's money. We're not talking about throwaway money with this one, but what you're looking at is something that you're going to be using for many, many years to come, because that's the beauty of this. It's a system, it's a scheme, it's a way that you are going to be able to actually work with your fabrics for many, many quilts. It could be just a small project that you started with, a placemat even just like a little coaster. But as time goes on, you will create larger projects. And I love the idea that Nicholas said there, as that kind of ever-growing quilt, starting off with that small piece, then a baby quilt maybe, then getting larger as the child gets older, teens, then maybe going right the way through until you're making a king-size, adult-size quilt for their bed as time goes on. I love the idea, and it's one of those things that you are going to love. I know you're going to love it. Whether you work with your sewing machine, which you can do very easily, as Nicholas showed us, or whether you're going to use it as a little piece-by-piece quilt that you're creating and stitching by hand, where every little detail has been created by you, not just the cutting of the fabrics, not just the choosing the fabrics, but the actual stitches, bringing it all together. How amazing does that feel? If you fancy getting hold of yours, and the details are there, 996760. You've got the ability to get hold of them on FlexiBuy, which means 2 payments, the first of which will go out of your account straight away, but everything will be sent to you. The second will be in a month's time, and you will have already started your quilt, I am sure, by then. And I can't wait to see what you're creating with these. It could be that you're creating a bag like we saw earlier on.
No, exactly. Yeah. Because you've got the hexagon in that, so it would be a flat bag, because you couldn't make it three-dimensional, because the diamond is too big for the bag.
Right.
It's all maths, honestly. Who would have thought I'd get to this age and I'd be doing maths lessons?
But this is the thing, I mean, there is a lot of maths involved when you are looking at these. That's the problem, isn't it? With knowing the shapes that work together, knowing the angles, knowing the starting size, because of course you've got 5-inch diamond, but then the other bits aren't 5 inches.
No, but it is fairly easy, because all you'd have to do is lay them on the table and go, oh, that bit matches with that.
That's
that
a
works.
good point, yeah.
You don't really need the maths, really.
But the maths has been done within the template, hasn't it?
It has, so it all works.
Selling your stuff. Stop
I
selling
know,
your
sorry.
Stuff. Yeah, we've got to get the positives. That's how it works.
Loads of positives.
760. If you're wanting to get hold of yours, you're going to be in very good company. Lots of you have been investing in this set. I don't blame you, though. I mean, it's a considerable set because you've got all those different pieces, but they are good-sized pieces. The hexagon, 2.5 inches, as you can see there. And it might seem a little bit odd that you've got a 2.5 hexagon like that, and then you've got your diamond, which is 5 inches, but the way that they work alongside each other, and they come together beautifully. You've got your jewel, you've got your triangle in here, you've got your half hexagon as well. So you've got all the different possibilities of how you're putting them together. And then, of course, the quilt behind, I mean, I must draw attention to this one. This is beautiful. And this is all about choosing the right fabrics, isn't it?
Yeah, and this one, I've done a mixture of by hand and by machine. Can you believe that?
Okay in there as well.
I know, that's the little star in the hexagon.
Beautiful.
That's actually English paper piece.
Oh, is it? Oh, so it is, yes.
That's English paper piece. So the shapes, the bindings I've machine stitched on that.
Okay.
But then I've hand sewn the shapes together.
Pieces, yeah. Beautiful.
So it's a mixture of hand and machine. So as long as you keep, I feel that if you keep it all in one, either do all one shape machine.
And keep them all running through it.
Keep the, shall I hold the other end?
Oh, can you reach it then? Oh, bless you, because it's not easy to do when it's one person. But this quilt, there's a bit of a story. You may well have seen this hanging in the previous show with Yanis, because the flip side of this is still a quilt in its own right. And this is the beauty. And you were saying about plan the back before you do the front with these?
Or plan the front and then plan the back.
Yeah.
But you've got to remember you're going to see bindings on the front and not bindings on the back.
Right.
But it's quite simple. It's just, and have fun with it.
And I suppose you only have to do one repetition and play around with it and to see the result that you're going to get.
And sometimes you have happy accidents.
You do indeed. I love it. Nicola, thank you so much. We're down to the last minute of the hour. It's been an amazing hour. A fabulous show earlier on this morning as well. I don't know if you managed to catch it, but do go back and watch on Rewind. It was at 9 o'clock this morning you were here, yeah. Brilliant show with Yanis. He had loads of fun. I know Nicola had loads of fun. I know you did as well, because we had loads of sellouts as well. Nicola, when are you due back again? Do we know?
Yes, not that long.
Oh, okay.
Beginning of August.
Look forward to it. Can't wait. Oh, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be something new, I'm sure. So anything in your basket now, I would suggest you check your baskets out. Obviously, we're going into a break now, and we will be busy again the other side of the break because we've got more fabulous shows coming up here at the craft store. And we've got Scarlet Rose coming up after the break. Family favourites continuing. Then we're here with Funky Fossil before we have another look, our final look at the current one-day special.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hello everybody and welcome. So we've got our family favourites event. This is the prize draw as it stands, but we are adding prizes to the draw every hour of our family favourites event because we've got the lovely Scarlet Rose Crafts this hour, and I'm going to be introducing you to Julie shortly. We're going to add some more prizes. So earlier on, Scarlet Rose Crafts added the A5 stamps. This hour we have got the beautiful toppers and tags from their mystical collection. So both sets will be added to the prize draw. They are absolutely stunning. Can I just stress, somebody out there right now will be winning all of this. And if you want your chance to get your name into the hat and you haven't already done so, or you want to get an additional entry because you're not limited to one, make any purchase on the live show this hour and your name will go into the draw. Okay, so Scarlet Crafts, this is our hour coming up. If you do want to shop ahead, Scarlet Rose Crafts have got a beautiful backlog of goodies in there, and it is one of those occasions where I advise shop by brand. Just type in Scarlet Rose Crafts and see all the goodies that you can discover on the website. There's 5-star reviews there. I have to say, Julie and Barbara know what they're doing. Now, I've mentioned Julie. She is live in the studio. Hello, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Great show earlier on with Hayley.
What a show.
Yeah, busy.
I've had to take tap dancing lessons in my lunch break because when this is gone, I don't know what we're going to do.
And that's a good point, actually. We can't bring hold any more stock. I want to stress, for now, and I know because you know what's coming up next few months, so maybe in the not too distant future you might see it again, but as for today and over the next 2-3 months you will not see this again, and we're approaching 3/4 of the stock. There is a very real possibility this could sell out in the next 20 minutes, so I'm just putting that out there. There's also a freedom price on this. Before we get into all the housekeeping, tell us about this brand new release, because it is beautiful.
It is, isn't it? Well, as I said to you before when we were chatting about before we come on air, it's 31 actual dies, but, and I counted them up again in the break, it cuts out 41 usable shapes.
Because some of the dies, they double up.
They double up, they cut 2 pieces for one, so 31 dies, but 41 actual pieces for the price that we've got it today.
Well, having a look at this board, first thing that's...
Shall I bring that in and
please do.
we can talk at the same time?
Jumps out to me, I mean, they're so beautiful. The actual it's wonderful detail.
They are. Well, as I say, I've set the board out with all the pieces that it cuts. So the 41 pieces are on there, and if we can run through that now, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it, go for it.
So we've got a suspended heart within a frame, and you'll see that there's score lines for you to cut off or leave, depending on the type of card you're going to be doing. So we've got a frame, and we've got a lacy insert, and this cuts out your heart. You've got a border bar, same again. Your frame, your heart, and it cuts out your heart, border bar. Tab, solid leaf, open and closed leaf. We've got open star flowers, closed star flowers. We've got 2 sizes of, I call them like a spidery flower, and it cuts a wire frame to go round them, so you can do a black with a gold frame or vice versa.
Oh, nice.
We've got a key, we've got a base for that key, and it cuts a wire as well. 2 locket hearts, a slightly bigger heart, a keyhole, a lock. We've got our flourishy border, the base, and the base also cuts a wire. So if you wanted to do, as I said this morning, black on black to make it look embossed, you could run one through in gold, keep your other pieces spare, take that gold wire, put that round the edge, and you've got a little gold edge.
Well, that's lovely.
3 scallop frames with oval dropouts, then actual oval dies, and these layer on top of those. So everything, 31 dies, but 41 usable pieces.
And also, the thing we're going to see this hour is the diversity of different looks you're going to be able to achieve from this one set. I've got a couple of examples here. So if you want, I mean, this is breathtakingly good. If you want to create a gatefold card, look at that. So for weddings, anniversaries, birthdays, that's absolutely stunning. But we can go from here to something like this. Now this is another absolutely beautiful inspiration. So it's kind of that perfect balance between something that looks extremely advanced to achieve,
but it's easy.
But well, we don't
really easy. I can't do it.
We don't tell people this. So we don't tell people this.
Not that you're selling them to.
No.
Oh, it took me forever. Of
course you're going to say it. Going to have a look here, and look, value for money, I think we can all appreciate this. Firstly, please nobody pay full price on this, because this is an occasion here at the craft store where we'll say it's a why not deal, which means you are actually better off, you will save money by becoming a Freedom member, because then the savings that you'll have access to and the fact that you're saving in P&P will outweigh the cost of Freedom membership. So as a Freedom member, your price $62.99, you've got 2 flexi payments of £31 and some change, and you get everything sent out to you. So having a look at what you're actually getting, the amount of dies, we're saying 31 dies, but they cut 41
usable,
die cuts.
Not waste. It's not drop out waste, it's actual
usable.
Yeah.
So £31.50 your price if you want to take advantage of your flexi payments. Look at the amount that you are getting. And I've got to tell you, we are very, very busy. Can I just show, before we are heading to Julie to see this in action, because you've got to see it in action. Come on. I mean, seriously.
Lacy doll. I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Stunning, stunning, stunning dies. And this is a brand new release from Scarlet Rose. Scarlet Rose Crafts, Barbara and Julie know what they're doing, and if they bring you something, it's going to be absolutely sensational. I think we've got to see it in action.
We have, I think, because I don't know how far I'm going to get.
Okay.
But if I can get the basics done, and we can do all the pretty stuff on top of that.
Yeah.
So let's get on with it. So you've got your metal piece here. You send it through. It's got 2 embossing lines, and it cuts all your pieces out, and you're left with that.
I mean, that's huge in itself.
And that is a huge piece.
Yeah.
So where these embossing lines are, that's where you'll decide the size that you want it to be. If you work to the outside embossed lines, it's 21 by 17 1/4. If you work to the inside, it's 20 by 17 1/4. So you choose what you want to do. You can secure this side and cut one off to give you a side opener. You can split down the middle to give you your gate opener if you just leave the 2 sides on.
Yeah.
You can take them all off and just leave you a frame to put on a box or a bigger card or a scrapbook. You can cut them all off down to 1 centimetre and score across at 1 centimetre and make a top opener. And hopefully I'll get to that to show you, because that doesn't make sense by how I've just said it, but you see what I mean?
If you just hold that there, we're going to get a shot.
That's very quickly while I was talking. So even though we've got no tabs across the top, trim it down to 1 centimetre all the way around except the top, and then score it, and then that'll give you a top open as well. But hopefully I'll get back to that to show you properly a little bit later on. So let's take that one out the picture for now and bring this in. And I've got plenty of time. I'm rushing in case we sell out, because it'd be a shame if you don't get to see it. So we've got our base. I've taken the side away and I've scored on that side. That's given me the one side. And my base piece, if I'm going to have it lacy and open, let's do a back first.
Okay.
Cut your back piece and we stick that on top, and now I've got a back piece.
Done.
To which I would then score, fold round and glue. Simple. That's it, it's done.
Yeah.
If you want it to be open, like you've seen on some of those samples, when you fold that round, obviously you can now see that tab. So all I would do, as you can see here, I've marked it, and then I just cut it away, and I can do that as simple as this. You just trim this away.
Okay, now we are approaching, and I don't want you to feel like you have to rush, Julie,
No.
but we are approaching 80% of the stock of this bundle, and as we have said, this, unfortunately, once it's gone, we cannot get hold of more stock. Oh, and one thing I do need to point out as well, there is a slight extended delivery on this as well. It's going to be dispatched only 5 days. So 2nd of July, we're going to get it out to you. So 2nd of July, we will be dispatching it. Worth the wait, it really is.
Okay, so all I did there was popped a bit of glue on that fold over piece and then line it up, obviously taking a little bit more time than me, and there's your base. That's it done, that's your open one. Now I'm only using a 180 GSM there. I would layer on top of that, which would make it thicker, or just go straight in with your 250s or whatever, whatever what you want to use. So we've already established we can go lacy at the front with a solid back. We could have put one at the back and one at the front to give you different options, or we could have just gone straight, forget this piece, and just go straight onto a solid piece at the back. Your choice. So what we start to do now is we start to bring in, we can pop a frame on.
We are over 80% of the stock. It is going very, very quickly. As I say, we anticipate this in another 10 minutes, this might not be around. So.
Okay, so I know, hopefully I've got 10 minutes. So, and we pop that on top of there, and if you notice all these little hearts here, keep them. You get all your little confettis.
For shakers.
So that's a little freebie. Yeah. We can start to put our centres in. So we could
Julie, that is beautiful, by the way. The lacy
that's
detail.
Simple. Just
so
put a bow on the
nice.
top and it's done. So we can start layering up our different. We could have put the solid heart in. So there's our simples there.
Lovely.
What I want to do is I want to bring in a few more things that you can do with it. If you've got a piece of card, just put your die in, cut it out. You will get a scalloped heart aperture, which you could then put on top if it was slightly bigger and build up. So you've got a solid with your heart shining through.
Do you know what I would be doing there?
Yep.
I'd actually use that as a little stencil.
Yeah,
and
you're
Good,
right.
so we are approaching limited stock for this. It's not going to last. And do make sure to have a look at Freedom Membership. It's a why not deal. You're going to be saving money as a Freedom member. And then for the next month, you do not have to, as a Freedom member, you do not have to worry about your P&P. You will not pay a penny because it's covered with your Freedom membership. At the end of the month, opt out. And you also get some exclusive Freedom discounts as well to enjoy.
Well, look, I'm going to bring some books in here because I don't think we're going to get to the end of the show with this, so we're going to have to pop on.
Definitely not. End of the show, forget it.
So very, very quickly, there's mine here.
Yeah.
Okay, and we've just cut it out in half for your tags. Use your bits that drop out.
Yeah.
One plain, score them, put it on top. You've made pockets to put your tags in, so don't lose anything out there.
Well, I'd use those in corners on another project.
Yes, you could. As I said this morning, obviously do the 4, you'd do 4, and you could make yourself a frame.
So that's one card.
That's one. I'll show the book, and then if I've got time after this, I'll show you the pages, and I think that will be us done. So this is Barbara's Whopper Dopper, I called it this morning. So if this hasn't made your mind up, I don't know what will.
Wow.
So we've got
How is this done? That is breathtakingly good.
And I need to just, because it'll make sense if I show you. Very, very simply. All you do is take your frame, score it over, and add it to the page before. And I am rushing because I just want to, so that it makes sense. All I'm doing is I'm adding it to the page before.
Right.
And we're just building them up. So if that makes sense. So I know I'm not doing the demo for you properly, and I do apologise for that.
Don't worry.
But by building them up,
that's how we created that.
Is where you created this. Wow. Okay. And here's our confettis. Look, with beads in between acetate. We've got a separate heart in the middle there, and tags. Right. Because if you glue it down the sides and leave your top open, which you've seen on our journaling cards, there's your tops. There's a band with a little booklet in that could have photos, that could have your messages in. There's
This is just one inspiration from this set. Don't forget, you can make gatefold cards. I'm very conscious. I know because time's running out, we're not going to do a full demo on this, but can we just show all the different inspirations so viewers at home get an idea of the different cards they can make? Because there's some beautiful cards
I won't get to show them, but I'll get to show the demos, but I'll show you the actual cards. So we've got a gatefold with some of the frame snip it out on the side, fold your frame back, so that's one sort of twist on a gatefold.
Oh, that's really pretty. Yeah. That's really, really pretty. Love that.
And then we've got our normal gatefold here.
Yeah.
And all I did with that was scored them, stuck them, scored them, and then folded it in.
Yeah.
So that makes it sturdier.
Brilliant.
But you could if you just wanted to slice it, if you want to.
You just stand it up so we can have a little look.
Yeah. So there's our
stand-up
version.
Okay.
Okay. What else can I show you? Oh, you like these, don't you?
The easels, yeah.
Our easel one. And that was just taking, if you use a thinner card, there we go, over the edge, it will cut straight through a thinner card to give you your easel. But if you use your 250 GSM, what it does is it cuts through the top one. Are we on to camera? There we go. Yeah. Cut straight through the top one and into the one underneath. I don't know whether we can.
Well, no, that's great. So you're getting embossed detail at the bottom.
So it doesn't cut all the way through the bottom one on 250 GSM. So all we did there was we scored across the middle like that, and I can use that hole. And I would have had time to have glued this, but you get the idea. If I just hold that to camera, because we're trying to get everything there before we sell.
Oh,
so that's that.
Nice. Now, I've got to tell you, we are officially limited stock for this option. It is flying, and we knew that it would. We're only 14 minutes into the show, and we knew this was going to happen.
I know, it's just like...
Julie, tell us about this inspiration
This is our star card. Again, I think most people know to make a star card. You just score them in half and stick one page to one page to one page and work your way around. So we've got all the different layers on that one, look.
Wow.
And it folds flat to go in your boxes that we've got on the show today.
Such a good die set.
What else can I show you? Oh, leaning towards you, Yanis. We've got a solid one. If you put layers together, you can make that really solid.
That sounds like a proper book.
So it depends on how many layers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So that could have photographs. You could make a photograph frame out of that if you layer it up and up.
Yeah.
We've got a booklet type here. Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
Just pop up. There's just our.
And there's still. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, that's lovely.
Look at that.
That is lovely.
So you've got that as well.
Julie, I love that. I've got to tell you all, we are into single figures. So we we had two plans, depending on the way this show went, and it looks like plan B is going to have to be initiated. So I'm going to let Julie get set up for the next demonstration because these are not going to last. We're into single figures. You are getting such a fantastic bundle from Scarlet Rose Crafts. And with this, and I want to stress, once this is gone, we are not adding, we're not going to be able to bring you back any stock, further stock. This is it, all the stock we have. And the next time you see this from Scarlet Rose Crafts, it will be 3, maybe 4 months. So I know that they've got shows lined up for the next 2 months at least. So minimum 3 months before this is going to be back in stock. If you want to get hold of it, so we've literally into single figures and we are hanging on by a thread. So the next 2 or 3 minutes, that's it. Even that, it's going to go. It's gone. Technical sellout. So technically sold out in 16 minutes, and I have to say well done everybody who got hold of this. Please make sure to check out your baskets, but you won't be disappointed. You know the quality that you get with Scarlet Rose Crafts, and if any do bounce back, I will of course let you know, and it'll be a question of fastest fingers first. Right, now we're going to move on. We have got here a great bundle. So this is focusing on your box and your tags. It makes 10 boxes, but when I say boxes, the most beautiful, oh, this is Pearly Pages, the extra large. So let's have a look at this, because you're getting 10 box bases and the lids for $12.99. So apologies, I was mentioning tags, that's something coming up. But with these, they were brought, and what I love about Barbara and Julie is they really do listen to customer feedback. So the Pearly Pages, immensely popular. Actually, previously, the earlier hour with Hayley and Julie, the Pearly Pages were selling and we weren't even focusing on those. So you can find those on our website. But these boxes are designed to house your Pearly Pages. So if you wanted to create beautiful 3D boxes, then you can for your Pearly Pages. Makes 10 boxes in total. I've got to also remind you that we have got extended delivery on everything, 5 days, so it's going to be, everything's going to be dispatched from the 2nd of July, so not long to wait. Now, with regard to size of the boxes, Julie, different size boxes?
Yeah, yes, the 2mm has already been taken off the base for you, and the finger lift holes have been put in the lid. So all you need to do is to choose which size box you want to make. So to do that, that's an also ran that I've done with it, but the original 3, you score on 2, 2.5 or 3, and that covers the sizes of your books in the Pearly Pages.
Right.
You can do bigger, which is what you held up there. I did that on 6 centimetres.
Oh, okay.
And that's gives
bigger.
you the larger size box, like a deeper size box. If you've got a corsage on the front of a card, that'll make it deeper. But the actual Pearly Page sizes are what you've got in your hand there.
Okay. Lovely. If you do want to pop these into your basket, $12.99 is your price, 750-458 your item number. Every purchase you make on the show will get you entry into our Family Favourites prize draw, which is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and somebody tomorrow is going to be winning that prize, so fingers crossed. Okay, now we've got more different boxes for you, so it makes 10 again. You are getting, this is interesting because you're also going to get the tags with this, $12.99 your price, 10 boxes, and you're getting the tags, ready to go boxes. So easy to make, just beautiful boxes, good depth to these. So especially if you're making a card, and this is where boxes come into their own, because decorate the box is a project in itself. But when we do cards and you've created a card that you don't want to post and it be damaged, this is where you need to have a box. So it's that depth that you're getting. So if you have beautiful flowers or embellishments and layers and it's a thick card and you don't want to post it and get it all squashed down, that's when you need your boxes. So boxes, you are going to be able to make 10 of those, just showing you one of the boxes. $12.99 is your price. You're also getting tags in there as well. 660076 your item number. Now, this is another interesting one. So, with this, you're getting the paper pad, and you're also, we'll look at the paper pad with this, because we have got more. I'm going to show you, talk about those. Now, having a look at the paper pad, shall I lift this up and have a look? Let's have a little flick through here, because this is something, paper pads, these are beautiful, actually. Let me just show you here. So we start opening this up. They are absolutely stunning. So this will go with your heart template, but look at the layer upon layer of detail. And it is double-sided, which you can see, so that's the reverse side in there. My goodness. And you are getting an awful lot of design work for your money, but there is a real romance to the actual designs. I'm going to try and flick through a little bit better. Sorry, I'm not doing a great job flicking through these. There you go. I had the wrong side, that's why. So going through, I mean, can you imagine these with your pearly pages or with our brand new dies? I'm sorry they sold out, but imagine having these with your dies. Your heart dies would be perfect. So you're getting all those. If you do want to get hold of this, 20 sheets in total, and you're getting the heart insert plate as well within that bundle. You can see now at the bottom of your screen, you've got the Scarlet Rose Vintage Chic classic card pad, 20 sheets with a tulip insert plates as well. And then, so these are the plates. These are separate plates for each one. So the heart plate is coming with this option that I was sharing with you. The vintage one came with a tulip. And then finally, we've got details for this one's the snowdrop. So I want to stress that these are individual plates that come with individual pads, okay? $22.49 if you want to go for your vintage chic classic card pad with the snowdrop insert. 616-100, your item number there. Okay. Now, we've had one sellout, and I think we're going to have more this hour, so good chance to get ahead on our website. Do have a little look, lots to discover. We've got more demonstrations, and I want to thank Julie because she worked very hard. We thought we'd have enough stock of the dies to last the 2 hours. We hadn't, so we kind of had a contingency where we have a second demonstration, which we're going to share right now. Any questions for Julie, please get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com. And just to remind you, every purchase you make will get you an entry into our Family Favourites prize draw. And you're not restricted to one entry, so if you make multiple purchases, you get multiple entries. Now, what have we got here?
Da-da!
Da-da!
So, pearly pages.
Yes.
Now, if you have been lucky enough to get these previous ones that we've just had on, our frames and everything, all your hearts and all your little bits that you bought with that will go on the pages of your book.
Oh.
Because sometimes we've got crafts and we don't know where to put them. I'm fed up of putting them on like an A4 folded now. So a book with its pages gives you the perfect place to put all your crafts, whether that be parchment craft, stamping, little watercolours, all your dies,
stencils,
it gives
stamps,
you an area,
everything, yeah.
something that you can give to somebody.
Sentiments.
With photographs on.
Yeah.
We can journal with them, and hopefully we'll get time to show the journaling side of this. But pearly pages will give you the option to do cards like this. Now that's actually showing one of the giveaways that we've popped in there. She's one of the elegant ladies.
Oh wow.
And they were designed to go on the pages of this book. However, you can use them on any of your projects. It doesn't have to be on a book page. But that's part of what we've brought in.
Yeah.
You can see there's a beautiful spine there with lots of flowers that you can put on that spine. You can put pearls. You can put your sentiments on the different pages. If I bring another one in there, that just brings in, if you know us, we do our piercing plates. Now, the piercing plate, this is a rose, and this came off our love plate, which is still available.
Okay.
But the vintage pad that you've got, with your tulip and your snowdrop and your heart, you do the same thing. You can pierce through, mark through, and it's a perfect guide for your pearls. So those can go on your pages. We've got, and I'll show you this one, because this was the idea. This is Barbara's idea originally, that she wanted something. Let me see, you can see my hand running behind there. An actual see-through spine. There we go, you can see me through it. So that you could run ribbons through it, or you could wind wires with ivy leaves and roses on it, so you could have like a trellis work on your pages. And again, use all your old atlases and cookbooks and send those through with your dies. So you can make it bespoke to somebody who likes travelling or cooking or gardening, and put seed packets in for them to plant the seeds. So that's what basically our pearly pages are. They can then lend themselves, and I'll show you this just in case we do run out of time, and I'll do it flat to the surface if the guys don't mind. It's now an open book, however, we've done the pages like journals, look. So by sticking down the side, doing 2 pages together and sticking down your side, you're creating pockets. So now you've got what we call a side opener. So now that open book has become more like a journal. And also, we've got open books by just folding the pages over and layering them on. Like I showed you with the frame on the the previous set of dies, folding them in half and layering them up to give you the same effect.
Lovely.
So that's just a few. So if we go to basics, and then hopefully we'll get to see all these samples again.
Yeah.
So what you get is you get your wire, and it's a decent wire. It's not a little thin wire. There's your cutting line, and there's your extra stability with a bit more metal.
Lovely.
The happy accident of this, and sometimes when I send them through, I'm running in front of myself. If you send it through, cut it out, and you get your page, depending on what size you want, it will give you 2 embossed lines, and what those are, they're guidelines for you to line your spine up. But I'll come back to that in a second. I tend to cut out 2 or 3 pages at the same time with a lot of pressure, and what that did, the happy accident of that was, this then became like an embossing line.
Oh, okay.
And what it does, when you cut out more than one, or you put your shins together, let's see if we can see it. If I tilt it,
tilt it forward.
Just about.
Tilt it the other way.
That way.
Bit more forward. Bit more forward. Bit more forward.
Go. We've got to get a shadow on it, haven't we? No, I think it's better that way. Was it? Just about.
You can just see
there we go.
Yeah.
A little tiny. There we are. What it does, it creates an embossed edge.
Yeah.
So it looks like a double page.
I mean, can I say, looking at it from a side angle to naked eye, it is very visible.
It is.
It's just hard because it's white cardstock.
Yeah. So your page then has like a second page embossed on top of it, which was just a happy accident. We didn't design it that way. But like with everything, when you start playing with these things, you find out more than you thought you had.
Yeah.
So let's go here. So what you do is you've got your plain page, then you will choose a spine that goes within that page, edge to edge. Okay? We send it through, and that's where you get your spine. And what you will do is you will then line up on those embossing lines that you've used for your spine, score, don't move your ruler because obviously this is open trellis, put it up against your ruler and press, and then crease it over. And that just stops you buckling that, because obviously it's open, isn't it? And then I would put it on the edge of my table like this, or if you've got a rolling pin, but I find it's quicker like this. And that starts to curve your pages.
Oh, nice.
You can leave them loose, or you can put pads underneath if you're just giving it as a solid open book.
Yeah.
So I'll put them all together because what I need to show you is your first one creates a bar, because that's the back.
Okay.
All of the others lay on top. You don't want these bars to show, do you? You want them all to lie underneath each other. So if you look at the spines, you'll see the slots. And what you'll do is you'll choose the spine that overhangs the edge. And you can see through those slots to your worktop.
Yeah.
And it will cut out that edge.
Lovely.
And then when they all layer on top of each other, you've got no bars. If you make a mistake, just snip them out. But by doing the slots, it saves you time.
Can I just let you know, we did promise we would do this. If any of the hearts bounce back, then we'd let you know. So 2, and it really is just 2 have bounced back. So if you would like to get hold of them, it's your Scarlet Rose, the ultimate floating hearts and flowers die cut collection. 31 dies in total. That's just the packaging, but obviously the dies, you've seen the boards here. So $69.99, but do look at Freedom membership, because as a Freedom member, it's a why not deal. So you're saving money as a Freedom member, so don't pay full price. Look at that price as a Freedom member, and of course you're saving on your P&P on top of that as well. 139345 your item number, 2 flexi payments, and you are getting... Can we just very quickly, can we just hold up that board, Julie, just for anyone?
Of course you can.
So those are all the dies, our floating hearts.
31 dies.
31 dies in total.
41 usable pieces.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. So there we go. 2 bounce back. It's up to you guys. Fastest fingers first there, but we did say we would mention that.
Lovely.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, no, by all means. So then we start to layer up our pages. I'm going to put them all together. As you can see now, with no bar, they all just lie across each other.
And this is a blank canvas, so you think about where you're going to take this. So rather than giving someone a card, how about giving them a beautiful Pearly Pages book inspiration that they can display on the mantelpiece, and they will leave on the mantelpiece. So by putting your pattern papers, all the same principles, your stencils, your stamps, your die cuts, your sentiments, all the same principles of making a card, you're just doing it in a beautiful book form. It's original and it's a keepsake. It's something that I think people will keep.
And I am rushing this, but you get, there we go, you get the gist. That, depending on how many layers you put on, and you can see through. But if you wanted to, and I haven't got my little piece because you know how rushed I was, but the little wire then
You don't have to, really, we're only halfway through the show, so don't feel that you have to rush.
Now, but rushing to put it together, I was like, where's all my bits? So with your wire, you could cut a solid piece out, and you could put that on the back and close it in, and just leave it open at the front. Or you use your wire with your spine and cut a solid piece. And that's what I would layer over the top like that. And that's your basic card finished. Now it's up to you what you put on it. You've also got included, and there is a third one, which has got walkabout, your ovals. You can nip out that and create another size oval and a scalloped frame. We've got corners here, there and there. But again, you can snip into these, and I've taken that off, done it twice, laid it down the spine, and then fed those little bits back in. Or you can use them as borders down the side of your pages. Both of them will do the same. There's areas that you can nip.
They're very well designed.
They are. I mean, I've done this one and made a big corner and worked it out from the corners.
Nice.
So that's another option. If we go back to the spines, let's drop this bit back here. What you can do, and this second idea was Catherine's idea, Catherine's story. If you lay one on top of the other, but then you drop it a little, you can create a drop shadow in that.
Catherine's a clever one.
And then what you can do is cut them out because they're symmetrical. So we've made another shape for our spine, and you can layer, and this was her idea, make it look like tartan, layer that one over that one. So we've got colours again.
So we've got different designs for the spines?
So it's one spine, but depending on what you cut out...
Oh, you just snipped out to create it?
Out,
of course.
And I've created two colours, but by nipping out.
Genius.
Also, with those spines, you can not just use it in your books, use it on gatefolds, because this is the perfect size for a gatefold on an A4. So you send the one through, and then literally it sort of clicks into place by it and send it again, and now you can make lace fronts, trellis fronts on there, or just one trellis front on there. So that's just the spines. So you know what we're like, I just showed you in the last hour, playing with different things to give you different ideas. Now you might not want a wide spine, so cut them out, then cut them in half, layer one over the top of the other, like that. And now I've made a smaller spine. There we go. So I've now made a smaller spine. So I've changed the shape again. The straight pages, obviously, they're there to use, and use all your edger dies. Change the shape of the edger dies. Choose the areas and cut through all these trellises, so you can make endless sizes of straight pages.
Lovely.
So that's something else.
Just looking at, I've got some inspirations here, if I can just share with everyone, and this is the beauty of the pearly pages, because you govern, I mean, the actual structure is so usable, say it's your blank canvas, and then it's up to you, the design. So giving this to somebody, imagine this as it could be a thinking of you card, it could be a Mother's Day card, change the design, change the pattern papers, it could be welcome to your new home, or a new addition to the family, or happy Father's Day. Equally here, we say thinking about your pattern papers. Now look at that. How good does that look?
Use all your embossing folders on all the plain pages, change it again.
Well, how about
so much, Alice. Honestly, I mean, I've only bought a few samples today, but if anybody's seen our Pearly Pages shows when I just do that, the samples that we have are just endless, and you just keep going and going and going.
Love this. And the now we have got, if you like the images here, and we added to the prize drawer actually the enchanted toppers and tags. So it's mythical, mythical toppers and tags. Holly, our director, absolutely loves these to the point.
Fairies are just like
she's desperate to win the prize draw. She's desperate to win the prize draw just for these.
They are lovely fairies. There's unicorns in there, there's dragons.
Love that. Yeah.
And that's all in that giveaway.
Nice. Oh, can I just say, we are not allowed to enter the prize draw. She would love to win it.
I know. I wish I could.
So I don't want you to think we can't enter the prize draw.
People could see what's over there. It's amazing.
I've
just dropped one over there while you've got the camera there, Yanni, so that you can actually fold them over.
Oh, now this is interesting.
I'm going to show you some journal books, but that's another option. Score them and just fold them in like one on top of each other and give it a box frame.
The Pearly Pages have been a bestseller for Scarlet Rose Crafts. So if you want to get your own pearly pages, $46.99 is your price. I think there's a flexi payment on there. Is there a flexi payment on there? There is. So we're just going to show you the flexi payment as well. So if you do want to split the price in half, you are getting so many possibilities here. But $23.50 is your price. You're getting 14 beautiful dies in total. But it is the potential, because you're creating that blank canvas and then you decide which papers you're going to use. What sentiments are you going to add? Is it going to be vintage? Are you going to go steampunk? Are you going to go pretty? Is it going to be modern and contemporary? You can go any direction you like. It will work with everything you have in your stash. Texture, paste, stencils, dies, sentiments. 436391, your item number. All right. Now, we're going to talk about our large boxes. So these were designed to work so well with the hearts that have sold, and also the pearly pages?
Originally for the pearly pages, but we knew other stuff was coming.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I didn't get to show you this morning, but the if you score it on the 3 centimetre, which is the smallest size that we are saying for pearly pages, your heart die will fit in. And if you look on the show from this morning, watch Rewind and you'll see that I put some, we've got a little tab that's within that die set, and you put 4 in each corner and it secures the card in place because it's slightly not as white.
Okay.
You can go and watch on Rewind and you'll see what I did, because it was a good little hack that I did. But yes, these 3 different sizes, we've taken the 2 millimetres off the base already for you.
Yeah.
So you don't have to cut anything if you don't want to. And the lid has got the finger lift. And you score on either the 2 centimetre for your largest book, your 2.5 for your medium, a 3 centimetre for anything else, but now you can use it for your floating hearts die that you've used.
Lovely.
Or you've got that one sample underneath there where I had a little go and I scored that on 6 centimetres.
Oh.
So if you've got a card with a big corsage on the front, it's useful for that. Bearing in mind, you're not cutting anything, it's already been cut for you. You're only
just
changing
scoring.
where you score. You could probably go 7 or even 8.
Very sturdy.
Yeah.
So
it's a good
get,
GSM.
do you know, even not just cards, if you wanted to get some fudge in there or something that you've made, or a gift
It's
box.
absolutely, yeah, it's fine. I can't remember the actual weight. I think it's on the front. It's more than 250 anyway.
Yeah, $12.99 is your price there, 750458 your item number. We have some different boxes for you. These are your boxes and tags. So again, a really nice way to display work, especially inspirations and cards with that dimension. You don't want to squash the flowers or any additional elements that you've added. $12.99 your price, 660076 your item number there. And I will just show you the size of the box, which you can see. Good size.
But again, you can change the depths of that. It was made to go with our bow dies and our butterfly dies.
Yeah.
However, when I showed you the little opener, heart opener, where I took all sides off with top opener, it's a smaller square, it fits in that size. So all of our dies now are starting to fit the box board that we're selling.
See, it shows that you guys are crafters and you bring stuff to us for crafters. $12.99 is your price. 660076 your item number. Now, we're going to look at our vintage chic classic papers, beautiful papers. We've got different options for you, and the only variant is the insert plate. Here we have the heart, and you're seeing those beautiful papers coming through. With option here, I will flick through papers. We'll go through all the options and then I'll flick through the paper. 226723, your item number there. If I get the tulip up next, so let me just show you. So this is a separate option, and if you do want to go for that tulip, details are on your screen now. $22.49, you're getting the papers, you're getting the insert. 407314, your item number. And then finally, so all you're deciding is the insert that you will have, that you want to get with yours. This is a snowdrop that we're going to get the details. Sorry, that's a different one. We're going to get the details for snowdrop in a sec. That was a heart. $22.49 your price for that heart. Tell you what I'll do, I'm going to pick up the papers. Let's just have a flick through and you get to see. These are stunning. Now, they are double-sided. I mean, look at that.
60 layers.
60 layers.
digital layers to make.
Wow.
If you're kind enough to buy them, when you sit and look on screen, you can see they look nice, but when you sit and physically look at the depth and the layer, and there's a picture right down in the depth of that layer.
Yeah.
They
you
are
appreciate.
Yeah.
And they will just do any card justice. The colour tones are sublime. But the design, 60 layers.
Well, we designed them to go with these pearly pages because most pads are portrait.
Yeah.
So you'd have to cut out two layers to get a page. Whereas now, if you put your die, it's landscape. When you send that through, like I've just showed you, it comes out already cut the right way up.
Wow. I love it. And they're really nice papers. $22.49 your price there. You're also getting that insert, 616-100, your item number. Now we're going to go onto our website. Just to remind you all, because it is Sunday, we've launched our brand new 7-day savers and we've got some goodies on the show. So for instance, if you want to go for the jumbo reel of foam tape, it's on there. We've got stencils. We've also got, oh no, that's nice. What's that? Sweet Dixie. This is nice. So you've got your Sweet Dixie in there. There's All and Create, Crafty Individuals. Have a look. Oh, now that's good. The large heat-resistant craft mat for $9.99 is very good buy on there. So you click on, have a look at your leisure. Here we've got the A3 white, that's your 300 GSM watercolour cardstock and backing board. So lots to discover with 7-day savers. So we have 15 minutes left.
We have
Julie.
15 minutes, right then. So I've showed you open books. So I'll come back to this journal card that we saw you before, because obviously it's getting very popular again, journaling, as things come and go, but journaling seems to be quite popular again at the moment. So we looked at ours and we thought, you know what, you could do that with our pages. So, as I showed you before, you've got your pages now that turn, and you've got your pockets for all your labels, you've got your labels coming from the side. I have to say, this is a mixture. This is our pad, the ephemera isn't.
Okay.
Just to be out there for you. But you can cut, this is our pad, you could cut that. You could cut that butterfly out, you could cut that angel out. But we've mixed it in with the stash that we've got, because we buy other people's stuff as well and mix it in with our own. That's how we all craft, that's how we roll, isn't it?
Okay.
So, this is just another one that we sell, which is our corners, big flourished corners here, in there.
Beautiful.
So, if I just show you, it's simplicity itself. For each page, it's 2 pages. So, what you would do is you stick them together, and then you decide then whether you glue down the side and across. That gives you your top opener there. Or you glue the 2 sides, and that gives you your side opener.
Lovely.
And then you just keep layering them up. So you've got that one on top of that one. And that's it. And obviously, depending on, I mean, that could be really funky, sort of steampunk.
Yeah.
Imagine a black and gold with cogs and all sorts. So you've gone from very pretty and vintage, but you could make a really funky book. And with all these pockets, you could have, we said you could put 24 pages for Christmas, and each one that they pull out
like an advent.
has got, like an advent. And then the last one's got the gift voucher in, which is the Christmas present.
Oh, that's nice.
A child's birthday. So it's like they're 1 year old. I mean, I haven't got that. My mum did one for my granddaughter Delilah, and it was all built up with all little ducks and wands on, and her name Delilah.
That's cute.
And that's something that they can keep forever. So that's your open type. Let's go for, let's say you want to make a little one. Now look at this. This is just little. Okay. Just little pockets for your tags. This is our paper, not our words, but this is our paper. I keep saying paper, but it's actually card. It's card. And this is simplicity itself. Look, that's all it is. Cut your page out, cut your spine in, decide where you want that pocket to be. Score down either side of the spine and one down the middle, so that gives you that bit, look. And then fold it up. Fold it over, glue it, and that's it.
Wow.
And put 2 of those together, and you've created, see, there's 1 page, there's 2 pages, and I've just stuck 2 of those together, or more. So that's just a little.
And how quick is that
How
to
quick
do?
is that? Same again. You can then cut 1 page into 2, like I showed you, score down the 3, fold it, and then layer them on top of each other like that. And then you make a deep one. Again, if you just put your glue there and there, you've got your top opener. You put your glue there, you've got your side opener. How simple's that?
So simple.
I mean, there's really not rocket science. But we're now making little journal notelet books.
Nice. Could we have a look at some of the inspirations here? Because I think it's worth showing everyone. Because these are very pretty.
Well, as I say, I briefly showed you these before, but that's part of the giveaway that we gave you there. That's one of your elegant ladies, but obviously there's fairies too. Put your sentiments on. Oh, let's just pick this up here. Now, what I've done here, can we see I've put foam in the middle of that?
Oh, yeah.
But I could have left that loose and had loose opening pages. There's our corner across the side there. Yeah. These are just dies that I already had, but of course now, if you've bought all our sets, you'll have our flowers to put down there.
So those are your elegant ladies?
That's from the giveaway. That's part of the giveaway.
So it's funny because I'm listening to the team and coming up with ideas, and Holly, our director, is bridesmaid, and she's setting up the party, and she was talking to Paola because she's doing cards for everyone, and she was saying the elegant ladies would be fantastic. Yeah.
Anybody? So again, this one has been made, and I used on embossing folders on the plain pages, and then this was just an old atlas. And then put your die on that, send that through and cut atlas pages.
That's totally different.
That's just something different again.
Totally different.
This is using our piercing plates that we sell, which is a bigger version of the little one that's in the vintage kit. And you just pierce onto the pages. That's something else.
Lovely.
Layer them up again, like I explained.
Come on, how good does that look?
I mean, this one...
Christenings, weddings, anniversaries...
You can see me putting my hand behind that. That's very see-through. You could wind wired ivy leaves and roses through it.
Yeah.
This is the rose off the rose amore plate, but if you've got one of the little piercing plates that we've just said, all I did was I marked through with a fine liner pen, and then with a bit of watercolour, coloured it in. And you can do that with the little inserts that come with the vintage pack, and a little bit of glitter glue so it looks like diamonds. So you can play and play on these pages and make all sorts of things.
I know the snowdrop's been very popular with that option, but they're all pretty.
That snowdrop can look like a fuchsia as well. If you point it and put an extra little dot on the bottom, it gives you that little dangle that a fuchsia has.
Good shout.
And the tulip, if you do it the shape that it is,
and
then because you can line it up and see through it, move it over one, and move it over one, and it looks like a lotus. So it starts as a tulip, but you can move it over.
Do you tend to do this with anything that you get? Do you think,
I
how
look
many
at it,
different
what
things
else can I do?
Yeah.
What else can I do? It can't help itself.
Yeah. You've got about 10 minutes, so if there's anything that you really want to show.
Shall I show this last big journal?
Yeah, please do. Please do, yeah.
So we've seen our opens.
Yes.
We've seen our journal opens.
Right.
We've seen our minis. So now we've got a bigger version of that little one there.
And the Pearly Pages details are on your screen. It is a bestseller for Scarlet Rose Crafts, and we're so proud to be able to offer them to FlexiPay as well. I mean, Julie, $23.50 for all the dies that you're getting here. I mean, look at all
we're
of
crafters.
those.
We know that people...
That's your first flexi payment. There is a lot of metal here that you're getting.
We try to keep our prices
very good,
competitive, and for people to buy, because it's no good making it expensive because people like it but they can't buy it.
I like the fact you also maintain that quality too.
We're crafters too. So, you know, we know
I think you're
what it's
crafters
like.
first and foremost, yourself and Barbara.
Of
Could I ask, how is your mum? Good?
She's doing really well. She'll be really happy I've managed to show all her books again. Especially that Whopper Dopper from the last hour. But this is her again.
Yeah.
As I said this morning, where are you? I'm in the office. What are you doing? I'm making books. That's what she does all the time. But she just loves it. She gets addicted to it.
Okay.
So if we take ourselves through this one, we just sealed it together with a couple of magnets and a bit of ribbon. But we've got our layers again, like this. And we've got our side layers. And all it is, I'll just work our way through them to the end with all your different ephemera and your dies. All this is your pages. She says, there we go. All it is your pages.
No,
and
it can't
you glue
be that
them together.
It cannot be that simple.
It's simple. Score, 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 and fold. Glue together. And then all you're doing is adding them together. Wet glue's the thing.
Julie, there's no way that is that simple.
Turns into that. But remember, you choose. You can cut out extra bits at the top. Glue the side and the top, gives you your top pocket. Glue the two sides, gives you your side pocket. We've got another... Oh, knock something off there.
Sorry,
top off me glue. So we've done our pack. Score it in half, fold it in. Now I did this for Pearly Picks, which was on last month. Again, if you watch Rewind, you'll see them. It gave you a pocket there, but of course that could be, you cut a spine out and really dressed the spine up and made it like a bookmark. So they've got their tag or their bookmark that comes out of that. Layer them up. I've got some little like clamps.
Yeah.
And just while it dries, and it literally comes out solid. I'll bring that to camera.
And that is so be able to create your own books, your journals.
Can you see? There we go. And you can go as wide as you want. As wide as you want, and then you could put an elastic clasp around it if it gets ripped, because we've seen some of these journals and they're like this, aren't they, when people keep adding and adding. You can just, I mean, if I added that on top of there, look, that's still not too big. You can just keep going and going. And then you could make, like, you could make the one when the baby was born, when they were 16, when they were 18, when they got engaged, when they got married. So you can just keep adding these pages, take it back from them.
So journals, memory books,
add the pages as they get older. You
get those pictures off your phone, get them in there.
You keep adding the pages into their journal of life.
Can I just say, seeing that, and I've done a lot of shows with Julie and Barbara in the past, and I've seen the pearly pages. I've never seen the pearly pages like that, and the amount you can do. So we can go from our journal, our memory book, our scrapbook. So incredible. Were you impressed with how easy that was to make? We can do that, or equally, if you just wanted to create a most beautiful mantle pleaser, and I've got to credit Alex for the term mantle pleaser, our presenter Alex, but look at this. Imagine that on a mantle, and then you can put any sentiments. So it could be wedding day, it could be happy birthday, it could be a Mother's Day, it could be a sympathy card stroke inspiration. It can be anything you like. Think about the papers that you have at home. 14 dies in total. Were you going to say something?
I was just going to say, when you said mantle pleaser, it isn't the Christmas season yet, but you imagine giving a fantastic open book like that that's a Christmas one. It gets brought out every year as part of the Christmas decorations on the mantelpiece.
Nice.
Especially if it's given to you by somebody.
Well, these are ones you would leave out. Yeah. You would absolutely leave these
out. Put them
out.
in your display cabinets.
Yeah. That's beautiful. My son was recently christened, so I think it's an inspiration, christening inspiration, fantastic. Okay, I'll do this for Holly, who's desperate. She's badgering me to show this. So there we go. The papers, the designs from the mythical papers are stunning. Okay, now, $23.50, your first flexi payment. Look at the amount that you are getting, 14 dies, but it's how easy it is to put together, and I think Julie's done an excellent job this hour showing that pearly pages can be so much more. If you use them just to create the pearly pages, they are breathtakingly good. But then we can make smaller books, we can make larger books, scrapbooks, memory books, journals, so much from one collection, and that is the key, and that's something that we say here at the craft store time and time again. If you're going to invest in something that is versatile. Julie, we've got about 3 minutes.
Got about 3 minutes.
If there's anything you would desperately like to show everyone?
Well, I've got one I can put together.
Okay, if you can do it in 3 minutes.
If I can do it in 3 minutes. Okay. So all I've done, if I can get me glue out. Oh, come on, that's going to take 3 minutes to get me glue going. There we go. Let's have a say.
Okay.
As we said, all these are pre-cut. I've done a corner rounder on the edges just to make it look. I just like to do the corner rounders.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got more time than me, but come on, glue.
They're teasing you.
2 minutes 20. Countdown. So, there we go. You've got more time than I have, obviously, but you get the idea of what we're doing. So we're just popping that over the top there, like that. This one I've already done. I mean, these are on the website. These are our beautiful scroll corners.
Yeah.
I've done it open again.
They go well with the pearly pages.
It will go, that's what they're made for. So we pop that over the top of there again. And here
this is already looking so pretty.
Yeah, as I say, you would put more glue on than this, and everybody appreciates that. I mean, if I can throw these together, and I've had to just race and get everything out of boxes, I'm sure everybody with plenty of time is going to do that. And now, just a little thing, our thing in the morning that we gave, the flutters, this is one of the peel-offs that's in there, and it's on that fairy book that you showed there. They're layered peel-offs, so you've got your base, and then you've got a layer that is black lacy that you put over the top and make a layered peel-off. And there's your tags, and literally I've thrown that together, but
done.
If we bring that up, it's as easy as that.
Make sure to check out your baskets. I think you can have so much fun with the pearly pages. It has been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
And thank you for changing demonstrations around you. Absolute star. So when are you guys back?
It's the last Sunday. I'm going mad.
Very posh.
Sunday of every month. So don't ask me the date because I just don't know where I am or what I'm doing or anything at the moment.
But always the last Sunday of every month.
Always the last Sunday of every month.
And we've got some exciting things coming up in the future.
Oh, we have. Oh, absolutely.
But we can't tell you. You're going to have to tune. You're going to have to tune in. Thanks. Can we follow you guys on social media?
You can.
We've done something that we want to.
I was going to briefly say to you. I know I did this very, very quickly, but Craft Store are very generous, and some of our shows have allowed us to put on our website. So if you click on our. Always at your fingertips, you'll find shows with Adam and Catherine and me, and we're doing all the different journaling, and obviously you can go back and watch what we've done today.
And do make sure to do that, and follow Scarlet Rose Crafts as well, and also tag in your pictures. If you've created with the floating hearts, the pearly pages, tag you guys in.
Yeah, we'd love to see what everybody's doing with them. Yeah.
Don't forget, you can always jump onto the website as well and shop by brand. So lots to discover. Have a look at your leisure, because I know there are a lot of beautiful things on the show. Big thank you to yourself, Julie. Send Barbara our love.
I will do, yes.
Hopefully we'll get to see her soon.
Hopefully, yes.
Okay. Thank you for your time as well. This is why I love being a presenter here at the Craft Store, because we bring you some beautiful things from some exceptionally talented crafters. Plenty more coming up. Don't forget, we're going to be announcing the winner of our Family Favourites event tomorrow, just before 6 p.m. So it's well worth looking forward to that. Lots more coming up. So we've got Funky Fossil just around the corner. After that, White Gecko will be here with a one-day special. And then I have a DIY happy hour show. It's more centred around the kitchen. Don't let the DIY fool you.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, the world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper, and they're now absolutely renowned for it. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Here at the Craft Store, we pride ourselves on our ethos towards the family-run boutique companies that offer the variety that we know you love and appreciate. Following such a positive response over the past few years, we are proud to introduce you to even more of your family favourites. Tune in from Thursday the 24th of June at 6 p.m. to Monday the 28th of June at 6 p.m. to support loads of your favourite family-run businesses. Plus, this year we also have a very exciting prize draw. If you place an order for any item featured within any live show during this event, you will automatically be entered into our amazing Family Favourites Mega Prize Draw. Prizes will be added within each live show, with the final prize totaling a minimum value of £1,500. So join us from 6 p.m. on the 24th of June for your Family Favourites event.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Well, hello. If you are just joining us here at the craft store, it's great to join you. Well, it's great that you join us. And of course, if you are continuing your craft today here with us, it's great to have your company throughout. Now, of course, we have got a family favorites event. And of course, for this hour, Funky Fossil, which is, of course, a Fowles company, a family owned, has donated this amazing bundle to put in a massive giveaway. Now, this every hour, we are adding to the massive giveaway, and this one, just these bits, this bundle is worth £32, and of course you have got dies, 3 dies. You are getting the stamps, clear stamps in here. As clear stamps said, you can see all about the coffee, gorgeous, and of course those beautiful 200 GSM papers designed, of course, by Funky Fossil. Right, if of course to be able to win a massive giveaway, what you need to do is look at that. I mean, all that you are gonna get, and plus more, because there is more and more. What you need to do is check out your baskets during the live hours of the family favorites. Now, Funky Fossil, of course, this is the hour for Funky Fossil, and that means that Sarah is here with her. How are you?
I'm very well, Paola. Great to work with you again.
Well, I'm very excited. I love your style. I love your products, because you make very stylish cards, but very stylish products as well.
Oh, that's really kind. Yeah, I mean, certainly our aim is to bring really quite eclectic designs, but always with a bit of a fun twist. Try and bring a bit of a contemporary style to our.
And I love that contemporary style, but also I think, especially the first bundle, I'm thinking jelly plates, I'm thinking art journaling.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I love my card making, but actually I also do a lot of art journaling, a lot of mixed media. I love, as you say, I love jelly plates. So yeah, most of the products that we bring, I like to feel can work across all those different formats.
Absolutely. And now, of course, the first bundle that we are looking at is Funky Fossil, Funky Fruit, A5 stamp set and 2 stencils. Now, the stencils, and of course, come in with a mask of the apple. Now, they are brand new today. And the stencils, of course, now you haven't seen them there. Of course, you can see them. Now, I love the pineapple with the flowers and the hearts.
It's so sweet, isn't it? I mean, those 2 stencils are new today. And yeah, I got carried away with my fruit theme for stencils. Yeah. But I just love having the kind of the fruit shapes, but adding a little bit of a twist with like the mandala kind of inlay in the apple, or the hearts and the flowers in the pineapples. I just think it makes them really kind of sweet.
They are, and I love how the apple has the mask as well, so we can create that, especially for a jelly plate.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely,
they would work very well. But of course, you are getting the stamps as well, and you are getting the apple there. No, pear. Today. I mean,
it's just naming basic everyday objects.
I mean, you know, before I called a beaver a squirrel, and now a pear I call it an apple. I mean, this is lemons, right?
Lemons,
this is lemons, I got that. And now this one, strawberries, right?
Right.
Well, we are doing, strawberry, I love that. Now, of course, now we have, of course, the lemons here as well. And I love the lemons because there are so many sayings about lemons and making lemonade, and
absolutely.
You know that kind of. But then we have got a lovely pair of cherries.
Yeah, and I love the glossy accents. I think Jane might have made that one, but yeah, the glossy accents really bring those cherries to life, don't they? Give them a gloss.
The apple in there, and of course we have the. You know what I see? I kind of really love this. A pig nose, so you.
I know. I know. My eldest, when I was doing samples yesterday, he came in and he said, "I can see it's an apple, but why has it got a pig's nose?"
I love this because I love that it kind of makes it into a really funky element in there, so you can highlight it or make it really different. And then, of course, we have got the kiwi, which is our Molly's favorite, and look at that. And it's true because the comment that Molly, when we had the pre-production meeting, she was like, "I've never seen a kiwi Sam."
No,
and that's true. It's very unique.
I think the real kind of essence of this set is that kind of quirky, loose hand drawing
look that the designers put in. But you're right, it kind of kiwis, and even the way that she's done the strawberries, it's quite an unusual style, isn't it?
I love the strawberry. I mean, there are so many samples. Hopefully we'll have all look to all of them throughout the show. But of course the strawberries can go into that jar as well as stencil. Now if you want to go for this set, remember you are getting 2 brand new stencils as well as the stamp set that you can see in here, a clear stamp set. So you are getting thankful, you are the zest, have a perfect day, and thank you very much. And you have them there, of course, with that kind of hand-drawn element, easy to color in as well. 074765 is your item number. Remember to check out your baskets. Remember that we are a family favorite event, so it means that every time that you check out your baskets, you have got an entry to your giveaway. Now we have as well the weird fish set here for you, which of course you are getting your stamp set, your brand new stencil, and your MDF hanging fish. Now I love that. I love the seaside. And I immediately am thinking this would make the most beautiful coastal decorations.
Absolutely, that's what was in my mind. I love seeing the kind of the wood carved fish decorations until you've seen kind of coastal gift shops, and so I was thinking they were great shape. They were great simple shape to decorate, cover with papers, etc.
But one of the things I was thinking as well, you know, in the house, I don't know if you do this, but I have got always a key ring that is like kind of the house, the last resort, the key that you know, bunch that you don't want to lose it. This would be great with even the larger one or the smaller one to be as a keychain, because it's like, you are not going to lose this one. You are going to always find that one.
Yeah, you should be able to find that one, shouldn't you?
And if you really are like some of us, like, you know, they lose it with keys quite often, the larger one would be the best one. But it's just that, you know what I mean, that kind of funkiness, but it's like, you are not going to lose this one. You're always going to find it. No, I love that. But also, not only you are getting the MDF, the fish, but you also are getting the gorgeous heart stencil, which is, of course, brand new today.
It is. It's called Sea Love, and we've got just a lovely detailed kind of wave detail in there. So I've got a demo with it, but it certainly is one of my new favourite stencils to work with.
You know what? I totally see it, because I'm a massive fan of Hochanda and the big wave, you know, and that is just like kind of little tiny waves of that, so kind of that reference to it. So I love the heart as well encapsulated in it. But that's, of course, 2 components from this bundle. Then you have the stamps, the clear stamps, the weird fish, absolutely phenomenal. Be unique, weird fish. There are words in there that kind of are absolutely fabulous. Now let's have a look at the samples, because they are great to colour in as well.
They are, and they are just so fun and whimsical that I just kind of defy anybody to not smile when they make cards with these. They've got lots of kind of character and expression. They're really great for colouring in, or quite often I just stamp them on the mixed media paper pad that we've got coming up, because that's got bright colours in it, and easy shapes to cut out.
Indeed. I love the birthday fishes in here. That is so funny. And I love that. Be weird, be unique. And of course, those ones work so well with the... look at this one. It's like, wow, you know. You know, it's just that you know the characters. Automatically, you think of voices.
You do, absolutely.
I love that. £21.99 is your price. 859638 is your item number. Oh, can I show? Oh, sorry. Can I show? I didn't see it, because the MDF fish, they are fabulous. Sorry, I've missed these ones. I do apologise, but it's just they are fab.
Yeah, so I've decorated those with some of the A7 stamps that we've got in the pick and mix today, and with stencils. They're just so easy, and that's got the abstractions stamps on it. So, yeah, very very easy to put a kind of loose layering of just acrylic paint, and then stamp or doodle or whatever or stencil over the top of them.
I just love it, because it's very original, as well as it will look amazing on a kitchen. £21.99. The MDF fish, the weird fish, of course, and then you are getting that beautiful heart with the waves in it. Now we have got our abstraction sets next with tags, MDF. You have got, of course, the gorgeous paper pad, 6x6, and you are getting also that brand new stencil, the brush marks, and of course the tags that I mentioned. Now, you have a £4 saving in this bundle, and the abstractions is, you know, I seen it, and when I saw it for the first time, I was like, this is a fabulous stamp set.
It is. It's a real kind of integral one that will work with pretty much everything and anything you have. And you were mentioning jelly plates and mixed media and art journaling earlier, and this is a perfect set for those. You know, if you've got a painted or a stenciled background, layering it all with some stamping over the top, these marks just give you that kind of free look.
Free look. Yeah, that's a free look. But I love how you know, Jane has done this beautiful card, just using them, and it's just a perfect card for when you don't know, like you have to send a card for somebody and you don't really know what they are into, if the floral is so much. This is absolutely perfect. And also I'm thinking always, those people that like, you know, art galleries and museums and things like that, this is absolutely perfect for them.
It is a really nice kind of abstract look, and as you say, if you want the sentiment to be the focal point, then they can just kind of provide that background interest. And I think that's a Donna one, but yes, so she's made a flower with it. She's also made a really cute, I think it's a lion that she's done with it, with the circles. So they're really a jumping off point for whatever you think of making.
You can. And then of course, this is one of my favorites. That's one of yours, isn't it? I absolutely adore it. Again, this is the sort of cards that I would be paying a lot of money for, because it's just like ones that you find in an art gallery. This is the sort of thing that, you know, it commands that price. 327 007. Oh, 007. And of course is your item number for this bundle. Now, paraphrasing my director, license to stamp. And now, of course, we have got the next bundle, which of course is the Forest Friends A5 stamp set. And of course, you are getting the brand new stencil, the leaf stencil. There you can see the full leaves, or leaf full stencil rather. Love the detail in these stencils, very detailed.
It is a detailed one to cut, but it is a lovely one, and I've got a demo with it, but it is a lovely one when you see it blended out. Again, lots of the line work in it just makes it, I think, really eye-catching.
And it works so well with, you know, Forest Friends, because we were talking about how gorgeous are these animals, because they are so, how can I say it, they are folk, but also cute, whimsical, all into one wrapped around. Perfect.
Yeah, Donna's done an amazing job with this set, and it was super popular previously when we shared it here, because I think exactly that. It's very unusual. You've got the silhouette essentially, but you've got that folk art style doodle in the body as well. So it really is a stamp and go. The stamp contains so much detail, and you don't really need to colour it in. Although on this example, it looks great with the actual doodles with some colour.
It do. And of course, it has that kind of a Scandinavian look into that as well. So, and what I love about it is the cuteness that. It's not overly cute, but it has got like a friendliness as well, so I kind of love that as well. It's absolutely phenomenal stamp set. £16.99 includes the brand new full leaf stencil that is included, and you can see that on your screen. 806691 is your item number. Then another item that you may want to add to your baskets is the gorgeous quirky trees. Already 40% of the stock has gone. Now, once it's gone, you're getting 6 dies. And I remember, again, it's one of those ones that I have got so many ideas on how to use it.
And it definitely is a die set for all seasons as well, because you can just use the inner branches as kind of bare Christmas, but bare winter trees. Some of the solid outline shapes, you know, you cut off some of the trunk, I was going to say stem, some of the trunk, and you can make them all like Christmas tree shapes, but equally, whatever colour you use with them, they can be for autumn or summer too. So it's a great example, isn't it, of a kind of winter theme.
It is, but then lavender.
I know, that was Natalie came up with that, and also we've got quite a few samples where that dye has been used as seaweed with the fish.
Of course, under the sea, that would be amazing. And of course, more autumnal maybe here with kind of those warmer tones in there. And finally, another Christmas card. Like you said, die set for all seasons. I love that. £13.99. Remember, 40% of the stock has already. Now it's approaching half the stock. So if you want yours, do check out your baskets, because as soon as once it's gone, it's gone. So that's your warning, basically. 942712 is your item number. Now we have a stencil pick and mix from Funky Fossil. You're choosing any 4. It could be 4 brand new ones, or it could be pre-existing ones. Now let's have a look at the brand new ones. Of course, you could go for the amazing. I love the waves. It's like the waves inside the heart. So it's like almost having the ocean in your heart.
Oh yeah, that's a lovely way of saying it, and I do like putting designs into shapes, because of course you can mask off shapes with a full stencil, but it's quite nice to have that contained in the heart, because I think it just gives a lovely focal point and enables you to keep some white space around it.
It is,
which we both
love
our white
that.
space.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I love the white space as well. I love the kind of intricate there. But then we have another one that is fabulous. The kind of swirl of fish. It's very different from anything else.
It's a bit like we've got stencils in the past, like birds in flight. I love the movement on this, and it is that sense of them flowing that I think makes it really easy to work with.
It does. I love that. And then of course we have got the full leaves there, super fine detail. I just wanted to use the show with my fingernail, so you have got a kind of elements of how small those fine lines are. I mean, it's just, they are tiny detail, aren't they?
It takes a long time to cut.
You know that, yes.
I've lived with this cut, but it's just so worth it, because I just think that the finished design.
Now, this would you recommend to do it with the brushes, so to get
I'm going to be using it with the brushes, because again, you say they're very forgiving with that kind of fine line.
Now, of course, we have got more options. You can see them here. Of course, the brush waves as well, the brand new options, the pineapples, of course, of the apples. Now, you will find all the pick and mix options on the website, and not only the brand new ones today, but also the pre-existing ones, including one of my all-time favorites, which has to be that amazing Buddha. Of course, you have as well the falling hearts, the boho background. Love the arty words as well. The fibers is amazing. The pipe work, again, another favorite. There's so many options. Do have a look. Remember, the price is for 4 of them. You can make multiples if you wanted to as well. And of course, you have got the brush marks, which is brand new today, the pineapple, and an apple a day. Right, remember to make your selection, add it to your basket, and check out the baskets. You don't want to miss up on your favorite choice. Now, we have got another pick and mix for you, and you're choosing any 3, and this one are the texture stamps that we have. We have got 3 options here that you can see, but these are the brand new options, but of course we have got more options away. Can I say how much I love the faded hearts?
Yeah, it's fabulous. Both the faded hearts and the inky squares were designs for us by Zinski Art. So Eleanor has come on board as one of our designers, and these are some of the A7s that she's put together. But I love the fadedness of that one, effectively, because if you're going to use it as background stamping, it already makes it easy for you not to get really harsh lines, hard lines. So yeah, I'm going to use it actually as a background with the fish, because it just adds, again, as the name suggests, background texture.
It is about perfect to layer those backgrounds, so creating those layers and those collages. If you want your £13.49, remember, these are the brand new 3 options, but there are lots more on the website, so have a look at the website, at thecraftstore.com. You will find them there as well. You have got, of course, the burlap texture being the 3rd one with one of the brand new ones. On the website, you will find them. Now, of course, you are getting the pick and mix. The letterpress could be one of them. The wood grain is another favorite. Vintage script. Oh, the machinery, I love that. I love them all, to be honest. This is what happens. Of course, it happens with me with Funky Fossils. I want it all, and I want it now. No, you can have it now if you check out your baskets. And remember, every time that you check out your baskets, you will get into that prize draw for the massive giveaway. Now, what you will not be able to have now, because it's a technical sellout, so that means if you have it in your baskets, you will get it. Otherwise, you will miss out. Is the Funky Fossil Quirky Trees dies. Now, if you check out your baskets right now, you will get them, but remember, technical sellout means that all the stock, has been allocated. The first sellout has already happened, so if you don't want to miss on anything, do check out your baskets. Right now, Sarah, what are you starting?
Well, fortunately, not with the quirky trees, because otherwise I'd been in a right fight.
Good thinking.
I was going to play with the Forest Friends, combining them with the leafy stencil background, but also using the burlap texture to give us a kind of frame for the main focal point. So I absolutely am in love with this burlap texture, because it's a bit like the wood grain A7 excuse me, A7 set that we have. It's almost kind of photorealistic, so it's one of those that when you look at it as a plain stamp with no ink on, you just think, well, it looks like a bit of a blob.
Yeah.
But actually, the detail that comes through when you add ink to it, I just can never quite get my head around.
And I love that there is no harsh edges.
Exactly, and for something like this as well, where or if you overlap the stamp, it almost looks like folds or creases in the fabric. So again, it's very forgiving for creating solid backgrounds. Now it is a detailed one, so I'm stamping onto craft cards. So I'm just giving it a bit of welly. Technical term.
Yeah, well, it is, of course, it is. We should do a craft dictionary with all the technical terms. Give it a little bit of welly, wonky, on the wonk.
Yes, on the wonk.
On the wonk. Which one is it? Faff around. Which one is? A beaver is actually squirrel. A squirrel is actually a beaver.
I think that's quite a niche.
I don't think. Oopsie doopsie, which is my, when I do.
Oh, fantastic! But you can see there, it looks pretty seamless in terms of how. So you can keep stamping effectively to get.
And it's really. So you're using a VersaFine brown, is it?
I am.
Yeah.
Yes, it is VersaFine Clay. I think it's a pine cone to give it some nice contrast against the craft. And I'm really only wanting to capture the outer edge, but. Another reason for bringing out these A7 stamps is I see lots of people kind of holding stamps and kind of going straight to paper with them, which I will be doing later. And I find the A7 size ideal, kind of almost a hand size.
It is, and you're very right, because even people that don't have dexterity problems, I find it that if it goes much larger than this, my hands don't. They don't enjoy it. It's just.
That's when I struggle to get kind of almost. Ironically, it's when I struggle to get the kind of random look.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the gaps in there that you have left it. There it is.
So.
Sorry.
Are you being heckled again? So yeah. So really, I'm not worried about anything in the centre of this card.
Okay.
But it is quite addictive.
It is. And I love how it's just like so seamless. Like even if you're leaving a gap, it still works perfectly.
Well, that's right.
And even if you overlap, it still works. So you don't have to worry about being absolutely perfect. It just has that.
It is a really this one particularly is really forgiving, because those almost gaps there just look like a natural part of the fabric, don't they? So, I was sometimes, as with the wood grain, you can't quite imagine what it will look like stamped out until you actually put the ink on it. So there's our background. As I say, I'm only going to use the outer portion, but it's as easy to stamp out the whole image. So let's put some colour down to add a bit of a green to the forest scene, and I'll be using my trusty blending brushes to help me do that.
Okay. By the way, we do have them on the show. You already have found them on the website. Of course, you are getting a set of four different sizes in here. Approaching 20% of the stock has gone, and I love that they are white, so you can see exactly what color you are using.
Exactly, and so when you've got, you know, if like me, you typically use the same kind of colour family for each brush. They look really pretty in a pot.
Yeah, they do.
It's like a rainbow in a pot.
And you know, $12.99 for all four of them. $9.85, $9.82. I would go for multiplying what is in the stock, and then of course I would have. Do you do that? The larger ones, I tend to have my favorite colors.
Well, I typically have a larger one for big backgrounds.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I tend to actually have my favourite colours on the small ones because they tend to be the ones I use for details in like flowers or leaves, etc. So, but
see, my favourite colours, those are the ones that I use mostly for backgrounds. So I would use, you know, so then 20% of the stock has gone. If you want to do like me, multiply them, make sure to put to check out your baskets.
I mean, I do have quite a few because when I'm packaging them, I go, well, that one doesn't look quite perfect. I'll keep that one. So it's kind of pack four, keep one.
But this is the only reason, the only time that you pray for wrong ones.
Exactly.
Is when
good.
Oh, good. It's like a second, you know.
Yeah. I better keep that.
This one, yeah. Perfect reason. I love that. Yeah. And it's so quick that you have covered the whole area.
Exactly. And I mean, I've gone from the crushed olive into the peeled paint because they're relatively similar tones. So you can build that kind of colour up around the card just using the same brush. I've got quite a lot on. Now, of course, we could be spritzing that and picking it up, couldn't we? But
yeah, that's it.
Hopefully, if Leonie's not in the building, I will just wipe it away this time.
Yeah, I like that.
So, and then what I've done here is created that kind of the antique linen in the middle, tried to kind of keep the centre a bit lighter, and a bit like what's on
a little bit of splits.
Yes, there. I mean a bit like heat embossing. It never gets old, does it? The kind of the lifting the colour off the distressing, or distress oxides, because it's what they were made for, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
So
look at those beautiful droplets in there.
And although we're going to stencil over it, it just adds another little bit of unevenness or texture behind.
Do you use the same brushes for the over the stenciling?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to go in with slightly darker tones here, and I'll start with the peeled paint. So that's the I've got all the greens, all the greens,
all the blues.
Actually, I'm going to use.
Is green one of your favourite colours?
Green and blue, I think, are my
cool colours.
My two, yes.
Yeah. I love how easily these brushes go into all the crevices of the stencil.
Exactly, and as you say, this is because of the detail on this one, although it's not a design where you've got potentially loose edges that might lift. It's easy to go over the top of this.
Okay. Yeah.
It's just such a soft blend.
You know what? Until the brushes came along, I was never satisfied to do a big background with foam pads or foam elements. Now with the brushes, it's not only quick and easy, but it's that seamless blend.
I think you're absolutely right. It's both the speed that it gives you and that evenness. So I'm going now in with the same green into Rustic Wilderness as the darkest of the greens.
And of course you are using the fall leaves, which is included in the Forest Friends bundle. Now that over half the stock now has gone, includes of course those gorgeous stamps, and of course you are going to be using them as well for these gorgeous cards that you're creating. Yeah. Make sure to check out your baskets.
I mean, one of the things I like about the Forest Friends is, there's lots of things I like, but one of them is because they're quite solid images, you can have quite a busy background and they won't get lost against it, which is why, you know, I'm feeling, right, I can add all this detail with the leaves. But the actual, because the image is effectively a silhouette, it'll still really pop against it.
Love that.
So you can just see how very quickly that almost kind of the limey greens or the kind of yellowy greens really pop against that craft. So
it's gorgeous. And the movement of the leaves is just that kind of, it's just beautiful.
Yes, it's a bit like the shoal of fish. It's that sense of them all kind of fitting into each other, isn't it? So
it's like nature. It always fits into each other if you let it be.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's really true.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just stamp the hair from Donna's set here from Forest Friends. And I'm using a stamping platform because of the solidity.
Well, it's one of those things. Like I have become so used to stamping the stamp press or the press to impress or the stamp platforms, because otherwise I feel very worried that I'm never going to get that. But some people get the best impressions with blocks.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I often at home I'll just use a block, but when I'm wanting to get certainly this kind of image really crisp, I will always get my platform out. But say, for example, with the A7s, I wouldn't worry about a block because I want to get the unevenness. It just depends on the effect you're looking for. But I must admit, a bit like brushes, it's another tool that's come out, and I think we're all thought, where has this been?
Exactly, yeah. Well, it's funny because with the stamping platforms, I remember years and years ago, and we were talking about maybe 20 years, well, something like that. There was something similar, but it never took off. And then it was suddenly something else came along, and then this it took over. So
really? It's just the time, isn't it?
Well, because when it came out first up, and I think it was a company, PSX exams, I think it was the one that brought it out. It was, that's long gone, but there were not enough clear stamps in the market to make it work, so sometimes things happen like that.
We needed Barbara and a clarity stamps to come along before. No, that's true, because I mean, certainly my earliest stamps were wood block.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which I've still got.
Yeah, exactly.
What was I going to? Oh, I was going to add.
Sorry, we were chatting. We just get chatting. It's like, right,
chatting away. Yeah. So I've stamped out a hair just to give you a sense of how crisp it comes out. But obviously, I've got one pre-cut so that I'm hiding my acrylic blocks, so that we can get it onto the card that bit more quickly. So I'm just going to stamp directly onto the card, add a little bit of leafy interest at the base here.
Right. Nice.
And again, I could of course, whenever I see a silhouette, my head defaults to black ink. But of course, there are lots of samples where they look stunning in different colours as well. So I could have stamped these in like a dark green and toned them with the background.
Oh, I love that. And I love how you have included, or in this stamp set, elements that they're not necessarily not animals. So therefore, we have always that possibility to do just a very abstract, well, not abstract, even realistic with the flowers and things, or the toadstools as well.
It's just kind of building that foresty scene, isn't it? So on the original one, I had the badger, which I think is my favourite out of the set, because I think he's just got such a friendly face.
Yeah. Okay, that's a fox, right?
But this one's a fox.
That's a fox. I was just like,
that's not a badger.
Is that a badger? Oh.
So,
it's like, it's funny. It was like, are you playing tricks with me, Sarah? Now,
Yes, and here's my cat. No, this is the fox. So I'm just bringing out the different images. But as you can, and I've got my sentiment as well. Have a wonderful day, which is in the set. So you could make a whole set of these cards with the different animals, pretty much the same composition, but the different animals on them. And it just gives you a feel for how quickly you can, because these are solid, once you've got a background, they're effectively done.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. I love those stamps so much, and they work really great with those stencils. For you, they all come together in that bundle you can see on the screen. Sarah, thank you so much for that demonstration. While you reset, and I'll give a reminder everybody of the goodies from Funky Fossil for this hour. I love Funky Fossil so much because they bring these kind of glorious images, like the funky fruits. I mean, if you're having a fruity Sunday, now fruity, I love the kind of thing that is like, maybe sometimes we're thinking flowers and butterflies, but what about something a little bit more zesty, a little bit more unique, a little bit something kind of that says a little bit quirky, and look at those sentiments. Now, I love it. Thank you very, very much. Love that, with the strawberries in there. And I love those strawberries because you can color them very realistic. I love this one. But you can then make them a little bit more whimsical or more kind of abstract. I love this one because it's just quick and easy with those kind of maybe distress inks or maybe watercolors. And then, yeah, stamp it on top. You have got a card done. But also, of course, the lemons. And I think lemons is always a great image for, you know, when life is a little bit bitter, you know, you kind of go for a little bit of sweetness from the lemonade. And the apple, yes, I got it right, finally. And you are getting also the pear. Now, and of course, you have got that sentiment that have a perfect day. Now, I'm going to look for the kiwi because, of course, our Molly is in my ear. She's obsessed with the kiwis. I wonder why. Now, apparently she has got a very good kiwi accent. Or, you know, or maybe she makes the sound of the kiwi. Now, of course, you can. You have the pear and the strawberry there with the hello. Now you are the says, I love that sentiment as well. Now you are getting them as well with the stencils in here. Now you have the pear that, not the pear, the apple. The apples with that gorgeous stencil in here and here, and of course it is in it because you have got the well, basically the stencil, so you have got, and then you can overlay it, so you have got that perfect match in there. She loves that. You love it as well. Now 074765 is your item and number, but you also are getting the pineapples as well. And of course, you can coordinate them if you wanted to together. £21 and 49 pence. Those two brand new stencils with that fruity stamp set as well. 074675 is your item number. Now we have got the weird fish in here, and I love them because they are with lots of personality. And of course, this is what we like here at the craft store. The elements are kind of stamps that kind of give us the sense of be unique. And here at the craft store, we are a little bit unique, aren't we? A little bit weird to us, especially me. And of course, swim your own way. Or birthday fishes. And I love that. That's so sweet. I mean, this is the kind of thing about different people as well. The kind of you start thinking, associating people. It's like, that could be me. That could be somebody else. I'm not going to assign which one they look like which because I want to have friendly talks with my colleagues and I'm not going to upset them. It's like, yeah. Yeah, anyway. Right, Marcus is like, no, too late, mate. You just, yeah. But you can see that. Oh, that's me. That's me. Like this one. He's like, yeah. Wait. 859638 is your item number. Approaching half the stock has gone. Now, of course, the stencil that you are getting here is brand new with the beautiful waves with inside the heart, and I love that because it's one of those ones that you can stamp those fishes onto it, and it will be a perfect background. But also, if you are like me, that you are into the great wave and hokusai and those Japanese prints, that would be amazing. Also, think about your gold paste as well, putting it through it, and it will be like that rich colors. And I also am thinking Van Gogh as well because that kind of Spanish pronunciation here, and of course you can spread it out, and then of course Gay does kind of almost brush strokes as well, so that would be absolutely phenomenal. But the fish are gonna be great, aren't they? The birthday fishes in there, and it's like he is thinking, well, or she is thinking a lot of all these little fishes, and look at that. 859639 is your 38 is your item number there for you. I love this one. Look at that. Right, if you want your bundle here, check out your baskets. £21 and 99 pence is your price for that. And now we have the abstraction sets next in here. Now these, I didn't don't forget, you're getting the MDF, the fish. You always forget to fish. Right, now we have the answer this bundle with the brand new MDF tags, as well as the stencil, that brush marks stencil, brand new. I love that because it's one of those ones that, again, to build those layers, especially gel plates or just starting those layers, is phenomenal, as is the stamp set. And I'm going to show you the stamp set. The clear stamps, you can see them here. It's better like this, so you can see. If I put myself behind it, you can see it better. They're the contrast, so you can see the markings that you are getting, like almost like you can start seeing what they are hearts, this, you know, maybe fireworks, the circles, of course they are centers of flowers as well. You have got the chevrons in here, so many different ways, and when I put it there, you can see the crisscrosses as well, those markings, and you can build those layers together and create glorious projects. But not only you are getting that, you are going to get, and I'm going to show you as well, because otherwise you are going to miss out on seeing the mixed media kaleidoscope beautiful papers. Look at them. They are glorious colors, zesty colors, bright blues, dark colors, all of them gorgeous. You are getting 200 GSM papers, acid and lignin free. You're getting 12 designs. You're getting 3 of each, designed by Emily Abramson. So that, of course, you are getting that, as well as the brand new tags, MDF tags, and the brush kind of marks stencil there as well. 327007 is your item number. Then very busy for the forest friends in here, because 2/3 of the stock has gone already. £16.99 is your price, and you are getting this glorious stamp set. Let me show you the stamps as well, so you can see all of the individual stamps, and then you can build them up as well should you wish to. Just wanted to show you that they are clear stamps, but then I'm going to put that in here so you can see better the images. That's the badger, right? That's the badger. I kind of suddenly in my ear they went like, oh no, that's a horse, and I was like, for a second I went like, seriously, do I get it wrong as well? If you are joining us, I'm having a mare of a day, knowing what things, what corresponds to which animal, or even the basic shapes like apples and pears. Anyway, look at that. The badger, is here. Look at that. She's just glorious. I love that folksy candy style with that cuteness. And then the fox in here is absolutely glorious as well. It has got that friendliness. It's like almost like curiosity and friendliness into one. And then the hare, of course, here is just like, there has that friendliness, that kind of, like really gorgeous. And then you have got the squirrel. Yes. 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 They're saying all sorts of animals in my ear. Yeah, you get to see, but I love how you have the images carved into it, so they are like kind of delving into it. 70% of the stock has gone. If you want yours, please make sure to check out your baskets. But not only you can use them as stamps with animals, but of course you have those leaves and those flowers that then you can incorporate onto their own, and you don't have that sense of the cutesy animals. But if there you want them, the forest friends are just the best, aren't they? £16.99. That includes the brand new fall stencil as well. Now, if you want those stencils or the brand new ones on their own, there's a pick and mix. You're choosing any 4, and remember we have got I think it's 7 brand new options. 7, yeah. So I got that at the end. Now you have this one, which we haven't previewed either. I love that. And it works out at, you are getting 4 for the price of 3. I love that it's kind of mosaic element in here as well. The leaves in there, and of course you have the fishes, and then the beautiful heart. This is one of my favorites. The pineapples, of course, and half an apple a day. Right, £12.75 is your price. You are saving £4.25, but you will find them on the website, thecraftstore.com, and of course you can go for the new ones, or you can go for some of the older ones as well. Now, of course, that means that you will have a chance to go for the Buddha. I love that one. Or the numbers backgrounds, or the big bloom, or if you want some, maybe I love those confetti hearts. You know what? I love them all. Like, it's difficult to choose just 4. Maybe I would go for 2 sets of 4, and then I have a fabulous collection. But of course, I know my choices is your choices, and that's the beauty of a pick and mix, because you are selecting your own collection. Now, of course, a loopy heart, love that. The urchins, 3 rings, absolutely phenomenal as well for those backgrounds. And of course you have with the there as well. There's loves in there. You've got the leaf. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Leaf pole as well. They're making so much fun of me, and rightly so in my ear. Right. And of course, you will find them on the website, thecraftstore.com. And remember to check out your baskets. Now, Sarah, what are you going to be showing us now?
I thought we'd make a colourful card with the weird fish, because they just beg for bright colours. And of course, we've got, as you say, the kaleidoscope pad on the counter, and they just work perfectly with that, because they are so quirky that there is no colour that you have to use with them. They just whatever your imagination really wants to kind of create. So I've already inked up the background, because you saw me doing that in the previous demo. So as previously with the brushes and some distress oxides, using salvage patina, which is my new favourite colour.
It is a beautiful colour,
beautiful,
isn't it?
A beautiful kind of bluey green. Oh, it's just
perfect.
Delicious.
And the VersaFine Warm Breeze works so well with it.
It does, yeah. And you say for that tone on tone look, because of course you get such great detail with the VersaFine inks. But which you don't always get with the distress when you're stamping, so it's great they work so well together. So this time I'm using the faded hearts, and I am just kind of holding it in my hand to just get some loose background stamping, bit of texture, and because the focal point is the waves heart, I thought it'd be quite nice if the little bit of background texture had some hearts in it, but it would be kind of subtle way in that you don't. And as you say, there's these lovely kind of dotty edges, which means that you've got.
Love. I just love it, because it's kind of, I do love hearts. It's a shape that I really resonates with me. But also, sometimes the heart can be a little bit too much, too romantic, too much of a theme. As a background, this works because it's there, but it's so gently done.
It is. It's a real kind of look into the. Into the design further, isn't it? Because initially you just think, oh, it's got some background kind of lines on it, and then it's only when you look at it more closely you realise there are hearts there.
By the way, on the website you will find them all the different options, the pick a mix, because you're choosing any 3 for £13.49. And here they are: the wood grain, the grungy, the vintage script, the letterpress, the chevrons, those faded hearts, the machinery as well, and the burlap texture and the inky square. They are all the options there. Make sure that you select them and then put them to your baskets, and check out your baskets.
So I've really been very random. I've added some paradise, so a slightly different blue in to give a
little bit like a denim blue, more a little bit.
Yes, it's it's not a cobalt blue, is it? But it's a kind of a clean blue,
almost like ultramarine blue. I kind of say, it's a lapis lazuli kind of.
Yes, it's a really kind of nice fresh. It just varies the colour in the background, and I'm not worried too much about, again, as we were doing with the burlap texture behind the Forest Friends, the heart, the focal point, is going to pretty much cover a lot of that, so it's quite freeing to be able to just kind of stamp around and know that some of it will get hidden anyway. So let's make the wave stencil. You see I've got one here already, which is a bit more glittery than the one in my sample, because I used some of the Wow Sparkling Snow. Oh. Yes, Sparkling Snow embossing powder over some texture paste. Now I'm going to be living really dangerously here, because I've forgotten my masking tape, Paola. I don't know.
Oh, you should have said, because we could have gotten you some.
I'm just.
I think our Molly can go find you some. Molly is on the case. I'll give you a reminder, of course, the Weird Fish. You are getting the stamp set and the Sea Love stencil. The stencil is brand new. Of course, those MDF hanging fish are also brand new. 859638 is your item number. £21.99 is your price. Remember, it comes with those weird fish as well. Now, I also need to remind you of the brushes. The brushes being a set of 4, and I love that they are the wide brushes. Now a third of the stock has gone. We have, of course, they are one of those items that you cannot go for multiples while there is a stock, because it makes sense, doesn't it? Super soft, and of course that perfect dome element means that you don't get any harsh lines, perfect for blending. 985982 is your item number, £12.99 for that. Back to you, Sarah. We got some.
Thank you, Molly. You saved my life there. Yes, I can't believe I left the house without masking tape.
Don't worry. Well, thank goodness that's one of the things that we have plenty of.
I mean, quite often, as you'll see when you see me using the brushes, I don't worry about taping down. But this is a detail stencil, and I'm using embossing paste, so I really think I was asking for trouble, wasn't I?
Well.
So.
It's one of those ones that what was it that once I forgot one of the main elements. I think I made some samples or some boards, forgot them at home. I remember when I didn't live 5 minutes down the road, so it was
yes, like, I think every time I come down I've forgotten something, so you know, and that's the thing I will religiously remember the next time, but it'll be a different thing I forget. So as you can see, I've very liberally applied. This is a That's Crafty texture paste over my dark blue cards.
Oh, look at that!
Beautiful kind of.
That is just.
And I just love that white against that.
You know, that also
dark
reminds
blue.
me of William Blake has got one of painting. I think that's you know, with the wind comes into the face or something like that. Do you remember? It's one. There's a really This is what I love about you. Yeah, the swirl that coming into the wind. I think it's William Blake.
He's a poet, though.
It's a poet and a painter.
Oh, is it?
He's
like the Songs of Innocence
and the to see the world in a grain of sand and to hold eternity in a flower. I think that's it.
You are good with your literature.
Well, some of it. I mean, but not with my pears and my apples or my beavers or on my squirrels.
We just need to go back to basics. So all I'm doing now while it's wet, and I've done this before as well, but it's one of my, excuse me while I just glitter up the studio. It's one of my favourite things to do is just add embossing powder to wet texture paste. Now I will leave this to dry, the paste, and then we'll heat it afterwards. If you heat the embossing powder while the paste is wet, you can get fabulous kind of bubbly effects because the paste itself will react to the heat. But of course, because of fine lines of this, I don't really want to do that because I want to keep it fairly sharp. So what I did with this one was exactly the same process. I just waited for the embossing paste to dry and then heat embossed it and melted the powder. And that both means it's not going to shed everywhere all over the recipient of your card, but equally it gives that lovely glisten, which of course almost like sea foam on the catching the light. I just thought it was a nice look.
Oh, that's
so and all I've done then is trimmed round the heart itself to create my focal point. I've used a sheet of the Kaleidoscope paper pad, and because I knew I was covering most of it, I die cut the middle out.
Yeah, and of course the paper pad is included in the abstractions bundle, which details at the bottom of the screen 327-007, and of course with the brush marks stencils, which is also brand new.
And I mean, I think I must be on at least my third of these pads because I mean, they've gone now, but just I've die cut the trees, the quirky trees from it. I've, as you can see here, stamped and cut out lots of all these fish have been stamped from the paper pad. So you've got that. I'm just using it for both for backgrounds and for die cutting. It is definitely a favourite of mine. And I'll just quickly stamp one of the. I mean, you can see I've got plenty here. So
plenty of fish. Yeah.
I don't need another
one.
Plenty
of fish and outside the sea, actually.
Yes, that's maybe why they've turned all these funny colours. So I'm just going to stamp one on the paper just so you can see. I'm using VersaFine onto the paper. It's uncoated paper, so the ink just dries and it stamps really nicely. So this is the centre of the paper that I die cut out of my frame, and you can see how nicely that stamps out. And all I've done, and again, I think I shared this previously, is when I've cut them out, is gone back in with white gel pen to just bring the eyes and teeth or whichever other elements of the fish you want to highlight back out. So it's easy enough when you're stamping over pattern paper. So on this one, let's just add, I love this fish. He just makes me smile. The fish in the stamp set, I think, has got little crosses in his eyes, but because I painted over or coloured over them in white, I just added little round dots to the eyes for the pupils.
Look at that. I think when that trick of the eyes, it just makes them suddenly pop out, you know, like suddenly they become not realistic fish, but, you know, kind of this.
They're back to having some kind of character again, doesn't it? You're right.
We have got about 2 minutes left. Sorry.
There we go. Well, be unique.
Be unique. Absolutely unique.
We've got birthday fishes on the original sample, but I thought this character is definitely unique, so that was the sentiment I went with for that.
That's gorgeous. I love that, Sarah. It's just such a beautiful one. And of course, this is the weird fish with the stamp set. And of course, you are getting the stencil. You can see it brand new today. It's in front of me. Here, that one. That's the stencil, which is brand new today. And of course, you are getting the MDF fish as well. And you can stamp, you can emboss, you can bring your texture, you can paint it with acrylic paint. You have got so many different options. 859638 is your item number. £21.99 is your price. You are getting sentiments like birthday fishes, as swim your own way. Be unique, and of course, weird and fish in there as well. Absolutely glorious. And I love the way that you can customize those fishes, maybe with some party hats from other sets in there. And of course, that means they're having a party, the fishes.
Yes, I love that one.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. And of course, we have this one is so funny and so fun as well. And this one, I mean, either it's a is it swordfish, do you call it?
I guess so, yeah.
Swordfish, or it's a has been telling too many tales, you know? Apparently, can I say it, what somebody has said in my ear? Molly has called it Yanis. This one has baptized this one Yanis. I don't know why is it.
I'll ask him when I'm on later.
Now, a blowfish? That one. That could be a blowfish.
Yeah,
could be. That's kind of. Oh, look at this one as well. Look at this one. Be unique. Yeah, some of them are very slimy. Here. I don't know why I don't know, but you know, that kind of. Yeah. They're fun. They're just kind of like, I love that. And look at these ones. Yeah, because I was thinking of, you know, and I just was thinking about my cat used to like these fish that come in a very slimy tin.
Oh, yes, I know what you mean.
Right, all right, check out your baskets. A pleasure. You're going to be with Yanis at 7 o'clock, so you will have a proper presenter then. Do check out your baskets. Stay tuned for another look at the One Day Special. Well, White Gecko One Day Special with Hayley and the Beaver. DIY Happy Hour show after that, and then Dolly Dimple's Family Favorites at 6.
Are you struggling for ideas or need a little extra creative inspiration as you start your crafty preparations for Christmas 2021? From Thursday the 1st of July at 6 p.m. to Tuesday the 6th of July at 6 p.m, we'll be bringing you the Craft Store's festive Flextravaganza event. Tune in and be inspired by a fantastic selection of your favourite crafty experts who are guaranteed to get you in the crafty Christmas spirit. Also, as an early Christmas treat from us to you, if you add at least £5 worth of any items to your shopping basket during the event, either online or on the phone, you will qualify for our festive Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offer. This means you can spread the cost of your entire order over 2 equal monthly Flexi Buy payments, offering you a more cost-effective way of shopping with us. Flexi payments for everyone. So get ready for Christmas 2021 by tuning in to our festive Flextravaganza event from the 1st of July at 6 p.m.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the craft store.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's 4 o'clock, so you know what that means. It's your last opportunity to see your current one-day special live. We're launching a brand new one at 6 o'clock, but right the way through to then, you can take advantage of this deal. If, and it is a very big if there's enough stock to see us right the way through to 6 o'clock, because at this point, rapidly approaching 80% of the stock has gone. Once it's gone, it's gone. We're not going to see this again, and it is an amazing deal. It's been hugely popular since it's launched last night, right the way through the night, very busy through today as well, and it is a brilliant deal. Now, not only is it a brilliant deal, but it's exclusive to us here at the craft store. What have we got here? A fabulous bundle that has been put together just for us, and I love it. And the person that's brought it together is lovely Sarah from White Gecko. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm a little tired now, but we're ploughing through this
We
one.
certainly are. We're just going to get that last little push, and then we're going to be there.
A bit of fun.
Now, you've been so generous over the last 24 hours, because every one of your shows you have donated something to our prize draw. Because, of course, we've got that fabulous... well, I started off calling it a hamper earlier on, but now it's kind of like the spare room, really, because there's that much stuff there. There's absolutely loads. How we managed to get it all in one place, I really do not know. But it's not going to have to be there for long, because on Monday evening, 5:45 in the evening, the winner will be announced, and it'll be on its way. Not the table, obviously, because we need to keep that, because we need to use a table. But there's something else to go with it, and it is this fabulous duo that we've got here now. These are good ones to go in the draw.
Yeah, so it's the June Taylor Starch Savvy, and they're based in Spray. They're absolute essentials for me anyway, and for most quilters. It's something I use over and over and over. So,
I love it. There you go, and getting 2 full bottles there. So they will be whisked away, because they need to go into that prize draw. But let's have a look at the one-day special. If you've not seen it before, oh my goodness, you so pleased that you've tuned in at this point, because you would not want to miss out on these. Now, White Gecko applique. This all started off with one design by one customer requested it.
Yeah, it did. A customer called Geraldine, she came in, she wanted a hot air balloon. She couldn't find a applique template anywhere for it, and she said, "Oh, can you do me something? Make me an air balloon." So drew it out for her, worked it all out and everything, and then it was something like, "Oh," somebody else said, "Can you do this? Oh, can you do me this one? Can you do this?" And then that was the first 16 immediately, within like a couple of weeks, and then they've grown from there, and then more people request them all the time. In fact, if you ever need anything, drop us an email.
There you go. You might find
and we'll work one out for you.
I love it. Now, the set that we've got for you, the most incredible designs, you've got 16 designs within this set, and starting off with a little ray of sunshine. That's what you've got with this one. All of these characters, all of the patterns are available within the one-day special. Now, you're also going to get a bundle of fabrics as well, and the fabrics mean they are perfect blenders to work with your one-day special, because, of course, you're going to need those different colours to depict the different parts, the different segments of your characters and pieces that you are creating. So those are the first 16. Now, they are from set D. There is a set A, B and C, which you can get hold of, and they're at the bottom of the screen should you want to go for those. But this bundle is teamed up alongside some fabulous designs that you're going to want to use for your Christmas things this year. These are brilliant. I love the designs that we've got here again.
Yeah, I tried to go sort of quite traditional with your Christmas, because you know, but you could certainly absolutely, by playing around with colours and your backgrounds, you can make them a little bit more modern if you
Definitely. And they are coming to you as well within that set. So you've got 10 designs there, as you can see. So in total, you've got 26 applique layouts for £39.97, including your 10 fat eighths. So your fabrics, as you can see at the front there, these are perfect fabrics. I mean, again, blender fabrics, but I love these because some of them have got kind of like a little bit of twist to them, a little bit of a mottled look with regards to these. 10 colours though in with this bundle.
Yeah, so you've got quite a lot, a nice little bundle of fabric there. Perfect start for your applique as well.
Definitely. And the beauty of applique is that a little can go a long way, because you can be using some of your fabulous scraps now. Just for the record, it's Macawa fabric that we've got with this particular bundle here, so you know you've got quality through and through. And of course, and when you're using these pieces, do not throw anything away, because even the tiniest part could be an eye, it could be a face, it could be a ray to do with the sunshine, it could be all of those different elements. So do make sure that you hang on to all of those scraps as well. For the time being, let me give you those details, 496 476 if you wanted to get hold of these. Now, can I just mention, when it's gone, it's gone. That's it. It will be the last opportunity for you to get hold of it during this hour as a live product. Once it's sold out, that is it. But it's not just about your applique, because have a look what it can do if you wanted to hand embroider, and I think it's a really clever idea.
Yeah, so you can use any of the templates from any of the sets, including, you know, Christmas ones or any of them, and use them as redwork templates as well.
Very
just
clever.
by tracing them out, which I'm going to show you in a moment.
Is it tricky to do this?
No, God, no. It's incredibly easy. This bit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you want
really,
to
really
show
easy.
us?
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. Okay,
Cool.
well, let me tell you beforehand, 80% of the stock has gone, and on the website you'll find lots of other goodies you can add into your basket as well. So you've got your fabrics in there, you've got those additional patterns if you want to go for those. Some of those items have sold out. In fact, we've had 7 sellouts during the course of the 24 hours. So lots of fabulous things have gone. They're still appearing on the website, but you can't get them anymore. But you can get some of those, like those strip rolls there. Absolutely beautiful fabrics, gorgeous colourways, and absolutely perfect for your applique as well. So as we said, this is the last hour that we've got with Sarah for today. She's going to be back, of course. We're not going to let her go anywhere. So if you've got any questions that you're wanting to ask, this will probably be the best time for you to do it. So studio@thecraftstore.com if there's anything that you'd like to ask. But talking about embroidery, and this is something I suppose we could lend this skill to any of those applique patterns we've looked at.
Yeah, definitely. You know, any of them can be turned into a redwork pattern.
Okay, so, wonderful.
Yeah. So with it's always called redwork, although it can be done in any colour. It doesn't have, you know, traditionally it was always done in red thread, but you know, like with the cushion, I've done it in blue. If you want, you know, if you're doing a silver Christmas, do it all in silver thread. You know, entirely up to you what colour you want to do it in.
And historically wise, is it because that was the only colour thread that was really available at the time?
Yeah, it was an easy colour for them to dye with vegetable dyes to get that very dark deep red. So yeah, it's traditionally red work, but nowadays we can use any colour thread you like. Go for it. So I've just got a little piece of white fabric here. Again, you can use whatever colour background you want. With red work, I do like to put a interfacing on the back, and that just sort of protects it from any sort of stray threads that might show through. If you've got a bit of a messy back, you won't see any stray threads or anything. It also just helps stabilise the fabric for when you're pushing through. Because you've got these nice strong lines on your templates, you could use a light box if you want to, but you actually don't need to. You can just line up your fabric. I've already started drawing this one out, and then you can just follow your lines through and trace out your little design. Okay, so then pop his buttons in like that. Okay, so nice and quickly, you're literally just using those dark lines as your
and I'm guessing you could build up your scenes as well if you wanted to. I mean, on this set you've got the snowman, but you've got a fabulous Christmas tree, so you could almost build up a little scene
absolutely.
if you wanted
could then,
to.
you know, maybe put where's the Christmas tree there. You see, you could then put your Christmas tree behind him, like that, and just draw out the bits that you aren't being not covered by the snowman. Build it all up and everything. Absolutely, that's a really nice idea. I'm just going to use a nice bright red. It's going to show up lovely on this. I have traced out with a iron offable pen, one of the heat erasable pens. You can use the special pencils that you can use for red wick, which have got they're like an iron transferable pencil. The only trouble with those is if if you're not very neat with your stitching, or if your transfer moves a little bit, it'll get smudges, and you then can't get rid of those smudges.
Oh, right.
So I like these ones. The only thing is don't put an iron on it once you've drawn it out.
Press your fabric before you start.
Definitely, because I've done that before. I've drawn it all out and then thought, oh, now I'll put the interfacing on.
Disappears.
So yeah, all disappears. Okay, so you're just going to back stitch these. Okay, really, really nice and simply. You're going to back stitch over all of these lines. So I've got a knot in the end of my thread. I'm going to bring that up on the line like that. Now I've got quite a big needle here. You could use an embroidery hoop if you wanted to, entirely up to you. The thing with red work is don't worry about being too small, your stitches. It's more about consistency of length. You want to get the stitches the same length. So you can do relatively big stitches, but try and keep them all the same length. So I'm going to come in a little bit farther down the line and back up there, just to start. So there's my first stitch. And then you want to go back in the hole that came out there. Okay, and that's kind of where the only real skill with this is actually making sure you go right back down that same hole. If you come away from that hole, even if it's just by a thread, you get quite a sort of an uneven line that way. And it's a much nicer finish if you make sure you go down that hole. Back up on the line, like that. Back down the hole there, along to the line, and that really is as simple as red work is. There is nothing more to it than a back stitch.
It's such a we were talking about transportable projects earlier on with your applique, with your traditional kind of using your different fabrics, but this even more so. I mean, literally, you don't have a hoop, you don't have to have it in a hoop or anything like that.
I mean, you can if you want to. I tend not to. I find it much easier to be able to manipulate it without a hoop, but some people swear by a hoop, and that's fine. Entirely up to you.
But the thing that I love about this one-day special is over all the different shows, Sarah has shown us just how many different ways you can work with these, so many different techniques. And of course, you can see it down at the bottom there, the snowman is a blue snowman on this occasion, because of course the threads can be whatever colour you choose. Nice variegated thread potentially with these. The Christmas stockings, I mean, the Christmas stocking is a really good size, so you could even use that as a pattern to actually cut out a little Christmas stocking, maybe using felt, something like that, and make them as little adornments for your Christmas tree. Talking of Christmas trees, check this one out. This is a lovely one, and again, when you come to do your applique, you'll learn how you start at the base and you'll work your way through to the top until you've got that sparkly star that you can add at the top. And then, of course, the jolly old chap himself, Father Christmas there. What a wonderful way for you to create projects using those. And of course, you could use these in combinations of them if you're wanting to actually create things like your advent calendar pockets and things like that. Lots of possibilities. But you need to be quick, because over 80% of the stock has gone now as we've been chatting about it. It's your last chance to see it live. Lots of you taking advantage of that one. And the details are there on your screen. 496476. If you're wanting to get hold of this one, please do not leave it too long. You've got an £8 saving on this one, which is going to disappear if we have any stock left at 6 o'clock. But of course, it's one of those ones that's exclusive to us. So those fabrics coming alongside it make it such an amazing deal. And you can get hold of everything for that first payment of £19.99 and the second payment going out in a month's time. Now, we've had lots of sellouts over the last 24 hours, but we've kind of changed the counter around a little bit, which I like the idea of, because I've not seen these before. And this is where it gives you the opportunity for you to get hold of more of those applique designs. So here you can see you've got set C, you've got set B, and I'm guessing we've got set A tucked away in there as well somewhere. There you go. These are brilliant, and they're such a good size. I'm just going to turn this one around completely, because it's straight away I can show you the unicorn. These are gorgeous designs, such clear images.
If you're absolutely brand new to applique and not done it before, set A is a really, really good one to start with, because they are very, very simple. Yeah, there's not many pieces in them. You know, it was when we started off and they were very simple, and I've now learned you can be way more complicated. And you can put a lot more pieces in it as well. I've worked out the number system and it works really, really well now. But set A, you know, they are quite easy for absolute beginners to do. Things like the elephant and the duck and fish, they've only got maybe 3 or 4 pieces in.
Yes.
But they make beautiful, like, kids' play mats.
Yes.
You know, or like I Spy quilts. You could use them for that.
And texture as well. I mean, kids love kind of fluffy fabrics, crunchy fabrics, all sorts of different things you could do with these.
You could use them to make a lovely quiet book.
Yes.
You know, and put like those speakers and buttons and things, and squeakers and things and buttons and stuff in them.
Love it. But then again, some of them, I mean, that would be fabulous if you're using that in the kitchen, you're doing a table run or something like that.
Yeah, really nice. On a tea towel or something, or even on a blind. You could do it on like a blind in a kitchen or something.
I love it. And there's so many in here. I mean, you've got your owl featuring this. I know we've got the pussycat featuring somewhere else. And we've got a boat that they can be sailing off on. So you can make your own kind of little stories with these as well. The beauty is that you've got the design there, but you've got the design there ready for you to use over and over again. With these, look after them, respect them, trace them in the same way as Sarah's been showing us earlier on, and you will find yourself using these for many, many years to come. So that one is set A, if you're wanting to go for that one. Set B, the one with, oh, this is a hot air balloon, where the story kind of started.
Yes, yeah.
So set B, if you're wanting this one, you're going to get your hot air balloon in there. Oh, that's a bit of a speedier way of travelling, isn't it? Or maybe you want a leisurely little kind of flutter through the countryside. You've got a fabulous turtle featuring on this one as well, which is brilliant if you like to work with those hexes. And so many more designs working your way through these. Good sized designs as well. So you can see with these you'll have loads of fun using those elements of glittery fabric you might have in your stash, all those little offcuts that you've got, giving you the possibility to create so many incredible designs. So that one is set B. And set C is going to be the one with the sailing boat in it, I guess. So the sailing boat featuring this one, as you can see. Obviously you've got things like your additional dinosaurs who are so cute. Absolutely amazing characters throughout these. The rocket ship, the giraffe featuring in these as well, and the fabulous unicorn that I showed you just a few moments ago. Now, if you're wanting to go for any or all three of these, it's the same item number, couldn't be simpler. You just choose which one you're wanting to go for, pop it into your basket, and away you go. But keep a note of that item number, because I've got a feeling that you want to go for more of those as well. Absolutely amazing. So, yeah, pop those into your basket. We're going to get those rearranged in just a few moments. Sorry, dismantling the set. Now, something we were very busy for earlier on, and we did have a demonstration with regards to this. This is ingenious. Such a clever way of inserting a zip, and it's a really, really easy way to do it. So if you've ever been nervous about working with zips, then this is the brilliant way to get hold of it. Now, I need to let you know that we've got two options with this one. The red one is got kind of little hearts featuring on there. So the hearts option, that one is now limited in stock. Once it's gone, it's gone. You can't get any more of these. Now, when it comes to you, we're calling it the hearts option because you've got hearts on your fabric. Your pattern actually gives you two designs, one of which is a heart, ironically. But I don't want you to think that you've got to choose between the two, because you'll get both of these. And you've got a little bit of a reverse applique going on with these, Sarah.
Yeah, so it makes an aperture which you then can put your sort of panel fabric behind.
Beautiful.
So rather than normal applique where it goes on top, this goes behind the fabric.
I love it. And you're featuring those wonderful zips. We're in education earlier on. I love these.
They're fab. I really, really do like those.
Very
so quick.
clever. Very clever. Do go back and watch the show. You'll be able to see that one coming together. Now, of course, your your heart fabric, should I say, you could, if you wanted, turn it into a star, because you're getting both of those layouts, both of those templates featuring within the set. But this shows off that gorgeous floral fabric that you got in one of your options as you got on your screen there. So again, if you wanted to go for your florals, you could use your florals with your heart, and rapidly approaching 70% of the stock has gone of this one as well. And again, you've got your fabrics in there, as you can see, creating your project front and back, giving you lots and lots of scope. And oh, you've even got your plastic feature in there as well. So, oh, was that an important bit? I don't know. It's just a bit. We'll retrieve it, don't worry. 523-976 if you're wanting yours. £21.99. It will be a complete kit, don't worry. You'll get all the bits that you need. Now, another item to share with you, which again, beautiful. I mean, fabrics. I love fabrics. And you bring such beautiful fabrics to us, Sarah, I have to say. I could absolutely spend a fortune on your shows. One of my favourites, though, I have to say, are batiks. I really do like batiks. Now this one, as you can see here, you've got your charm pack, so your 5-inch squares, but have a look at these beautiful fabrics. We're heading off to Malibu with this collection, as you can see. Absolutely beautiful.
They're stunning, aren't they? Really, really
goodness,
lovely.
Yes.
We do have a jelly roll in the Malibu batiks as well, which are all the matching fabrics. So, if you've got a pattern that you've wanted to do that needs a charm pack and a jelly roll, it's perfect because they're all designed to go together.
And that's, I mean, pre-cuts are just such easy pieces to work with. You get so many different fabrics within the combination, and I think that's the beauty of them. You know that they're all going to work together, and you get a few pieces of each of them, which is more than enough for many designs, but it gives you that kind of whole scope. Imagine going off and buying even a fat quarter of every single one of these would be quite an expensive way for you to get your fabrics, whereas you can get all of those for $15.99. In fact, it's not just those though, because are you getting both of these.
No, it's
it is optional. I'm going to say it for a moment now. I thought where the option's gone. So, flowers for free. I've seen this one before,
it's
and
lovely,
this is a lovely one. Beautiful fresh printers you've got with this one as well. Again, with these, when they have gone, they have gone. So again, if you like that fresh look, I know we had lovely Nicola on earlier on, and she had these kind of colours featuring a lot within her palette of fabrics. They're very much on trend, these colours.
They really are, yeah. That sort of really sort of citrusy lime with a little bit of turquoise and sky blue is very trendy at the minute.
And it's surprising what you can do with not a fat quarter, with your charm packs. Even if you're just taking them as squares and stitching them together, you're going to cover a large area with regards to those. So, now, decision time. Which one are you going to go for? This is the tricky one. But the beauty is, whichever you choose, you've got a project to get started with, because you're also going to get your pattern that will allow you to create your fabulous double herringbone design, as you can see with these. So a nice, easy project. Perhaps the first time that you've quilted, but look at that, $15.99 for your first ever quilted project. That's amazing. 584420 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Now, what have we got next to tempt you with? Now, fat quarters. Now, I know one of these sold out earlier on, so we're down to 3 options with regards to these. Another one is literally teetering. I'm going to guess it's this one because it's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. We're not looking at many of these actually being available now, so if this is one that you like the look of, please be quick. You've got that gorgeous little smattering of your gilt, it's kind of like your gold running through that one. Now this is an interesting one. We've got different colours in this one, Sarah.
So that one, it's a pink base, but you've almost got like a neon speckled through it.
Yeah.
You've got a bit of blue, there's a bit of gold, there's a little bit of pink running through it as well. It's really, I really like the Ruby Star fabrics.
Yes, yeah.
They've got that really modern twist to them, and if you're making a project for maybe a younger person who wants something a little bit sort of trendier, they're really nice, and the palette is lovely.
They make fabulous kind of that one. I mean, if you're doing anything with the spacecraft, I mean, that's a fabulous kind of sky, isn't it, with all the stars almost showing in.
They make really funky face masks as well.
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, really sort of fun face masks, just a bit different.
Oh my goodness, we're down to single figures with regards to these ones. So if this is something that you're wanting to get hold of, we've got a sense of urgency now with that one. You could miss out on that one if you're not careful, and it's one of those ones, once it's gone, it's gone. It's green on your screen at the moment. If you're wanting it, please be quick. Other options that you've got is your thatched, where you've got that lovely kind of woven look to your fabrics. Half the stock has gone of this one, absolutely beautiful throughout as well. And then your grunge spot is the last one that we've got. Let me bring that one in so you can have a look at this. And I love this one. I think it's got a very Asian feel to it in the style. Almost looks like a raw silk, even though it's not, but it kind of has got that look.
I think it's that distressed look, isn't it, that you've got so many colours going on in it.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So if you wanted to get hold of these, you have got your 3, no, hang on. You've got your 2 options left now. Is that one gone now? I knew it would. Yeah, so you've got 2 options left. That's all that you've got with those. But they are brilliant, brilliant options, I have to say. Technically sold out. So if you have got that speckle one in your basket, it's not yours till you check your basket out. People will have missed out on that one. So if it does fall back into our stock, I will let people know. So if anybody that's missed out will be able to get hold of it. They'll get a second opportunity. 081537. But for the time being, I'm just going to pop there out of the way because it's gone. Now, these are nice jelly rolls. Jelly rolls are so useful. Again, it's one of those situations where you're getting a lot of different styles of fabrics at a very affordable price. Now, we've got 2 options with regards to this one. This one, oh, nice. That is a lovely jelly roll. This is going to be a useful one.
Yeah, it's really quite unusual as well. You don't very often get low volume jelly rolls, which is what this is. That very, very subtle, very gentle range of colours with most amazing patterns all the way through them.
And they have got patterns. Sometimes it's a little bit trickier to show you with some of these, but you can see as you dip them down there, you've got things like you're almost like a little waffle going on with those. You've got little ditzy flowers. So this is nice. Sometimes when you need that whiteness or that lightness within the quilt, whether it's the white, whether it's that kind of creamy tone there, or going through to the beiges and almost greys, going right the way through to definite greys, as you can see there. You've got a lovely gradient of colours. Do like that one a lot. Next one though, oh, look at that. Oh, I just want to sit and look at jelly rolls. They look amazing, don't they? They never ever look like this once you've taken the wrapping off them, I'm going to warn you. But this one, what a fabulous array of colours. You've got foiling on this one as well.
Yeah, it's a metallic element throughout that one, which is really, really pretty. But it's very, very on trend, that one at the moment. The greys and the corals and that sort of musty, olivey colour in there. It's very, very, very much on trend.
I mean, obviously you've got that foiling that we saw a few moments ago. Some of those would work beautifully alongside those. So yeah, nice idea. Again, £35.99. We're talking mode, we're talking quality, and we're talking some absolutely beautiful fabric. Oh, look at those. Oh, I love those. That mustard, that combination there, you kind of got that gorgeous peach tone, or almost like a coral tone, with the mustard and then going into the grey. Those side by side would look amazing. So there you go. Those are your choices. Which are you going to go for? £35.99, same item number. So of course, if you want to go for both, you can do. Just need to pop back into your basket and add the second option in there. But it sits at 17757 if you're wanting those. But the next jelly roll, I have to say, it's such a pretty one, this one. It really is. I am very much taken with this particular one. Now, this one comes alongside a pattern where you are going to be able to make the most incredible Bargello quilt. And that's where you are putting all of those fabulous strips together. It looks way more complicated than it actually is when you're putting it together, but it's the effect that you get through this, which is so astounding. You probably saw this on the set earlier on today. It's beautiful. You've got all those different fabrics coming together there, all those different colours, stitched in strips, but then kind of, it's a clever technique.
It really is.
Easy one.
Yeah, it is an easy technique. So you're going to sew them into a strip set, and then you sew them into a tube, and then cut down through the tube, and it just kind of happens really, really easily.
This is it, and that's the thing. It's absolutely amazing. Less than a handful left of these, and whether you're using them in conjunction with the patterns or whether you're using them in your own project or just going free rein with them, you are going to have loads of fun with those. £38.99, absolutely amazing value for me, and that is a definite one to go into your basket. At 358688. Talking of your basket and filling your basket, well, we've got loads more that you can choose from. Everything's on the website. We've had lots of sellouts during the course of the day. We've got some of those items that you can add into your basket while you've got your chance. What have we got in our basket at the moment? Oh, we've got the one-day special. Yes, definitely need to add that one in. What do we get at our end of call? We haven't looked at these yet. Oh, more patterns there for thread catchers. That's a nice idea as well. Oh, a Liberty quilt pattern. Oh, might treat myself to that one as well. There's loads on there, my goodness. Now, any of these items you can add into your basket. No additional cost with regards to your post and packing on those. Loads of possibilities. So do check those out. There's absolutely loads to look at. And of course, if you're wanting to, add multiples in. Go back in and change the different quantities of those, the different options, and then have fun. That's the key thing. Have fun with them when you get them back. So, what are we up to next then?
I thought I'd show you a different technique with a jelly roll. I thought I'd show you some Manx quilting, which is a perfect way of using a jelly roll. So, you know, if you've got one, if you've bought yourself a jelly roll today or yesterday, or you've got one in your stash, this is a really, really nice technique. It's a very, very old technique. Okay. I think the pattern is available on the end of call actually for this.
Right, okay. Oh, you spied that one.
Yeah, I think I saw it there. So yeah, so you can get a pattern which has got all the written instructions for it. So traditionally, Manx quilting was done with the proportions of your hand. So your foundation.
Oh, I remember this.
Yeah,
yes.
I think we one of the first shows we ever did together. Yeah. So the foundation square that we're going to sew onto is the width of your hand. So you measure out the width of your hand. So for me, it's 8 inches. So mine would be 8 inches square. The centre one here is the width of your middle finger, the length, sorry, the width of your middle finger. So again, when I would do that, measure from there to the base of my middle finger. Mine's 3 inches, so that's my centre square.
You've got very proportioned hands, I have to say. It'd be a bit scary if your finger was longer than the width of your hand, wouldn't it? It'd kind of
like
go
a long ET finger. And my the strips that we're going to actually make the logs of the Manx quilting are the length of your thumb there. Okay. Mine happens to be 2.5 inches, which is perfect for a jelly roll. So if you don't want to worry about cutting lots of strips and stuff, you can use a jelly roll for this. Okay, so which is exactly what we're going to do today. Traditionally, you'd use those hand measurements, but we don't have to be traditional. We can use a jelly roll. It works really, really well.
Okay.
So the first thing I'm going to do is pop that centre square down. I've ironed my fabric diagonally, like that.
Okay.
and then we're going to line the corners of the square on those diagonals so you know it's right in the centre. So by putting the corners on those diagonal lines, it's maths, apparently. That's how maths works. I always told my maths teacher at school, I won't use all this when I grow up. I now use it all the time. That now fits in there perfectly, and that's perfectly central. Okay.
Beautiful.
We're then going to do a little bit more ironing. So I've already done the 3 edges. But what you want to do is you want to bring this top edge down to meet the edge of the square.
Okay.
And these are your guidelines for sewing. Okay. And I'm going to iron a crease in like that. And then we're going to do it again. So over like that. And you're going to do that around all 4 sides. Okay. So you're going to do that around all 4 sides. I then mark my very first crease. So if you mark that crease there and mark it here, it just, until you get used to Manx quilting and how it works, because what it does is it gives you this lovely pleated effect. There's no wadding or anything in it, you've just got a foundation piece and this. Okay. Until you kind of get used to it, it helps to have those little marks. Now, I've got an old jelly roll here that's all been cut up. And it's scraps, it's little pieces that I've got left over, and I've got just enough to make 4 of these.
Happens, you end up with just a couple of strips left over. Yeah.
So this was all part of an old jelly roll that I've got left over, and this is what I'm going to use.
Okay. So. Now, if you do need to stock up on your jelly rolls, just to let you know, we've also got a pick and mix. So if you wanted to, you could have a little look on there and perhaps stock up on your stash. You can choose any 2 of those for £65.98.
Yeah. Those little junior jelly rolls as well. You'd get about 8 or 9 squares out of one of those little junior jelly rolls, enough to make a nice big floor cushion or something. So yeah, we're going to do this very little cutting as well. So I'm just going to measure my first jelly roll strip and just chop it off just a weeny bit bigger than that first one.
Okay.
I'm going to put them right sides together. And then all the sewing is done from the top here, because you don't want any knots or anything on the back, because the back of this is actually the back of your quilt.
Right, okay.
Now I've done it in a pink so you can see it, but you could do it in a coordinating thread. You might like that, that colourful look. You're going to start about 1/4 inch in and 1/4 inch down, and you're just going to do it. You're not going to put the needle in your finger. You're going to do a very quick little running stitch.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be completely accurate. You're just going to go all the way along like that. Okay. It doesn't matter if you go a little bit off track. No one's ever going to really see these stitches, and you're going to stop 1/4 inch from the end. Okay. So that's my first piece attached. I'm then going to fold this up to that first mark, that first guideline there.
So you don't fold it back completely like you might do with a traditional.
So normally when we iron something out, you'd fold it right back against that seam, wouldn't you? Make it nice and flat. With this, you're going to fold it up to the guideline. Okay. So you're creating a little pleat. Okay.
Lovely.
Pop a pin in, and then we're going to work our way round. So I'm going to turn this 90 degrees. I'm going to I should have said, make sure you leave your needle out the back. Okay, so don't break your thread, just leave your needle sort of hanging out of the back when we put the next one on. You grab your next jelly roll strip, and this time I'm going to measure from the edge of this first one right the way across. So I'm going to add that one to that one.
Which is similar to a traditional log cabin.
Yeah, so it's very like a log cabin, how you build it up. You're going to work it round. And you can do these with like light and dark, with like you would with a log cabin, or opposite sides like a courthouse steps. Entirely up to you how you do it. I'm just, like I said, using up an old jelly roll, so I've done mine really, really scrappy and just putting it in.
Again, a very portable project.
It is really, really nice and portable and perfect for a jelly. So what we're going to do now is bring the needle up at a right angle to where it stopped. So we've come along here, now we want to come along this side of the square.
Okay.
So I'm going to push the needle back through, and it looks like you've missed all of this piece here. Okay, don't panic about that. That will all get sewn in further rows. Okay, it should be coming up where it is. Then you do another little quick running stitch all the way along. Again, just approximately 1/4 inch away from that raw edge. All the way down like that until we get to the end, and again drop that out the back. So we're going to push the needle through, drop it out, and off we go again. And then this time it's going to go up to that edge there, that one we marked, and finger press it. Okay, and you just keep working round. So I decide I'm going to, I like this little spotty one, that's fab. Let's use that little bit of spotty bit. So we're going to pop there to there. Cut off that excess like that.
be fabulous with this one. Oh, I've gone for my batiks to go. I'm indulging myself. Well, you're indulging yourselves, I have to say, because lots of you are taking advantage of these ones. You're now approaching limited stock with them, so it is your last opportunity really to get hold of these. They do come with 2 patterns, so you can see you could duvet bolster there and your simple bargello, which is a brilliant one. I would say, if you can, do have a go at the bargello, whether it's using these fabrics or using other fabrics, because it's one of those ones that once you've created it and you've seen just how simple it is, but how effective it is, you will kind of get a little bit carried away and do lots of them because they are just so simple. But that is a beautiful array of fabrics that you could be using to create with those. But equally so, you're looking at jelly roll strips, so equally so you could be doing exactly what Sarah is doing, but utilising these fabrics in your design rather than kind of just your scraps that you've got. £38.99 will get you all of your strips, get you both of those patterns on their way to you, but you need to be quick. 358 688 if you're wanting to get hold of these. It's now officially limited in stock, so please make sure you check your baskets out to ensure it's on its way to you.
Lovely.
Once it's gone, it's gone. That's a travesty to say it's gone, it's gone.
I think, you might still catch it on Rewind, actually. If you have a little look on Rewind, I did a show with Janice where we went through a whole bargello, that pattern, the simple bargello.
Do you know which month it might have been?
Wouldn't have been... So Sarah Jane was on June the 10th, so it would have been my previous one, so it would have been, middle of May.
Middle of May,
So you might just catch it on Rewind, and we did a sunset bargello with a sunset jelly roll using that pattern, so there should be there was really big demo all about it. So
definitely.
Catch it on Rewind, see if you can find us.
Definitely look out for that one.
There we go. So I'm just working my way around the square. So I've got to that one. I'm going to put this last one on like this, and then you get to move up a step. And you just keep adding them and adding them. So I'm just going to, again, push that needle back through to the front, like that. I'm just going to whip along this one.
And like you say, it does seem quite strange when you've got that big gap at the end, but trust it.
Yeah, this little bit here, everybody kind of panics and goes, oh no, why is that there? But when we get to the next round, all that gets sewn in, and it just means that it's nice and you get these lovely neat lines sort of spiralling out on the back.
It's just like a running stitch. I mean, you're not having to do any back stitch with this one. You're not having to tie off those threads as you go or anything like that.
It's one of the oldest forms of quilting. It originated in the Isle of Man, hence Manx quilting. And it's one of the oldest known forms. Oh, there we go, my needle's just come and threaded it.
That's okay, don't worry.
And they would have used literally any scraps of fabric they could.
You could again do it with scraps of fabrics, clothing as well. That's the other thing as well. We're talking about memory quilts earlier on as well. It could be that you're doing that using little strips of fabric from previous garments. It doesn't have to all be exactly the same fabric.
No, not at all. No, you could mix and match your fabrics and all with this. I mean, that's exactly how it would have been done traditionally. So definitely go for it. Cut up old shirts and skirts and things that you've got there.
Look at that.
Quite nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. So we're going to work round, and then as you work round on your next one, my next strip would go in. So you see that one's not quite long enough. So I'll use that for like another block. Choose another one. Cut off there.
Now, with regards to this one, how do you keep a check on where you are? So, and if you have to break away from it, the phone goes, or your sewing session, as I say, comes to an end, you've got to go and do something else proper and not have fun.
Yeah.
Like washing up or cooked dinner.
So for me, I'm always looking for it's the rule of 3. So I'm looking for where I've got 3 fabrics. That's my next piece.
Right.
So if you look here, I've only got 1. I've only just put that one on.
Yes.
This one I've got 2.
Yeah.
This one I've got 2. This one I've got 3.
Right.
So once this one goes on, so if you imagine that one go on there, and I've walked away from it, I'm looking for the rule of 3. So it's going to be this side here, because that's got 3 different fabrics on it.
Got you.
So the other nice thing about the Manx is you can kind of see as well on the back.
That's a really good point. Oh,
you can see on the back where it is going.
Sorry to interrupt,
That's okay.
Sarah. It's very quickly. I just need to let you know the details on your screen there for that bargello quilt with those beautiful jelly rolls. It's gone. No, I kind of knew it would happen, really. But we've got lots of other jelly rolls. Sorry that you missed out on that one, but I did try to warn you. And we've got your pick and mix with your jelly rolls. You've got Moda jelly rolls. There's loads and loads for you to choose from. There's all sorts of different options. You've got your junior jelly rolls as well if you want something on a slightly smaller scale. And, of course, those beautiful ones that we showed you earlier on as well. So if you're wanting to go for these particular ones, we showed you these earlier on. This is lovely where you've got those gorgeous kind of tones in there. There's loads. Anyway, you check them out on the website. You'll find them all on there.
Oh, if anybody does do the Manx in the batik, I'd love to see a picture actually, because I've never seen it done with a batik, so it might be really interesting. So if anybody does have a go at this, or they have had a go at this with batik fabrics, send us in a picture. I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Be really interesting to see a traditional, really traditional technique done in all those brights. It'd be fab.
Love it.
Okay, so we're going for it.
And it's coming together so quickly.
Really quickly. So there we go, like that.
Fold it.
And then we just keep working our way round. And you work your way round until, if I show you this one. There's my last one there. Pop my pins in it. Okay, so again, this is all scraps of an old jelly roll that I'd used for another quilt, and I've got more than enough to do 4, which would make a beautiful cushion front.
Yes.
So that was my last one there. You can see, and I finished it off. And the very last row, you haven't got a line to fold up to. You're actually folding to the very edge of the foundation. So that's your final row. Once you've made as many squares as you want to, you then do a quilt as you go technique.
Okay.
So I can very quickly, I won't do all the sewing now, but if I grab this one, which is this was another one I'd done from the ends of another jelly roll.
Okay.
So with a quilt as you go technique, you'd push these ones away. You'd join your backing fabrics.
Okay.
No, you wouldn't. You'd join your front fabrics and then your backing fabrics.
I always
do it the wrong way round.
I'm the same with my binding, because I don't necessarily want to hand finish my binding, and I always get mixed up as to whether you apply it to the front or the back when you come to the first
do that
step.
every time. So you're going to push your backing fabrics out of the way, and you would join those
right sides together
for the fronts.
Okay.
And then what I'll do is I'll just pin those quickly, just so that you can see it. It's just a nice way. Again, the pattern's got all the instructions in it, but it's not, the joining bit sometimes can be a bit confusing. So if I just pop some pins in there like that, so you can imagine that that's sewn. Okay.
Lovely.
When this goes like that, that would lie nice and flat.
Yeah,
so you've got no seam on the front.
You've got your other blocks keeping it in place.
And then on the back, you're going to push that flat.
Okay.
You're going to fold over that edge there, and then this raw edge, you're just going to fold a tiny little single hem. That goes over like that, and then you just do an invisible slip stitch like you do with your binding.
Yes.
All the way down there, and that covers all those raw edges.
Isn't that
And
clever?
that's your back then. So if I just pop a couple of pins into there just to hold that as if I've sewn it. There we go, in there like that.
That is
just
a
hold that
brilliant
over
technique.
like that. And it's one of those things that you can do just, you can just take a little bag of strips,
just with you.
a little bit of that needle and thread, and take it with you.
Oh,
and there we go.
Honestly,
and you join them like that.
Today's cost me a fortune, because not only in monetary value, but in time. I mean, between Daisy and Grace and the one-day special shows, I've got so many hand-stitched projects, and I don't even like hand-stitching, but there's so many things that I want to do now. We're here because, of course, we're talking about that fabulous pick and mix on your screen there. Now, the fabulous pick and mix that we've got has got loads of different options. Far too many for me to go through. That's why I suggest you jump on the website and have a little look there, because you can see them up close and personal. So whether you're wanting to go for your moody colours, whether you want to go for something brighter, they are all there for you to choose. We've had lots of sellouts during the course of the one-day special shows, so don't miss out on anything that you like the look of, because that's kind of the way the show has gone. People are seeing things that they like, they pop them in the baskets, they check the baskets out, and eventually the stock goes. And that's potentially what could happen with the one-day special. It's a deal that we launched last night at 6 o'clock to resounding success. You've been loving it. It's the first time that we've seen a white gecko one-day special, and I love this, that it's been such a successful one. With this one, you're getting your applique pants. You're actually getting 26 in total. You're getting 16 which form part of a set D, which is the latest in the range, and then you've got your Christmas ones where you've got 10 designs there. You've also got 10 fat 8s as well, so these are useful because you're going to be able to use them the moment that they arrive and start stitching and creating. So the 16 designs, I mean, where do you start? Do you start with the parrot? Do you start with the beaver? Do you start with the car, with the little dolly? It's entirely up to you. You've got 16 different pieces there to decide from, and they look amazing if you put them together in a quilt. But of course, they can feature almost like a storytelling quilt. You can always have different characters, and then you sit with a little one and kind of make up the story. Like you could start off with, oh, it was a sunny day, and there was a Highland cow, and all that kind of thing, following that story. Met a goat and an alien as they were walking down the road, that kind of thing. So all of these fabulous pieces in that set D. Don't forget to check out set A, B and C. They are available, and I would certainly consider adding those into your basket as well. But your one-day special, Rapidly approaching limited stock. Now, of course, this is the final hour that we're going to be seeing it live. You have through until 6 o'clock to take advantage. I just hope that there's enough to see us through to that time, because you could potentially miss out on this one. And if it is still available, then you're certainly going to be paying more than you need to. £8. You don't want to pay any more than that, do you? You don't want to pay a penny more than you need to. And that's why the 2 flexi buys make it such an affordable way for you to get hold of it as well. And of course, don't forget, it's not just about your applique. We were looking at different ways. You've got fabulous stitching you could be doing with this one. It could be that you're even using those templates in your paper crafting. They are so versatile, so useful, that you will find yourself using them in all sorts of different ways. But for the time being, let me give you those details. 476, should I say, sorry, £39.99. Do not miss out on this deal. You will regret it. They are amazing designs, and you've got your alphabets in there as well, which means you can personalise any project that you like. It's a brilliant set. Now, we're going to come back over to you, Sarah. What's the time? We've got about 14 minutes left.
Okay.
Anything else you wanted to share with us?
I thought I'd just go through the one day special just one last time, just for anybody who's tuning in right now.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
And I thought we'd have a little go at one of the Christmas ones, because we did the Christmas with the stitching, but why not have a little go at the Christmas ones? So we're going to do this little Christmas pudding. I've got some bonder web, and also this will show you how little fabric you actually need as well to have a go at this. So they're all numbered. There's actually only 3 pieces in here. All this holly, you could actually use, sequins and beads with that.
Yes,
you could do like French knot, like groups of French knots and stuff.
That's
in there.
Point, yeah.
If you've got some fabric that's already got a holly leaf on it, fussy cut it out and use it rather than having to sort of find the right green and stuff. So there's lots and lots of ways you could do it, how you could decorate it. So I'm just going to trace out number 1, which is the plate, because that's going to be sat underneath everything, so you want that one first. Okay. And with those little dotty lines, you just want to make sure that you trace those out as well. Okay. It's useful as well to actually add, especially if you've got a lot of pieces, just write in what number piece that is.
That's a good point, yeah.
If you've got lots of pieces,
it might not look right.
I did it with the parrot. I had to write wing and tummy on the parrot, because it was both in yellow, but they're both very similar shapes when you've got them in front of you. And I was like, not sure which those are now.
Good tip.
And something else you could do as well is actually write what colour it is as well, which fabric.
Yes,
so if you're having a little think and play and design it, actually play around with those fabrics and kind of write, okay, so I'm going to do that. It's the red, so I know that that's the right piece.
I love it. Now, I know they come with instructions, but do you work in numerical order with the construction of these as well, or follow the instructions?
So with these, work in numerical order with the or any of the templates, because that's the order on how the fabric sits on top of each other. So lay number 1 down first, 2 on next, 3 on next and stuff. So that's number 2, and then we're just going to do the Christmas pudding icing on top. We won't do all those hollies, berries and stuff at the moment. Oh god, that was really wonky.
I mean, you can adapt these anyway. I mean, obviously you're working with this one here, but I mean, it could almost be, I don't know, the starting of a toffee apple or something like that. Look at the shapes and see different
and play around with them. What happens?
Or snow globe or something like that.
Oh, I like that idea.
Oh, that's one that's going in the book.
Oh, I like the idea of a snow globe. That would be really cool, wouldn't it? But yeah, no, we're quite happy for you to use these as a basis, and then play around with them, make them your own. That's half the fun, isn't it? If you've got like that basic tool that you can start with, with the fish that you've got on, I think it's in set B. Play around with the shapes of the fins and stuff. Once you've got the idea of it.
Bowl.
There you go. Yeah, absolutely.
Christmas pudding, goldfish bowl. There you go. And this is something you mentioned earlier on. Obviously, when you're buying the patterns, you're buying them for your own use.
Yeah.
But you were talking about you could actually scan these and enlarge them or make them smaller to fit. So making your Christmas pudding bigger so you can fit your fish in. Yeah. Or make your fish smaller so as it fits into your Christmas pudding.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're absolutely happy for you to do that. As long as it's for personal use only, that's absolutely fine.
Wonderful.
If you want a whole family of elephants, enlarge it, enlarge it for a bigger one. You've got your middle one, and then make little ones as well. You can play around with them. And we're happy for you to make to sell as well. If you're using the templates and you want to, make things to sell, that's fine.
See, again, these could be, simply appliqued onto tote bags, pre-bought tote bags. And you were talking about no-sew projects earlier on as well.
Yeah, so because of how this fuses, if you're obviously not something that's going to go through the washing machine lots, or it's going to be handled lots, but
something like a tote bag or a journal cover, something like that. Once you've fused it on, you don't really need to do any more sewing. You could just leave it, as it is fused. You will get a slight bit of fraying, but it really, minimal.
Sometimes it adds to the design.
Yeah, I quite like it when you get that. It's called raw edge applique when you straight stitch, and then you get that lovely little bit of soft fraying.
I love it. It's one of my favourites.
Yeah, and I really like that. I like that sort of slightly distressed look. So I'm just cutting through the bond web.
Oh, Sarah, I've got a bit of an update.
Okie doke.
It's kind of the way that we expected it to go, to be honest. So, of course, we were talking about how the popularity of this one has gone right the way through every single hour. We are now looking at a situation where we've got limited stock.
Oh, amazing.
So, yes. Once it's gone, it's gone. That is the key thing with this one. We're not talking about, oh, yeah, it's sold out and that's it. We'll see it again at a later stage. Once it's gone, it's gone. It won't be coming back. We'll see designs, we'll see these booklets being available again. But in this particular configuration, with these fabrics and that price of your one-day special, you only have up until 6 o'clock this evening. Now that we've got limited stock, I am concerned that we won't have enough time for you, or should I say stock, to see us right the way through to that time. So if you're watching live now, please place your order. If you're going to be watching on catch-up, as long as it's before 6 o'clock, then obviously the price on your screen is relevant, and that is the price that you'll get. But I don't know, get in there as quick as you can, that's all I can say. 496-476 if you're wanting this. So which bit are you cutting out?
So this is kind of the icing, the custardy icing.
Yeah.
Are you a brandy sauce or a custard girl?
I'm just everything. Ice cream, cream, you throw the lot on it and I'll
Oh
eat
yeah, see, I'm a cream girl on Christmas pudding. I do like a bit of double cream on there. Can tell I'm hungry. There we go. So I'm just going to do those 3 pieces now, rather than all the little holly berries and everything. As we were saying previously, just score the back of your bonder web, get rid of that paper. Okay, it just comes off much easier if you score it, and it'll just pull off nicely. So, but, it will pull off nicely, honestly.
Bit, and that's kind of almost, when I say this, it's almost like I'm creating sacrilege, but it's almost like a wasted bit of fabric, that really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't normally keep something that's much that size, because you think, oh, I can't do anything with it.
Yeah.
But when you're into your applique, you will keep every little scrap, even if it's like a little tiny kind of half-inch square. It could become the nose on Rudolph if it's red, and all these different things.
I mean, that previously, before doing applique, I would probably have thrown that piece away.
Yeah.
However, I've got all that little bit there, which would be the carrot on the snowman, or the holly berries. I can get all those out of there, or a piece of the Highland cow's hair or something.
Or a collar, or
absolutely. There's you end up keeping the ridiculously small amounts, and then you've got a lot of fabric everywhere. But absolutely, they all get used. And if you're doing charity quilts and stuff, and you want to keep obviously the cost to an absolute minimum, all those little bits. This is a really nice way of making an impactful quilt with small pieces of fabric. There we go. So I've taken the backing papers off. There's my plate, and my Christmas pud is going to sit on the top there like that, and then I'm going to add in the brandy sauce or the custard.
That looks fabulous. And again, 1, 2, 3.
Yep. And then you could then add on, as you can see in the pattern, you could applique them. You could do these exactly as we've just done with the holly berries and the leaves, or grab some beads and sequins and stuff. If you're making like a door hanging or an advent calendar, decorate that up as much as you want. Do some French knots and all in here to make it look like currants and stuff. Maybe do some long stitching around the plate and all. You can really play around with see, there's a little bit of paper left on there, which is why I was thinking, why is that not sticking? That's got a weeny bit of paper. I'll get that in a second.
Oh, it's been such a fabulous 24 hours, I have to say. Learnt so much, and I know you guys have been loving all the different shows. I mean, there's been so many different projects and products that we've been sharing with you. Obviously, the one-day special has been a huge hit. You've been loving all the different techniques with this one, and I think that's the key thing. It doesn't matter which way you're crafting with these. Talking about sewing, obviously, with the one-day special applique, that's what we've been talking about. But there's so many different ways that you will use these designs. I'm thinking paper crafting especially. I mean, making some fabulous designs with these very easily. Embroidery, as we saw earlier on, you could quite easily be embroidering with these as well. There's just so much scope, but it's about the designs, and I think that's the key thing. Having the quality of the designs to start with gives you the opportunity, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It's we like to see them as a really good basis for you to just have a play and really enjoy creating. So if you're new to it, you can just follow it, you know, and do it relatively easy. They're very easy to use, and you can really sort of have a little taste of applique. But if you've been doing quilting for ages and you're a bit, you know, a bit more adventurous, play around with them, make them your own.
I love it. There you go. So there you go. That is your one-day special. Now, we are coming towards the end of the hour, so very, very quickly, I just want to tell you about a couple of items that are incredibly vulnerable. Well, this particular one particularly, because it is a beautiful design. You've got your reverse applique with this one, which again, if you're into your regular applique, this is a new skill, a new technique that you're going to learn. And it is a really fun one. Now, if you wanted to get hold of these, we're now down to single figures. Your kit is going to include everything that you need. So all of the fabrics that you need for creating your front, and then also all the fabrics that you're going to need for creating the back. Now on the back you've got this wide zip, and it's a very clever idea. I'm going to bring in one of the zips just to show you, and it's a brilliant zippity doo done, and that's pretty much it. I mean, you were showing us earlier on with regard to this just how easy these zips are to insert.
They really are. It's a zip that's already been stitched into a bias binding, so you literally just open the binding, insert the fabric or the vinyl or whatever it is, or full quilt block, you know, you'll take wadding and everything, and you're just going to insert that in between the binding, one line of stitching or more if you want to, and it's done and it's in. It's fabulous.
It's very clever. It could be a single row of stitching, as you can see has been done here, or take advantage of that bias that's on the side of it. Use decorative stitches with these, add additional sequins, add additional ribbons that you might have in your stash. Just have loads of fun, but then you've got a practical project that you're going to work with. So this one is the hearts. If you're wanting it, you need to be quick, and the hearts is relating to the fabric, not the design, because the design itself, you will get both of those in there. So it might be that you're wanting to use your red fabrics but turn it into a star, or you might have other fabrics that you're thinking that you've got, I don't know, the red, white and blue look that you want to do as a star. You can do. It's entirely up to you, because your kit will have both of those patterns. You don't even need to decide when you're placing your order. When you get them through, that is the key thing, that you can take advantage of these. And of course you might want to utilise some of those fabrics that you've got within your one-day special, because you've got a lovely array of similar weight fabrics. Macara fabrics, I mean, absolutely beautiful fabrics to work with.
Yeah, really good quality.
And you're getting a lot. Can I open up one of these? I don't know if we've done this actually. It's probably a bit late
go
in
for
the
it.
day actually, isn't it? Just with a couple of minutes left to show you. They're good sized pieces. They're fat eighths, so half of your fat quarters, but it gives you the variety. That's the thing, because if you've shown us, you don't need an awful lot. I mean, that's like a Christmas pudding.
Well, you probably get, absolutely, it'd be really good for Christmas pudding. I think you probably get about 20 Christmas puddings out of that.
Ooh, 20 Christmas puddings, all that cream, all that brandy sauce. And then, of course, you've got all the other colours as well. So this is the thing, with applique, it's so lovely to have all the different choice with regards to your fabrics, because you'll have all the different characters featuring with these. Now, I'm going to pop this back in place. Don't forget, with this one, you have got 26 designs featuring in here. I'm absolutely rubbish at folding things up. Hold on. Tell you what, while I'm doing this, maybe we can have another little look at the designs that you've got with these, because of course there's loads of different ways you can work with these. You've got so many different characters. Now, the one that we're looking at the moment, this is your lobster, which I think is brilliant. So you've got your lobster that you're going to be able to use alongside. I think it's a lobster, isn't it? That one?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, lobster, but it could quite easily be a prawn. You could change the colour a little bit, get rid of his claws and make him a prawn.
You could as well. Yeah, it's very, very true. You've got your little scooter there, you've got your beaver. Ask Paula, she'll tell you how you know the difference between a beaver and a squirrel. Then you've got your monkey, you've got your doll there, your panda bear, the little car. You've got all of these wonderful characters, including your Christmas themed as well. They are alongside there. 26 designs. And of course, as we mentioned, so many different techniques. Sarah's been showing us throughout the shows. If you have just joined us, then don't worry, you can go back and watch those shows. It might have been that you commitments outside of watching at the craft store meant that you haven't seen the one-day special. Well, the good news is you've not left it too late. You've got a minute left within this hour to see the things that we're sharing with you. But then, of course, you can go back for up to 60 days and watch those shows that Sarah has been showing us, all the different opportunities with these beautiful designs. So whether you're doing your applique, whether you're doing your embroidery with these, it doesn't matter. You have got amazing designs that you are going to be using over and over again. Sarah, thank you so much for a fabulous one-day special.
Thank you for having us.
When are we due to see you? I know you haven't left the building yet, but when are you back again?
So Sarah Jane is back on the 18th of July. We've got an hour then, and then I've got 2 hours 2nd of August.
Oh, wonderful.
In a big quilting event I think we're doing,
Yeah.
So just after
It's
a
going to
big
be a
show.
good one.
Yeah, it's
I've
going
got
to be
a couple
really
of
cool.
shows. You've got a couple of shows. We've got fabulous shows coming up as well from Nicola during those as well. It's a fabulous event. That's the beginning of August though. But now, your one-day special, if you've not got it already, why not? Please make sure you get it before it goes up in price. I'll see you soon. So, DIY Happy Hour Show. Oh, that's going to be an interesting one. Then it is time for us to launch a brand new one-day special. It's the Dolly Dimples ones. Before we are back with Funky Fossil.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Craft Store. As Craft Store, we like to explore all crafts. I know DIY is big for a lot of people. I've got to apologise because earlier on, my last hour, live hour, I read a menu, so showing hours that are coming up, and I said we had a DIY hour. If you've tuned in, because during that menu I said, hey, we've got a lot of kitchen stuff, it's less DIY, more kitchen. It was only because I was looking at the wrong set. Because we're in a different studio and the set I was looking at looked amazing, and that's going to be the show tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We've got, oh, is it on tonight? At 9 o'clock. Paula has got a cracking show. But look, we've got an equally cracking show with our DIY, but do tune in at 9. It's a really nice happy hour show with Paula. Okay, so we can look at DIY, and it's something I know a lot of us in this lockdown over the last year have been doing a lot of work in our homes. So if you're falling into that camp, do you have, and this is the team, great question actually from the team, we're going to throw this out there. Do you have any projects that are yet to be finished at home, DIY projects? Or have you completed a DIY project that you're either proud of or that's gone wrong? So have you had any DIY projects that have gone wrong? We want to see pictures. Share with us. We promise we won't name and shame. We just want to see the projects. Okay, we're going to start here. Now this is really interesting. So we've got a home decorating paint pad set. You're getting handles. You're also getting 2 of your large, 2 corners and 2 straight edges and the tray. So the corner, the straight edge and the large relating to the actual it's the pads that you're going to be adding onto your system. The way this works, if you've ever used a paint roller, similar principle, but you've got the flat pads, and what it means, less drip, because paint rollers are notorious for dripping, and also you get an even coverage, and it's very quick to get expansive coverage on work. I'm just going to show you a picture. If you have a look here, this is everything that you're getting. So you've got the handle, where the little handles and the little pads, you know, that corner really come into their own. If you're going around light sockets, or in corners where you can't get your rollers in there, so you've got that corner, you're going to do it really quickly. So this is how I would use the system. These smaller tools, if I just show you here, so the corner and that smaller one, I would go in those first and effectively edge all around the space you're working on. So go around any light fittings or any funny bits that you're worried about getting paint on, skirting boards, everything like that. So we'll do that, we'll be precise, and then you'll just have a big expanse of wall, hopefully left to finish, and that's where we get the big boys. We'll just add those big pads on there, and hopefully you'll be through it in a jiffy. And systems like this do make painting a lot quicker, because if you ever use brushes, that traditional just go in and brush. And the worst thing is when you get little hair brushes coming, or the hairs coming off the brush and they're sticking to the wall, you're trying to get that off. So it's quick, it's easy to use. You are getting the tray in there as well. So all you're doing is pouring the paint into the tray, then you're using the pads to lift the paint off, and then you're painting on. It is that simple. For $11.99, your price saving £8, 602-973 item number. Where I'd use something like this, and actually the next item we have on the show, if you've seen systems like this in the past and they've been quite pricey, why not for $11.99? It's worth giving it a punt. Have a little go. If there are any rooms in your home that you think, it would be nice to freshen up with some paint, make life easy for yourself. Why not? Okay, so we're sticking with that vein. I'm going to show you here the pads, actually, because we didn't get them out of the previous sets. Let me show you, because we've got our different pads. Ooh. Now, this will allow you to take on higher places. I'll get to that in a minute, but you have got your different pads for your different projects. They're very soft. So, different textures in there as well. If I pop those down, we have got our handles. So the handle is obviously what makes life that little bit easier. Let me just screw that in. So you have got the extension pole with the screw fitting coming in. You just put it all together, and then it gives you that reach. Let's just lay that down for a second. Then we have here the system. So that will allow you to get up and obviously do your higher place. I won't click it all in because then it's just undoing it as well. So there's the pad, actually similar sort of premise to our previous one, which you're seeing here. So very easy to click on and off. So you've got, if I just show you there, that's how you get your pads, and you're just sliding your pads. See it here, you just slide them on and slide those off. So if you do want to put this into your basket, I'm just having a little look. I have to say that as a system, I'm going to screw this in a little bit. So here we go. There we go. Oh, nearly. Okay. I wasn't going to do this, but I thought you kind of need to see it. So here we have our system. Can we have a look at the wall? Are we able to get the wall here? So here's the thing. I'm 6 foot. I'm 6'1", and I mean, you could probably get up there, but it would be, and you have to stand onto a chair. I would stand on a chair. You don't need that with here. So here you adjust, and you can see the smoothness. So being able to, I tell you what, you would fly through this wall. So just being able to paint up there. These are good. I think you would use these. I'm sold, just use it. I was like, right. I feel like Gandalf, none shall pass. So now, we've got other films are available. We've also got the corners in there too, if you have a little look. So if you want to get into those tight spaces, you've got those as well. So what I would absolutely do is edge first and then go in with your more expansive work. I personally, okay, let's think about this. $14.99 here, and then we had the other option for $11.99. So you put those two together, you're paying, what, I mean, £26 or $26.99? About right? Yeah, about $26.99. And there you go, or 98, I should say. $26.98 to get, imagine how much you'd pay going in and getting your brush rollers or your paint rollers and all of that. You've got everything here to repaint. Think about your home. So if you want to do the hallway, if you wanted to get up and do ceilings, this is very good for ceilings. So that's another one. you haven't got the paint dripping off, and that is one of the bugbears with the rollers, is if you're doing it here and you get, I've had this, and you get covered in paint. So let's just say, and I wonder if you will be able to adjust, there you go. So you can adjust the actual angle of the pads. So now I've put it flush, so then if I was to do the ceiling, very easy, and that's one, actually, do you know what? I'm a little bit annoyed I haven't ordered this because I won't be able to do it because it's a happy hour. But if you wanted to do, because I want to actually, there's some ceilings in my house I'd like to go in with some paint. So being able to do that here, even you're not just stuck inside, if you want to do some boards outside your home as well to reach up, great thing to do. So £14.99 is your price. If you do want to get hold of this, you are saving £15. 256 338, your item number there. Right. Okay, and that's how it works. Brilliant. Okay, now I'll move this on. I'm going to leave that all together. We have got our paintbrushes, but this is paintbrushes. I've never seen a system like this before because you've actually got your separate handles and you've got your brushes, so easy to clean. You're just popping those on. They're like a, I mean, it's very similar actually to putting like a drill bit, in the sense you've got that metal attachment that just pops in. There you go, and we've got our brush. But the beauty is we can interchange as well. Let's just little scenario for you. Imagine, so let's put our brushes in. Oh, let's put it the right way around. And you are getting the carry case too. See, this is what will happen. We're in lockdown. You've got friends saying, oh, I need to do some painting, we need to decorate the house. Come over and help. Can you imagine? You walk through the house. Have you got the gear? You got the brushes? Got it right here. Walking in, you'd be like, it's like being a superhero. Your own little painting utility belt, opening that up, and then all of a sudden, all of your brushes are there. Look, a little bit of fun, but it is a nice way to store your brushes in there. You've got both handles and different size brushes too. So we've got our larger brush. This is our 2-inch. And then we've got 2-inch. It is, I would imagine, the 1-inch. And that is your, oh, there's a 1-inch, sorry. And this must be your 1.5-inch. So those are your 3 brush heads that you are getting within that. So your smaller brush, that's what I'll be doing from detailed work to go around. That's not helping. If I put this down, we'll be able to see on my shirt. So there we go. That's for your tighter work, so to go around any fittings, to go around skirting boards or the ceiling. And then you've got your slightly larger, there's your 1.5-inch, and that is your 2-inch. Right, all of those included with the handles. It's a nifty bit of kit and something I personally never seen before. So if you're looking for something that is different, and this hour, good opportunity with the prices, and you can see the savings. So if you want to get hold of something, a good price, presents. Thinking about presents. The team, we were talking about this because Ryan, our floor manager, he loves a bit of DIY. So I think getting something like this for his birthday. You'd like this for your birthday, Ryan? Yes. He would love that. There you go. So, choices, and that's what we're going to give you this hour. And it is, and I do understand this is a slightly different hour to the usual shows we have here at the craft store. But the point of the show is we always like to bring something a little bit different. We always try and give you the best possible price as well. This next one is nifty. It's a jet spray. Now, this is quite cool. So, with your jet spray, what this will do is attach on, so as a system, it attaches on to your, just showing you here. I feel like, you know, when you're having to going on a job now, having to construct out the jet hose. So, let me just put everything together and just show you. You've got all the attachments, and what would happen is that would then click on to your system, and you've got this could be your cleaning fluid, anything that you like. So when it clips onto your hose, and it can be onto any hose, so all it does, it will work onto any domestic hose. You're screwing it on, and then you're able to turn it into a jet wash. But I'm thinking specifically for if you wanted to hose down your cars, cleaning your cars, this would be fantastic. You have got the system so you can turn it on or off. So if you do want to stop it there, you have got that facility as well. It's just something that's a little bit different for $9.99, and you do see sometimes you're channel hopping, maybe on shopping TV, you see systems like this and they're saying you want to clean your car. Here, $9.99, that is a great price to have a little punt, give it a go. So do you want not just cars, what about bikes? That's another thing, that bikes get very, very mucky. So if you wanted to clean a bike, then you could do that. I've got a bit of a game changer for you. I've got an idea. I think it's a particularly good one. How about putting a little bit of doggy shampoo or doggy rinse, and then if you have a little dirty pooch at home, suddenly we can hose down our dirty pooch. So that's one thing, because dogs love to get mucky. So getting a dog home and then just cleaning their paws, cleaning their coats, especially, what is it about dogs? If there's something smelly, they love to roll in it. So if they find something, and you're like, they're having a great time, but you're the ones like, I'm going to have to bath you when you get home. So obviously now we want to stress, if you're doing anything like that, just make sure, if it was me, then I would just use this purely for the dog, and I would ensure that we're only using shampoo in there. Don't put anything else in there, because I wouldn't want any residue or anything like that to get onto my dog. That's just me, so health and safety. So if you do want to get hold of that, Jet Spray, $9.99 your price, saving £20, 304 440, your item number there. Okay, now we have a grinding disc for you. So a little bit different, but what we can do with this, and now can I just show you with the grinding disc, when we say grinding discs, look at the size of those. Woo, mama! Those are, this is Catherine Sturrock size grinding disc. She would be getting her hands on this. So you've got your grinding disc. With these we can cut, we can sand, and we can grind. Grinding, now, occasions where you might want to grind is if you've ever had any nuts. You know, sometimes nuts on something, they can rust off, and you're trying to turn them and they might round. If that's ever happened to you, especially on a nut, they are very difficult to get off. So sometimes you just want to cut them off. The grinding really helps. If you want to sand down something, fantastic as well. You've got all the elements. So what will happen, this will obviously go onto your drill, but you've got the attachments and everything to put onto a power drill. It needs to be a power drill in there. Now you can also use these on a circular saw or an angle grinder as well. So my view to you, if you've got, it could be yourself, and I'm really conscious of the fact, I'm absolutely not this hour going to say it's one for the guys, or if anyone in your house, not going to fall into that trap. We know Catherine. I mean, Catherine's got more power tools than anyone I know in my life, so I'm not going to fall into that trap. But what I will say is, whether it's for yourself or somebody in your house that does love DIY, if you know they've got an angle grinder or if they've got power tools and they just want to get a great price, because this is something, eventually, it is a consumable you will need to replace. So being able to stock up on something like this at this size, it's going to last you a very long time. $24.99 your price. Working with any power tools, we always stress, please, please, please be careful and adhere to health and safety. That's very, very important. So you are saving £15, but only for this hour. $24.99 is your price, because this is a happy hour, and the prices are around for this hour or while stocks last. Okay, so I'm going to show you a super wrench. Have you at home, and seeing this more and more domestically, so my dad's got his own business, and I've helped him ever since I was sort of 14, 15. I've gone and helped my dad, actually even younger. I didn't work with him, but I remember going to work with him. So I've helped my dad since I was little, and he does water softeners, water treatments, sort of domestic and industrial. But the only reason I say that is I've got a little bit of insight into how much a tool like this will cost. And also, domestically, have you got large pipes? Because this is where normal spanners sometimes, and I'm going to jobs with Dad, and a normal spanner, it's not big enough, so you need to bring out a big tool like this. And traditionally, like a spanner of this size would be, it would not be $19.99. It would be more £50, £60 really. I mean, different brands are available. But here, you've got that adjustable size. So typically, with a spanner, the way you would adjust it is there's, I don't know how to describe it. There's something you would turn here, and that would make it sort of larger or smaller. I don't know I'm sure there is a word for it. I'm just being dense. If anyone knows, please email in. But the problem with that eventually is they start to seize, and I've had this, I've experienced it. So they start to seize, they get tight, and then you're sort of banging them. I'm sounding like Frenchie, but you're banging them and you're trying to get them to move, and it is incredibly frustrating. But here, with this, it will just adjust to any of your larger bolts going on there, and it allows you to get that grip, that purchase, and especially if something is rounded as well, you can get onto it. So as a tool, this is a very good price. When you think you're saving £30, actually I was spot on, I hadn't even seen the regular retail price, about £50, and that is, next time, even if you're not going to buy this, if you're ever in a DIY store, you know, the large DIY stores, go through the tool department and have a look at spanners of this size, how much you would be paying. It really will be about the £50 mark. So as a tool like that, now the only reason I say that, if you've got any large pipe work at home, and we're seeing more and more sort of 2-inch sort of pipe work in homes, so you're getting larger pipes in homes. If you don't have the right tool for that, and there might be an occasion where in an emergency you need to get to a pipe, this is a good one to have. $19.99 is your price there. A good present as well, because you give that to anyone who likes their tools and they'll think you spent serious money on them. They would think you spent about £50 or £60 on that. 660182, your item number. Okay, now we've got a hole saw. So it's not easy to say. Now you are getting 5 of these. The way they work is they go onto your power drill, and what this allows you to do is to cut out holes. So thinking about, it's for wood, so being able to cut out holes in wood. If you've ever, where we've used this, or I've used this a lot in the past, so in kitchens, what's happening a lot more is pipework's being covered up. So you put in lovely fitted kitchen cupboards, but then you cannot get to any of the pipes behind. Or if you need to get a hose through, say, if you put a new dishwasher or washing machine and you need to put the hose into a waste, you're not able to do that. So here, it just cuts out a beautiful circular hole into your wood. And the way it works, this center, you need the central drill bit. So that kind of gives you a pilot hole stroke purchase. And then when you're working through, then it allows you to drill out, and then you just take this off and the wood will pop out there. Different sizes coming through, so you're large. Well, I'll tell you what, I will line them all up here so we get to see all the sizes in there. And this what allows you to fit it onto your drill. So you're getting all 4 sizes for $9.99. That is a good price on this, and it's just something nice to have. And don't just think in the kitchen, think about this if you're looking to make any crafty projects. So you wanted to drill, how about drilling holes into MDF? So if you've got some MDF and you wanted to drill a hole, a perfectly circular hole, then this is obviously the tool you need. It's having that right tool for the right job. $9.99 is your price there, saving £15, 103,370, your item number. Okay, so this is your drill bit power set. I don't want you to, I mean, with the power set, you still need a main drill, so you need to have your power drill. But where this is very clever is this attachment, and obviously all your drill bits go in there. This will allow you to get into different corners, so it's effectively giving you a right angle. So if you've ever struggled, because there's some occasions where you need to, say, put your drill bit in, but you can't get your whole drill in there because there's not a lot of space and it's tight, this will really come into its own and be your friend. Now, we have had a picture. Who's this from? This is from Carol. Oh, bless you, Carol. What? So Carol, and Carol, can I just say thank you so much for sending this in. Genuinely, I really do. I didn't think we would get any pictures. So Carol, bless her, had a leak in December. The ceiling fell down in February, but you can see that that's been fixed now and rendered. And oh, the new ceiling and plaster was put up on Friday. Perfect. Now, Carol, if you wanted to paint, if you needed to paint that ceiling, I'll tell you what, I've got you covered. Hey, we've got a brush here that you can paint the ceiling if you wanted. $12.99 your price. Actually, sorry, no, that's the drill bits. We're going to get to that in a moment. We'll get back to our brushes in a while, so our paint pads in there. But Carol, thank you so much for sending in the picture. New ceiling looks great. Fingers crossed, then that's all sorted now, so well done. Thank you, genuinely, thank you for sending that in. If you, and I know it's a weird one, so I understand not everyone's going to have a picture to send in, but if you have something in your home, especially a DIY project, do you have someone in your home that is the sort of DIY specialist? They try, but they don't always succeed. Then send us a picture. I promise we won't make fun, but to send in a little picture. A member of the team, I won't say who, has got a landlord who apparently considers themselves quite handy, not so handy whenever they try and have, so the floorboards, apparently they've changed 3 times and still no success. So we want to see those DIY projects that haven't quite gone right. We are hoping that this hour, though, we can definitely help you. So back to here. Now, this is, I want to show you because you're getting 2 lots of drill bits. So this is a little bit of education, just for anyone not aware. If you ever see a drill bit like this, just show you, that's a great shot, Holly. So that drill bit is for wood, because that gives you a purchase cutting in. So any drill bit like this is for wood. And if I pop this down, so you've got 6 drill bits, is it 7, sorry, drill bits there for your wood, ranging in sizes, so we've got all of those. Then down here, now this is quite interesting, and I hadn't seen this before. I actually had to do a bit of research and try and find out what this was. So the drill bit you're seeing here, you can see the difference. What I'll do, I'm going to put them a comparison. Let me just show you side by side. So this one here, that's for your wood, which you can see the difference. The gold that you're seeing here, that's for masonry and metalwork. So it'll work into brick and masonry, so very different. Don't ever use this on wood and don't ever use that on brickwork or masonry. You have to use the right drill for the right job. So you're kind of getting a catch-all here. But also, what I like about this, and this is where I didn't know what this was, so we had to do, I have to say, the whole team, I can't just take credit for it, because the whole team, Kirsty, and Kirsty is our lovely producer, and we've got Holly, who's directing, and we've also got Ryan, who's on floor. We did a bit of research, and what these do, I thought initially that was to create a thread, so if you were drilling in and you wanted to create a thread maybe for a screw, absolutely not. What that does, it just creates an easy release. So if you're drilling into something and you're worried about pulling it back out, it just makes it a little bit easier to pull out. So it said on the information, the packaging that we had. Okay, so we're getting our masonry. So it's with this, it's masonry, it's metalwork, it's brickwork that you can go through. If you needed to go through any tiles, if you want to screw, and that's a tough one as well. Going through tiles, you have to be quite careful. £12.99 your price there, £17 saving. Nice. And you're also getting, by the way, a lovely little case too. So it's very giftable. You imagine aluminium case, giving that. If you know somebody who is a tradie, they'll never ever be upset about receiving more drill bits in there. And something that's different that they might not necessarily have. So having that right angle attachment, I think, I haven't seen that before, so something a bit different. Okay, we're going to move on. Now, this is a 7-piece universal drill set. So when we say universal, remember we were looking at the drill bits from the other option. So with these, not wood. So don't try, they're not designed, no, they're saying universal, but ideally you're looking at this, I think it would be great for ceramics, concrete, stone, wood, metal, plastic, multi-layers, just not wood. Okay, in there. So I didn't want to deceive you with saying universal. You have got variety of sizes as well going through. So you've got your 12, 10, 8, 6 in there, 5, 6, and another 8, interesting enough. But I think the 8's shorter, so you've got a slightly shorter 8 and a slightly longer 8 in there. So depends what you like. They are coming in the case as well, so you do get the case with these. So it's just a nice little metal case as well to keep it handy. Where you're going to store it, wherever you store your tools, in your shed, in your garage. Now you are saving £20, and this is the thing this hour. I understand we're being quite specific, and there'll be a lot of crafters watching right now thinking, well, maybe not for me, but for those of you who really do like your DIY and know you need something like this, take advantage of the savings, £20 saving, because you would pay for a drill set like this, you would pay in the region of $34.99. So $14.99, come on. It's an absolute steal. 154706, your item number there. we're going to move on to a cobalt drill set. So with our cobalt drill set, I'm going to just open this up. So very similar to our previous selection. Just going to show you here. Nice colorway to it, but it's functional as well. It's a very durable drill set, and having that finish, so the coating on the drill, allows you to have that durability. $24.99 is your price, saving £35. Once again, very similar to our previous option in the sense, not for wood. Don't use this for wood. So this is fantastic for any masonry, for brickwork, for concrete, for metal. Yes, yes, yes. Wood, no. £24.99 is your price, saving £35. 678-550, your item number there. Okay. Now, we're going to move on to our next set. You are getting 110 pieces. This is a really good set as a catch-all, and there's a lot here, so we're going to take some time going through this. There is a £26 saving. So what we're getting, if you have a look, up here we've got all our wood drills. So going through, you can see all your wood drills. Now we're getting on to our masonry and metal drills there. So remember, we saw the difference between the actual drill tip, what's wood and what's masonry. Back onto our wood here. So you've got a lot of different sizes, because the beauty of working with a drill bit, you need the right drill bit for the right job. So I tell you, for instance, here with the masonry drill. So let's say something that I've definitely done before. If you needed to put an outside, it's hard to get out. Let's just, there we go. If you needed to do an outside tap, so you know when you're securing, or if you need to secure a bracket to brickwork, it can sometimes be a bit tough. So what I would do is use your masonry drill, so that goes into brick, it goes into concrete. You can drill with that, go a bit larger, put in a roll plug, and then you can screw in, and it is very, very easy, but it's just having the right tool for the right job. So that's one way to use that. Ooh. All I did, it was just that. So it sounded worse than it was. Okay, so now up here, if I just show you, you've also got, you can turn your drill into your screwdriver as well. And we've got lots of different fittings here. These, by the way, will really come into their own. Now, I've got a set like this at home, and there are some occasions, so if you've ever bought some furniture, or if you've got something, I've had this, where in a car you need to open up something, and it's not a Phillips. So let me just explain, because I know not everyone's familiar with Phillips or flat blade. So, let me show you. That is a flat blade. So standard screwdriver, just the flat blade there, okay? And then if you're ever doing DIY, and I'm sorry, I know 99% of you will know this, but just for the benefit of anyone who's not familiar, if anyone says to you, can you get me a Phillips screwdriver? The Phillips is sort of like the crosshead. You can see you've got the different, and there are different types of Phillips screwdrivers in this. So that's your Phillips, and then you've got your crosshead, and then you've got your flat blade. But this is why I like this set, because you've not just got the Phillips and the crosshead, you've also got, it's like an Allen key. So different ones, and I have genuinely encountered sort of, it's more working on a car, or you go and try and open something up and you find that it's not a Phillips, it's not a crosshead, it's kind of something like this. Let me just show you, it's a really weird one. It looks a little bit like an Allen key, but it's got grooves. You just don't have any tools like this. So imagine if you were to buy, and I'm gonna pick out a few of these. So there's three just off the top I can see. There are some other ones actually, there's a whole strip here. So look at all of these different heads that you were getting. Imagine buying a tool, an individual screwdriver, say, with that tool head on it, how much you would pay, even if it was like £2 each, which you never would, it would be more. Think how much you'd pay here. So you're getting all of this diversity, and you're using your power drill, effectively turning it into a power screwdriver, but obviously it's got the different attachments. Those are not, until you've experienced it, and I have experienced it, you're probably thinking, what's he talking about? But when you find, there will be a time in your life, as a homeowner, or you're renting wherever, where you'll come across something that you need to open, and it's not a traditional screwdriver head. This is when this set comes into its own. But you're not just getting those. Do you know it works out under 20p per element? which is phenomenal. Now, we've also got more wood drills in here. So these will, you know how we showed you cutting the hole? This is another, it's like it planes the hole there. So this is your 5/8. Just showing you that. So what will happen, it will drill in and then that will plane the hole into wood. So again, a really nice choice for if you want to go for MDF or drill any wood. You're getting 3 of those, so different sizes going through. Let me just lift that up. So you're getting all 3 sizes in there. And then over here, this is kind of like a best of, because you're also getting all of your holes. So this will, let me just show you. So we've got our, wait a second. And you know, it's true, the team is saying, well, no, it doesn't drop out, which is very true. So this is how this will work. Let me just show you really quickly. Going to put that through here. And then we'll screw that on there, and that will go onto your drill. So that's how you work that. Now you can see, because you need that centre bit, just showing on my top, it's a bit, ooh. Do you see that? There we go. That's really important. So you need to have that to start screwing on, and then obviously this will cut the hole in. So we've got lots of different holes that we can cut out there. Not stopping in this attachment, so sorry, in this set. Let me just pop that back. And do get into the habit of putting everything back into your set. There's nothing more frustrating than going back to a set and finding that everything's been shuffled around. So we've talked through all of, if you look down here, all of the attachments, your screwing attachments, so whether it is a flat blade, your crosshead, your sort of weird Allen keys, the kind of things that you do not have in your home, in that magic drawer that we all have, that you kind of look for any tools. You will not have anything like this. So the diversity is fantastic. Then we've got all of these wood screwdrivers. We've got our masonry and our metal screwdrivers in here, back onto the wood up there. And then we've got more, just showing you here. So these allow you, if I just have a look, if like a socket set. So you've got it's kind of like a hexagon. Do you see? Like a bit like a radiator key, the team is saying. So that's for all your sort of bolts, if you wanted to get onto those. So you've got your socket set in there as well, and different sizes too. And I do like the fact, the only thing that's clicking, and we had a little stand there, sorry, I'm being noisy. So look at all the different, so what you're getting in this set for $19.99 as a universal set, and what I will leave you with, sorry. This is a complete socket, well not complete, but you're getting a socket set of different sizes. Size going through, you've got your 7/16, I mean your 1/2 inch, all of those sizes in there, very, very handy to have. Then we've got our wood drills, which are here and here. We've got our masonry and our metal drills coming through. We've got all our screwdriver attachments. We've got more drills to cut holes in our wood as well, and the weird sizes in there too. All in one case for $19.99. If you know somebody's moving home or moving into their first home, great gift for them. If you're at home and you have a set and you've lost a load of drill bits or they're not working anymore, it's a great one to have. You just need a power tool. This is a good set. $19.99, saving £26, 408-849, your item number. Okay, now, this is another one. I don't know why, but I keep on thinking of Catherine. This is a good one for Catherine. What we're getting here, the prices on the show are very good. You are saving £20. $19.99 is your price, and I will just lift that up and show you. This is your 28-piece cutting and drill set in clear. You've got a clear lid storage case in there as well. So drilling, cutting, you've also got some screwing attachments, so your screwdriver, your flat blade, your crosshead, and the sort of weird Allen key shapes in there as well. So all of those down there. And you've got your blades, so cutting through for your cutting blades and grinding blades in there. Oh, I'm going to say cutting blades, not grinding, sorry. They're all there. $19.99 is your price if you want to pop that into your basket. 765-987, your item number. Right, we're going to move on. We've got more. Now, this is an interesting one. So we're back onto, before doing this show, I've never seen a drill bit like this before. But in the instructions we're reading, it was saying that it allows for a quick release, so hopefully making that release a bit easier. You have got the cobalt coating to this as well, so they're very good quality. They're not just, when we talking about the cobalt, they're not just to look pretty, they actually serve a purpose, because what this means is they can deal with extremely high heat. So it's, because a lot of the time, sometimes drill bits, especially, it goes with the quality and what you spend on these. A lot of drill bits do fail because of the heat, because if you've ever used a drill, you'll know the actual drill, the friction that you're getting on the drill bit gets very, very hot, which can dull the drill bit very quickly. This is engineered to be able to withstand heat. It will not overheat the tips, and it will not it won't cause them to get dull. It's actually it's a very tough steel that they've used here. It's chromium, it's vanadium. I hadn't heard about it before, but vanadium, it's just doing my research here for the show, that you're getting. And you'll be able to cut, in there, you'll be able to cut metal, wood, brick, concrete, stone, so all of those different elements with this set. Saving £35, 754 034, your item number. Okay, going to show you some other items we haven't got in the studio, but we will share with you. Now, this is quite interesting. This is your space compressor packer. Now, this is something that I use something similar, not this particular one, but last year I put all my winter jumpers, so it was this time last year actually, I put all my sort of winter jumpers, winter wear into something like this, and then you use your vacuum or hoover to suck out all the air, and it compresses it down, and then the minute you open it back up again, all the air comes in and it's fine. So £10.99 your price, saving £9. It's a great space saver for you. 260839 your item number. Do have another one for you in a smaller size. Let's have a look. So here we go. Space compressor, it's all about saving space. If you're a little stuck, if your cupboards are full and you need to save the space, £12.49 for your smaller size, saving £10, 973 for 257 your item number. Okay, now we have got some storage for you. This is really good. The over-door storage. I've got this at home actually. You're getting 20 pockets, $10.49 is your price there, and you're getting the ability, thinking about, so we use this at home at the moment for Archer, his little baby clothes. We put a lot of baby clothes in there, but you can put shoes, you can tidy up toys, you can do whatever you like. £10.49 your price, 644842 your item number. Let's have a look at this. So this is your next option. These are Grip to Me hangers. They are a 40-piece set with cascading hooks. So you're getting 20 shirt and 20 suit. Really handy. They've also got a, it's like a velvet coating to them as well, so they're non-slip. So if you put something on, nothing more frustrating than putting, say, a shirt or a blouse onto a hanger and they slip off. You've got choices, so you're going to go for the purple or the teal. Saving £8, £11.99 your price there, 879649 your item number. We do have more. So now this is another Grip for Me hanger, but this time we are getting 30 pieces with a brighter colour, so it's bright and vibrant. You can go for lime green, or you go for your blue. Those are your choices. 10 shirts and 20 suits. So if you know somebody who likes their suits, this is a good one to go for. Saving £5, £9.99 your price, 476325 your item number. Now we have a metal finish. This is a space saver set, so hangers that allow you to save a bit of space. Very handy. £12.99 your price, 386617 your item number. Okay, so enough from me. I'll tell you what we're going to do. There is a lot on the show, so if you've got a few things in your basket, you might be able to open up a flexi basket, and if you'd like to learn more, here's a video explaining.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Well, there we go, explaining a little bit about Flexi Order. Welcome back. So we're going to go back down the counter. Was it Sue that emailed in with a ceiling that collapsed? Was that Sue? So sorry, it was Carol. Carol, and sent in pictures. So Carol, unfortunately, we were asking pictures of any DIY mishaps, anything that's gone wrong at home, projects that you've got on the go. So unfortunately, Carol had a leak in the home, and then in February, the ceiling collapsed. I hope no one was hurt, Carol. But here, the ceiling, new ceiling's in, it's rendered, it's all good to go. So, Carol, if you need to paint, we've got some options for you, and this is what I was talking about earlier on. By the way, if you do want to send in any pictures, we'd love to see. If you are living with somebody who considers themselves quite handy at DIY, if they've made something in lockdown that you're particularly proud of, maybe a lot of people are creating sort of pubs in their garden, you know, like little bars in their garden, summer houses, anything like that, we'd love to see a picture. So show the nation. But equally, if you've got yourself or a partner, if it's yourself, you probably won't be emailing in. But if you have a partner that's not so good at DIY and maybe bodges a few jobs and you want to show some pictures there, we'd love to see too. Okay, let's have a look at our first option for you. So the way this works, have you ever seen the systems? They're similar in premise to a paint roller, but they don't roll, so you're getting the pads, and what this does, it reduces the amount of dripping that you have, but also it makes it so much easier. You get really good coverage. It makes the paint that you're using go further too. So rather than just, because when you're painting, especially painting with a roller or a brush, you're kind of slapping it on, you're using a lot more paint than you necessarily need to. So this, what it allows you to do is get maximum coverage and you're using less paint. So really easy system to work with. You've got parts of this system, if we can show a still, we've got pictures, this is how it will arrive. Now let's just talk through this for a moment. You'll see the two smaller tools and attachments. They allow you to get into corners, and you can also go around the tight fittings, skirting boards, those kind of elements. You can see that in the tray right now. Now, this is everything that you're getting. You will be receiving the tray too, and obviously the larger one. So those smaller ones, this is where I would start. I go around the skirting board. I would go around the corners of your ceiling. So anywhere where you don't want to get paint, you know, it's nothing more frustrating than painting a room and then catching a door frame or hitting the corner and ceiling. You're like, oh, I have to wipe that off, or light switches. So you're able to do all of those bits, and then you've got nice big expanses of work there you're able to, or area that you're able then to cover. So within that, we start with the smaller ones, smaller tools, and then we work onto our big pads. You're actually getting two corners, you're getting two straight edges, and you're getting two of your large pads, and of course the handles in there as well. Saving £8, £11.99 your price. If you've ever seen, and the price will go back up by £8 in 15 minutes, but my view, if you've seen similar systems and you thought, well, they're a bit pricey, I don't really want to give them a go. For £11.99, and if you've got any painting at home to do, I think it's well worth giving it a punt. So we've got a similar system here, and I will show you, this is for your high places though. I want to show you all of the pads that you're getting too. So you're getting different pads that just slide on to your system. So we've got a different finished pads in there, and you've got the larger, they're all very smooth though. So it will lay on a beautiful, smooth, seamless coating of paint. You're getting 4 of your large pads, actually I think 5 of the large pads in there, and then you've also got your kind of corner pads in there too. Are we able to go to the wall again? Are we able to do this? Because this is, let's just say you wanted to tackle a wall, it's quite a large expanse wall. Now you've got a tool, so all you would do here, and you can see that there, is being able quite easily to get that coverage, and it's so smooth. Now I just haven't tightened up the end, so the reason I haven't done that is to show you if you wanted to work on the ceiling, we can have it at that angle. If we obviously want to do the wall, we can have it at that angle as well. But it lays on so smoothly and will give you fantastic coverage. So if you want to go for this bundle, details are on your screen, $14.99 your price. I mean, I would be tempted to go for our first option and second option, then for £26.98, you pretty much covered painting your whole home. 265388 item number. We're going to move on to some paintbrushes. Paintbrushes, nifty storage, because this is one thing, once you finish with your paintbrushes, where do you store them? So you've got a lovely storage case within these, but these are just, they're a little bit different. You kind of feel like a secret agent, you know, a bit 00 going through. So you've got your handle that just pushes on. This is the 2-inch in there. So we've got our paintbrush done. Bob, 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 bob. And then afterwards, you're just pulling that off. He says, it's stuck. Anyway, you pull that off. Don't know what I've done. No, right. That's, oh, there you go. It was just tight. All right, I apologise. Because we've got these it was just a little bit tight. So, but the good news is I'd rather it be a little bit tighter than be too loose and the paint handle's coming off. It does need to be a snug fit. So, okay, we got to the bottom of that one. Let me put these back in. Stay away from the brushes. Okay, so there we go. £11.99 your price there, saving £13, 279272 your item number. Okay, now the jet spray. Let me just show you. With the jet spray, it's a nifty system, the way this works. So what you have here, see if that goes in there. Oh, okay, got you. So that's how it would work. So there. So what happens is you're building this up, your system. There you go. So I'm not going to put it all. Let me just attach it all together. Okay, so with our system, and then you have got, this is your attachment at the end. So we put the system all together. I kind of feel, I mean, and this goes on the end of your hose, and you'll see there, you're just literally pushing, so it's a little, it screws, and then the attachment, the end of the hose, will just push into there. There are attachments that go in. So let's just think about this, because we've got a reservoir which will unscrew. So just seeing that there, that will unscrew. That we can fill two ways, and we were talking about this. So two ways to look at it. If you wanted to have this, first way I think I really like. So any dirty bikes or cars, we can fill that with a cleaning solution and then turn your hose into, effectively, it's like a power spray or a jet spray. So we can suddenly clean motorhomes or bikes or cars. Fantastic. I mean, for $9.99, it's a good price. But this is where I really like this idea. Now, what I would do, I wouldn't cross-contaminate. So if you're going to use it for your pets, just keep it for your pets. I'm really conscious of that fact, because you don't want anything left over, any detergent or something left over in there that you might not want to put on your pet. But imagine putting some doggy shampoo in your reservoir, and then if you've gone for a walk, especially gone for a muddy walk, and you can see the end of the nozzle, if I just show you, you've got different sprays coming through, so it allows you to adjust the spray. You've got your large spray in there, small, straight, you've got your big V shape, and then you've got your small V shape in there as well, and you've also got your angle in your shower. So all of those different ones. Let's say shower for the dog. So we've got a poochie. You can shower down the poochie with the doggy shampoo. I don't have a dog, so I can't say, I don't know how much your dog will personally love being showered down, but I know from friends who have dogs, they can get very mucky when they go on their walks. So if you want to give them a quick clean down, make it fun, nice way to do it. Anyway, just something to think about. $9.99 is your price, saving £20 if you do want to get hold of the system. 304440 your item number. Okay, now we've got the grinding discs for you. So these will work with angle grinders, with your power drills. You're getting your two large discs, or circular saws, sorry, I would say, not power drills. So your circular saws or your angle grinders. So just having a little look, you've got your large disc, and we can cut, sand or grind. Now the way the discs work, over time, these are a consumable. So the way they work is you're grinding down, and eventually the disc gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So you do not use these for wood. They are not recommended for wood. It's more for hard surfaces and for metals. So, and wood, even if it's hardwood, is technically classed as a soft surface. So what you're working at here, so as I say, it is a consumable. If you have an angle grinder, I know Catherine does have an angle grinder, so Catherine, if you're watching, you're saving £15 here, but anyone else that is maybe at home, or if you know somebody in your house that has an angle grinder, could be yourself or somebody else, this is something that they will need at some point to stock up on again. Take advantage of the happy hour deal. Don't pay $39.99. We can get it for $24.99. 570-978, your item number. Okay, we're going to go on to our 350 mil wrench. Look, this is the bad boy. It's the big one. So if you're looking for a tool, if there's any pipe work in your home that you struggle with because you do not have a tool that fits, this is where you go to. So this is kind of falling into, if you've ever used, they're called Stiltsons, where the large tools that you kind of have to, you're screwing them here and the mouth gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and they take on big jobs. Here, we have no adjustments, so nothing to go wrong. You are literally just pulling that back. You don't even need to do that. Hook it on, hook it over, and you're good to go. You've got your teeth here that give you purchase, so they'll grip in, allowing you to get that purchase, and then you're turning on there. So it's a durable tool, and it's a tool typically of this size. If you are on the fence, I mean, as a present, or if you're doubting the regular retail price, and we can't lie about this, by the way, I'm conscious of the fact, I'm looking very menacing standing here. $49.99 is your price. Have a look at your regular retail price. Just type in wrench or spanner 350 mil and see how much they cost. It's £50 plus. So you could be paying 50, 60, 70 pounds per tool. So do have a little look. But $19.99 is our price there. 660182, the item number. Now we've got whole saws for you. That is not easy to say. We had a look at the whole saw just earlier on a universal tool set. But here it just attaches to, if I just show you, that will attach to your drill, your power drill. So you're just attaching that to your power drill. And then you're able to cut out circular saws, the perfect circular saws, into any woodwork. And where this comes into its own, so we could use this from a crafty perspective. If you wanted to cut out holes into your MDF, you absolutely could do that, as long as you have a power tool. But equally, cables. So if you wanted to cut out cables, this is another one where typically we might struggle. So in cupboards, in the size of desks or anything like that, as long as it's wood, it will allow you. Kitchen cupboards is a really good one, especially if you had a new kitchen installed and you can't get to any of the sort of pipe work, or if you need to get to your mains, a stopcock, and suddenly it's sealed behind a kitchen cabinet. It's the way to do it. Is Catherine watching? No way. She's saying, I am watching. Ah, thank you very much, Catherine. And she said she's got lots of DIY jobs lined up. Catherine, I'm so glad you are watching, because as I say, Catherine is, and this is why I'm so conscious of the fact I will never do a show like this and say, and it's an easy trap to fall into, say, oh, this is one for the guys, because Catherine, as a DIY, she's got more power tools and is more experienced with power tools than any person I know in the world. But Catherine, I know you've got an angle grinder, so just showing you, if you needed to get... You need to get more of your drill bits, your angle grinder discs. We've got that as well. Catherine, thank you for the sweet message as well. Oh, by the way, I watched your craft along yesterday and I thought you did a brilliant job. By the way, if you do want the details for our power, now this is, we're describing it as a power set with the drill bits. Where this works, it works with your drills. And you've got effectively an attachment that goes onto your drill and it allows you to create a right angle. And there are situations, and I have, mainly working with my dad, I've been in a situation where we couldn't get the drill. So working especially under kitchen cupboards, and if you're needing to get in somewhere and you just can't use your drill because there's too tight a space, this is where it comes into its own. So having that right angle and just giving you a different angle to work with. Just to remind you, you're getting two different drill bits. So as we explained earlier on, up here these are all for wood. And down here, these are your masonry drill sets and your metal drill sets. So it will be concrete, metal, or if you want to go in ceramics, this is the one you'd use. Time is going on. £12.99 your price there, saving £17, 017677 your item number. This is probably the last one I'll share with you. Our 7-piece drill set. It's a universal drill set, so this is where we're talking about masonry, concrete, ceramic, brick drill set. You are getting all 7 of these for $14.99, so a really nice price on this, saving a whopping £20, 154706, your item number there. Time's beaten us. Thank you so much. I know it's been a bit different, and I'm really conscious of the fact this is not everyone's cup of tea. Thank you for all the lovely emails, and thank you to Carol for sending that image. I really do appreciate it, Carol. I didn't think anyone was going to email, and so thank you so much for that. Thank you to Catherine as well for a lovely message too. Catherine's going to be back on your screens tomorrow. Trudy messaged in as well. Was it Mona? Oh, so apologies, Ramona. Thank you so much too. Okay, everyone, we've got plenty more coming up. Thank you for keeping me company this hour. So we got Dolly Dimples is in the house with a family favourites event. After that, we've got Funky Fossil, the lovely Sarah, and then the return of Dolly Dimples for our one-day special.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and craft yourself silly here at the Craft Store.
Good evening. Yes, it is evening, not morning. And now, of course, if you're just joining us, well, what a fabulous time to join us here at the Craft Store, because it's 6 p.m. and of course 6 p.m. means one thing, is the launch of a brand new one-day special. This one by Dolly Dimples. However, before we get into details of that amazing one-day special, let me tell you that, of course, we are still in the Family Favorites event, and that means that every hour that is a Family Favorites, we are adding a bundle to a massive giveaway. Now, this one, of course, by Dolly Dimples, the Fantasy Girls and Friends #1 and #2. This is an amazing kit. Now, this is templates, the decoupage, the cards. There's so much in here. Now, all those two are going to go into that massive giveaway. And you're wondering, well, what is in that giveaway? Well, there is all that. But of course, remember, every hour that we have featuring Family Favorites, we are adding more and more to it. Now, of course, course, to win that massive giveaway, well, you have to, well, there's only one way to do it, is of course to check out your baskets during the hours of family favorites, like this one. Now, of course, Dolly Dimples is what means one name as well to us, and of course that one is Charmaine. How are you, Charmaine?
I'm fine, thank you, Pamela.
It's great to have you because
thank you.
You are bringing a fabulous one-day special and fashion and frames and all sorts of colors.
And don't we just love fashion and frames?
Well, we do. Well, because I love how we were talking about it. You know, this has been requested by a popular
yes,
demand,
yeah, a lot, a heck of a lot. I have a book, and we might get 1 or 2 requests to bring certain things back, 3 or 4, 5 or 6, and I do I don't know what they call it, where you write 4 lines and then cross it off your face. I do that, and every now and again I might rub it out when I've got to like 100, and then when it gets over, we'll bring it back. But majority of times I try not to bring things back, but when I'm requested so much, I do. So the shoes were done, the shoes are on decoupage, which we've got on the show as well. The shoes have been on a CD-ROM, and the shoes have been smaller in stamp format. The frames have never been done as stamps before. But we brought the frames about 4 years ago in a paper kit, so it was printed on paper and on card for you to use as frames. And the girls said, we want them as stamps, we want them as stamps. And other people who had got the kit said they'd love them as stamps as well. So we've combined the 2 together. There is one brand new shoe, which is the first one. Yeah. So that one is not on the CDs and not in the decoupage kits.
Well, there you have it. In terms of stamps of this size and frames, they are brand new, all of them. And of course, that one that is absolutely new concept as well. I love the frames, of course. Oh. Before we go into samples, 10% already gone of the one-day special. It's busy. Now, what we are getting? Shall I turn? Well, I'm going to show the card itself, because to me it exemplifies the concept of it.
Yes.
It's of course that frame that goes around it, and then that feature. So it's 2 different stamps in this case, right?
Yes, yes, 2 completely different stamps. So you've also got little filler-in stamps in some of them as well. So you take the 2, you can use the shoes and the frames together, or you can mix them all up with each other, or you can use the frames. In the past, when we brought the frames as paper kits, we brought them with the Toadstool Girls. Yeah. So obviously they're going to work for any of our previous lines, any of our ongoing lines as a frame. But not only a frame, as you know, you can cut them down and just use part of it.
Of course you can, and then you can do borders, but of course that focal point of the shoe in there. I love, this is one of my favorites, because it's
gorgeous,
kind of, it's just like yes, it is a shoe, but it's more than that. It's a Toadstool house, mansion as well.
Yeah, it's like, reminds me of the old saying, you know, is it Mother Hubbard who lived in a shoe?
Oh, I didn't know that one.
Yeah, Mother Hubbard. No, I only know the naughty version properly.
Well,
I'll tell you that one later.
You would tell
That's Robbie's fault.
8 p.m. after 8 p.m.
But she lived in a shoe and she had so many children, she didn't know what to do.
Oh, okay.
That's the clean version.
Okay, well, I can imagine where it goes. Anyway, if you want to go for the one day special, let's have a look at the stamps, because 24 stamps in total, A5 stamp sets. Now, you can see that as a non-Freedom member, you have got an £18 saving. However, a Freedom member, you have got a further discount, so it's a £23 in saving. Now, if you go for them individually, each of them, you can see them at the bottom of screen, they're £16.99 individually. Now, if you think about it, going for the full collection as a Freedom member, you have a bigger saving that, you know, that it would be basically, we cannot say that you're getting 4 for the price of 3, because actually the price of 3 would be higher than you would be paying if you go for the one day special. So actually you're paying 2.5 basically, maybe, or something like that. 2, you know, so more, you know. So right, maths and me are not best friends. Now,
not me.
Not me, exactly.
No.
And also, as a Freedom member, means that you are not paying P&P, so it makes sense to become a Freedom member before getting the one day special. Now, of course, all the fillerinas as well as the focal points make lovely frames as well, lovely displays as well. I really love the way that you can bring in the colors. This is of course the brand new complete shoe in there, and remember that you have the frames separately so you can bring them, and the sphelerina flowers, which mean that the whole plate of the stamp has been used. You can choose whether you put them or not. I adore the fine lines that you are getting. I mean, it's just such an exquisite line. The flowers in there as well. Think about decoupaging them. Think about bringing them into three-dimensional. And then those gorgeous butterflies in there, so whimsical, so elegant. And look at the detail that you are achieving with those incredibly fine liners. Now, of course, you can use alcohol markers, watercolors, you know, whatever
medium you want. If you want to stamp and emboss, you can do. If you want to do them onto parchment, I've done some on parchment as well. So you can stamp and emboss with white, or emboss with white ink and use clear over the top. I find that much easier. And then do it onto parchment. You can stamp onto wood and do the pyrography stuff. Is that the right word?
I was thinking parchment, perfect for a wedding shoe.
Beautiful. That when I was doing my sample, that's exactly what I was going for, and then I thought, I want to put some colour in.
Oh.
And I just had to put colour in.
Well, but the other thing I was, the pyrography, to stamp onto MDF and then kind of doing, that would be great if you have got like a shoe cabinet. And then you want to do the shoes outside.
Oh, your shoe bags, you know, for like when the kids take the shoes to school, how girly would that be to have these fabulous on there? See, I say these are sit-down shoes.
Well, they are, isn't it taxi shoes, which means that you take a taxi to the place and then a taxi back because you are not walking. That's exactly it. I mean...
and you dance like this.
Oh yes, I'm moving it. Yes,
it's arm movement, isn't it? Don't move. It's arm movement.
Absolutely. Now you are loving them. We are approaching a quarter of the stock already gone. Now remember, become a Freedom member because it's a why not deal. The saving that you are getting as a Freedom member, on top of course, and not paying PMP during your Freedom membership, is greater than what you will be paying for a Freedom membership. Now 933190 is your item number for this fabulously fantastic shoe plastic, of course, one day special. Before you check out your baskets for your one day special, though, you may want to add some designer accessory, designer papers and a stepper card template as well in here. Now, Charmaine, you are renowned for templates, Carl, because you really know how to create incredible templates that are completely extraordinary.
One of the things about the templates, why I do them, is if I do a card design, it's quite funny when you see, all of a sudden you'll see a card design. We've done them over years and years and years of various different styles. And you see a card design and you use it and you do that template for ages and ages and ages, and then you forget about it. Any card design that I've ever done, I have a template one with scribbles and coffee marks on that I won't turn into a card, and it goes into a bag. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if I've put nasties on it that I wouldn't use, I keep it as a template. So I've always done that. And obviously I started off when there was myself and House of Sandra, and she loves templates as well. And a template is a starting point for you to draw around and use as many times as you want. And if you want to make to sell, you can make to sell. But not only is it a starting point to make the template itself, but you can tweak on it. So you can change the template from what it is. The template that's in this one is has got a few templates in there. So you've got the stepper card template, which you can use A4, but you've also got your stepper card that you can use A1. Is that right? No. A4 and A1, is that right?
A3.
Thank you. A3, yeah, double, my maths has gone bonkers. So if you've got A3 cards, you can make bigger versions as well. So you'll see with the samples, and it's to do an oval stepper. And the very, very simple basic instructions to make them up. And then the other one is to do your oval, I can't remember the name of one. There's another template in there as well, which is on the side.
Shall I bring it from here, because then we can see it? So we have got the vertical and horizontal oval, easel, and the stepper card template in here. So those ones are the templates, so we can look at them, ladies. We have got those templates there, so we can kind of cut them around, just follow them time and time
they're really, really simple, easy to use. If you want to laminate them, you can laminate them and then store them in a file. But you can use them so many times, just just on the card template itself, and the instructions are written there on the actual templates. They're very easy to follow.
Fabulous. Right, of course you have got those templates in there, but that's not all. That's just one part of this bundle, because then you are getting, let's have a look at the papers that you are getting. By the way, very busy for this as well. Approaching 20% of the stock has gone. And this is Dolly Dimples as its best. I love the backgrounds. I love...
It's a nice starting point. If you're daunted by white or cream card and all that space, you've got a starting point. Or you can use them for mat and layering, or you can use them to put in your boxes and things, whatever you want to use for paper piecing. But it's a good add-on to the stamp collection. So if you want to do fussy cutting and paper piecing with the stamps, or if you want to use them in conjunction with the decoupage. So those that are not keen on colouring, cut them out and make them up, or put them into your fancy machines and cut them out. So you're getting 20 shoe designs of the decoupage. And if you are really canny with it, you can make one decoupage, but you've got full layers there that you could use as a second card by not layering them up as much. And then you get 24 backing papers with it as well, which some of them have got borders in, but there's 12 designs and 2 of each. So if you want to do larger projects, you've got enough there. And you know, with the size of that pretty much fills an A5 card, so you're not using a whole heap of backing paper to do it, unless you go really fancy with one of the templates. So you've got plenty of paper left over.
Indeed you do. Can I share some samples, because it keeps on going, because then of course you can bring those toppers. I love the labels with the kind of look at this, isn't it just gorgeous? And the decoupage, look at the dimension you achieve. Love the colors that you achieve as well on these decoupage papers. Look at that, that looks like velvet, and it's not, it's just paper, but it's the colors. Love, doesn't it look like velvet?
It does, it does.
Or not velvet, oh, what's the rough suede? Suede. It's like I was going to say
some fabric that's furry.
Exactly, absolutely. And then of course you can see them there as well. The dimension as your choice, and how you can add it up, and then have that amazing 3D shoes. Now, now very busy for this one. 20% of the stock has gone. You have got a £9.50 saving. 156075 is your item number. Now we have got our keepsake ring binder, well, or actually Dolly Dimples keepsake ring binder. Now this is one bundle that always sells out. Now we really struggle to keep it in stock, and I believe once it's gone, it's gone. Confirmation that once it's gone, it's gone. Now 10% already gone for this one. I love this bundle because it's the one that gives us 2 of the ring binders. Right?
Yeah, you get 2 of the ring. You get 2 of the ring binders to use, and I would say very, very shortly there is the add-ons that are coming with that very, very shortly. So if you get that one, you might want to invest in the add-ons that are coming very, very shortly. That's all I'm saying. Very
you are
shortly.
Getting the whole page, whole punch page.
Yeah, that's in my hand.
Yeah.
So you're getting this to do the pages. So I'll demonstrate that in my first demo in conjunction with the shoes. So you get the die included with it as well. You get 2 of the ring binders. And you get the fixing posts that go with them as well, and then you get a pile of templates. So the little book at the front there, next to it, all of those templates that are in there, you can use them in different ways. So when you're cutting away the waste, you get another pattern, so you can use that as well. The templates in there to make the book, you can make it a different size, which I have got one that's made a different size if you so wish, as long as you keep it big enough for the ring binder to actually fit inside there as well, and all the templates to go through and layer up.
Perfect. So, of course, £14.99 is your price. You're saving £5, but be quick. This one always sells out. Do check out your baskets. Over 10% of the stock has gone. 925345 is your item number. Now, of course, you will find them on the website, thecraftstore.com. There is lots more to see, so make sure to check out your baskets as soon as you make your decision. For instance, the Dolly Dimples stencil pick and mix. You're choosing any 3 of them. Some of my favorites are screw heads, the shorts as well. I love that. Screw heads, short, and the cells, please. cells, add into the basket. Yeah, they're my 3 all-time favorites. Then, of course, you have the one-day special already there. You have got the papers, the ring binders, and of course, we are gonna click agree to terms. We have chosen to flexify all the different items, and we are Freedom members, so we are not paying P&P. And then, oh, look at that! There is a free delivery add-on. So is the Fabulous Shoes Sentiments. So that works perfectly with the one-day special, because the one-day special, you know, doesn't feature on any of these sentiments, but they are designed for them. So you don't look a day over fabulous. Like, I love that. That's absolutely true. We are adding that to that, and you can see that every single product has a flexi basket, because we give you the opportunity to flexi buy everything that is, of course, in a basket with something with flexi. Now, Charmaine, shall we start the one-day special demonstrations?
Okay, what I've done is I've cut out of my cream card. So this is a 300 GSM cream card. One of the templates that's in the ring binder kit, and then I have put the paper from the paper kit, so the decoupage kit. I've placed that on the top, used PVA, and got rid of any bubbles or anything. And then I trimmed it back, so I always place it over the top and then trim back my waist, if that makes sense. So one side is lovely papers and the other side is cream. So if I'm going to make this into a card, then I would have scored here, another piece, and drawn around it, and I would have had a card. But we're not. We're going to do it as a page in the book. So it could have been a card, but it's not going to be a card. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring the machine in, and I'm going to take my die, which comes in the ring binder kit, and I'm going to pop my holes in it. So I'm going to place that on there, like so, and just use some sticky tape on there. And I'm using the smaller machine to show you that you can actually pop it through your smaller machine. Well, it's the smallest machine I've got anyway. Oh, Charmaine, just get it in the machine straight. Okay, here we go. I think just wants to get my sandwich correct. And in we go.
It wasn't me. It was an upsie-doopsie, but it wasn't me. It wasn't my. It's not my fault.
I love that upsie-doopsie. So I'm going through 300 GSM card and the 120 printed paper. Now the paper will take what's it called? It will take your inks and potions as well. So I move that away, and what you've got is your spine there. So when you want to do all your pages for your books, just pop that die in and you get the pages. Does that make sense?
It does indeed.
Okay, so we'll move that to one side. Oh, we've done that bit. And we'll bring this one in. So what am I going to do? I think I might use some shoes. What do you think?
Well, of course, the one-day special features shoes.
Now, I've got a dilemma. Do I want to make a background first, or do I want to stamp my shoes and colour them in?
Okay.
Ooh, which shall I do? Stamp and colour in the shoes, or do a background on this?
Stamping colour first.
Okay, right, so we'll pop that to one side. So that is going to be my base layer, but I'm going to add to that with a stencil. So what I've got is I've got one of the lovely shoes. So this one comes with like a fabulous bubble border, and it also comes with all these little, that's connected, all these little dinky stamps as well. So what I like to do is layer these little stamps up or use them as a background. But the first thing that I do with a stamp is I'll stamp it out onto paper and I'll cut it out and I'll make a mask for my stamps. That's one, I'm checking my stamp, and two, I've got my mask ready, and then I stick them to my packaging. So that's a bit of housekeeping really. So we've got the stamp placed down. We're going to close the book up on this, and we're going to grab the ink. So I'm using Hero Arts because I like it. And
it's a hybrid one, isn't it?
Yeah. It goes beep, beep, brum, brum. Whenever you say that word, I think of cars. I don't know why. Hybrid cars, you see. Yeah, it takes petrol, diesel, and a bit of charge.
Charge, yeah, whatever, yeah. All sorts. It takes all sorts, yeah.
They said, oh, you can have a hybrid ink, and I'm thinking, what? Do you plug it in?
Well, you know,
that's all I think is brum, brum, beep, beep. So I'm just going to spin that round and give that a good even pressure all over. Hope and pray to the crafty lords that we've got everything. Oh, I moved it slightly, but you know what? I'm going to go with it because it's only slight, and I can cover that cover it up with ink anyway. So it's not too blurry. And I have got one already done. So I'm going to remove the stamp and place that back where it goes. Just a wee bit of housekeeping there, or else I'll get all confuzzled later. Think, where the heck did it go? So bring that one in.
All right.
Move that to one side, and we're going to start to do. I'm on a challenge here.
Okay, challenge Charmaine.
The challenge is a little bit of speed colouring.
Right.
So
well, it's always going to be good with you. So I all the confidence in the world.
I'm glad you have, because I haven't. Just going to take my bracelet off. Oh. Right, okay, so I'm going in with yellow first because I want this to be nice and bright and cheery. And I'm using the yellow first because it's the lightest colour.
Yeah.
And the reason behind this is because if I go over onto the other bit and contaminate with my blue, I'm going to get a different colour, but at least it's going to be at the edge, and I don't really want the other colour coming forward to the next, if that makes sense. But I am going to leave off of them a light yellow in these areas here. Okay, and the reason behind that is because I'm going to go in with my pencil later, so I'm hoping when I do my colours on this is going to be cut out. What I usually do, because I might want to go off for a coffee, answer the door, or pick up the phone, I do a little scribble and I write the numbers down of the pens or the colour names of the pens.
So you can refer back.
Yes, so I can go back to it, because that might get put to one side and I might get a phone call and say, can you do X, Y and Z? Anyway, let's do some speed colouring. Shut up, Charmaine. Talk and do. So we're going to put a colour of layer on. Now I'm not going heavy with, I'm using alcohol pens, but I'm not going heavy with the, what do they call it, the blending of using 12 million colours. I'm just going to get colour down on there that's nice and bright and cheery. And then we will add a little bit more to it. So I've done this so many times. I try to keep it as simple as I possibly can. Then I'll go in and I'll add a little bit of pencil, and I do exactly the same process with, what's it called, watercolour as well. So I need to spin this way because I prefer to work that way. So I think whenever you're colouring...
Is it for the strokes to be in the same direction always?
It's for me to be comfortable, because that all that matters in my life is that I am comfortable and happy.
Well, crafting should be about that.
Yeah, well, especially when I'm colouring in, I'm in my zone and I drift off, and that's half of why. It's one reason why my mum bought me pens when I was a kid, is because it shut me up. So I do find this really strange to colour and talk at the same time, but it's where I drift off into my happy zone. I mean, I could say the same about my mum when she's reading a book. I always have to check, you know, like, Mum, can I have £1 million? Yes, Charmaine. Mum, are you listening to me? She's in a book, she's in the zone. And with me, it's colouring. I zone out and I go to my happy place. So I'm mixing the two colours of just yellow and a turquoisey blue, because I think that's nice and cheery. Does that make sense?
Perfect, yeah.
Okay, so it's not all blended, it's not all perfect, it's not all, you know, spot on with the colouring, but I can go back in with that same colour. I haven't chose the second colour. You can do if you have more, and just add a little bit to where I want. But my little trick, I'm not going to do the rest of it because I have got one that's already pre-done, is I'm just going to take another pencil, and I'm just going to go around these lines. I'm quite surprised with myself standing up, and I haven't actually got that blue on the yellow. I would have shown you how I would disguise that. So I'm taking a pencil and I'm going over the top where I want the areas to be dark. I'm trying not to press on too much. So if you're unsure of the pressure, you can blend this out anyway. If you're unsure of the pressure, just move your hand up your pencil further back, and you get less pressure. Once you realise what pressure you've got, it's hard to tell somebody what pressure to put on. It's like a pain threshold, isn't it? 1 to 10 sort of thing. So once you realise what your pressure is of where you want, then you'll suss that out.
I love that you are mixing alcohol markers and pencils as well, because that's such a... I find that sometimes we get so much in, I can only use alcohol markers with alcohol markers, I can only use the same manufacturer, I cannot mix them, and we can we not?
Oh, if it was just to stick to one manufacturer, life would be boring, wouldn't it?
Exactly.
No, you know, I've got, in my alcohol pens collection, I have probably got about, at least 5 brands.
Me too.
At least 5 brands.
And do you go, like, for instance, one of the colours that are, I love my Copics, I do,
Yeah.
but for instance, The green range is very poor, so I like Phil Martin's greens because they are beautiful greens. So then I will bring those ones in. Or
another collection I need.
Well, yes, it's, you know what? Seriously, when he brought them in, I was saying, well, I have gone, wonderful collection. I don't need. And then I was like, yes, I need them all because I love those greens.
Yeah, we have a go-to, and then like when we're talking to people on social media and that, one person likes this, one person likes that, and that's good because you've all got your own preference. You don't have to go out and buy exactly what somebody else is using. If you've already got it, use what what suits you. So I'm mixing a pencil, and again with my pencils, I've got umpteen different brands. I go for the colours. Colours and quality. Colours and quality.
And ultimately, I like to try different manufacturers as well, and different finishes, because I like to know like the good colours, but also some of them will work really well for certain techniques, some of them will work. So basically, your stamps are a perfect experimentation with all your colouring methods. I love that. I love that you're giving us that sort of joy, perfect images, so we can just colour in with whatever medium we enjoy using in that particular moment.
I mean, one of the things with an alcohol pen is I would definitely insist on having in my stash the clear one, because you can do techniques with that.
Is it the blender sort
Yeah,
of
the blender pen, because you can go in and create lighter shades by pushing. It's like the alcohol ink with the blending solution, and you can push out and do loads of techniques like brick wall, feathers, animal fur.
Texture.
All that. So many techniques with that. So we've got a quick coverage in on here. Coverage in. That's a new word. And then once we go in with a pencil, so can you see how I've got a little tiny touch of the blue over there? I don't want it there because I want the yellow. And you know what will happen if the two cross-contaminate? You'll get a different colour and you won't want it. So the pencil is going to hide me going, me whoopsie.
Oopsie doopsies.
Oopsie doopsies. Okay, so we're going with that.
By the way, I want to remind everybody to check out their baskets. The One Day Special is so busy, approaching 30% of the stock, and this is a 24 hours stock, so make sure to check out your baskets. We are also very, very, very busy for the coordinating papers, the decoupage, of course, and those templates, and those ones are also, the details on the screen, with a massive £9.50 saving. Now, if you want them, do check out your baskets. And if you add them alongside the One Day Special, that's what most people are doing. And of course, it means that you can then flexibite and pay just for half your baskets today. Right? Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. You have to do housekeeping. Housekeeping. We're doing lots of housekeeping today. So what I've got, this is the one that I've already done and cut out. So you can see how I've got the shading in there. I've got a little bit in here and I've got a little bit in there, so it's virtually the same. Just a little bit more time, a little bit softer on it, and it'll come together the same. So all I've done is add an orange over the yellow. So I'm just going like a shade darker than the yellow, and I haven't chose to have a yellow and yellow because I wanted orange and it was easier. So down the centre of there, do the same up here and bringing it up. We'll ignore the fact that I goofed up, but you know what, because I'm cutting it out, you wouldn't notice that because I could cut that line off. Right. And then to do the little dots, keep your pen upright, and of course if you've got a fine liner, because I have to have all them in my stash as well, you could go in and you could fill this in with your fine liner. You could put a little bit of glossy accents on the top there and make it look textured, and that would look cooly-wooly as well. So we'll have a little bit down there, and then we'll take the orange, but you can see where I'm getting to, and it's the same technique, rinse and repeat throughout, and then I've added pink to the flowers and I've cut it out. Cut it out. Proper English, aren't it? So here's the one that I've done. And we'll move this one to one side and we'll bring in the background. So this is what I'm working on. I haven't used any of the add-on stamps yet or the big border one. Now we're going to go for some stencils. So we'll have, I think we'll have, it's our column number 3. So let me go up.
And I love how you keep your stencils on the ring binder. So you can buy the ring binder kit and then use it as a storage for your stencils. That makes a lot of sense. The ring binder, of course, always very, very popular. Details at the bottom of the screen. 30% of the stock has gone, and once it's gone, it's gone. Make sure to check out your baskets for that one. Remember, anything that you buy during the hour automatically enters you into the competition to give that massive family favorites gift giveaway. Back to you, Sharon.
Right, okay, so my ring binder, you've got two little bits here, so you click that and then you can take your stencils out. So I keep my stencils in like that. Now I don't particularly want that particular one, that's my maze, so I'm just going to have a flick through and grab the ones that I want. So I want this one, so I think I'm going to use my dots and dashes. Yay. So we're going to go for dots and dashes, and Paula, choose one.
Oh, I love the screw heads.
The screw heads, right, okay, so we get the screw heads. There we go. So we'll just use those two. In the kit you also get the tab ones as well. So what I've done is on some of them I've laminated these with the names of them, and then of course I've used oxides on there, so I've then labelled what colours they were for my mixes, so I can mix them all together. So that's how I work in that. But you know, you could put photos in there, you can put whatever you want in there. It could be a keepsake, it could be something that you're sending for somebody else, it could be a little bit of, I'm going to go for that one. It could be recipe book for somebody. Me, it's a memory thing, so that I don't forget techniques and things. I have quite a few of them for techniques. I brought out a small one about 4 or 5 years ago now, and that was little mini memory sort of things of techniques. You know, that we forget and you go back, oh yeah, I ain't done that for a while. You know, if you suddenly lose your mojo. So I know that I'm going to be placing this here, and I've got my two stencils. I'm just going to grab my stamp again because there's little bits that I haven't got on here. This will make more sense in a minute. Why did you do that, Charmaine? You forgot. Right, so we're going to place that in there. That's me talking to myself again. Right, here we go. Pop that in there, grab the stamp, which I hid under here, and if there's something that I think is a little bit too fussy, I'll chop it off for layering up, because I can always stamp it back in later. Make things easier for yourself. So,
absolutely.
So we're going back to the Hero Art. Here we go, and ink that one. This time I'm going to be careful not to knock it like I did last time.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to stamp this and we're going to pop back in. So I'm going to spin it round so you can see it properly. Going to stamp that, and then we can see the image. So you can see the image on there, and this is great when you want to paper piece as well, which I'll do later on. So we're going to remove the stamp. I'm going to pop that back on its carrier sheet so I don't lose that. And then we're going to take this one out. We're going to pop that one to one side, and then this piece would get glued in here. Now you can see the bits that I didn't cut out. Is that making sense?
Yeah,
yeah.
It does make sense.
So we'll glue that back in later. You can see these little pieces here. So that's going to act as an indication. So I'm going to move that to one side, and I'm going to grab my stencil now. So here we go with the ink. So I am using peacock feathers.
Oh, I love it. It's one of my favourites.
Me too.
It's just such a glow. I mean, Salvage Patina is as glow. Well, it's.
Oh yeah.
They're both like absolutely gorgeous, aren't they?
I call it savage.
Savage. I prefer it. Yeah, Savage Patina. Yeah, savage. Yeah, it's like pickled raspberries instead of
picked raspberries.
Picked raspberries. Yeah.
Picked and pickled. Well, I went out last night and I got picked and pickled.
Oh well, I'll not comment on that one. You know?
Well, I didn't. I was just sat in the hotel room.
Yeah, you were very good. Is pickle a pickled a kind of a nickname for something else or not?
Yeah, it's a nickname for all sorts. In fact, we have a stamp set called Pickle.
Okay.
Little girl, and she's called Pickle. So I've got a little bit on here and a little bit on there.
Of course, drink responsibly.
Yeah, just feeling a little pickled.
Yeah.
There we go. So we've got that, and I'm just going to crisscross over so you can change the design up. Okay. So just put some of that on, and then I'm going to move that one to one side, and I'm going to grab my squeezed lemons.
Love that noise. Oh, that was very high pitched. Sorry, apologies for that.
Both of us, sorry.
Not gonna do it again.
We're getting shouted at in our ears now.
I don't want the glass to break.
What colour is it, Paula? Squeeze lemons. Sorry, we're being naughty. So I'm just going to add a few of these. That's everybody falling out with us now.
Absolutely now, isn't it?
Don't encourage me.
No, right, well, it's bad. Not you know, like don't encourage me either. I'm so. Yeah.
So we just added a little bit of interest. Excuse me. Over to you, Paolo, to clip it up.
Okay, but well, don't worry. Do you need water? We will sort Charmaine out, of course. But I'll give you a reminder of the one-day special. 30% already gone, and we are not even through the first hour yet. Now, if you wanted to go for the fabulous shoes and frame stamps, do check out your baskets. You are getting 4 brand new stamp sets. What I love, I'm going to show you, for instance, I'm going to show you all 4 of the stamp sets, because what you are getting, this one's kind of fun. You are getting the frame is separate from the main shoe. Then you have got the bird. Then you have got the elements. In this case, a kind of dandelion element or wild, wild flowers in there. Then you have, of course, in this one, for instance, in that one, with, of course, you have got the butterfly. You have got the flowers in there as filler in it, of filling that space, and then you have got the frame. One of the things that I really love about these frames is that they are open frames, which means that if you want to extend them, you could maybe use a fine liner and do that, but also it means that you can diffuse it, and also it means that if you are thinking, I don't know why I'm thinking a lot about the jelly plate and mono printing, that means I'm not having an abrupt edge. It kind of diffuses, and then you can bring those backgrounds as well to life. Now, the size of them, A5 stamp sets, which means that matting and layering is easy. But then, of course, you can mat and layer them onto bigger pieces as well. Now, if you want to bring them, the stamps in here, into smaller boxes, you can. And you can have the smaller toadstool as well, which is part of the design. You can fussy cut them. I'm kind of thinking that it would make a fabulous decoupage elements as well if you stamp it several times. For instance, we have got just the thing here, and you can see that it has been stamped and layered up. You can see that you can color it in different styles, from the kind of almost like a little bit dark and kind of a scary world to bright and cheerful fluorescent neon as well in here. Now, there is different ways as well to bring those ones as well to life. If you are using the decoupage papers and background papers that we also have on the show, there's many ways of mixing and matching them. Now, you are getting 24 stamps in total, and they are not small stamps, are they? Now, if you are not a Freedom member and you want to go for the one-day special, become a Freedom member, because your saving it's bigger when you are a Freedom member. It's so much bigger that it makes a why not deal. Your savings, even if you consider the cost of Freedom membership, they are bigger than that Freedom cost. Now, of course, that means that if you want to spread the cost into interest-free payments, even as a non-Freedom member, you can do that. However, as a Freedom member, of course, you are paying less today. So make sure to check out your baskets. 933190 is your item number. Approaching a third of the stock has gone of the one-day special. Now, something else that we haven't shown you yet is this set. Oh, they are super fabulous. I love these dies. Now, of course, I love that, because of course we have got the edge here, so you have got an edge that cuts in here, and then you have got the kind of sunflowers. Then you have the flowers in here that are edge dies as well. You have got this concentric circles, but that randomness I love. And then you have the bolder ones, the leaves as well, that kind of lift up. And I'm going to show you exactly what I mean, because look at them. You can see that they are kind of sliders in here. You can have kind of holders. You have also the kind of elements. You can create flower petals with them, and there is so many possibilities with this one. You also have, love this border that you can expand it. Yeah, because it's just such a cool one. But look at the things. You can do candles with these petals, and then there is more as well. Now, remember those flower dies edges? Perfect for tabs when you want tabs, but then you have got the tabs as well, the regular ones in here. And it keeps on going. It keeps on going. Can I just put this in here? I'm going to put it horizontally.
I could have just kept going and going and going with the sample boards. It was, it was silly. There's so much you can actually do with them.
There is. And look at the cards in here. You can then, of course, choose whether you have it in or out. I'm not surprised of that. It's absolutely phenomenal. then look at that. This is, I love the kind of nuts and bolts as well in here. And then we have the snowflake with that beautiful sunburst. This is what stocks last. So once they, get it while we have it in a stock. Look at this. Love that. Look at this full one in here as well. Right, do check out your baskets for the one-day special. Check out your baskets for the die sets. Remember, once they're gone, they're gone. £44.98 is your price with a £5 saving. Now, we have also our decoupage papers and the templates as well in here. So we have the vertical, horizontal card easel. Now, of course, we have got the templates there as well as the main decoupage and background designs. There's all sorts of things going on. The boards have fallen off, and but we're trying to carry on. You have the gorgeous main label in here with those kind of shoes inspired, but they're different from some of them are different from the one on the one-day special, as well as some similar ones. Love the flower one, that kind of lilies in here with the detail. So then you can cut every single one element and layer them up. If you are clever though, if you're like me, frugal crafter, you can do two out of one, because you can do one step into the main label and then this alternate step into something else. This is, for instance, one of the ones that are on the one-day special, of course, different sizes and a stamp form as well. But this is an illustration on things that you can do. And I love the kind of that octagonal, I call it an emerald sort of shape, because it is kind of like an emerald cut for diamond. And then, yeah, it is like kind of an emerald cut, is that's how it is called in jewels. Now, of course, you have in here the grapes, you have got the bird kind of coming in, and of course, you have got more in their designs. 30% of the stock has gone. Remember, you are getting background papers as well, and this is some of the templates that you are going to get. Remember that you are getting the easel as well as the rectangle, and then you have them in A4 as well as in A3. And I love that sorts of octagon, kind of expanded or elongated octagon or emerald cut. Right, if you want to go for this bundle, 156075 is your item number. £24.90 is your price. You're saving £9.50. Then we have the ring binder as well. A third of the stock has gone for this one. I know, it always happens. Once it's gone, it's gone. We start with a big stock. Charmaine, Charmaine knows, Charmaine knows what you wanted. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna do, much larger than usual. A third of the stock already gone. Make sure to check out your baskets. 925345 is your item number. Now, also, I have to say that we have got the card from Dolly Dimples, and many demonstrators here use it. I personally love this card. It's fabulous for journals as well. It's fabulous to die cut, because it's 250 GSM, which is, perfect for construction, but it's not too thick for dies, even the intricate ones, of course, depending on your die cutting machine. But I have had a lot of success for that with them, so I strongly recommend it. You're getting 50 sheets of the black card. $9.99 is your price. You're saving £3.049424. Now, we also have got the cream, and the cream is also another great addition. It's easy to get white. It's easy to, it's readily available. But having premium quality cream card, 300 GSM, again, perfect construction weight for your journals, for your card blanks as well. 956975 is your item number. $10.99 for that one. And then we also have the mixed media card. This is kind of, I would say, a chalky white. It's a white, but it's a little bit, and it's a perfect, of course, for mixed media, but again, perfect for die cutting, because it's 250 GSM. So it gives you that construction weight, but that ability to kind of trim down those with dies if you want to do that. 822474 is your item number. You're saving £5, which means that it's a third of the price, because you are just paying $9.99. Now, you may want to add those stencils, and remember, it's a pick and mix, so you choose any three. Now, of course, I like the screw heads, and I like the shorts as well, and there's so many. They're all very cool, to be honest. Now, the roses, if you want to, the mace is actually really popular as well. The dashes, of course the spirals there as well. And if you want to build a scene, this one is the one for you, called nature actually. And there's something that we haven't mentioned is our Blinkist. Now of course Blink Kit, you have got 2 options in here, and look at that massive saving of £25. You are gonna get 10 packs of them. £9.99 is your price. There are assorted designs and of course sizes in there, but of course you are gonna get all 10 packs. 058294 is your item number. Now there are 2 different sets, so therefore whether you go for set number 1 or set number 2, there are going to be different options. Of course, if you want to have them look on the website, thecraftstore.com is where you're going to see them very well. Now Charmaine, it's gone very quickly. We have got just 10 minutes.
Okay, right, so what I've done is I've glued this one on top of it, and I've coloured in these few bits, and I've added 2 words in it, so you don't look a day over fabulous and have a fabulous day. So, you know, nice little quote. What I did do is I cleaned my stencils by spraying them and then pressed them down on this piece, which I can use later to do a nice background. So always when you're doing the cleaning with your stencils, clean them up onto another piece of paper. So we put them ones back, and I was going to do another card, but obviously time is upon us, so I thought I'll go in with decoupage.
All right.
Okay, so we will pop that to one side. So the decoupage is a stepper decoupage. Luckily I've got one that is pre-done by one piece, and you get the main image, so you could use that as one.
Yeah.
So you could use that as one piece, and then you get the next largest and the next largest and so on. So we could make that up as one card, and then we could build these ones up as card number 2. Obviously you've not got any flourishes, and then you could build this one up as card number 3 with this piece that I'm going to cut on top of it, and maybe we put this one in here, like spin round like that. So we could in theory get at least 3 cards out of that, couldn't we? Because you've got heels on all of them, and this one would go onto there. Yeah,
perfect.
Okay, so I'm going to show you how easy it is. This is nice easy cutting because it's straight lines. I'm going to grab my little scissors, and the first thing that I do is I trim it down to size. If you want to stick them in, if you've got one of them fancy machines that does the cutting out for you,
oh yeah, those ones electronic.
you can do that as well. Everything that we sell, you can make to sell.
Fabulous. So full angel policy.
Yeah, full angel policy.
As long as it's a finished project,
yep,
then you can sell it. That's fabulous, because it means that I always say that I never buy things to make to sell, but sometimes I want to have the freedom to do so. You know?
Yeah. That's it. It's just because, I mean, lots of people make to sell for charities, they make to make to sell to buy more crafty things.
Yeah. Well, you know, this is how lots of us started. Like, I started back in Spain when I was 15 or 16 making cards,
yep,
and I was selling them. I was designing them as well, but and then I started making them for wedding invitations as well.
Yep.
I mean, I think this would be really cool for a hen party.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, it's just that sort of thing, and then you can make to sell to those people who, you know, celebrate those things. Brides.
Brides. Oh, bless. When I'm cutting, Paola, I think you're the same. I move the paper opposed to my scissors, so again, it's about comfortable. And I love cutting out with scissors because I can take my little scissors wherever I go, up and down the motorway, not while I'm driving, obviously, and I can whip out my scissors and I can cut little bits of paper with it. I can't read in the car. And I can't do this unless we're on the sort of motorway and doing a long stretch. Can't do it on windy roads. So I find it personally, I find it quite therapeutic. Some people don't like fussy cutting, hence why we do the stamps instead. Pick and choose. Some people like to do a bit of everything. I also like to collage with the decoupage, so not just use it as it's intending to layer the pieces up. And when I'm doing this, I do prefer to make sure I'm taking off opposed to leaving a tiny little bit of the cream. And when I get this piece off, you'll see exactly what I mean. When I'm cutting out, I'm not, whereas I watch my daughter and she wants to be right up there close and personal to it so that she's following the lines perfectly. Well, I'm of an age now where my daughter is 30 today, so happy birthday,
Oh,
Sarah.
happy birthday, Sarah.
Where I think, break the rules.
Break the rules.
Break the rules. Craft for yourself. It's not about anybody but yourself.
It's funny because the other day, you know, like me, like yourself, crafting for me is like has been my job forever. And you know, sometimes when you want to relax, I do other stuff, like I'm sort of, you know, sewing or gardening or a little bit. But now, there was the other day that I just wanted to just grab a brush pen and just kind of colour in.
Yeah. It is. It does take you to a happy place, doesn't it? You don't have to concentrate on anything. Slap some paint on, do a quick little piece, chop some pieces up, put it back together. Now, instead of using foam pads, I'm actually using long ones because I can't be bothered to find my foam pads. And what I'm going to do is, I'll just say it as it is I'm going to build up these layers. So you're the biggest, baby. Okay, so I'm going to whip that one over. You could use your silicone glue if you prefer to.
Gel medium.
Yeah, gel medium as well. I'm just going to do it with foam pads, but just for quickness. And
I mean, I'm like you. Like a lot of the time, yes, I have got the silicone, I got the glue gel, I have got all the sorts. At the end of the day, most of the time I will use the foam pads too. Yeah,
they're just quick and easy out there. It's preference, isn't it? I mean, I'll go for the glue gel if it's out. But right now,
exactly.
I think it's down below. So, and I could spot the foam pads, so we're going with that. And the other thing is, I'll have a sit down and cut out these bits and pieces and pop them in a little bag or an envelope, and then I might build them up later. And that's what I do when I'm going, you know, up and down the road and I want to cut things out. And then removing the pieces. So actually, if I keep this one and I don't build that up, that could be a completely separate card with lots of flourishes on there, or I could add that. Does that make sense?
It does, absolutely.
But so I think I'm going to add that and build this one up as a separate one. So just having 2 layers on there and a flower, I think is enough, and the time. But I will come back to this piece. I also, when I cut out, I do it almost like peeling an orange, where you want to peel the whole lot in one go. I try and do that because then that way it's smooth on the cutting.
It follows that flow.
Yeah, instead of that jaggy.
And also, tidy up is easier because it's just one piece to throw in the paper bin.
Good point. Yeah, what I do is I press down with my foam pads, and I usually use like a pokey tool and go in and pull it off, but I can't be bothered to get my pokey tool out because it's set over there. My scissors are here, so stab in and pull down. So if I'm using the little tiny foam pads, then I'll squish down and it kind of bends it so you can pull it off easier, so it's almost like stabbing and you're doing stabbing and things now. That sounds barbaric, doesn't it? And you're moving it, if that makes sense. Now, if you want to get it curved with, come on, off fingers and thumbs. If you want to get it curved with flat foam pads, add some glue. So I'm going to take some PVA, just to a little tiny touch of PVA, and wipe off. So I'm going to use my finger as a tool and a little bit on here. And then you can give it a little bit of curvature, if that's a proper word. If it isn't, then it is now. So you hold it down where the pieces are. That one, I'm going to have that just floating up. And I think those 2 layers and this flower one, what I'm going to do with this flower one is just, are we doing for time? Are we nearly there?
We have got 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yeah.
Right, I'm just going to cut into some of these petals.
Right.
All these demos prep for the first one. We just don't do it. She's just not speedy, is she?
You're speedy crafting, but you're doing so good. I love those shoes because it's just like kind of the shoes I wish I could wear.
Yeah. I would definitely wear a pair of these. I've got some at home. I've got some really high heel ones, fancy ones.
So do I. I mean, I was like, I have got a pair of, I have got a few amazing pairs, but I will not, like, I put them on, I feel all good, and then I do a slap.
All girly.
And then I'm like, no, I'm not going out in them because, you know, it looks like they're almost as tall as I am.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, they definitely sit down pretty shoes. It's nice to wear something, you know, nice occasionally.
Basically, I'm as tall as my heels are. That's what it is.
Right, there we go. So we've got that one on there. Because I've cut into the petals, I can just lift them and manipulate them up. So we've got the decoupage done. I have cut 2 pieces of paper. So I'm not going to go with the template on this one. I'll do the template in the next hour. So We could have this one behind.
Oh, that's better.
Works, doesn't it? We could have this one behind.
Yeah.
It works. We could have a split and do a larger card and have a piece of each, so you can see how all the colours work together. So I think I'll do a plain card and grab some cards. So back to you where I grab some card.
Oh, yeah, of course. Now, of course, remember to check out your baskets if you want to go for the decoupage papers and designer papers and step-back card templates. We have got them here. Brand new today. You're saving £9.50 there. Now, a third of the stock has already gone, and this is part of that kind of 24 hours stock that should be here for all the shows for the one-day special. You want, of course, to add them to your one-day special, in which features 4 brand new stamp sets. Now the images are kind of some of those ones that you have requested. They are stamps because by popular demand. The first one, of course, being the one that is a brand new image as well. But you have 4 gorgeous A5 stamp sets there. Now, stamp sets, because they are 24 individual stamps. Now, think about it. You are getting all the detail, all the fine lines, and of course, the frame is a separate stamp from the main focal shoe. And then, of course, those filarinas. Do check out your baskets, but become a Freedom member before you check out your baskets, because when you consider the saving that you are getting in this bundle as a Freedom member, which is... Don't touch it. I don't touch it. I don't touch it. Oopsies are galore when I'm on the screen. But of course, do check out your baskets and become a Freedom member. Over a third of the stock has gone. Don't you worry, your stamps will be all 4 sets, not just 3. Now, Charmaine, we will be back at 8 o'clock. Look at you. Speed damage. You did it. You did it. All right. Of course, thank you so much, Charmaine. We'll see you in an hour's time. Do check out your baskets and stay tuned for Funky Fossils Designs. Well, of course, family favorites with Funky Fossil, with Sarah and Yanis after the break. Then at 8, Dolly Dimple's favorite favorites. And at 9, a crafty kitchen happy hour.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, the world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper, and they're now absolutely renowned for it. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Here at the Craft Store, we pride ourselves on our ethos towards the family-run boutique companies that offer the variety that we know you love and appreciate. Following such a positive response over the past few years, we are proud to introduce you to even more of your family favorites. Tune in from Thursday the 24th of June at 6 p.m. to Monday the 28th of June at 6 p.m. to support loads of your favorite family-run businesses. Plus, this year we also have a very exciting prize draw. If you place an order for any item featured within any live show during this event, you will automatically be entered into our amazing Family Favorites Mega Prize Draw. Prizes will be added within each live show, with the final prize totaling a minimum value of £1,500. So join us from 6 p.m. on the 24th of June for your Family Favorites event.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. So we have got a fabulous hour of Funky Fossil. Good news is we're going to be adding more prizes to our Family Favourites event. Take a look at this. So the prizes we're going to be adding this hour. This is the bundle at the moment. So the prize draw. It is massive. It's like winning a craft shop. The amount that's in there is ridiculous. So we've got papers, we've got tools, we've got foils in there, we've got wool, there's clarity, there's dreamies, there's a lot. I don't have embossing powders and lots and lots. And what we're going to be adding into the draw, can I say, Holly, that was a lovely shot, by the way. We're going to be giving from